Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you're doing it for clout, or you're doing it to sit at the table with crackers for words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these are the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us, against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait, see a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes wait late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? Black money in the black bank, mean black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go with lead and knock him off his check. Let's check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your said he reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take coming with the anger and hate up all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in the fully auto effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. You be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door, miss.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my line, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Yo, what's good, Black family? We black at it. My bad, Black Addicts. I have let somebody on the stream, and I messed up our diversity clause where it's only black only, and I thought the conversation was allowing somebody outside of the, our non-diversity clause to hit the panel. So that's my fault, y'all. So we back at it, man. Black power all the time, every time.
You got both channels added to this one?
You said what?
You got both channels added? Because I saw Xiax on the main on my page.
Yeah, maybe on both of them and stuff. Yep.
Okay. Maybe I need to refresh my StreamYard. All right. Pin your link up with your name. Yeah.
I might do it now.
Yeah, we just hit a little speed bump. We're gonna get it back in motion. Give us a second.
All right, real quick, because I don't really want to extend this. I don't really want to extend this no further. Just talking about voter turnout, but to be clear, right?
Did you have something pulled up?
Yeah, I'm about to pull it up. I just had to do the math real quick. Right? I just had to do the math real quick. I had to make sure the math was right. But just, while everybody else coming back in here, because I don't want this to dominate the conversation, but I want to understand the point that was being made. Share this chart real quick that's on the screen. All right, so when we look at voter turnout in 2024 and 2020, right? 2020 it was 66.6% of the vote, right? In 2024 it dropped to 63.9%, right? So that how much of a drop off is that? That is a 2.7% drop off in voter turnout. 2.7% drop off in voter turnout.
I never disagree with that, brother. I still said that more voters turned out. They still had some of the highest number of voter turnout, even though the numbers you presented are correct, but the perspective that you're giving it from is incorrect because again, in 2024, 153 million people went and voted. In 2020, 158 million people went to vote, which are some of the highest numbers of voter turnout that we have. Your numbers are correct. That shows that less people that are eligible to vote went and voted in those years, but it's still mute to the point that we had some of the highest numbers of voters turning out these years.
Translate his percentage to numbers, since you talking in numbers and he just said percentage.
And now, to be clear, you see how he interrupted, and then I let him finish what he was saying, and I ain't make a big deal about the fact that he interrupted, so I can understand what I was responding to. So that's why we're using percentages instead of raw numbers, because again, the difference between 2020 and 2024 was a new voting demographic. There were more people that were able to vote in 2024 that wasn't able to vote in 2020. So you're going to see an increase in those numbers, and a large bump that Donald Trump got was Generation X, or not Generation X, Generation Y, white boys that that watch the podcast and all that type of shit. So so he did see a bump in those numbers specifically. But the reason why I'm using percentages is because if we look, Kamala Harris lost 49.9 to 48.4. That's 1.5%. That's a 1.5% difference. And there was literally
wait a minute. Now when you say Donald Trump gained and Kamala lost, that's why I'm getting confused at, because how are we specifying these raw numbers to say for a certainty they was going to vote one way or the other way? You're just giving me voter turnout and the number of people who are eligible to vote who didn't turn out. We don't know who they would have voted for.
Hold on, but that's the point though. We know that they didn't want to vote for either one of them, right? So we know that their decision to vote was in a large part had to do with the fact that who they didn't want to vote for.
We don't know that, brother. That's a speculation. You could say that some people might have not wanted to vote because they didn't like the participants who was in the year's election, but that'll be a generalization for everybody who didn't vote that year, which is just not true.
But the reason why that you can make that generalization is because voter turnout is a question of voter enthusiasm. 2020 there was high voter enthusiasm. And that voter enthusiasm was centered around.
I agree, but when you say high, you're only giving me a 2% drop off though from 2020 to 2024, which like anybody that's dealing with percentages will say that's not a big enough of a decrease to look for any concern.
But it is a big enough. And again, I want y'all to see how he interrupted, and I ain't make no big deal about him interrupting. He was able to chime in.
I thought we were dialoguing right now, but go ahead, brother.
But I'm just saying though, like, yeah, you see how you interject in his dialoguing. I agree. That's how that worked. But the point that I'm making is that when we talk about 2.7%, 1.2% in terms of millions, the percentage is small, but that's still millions of people.
I agree with you. I agree with you that we still dealing with millions of people, brother. I never disagree. I concede that point to you, but I'm still standing on the point that we're still dealing with a voter turnout from 2024 and 2020, which is some of the highest voter turnouts in a recent voter history. So the reason why we see that 2% decrease from 2020 to 2024, it could be a number of factors within that thing. To generalize it just down to people didn't like the candidates, I can't rock with that.
Well, first of all, okay, you may not be able to rock with it, but like again, like this, this type of there's certain analysis. People that's familiar with the information and familiar with the trends can draw particular analysis from what we see from the numbers. And I keep telling you, the raw number aspect of it, the difference has more to do with new voting demographics. More people you now have for the first time in history, you now have 4 different generations voting in the same election. You had baby boomers, you had Generation X, you had millennials, and you had Generation Y, all or Generation Z, all voting in the same election. So you're going to see higher numbers. There's a higher voting population, first of all. And so, but regardless, if any drop off you see in voter turnout has to do with voter enthusiasm, because even Donald Trump still saw a drop off specifically in voters during the primary in places like Georgia and places like North Carolina. Because I looked at data from previous years, compared it to this year, and saw that that it was a low turnout, it was low enthusiasm, and that's something that Donald Trump actually again benefited from in 2016, right? With low enthusiasm as it had to pertain to Hillary Clinton. And so when we talk about why he won the election, the conversation of his popularity isn't just a question of how many people, like literally isn't even just a question of how many people turned out to vote. It's also a question of what is the social media narrative. And as somebody who, I go to places where people think differently than me. I go to places where it's people who don't necessarily agree with me. I visit conservative spaces. I read conservative articles and I read conservative information. Donald Trump, it was the people who didn't fuck with Donald Trump in 2016, didn't fuck with him in 2020 and didn't fuck with him in 2024. He was able to make gains with people who weren't even able to vote in 2020. He was able to make gains with people who wasn't able to cast. So when we talk about his, because you can look at the data and see that there was an increase with young adults, right? He got more of the.
That's correct. I agree with that.
Yeah, he kind of proving your point for you, Bobby Knight.
That's why I'm not disagreeing. Like I'm agreeing with right now with what he's saying. I'm agreeing because this is what I was saying earlier. I think you just wanted to like spar with me, so you kind of missed with what I was saying though.
No. Why? Because you told me that what I was talking out of my ass. So how is it that
I said the only reason I said you was talking out your ass because when you gave me your numbers, I said you giving me like we saying the same thing on the inverse. You were challenging me on the numbers, and I never challenged you on your numbers. I said yes, that's correct. We saying the same thing. You just refusing to see it from my perspective, but you got it,
bro. Yeah. This y'all niggas always do this, but all right, cool. If everybody's in agreement, all of a sudden. Then, like,
it ain't no everybody, brother. I said it from the jump. Wait a minute. The other brother who up here just said to you that you saying like the other brother just said to you that you making my point, brother. Like
what that mean to me?
I don't know what it means to you.
That what I was saying was talking out of my ass, but now you saying what I'm saying.
I said that earlier. I said you talking out your ass because you're not listening, brother. We saying the same thing. Didn't y'all hear me say that?
If everybody in it, you did not say we were saying the same thing.
I did say that. Who else heard me say that?
We can move on. If everybody in agreement, we can move on.
Cool, we can move on, brother.
Your speakers up loud, Bobby.
Yeah, he may need some headphones or something, but it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, because he was just saying that Trump was less popular in 2020 than he was in 2024. Yeah.
But that was my point.
Argument?
That's what
I'm still contesting
I was
that.
disagreeing with.
Yeah. I'm saying his popularity never decreased, like from 2016.
Failed.
So from 2016 to 2025, that there was no going down of Donald J. Trump's popularity.
Dev, can I clarify Dev real quick?
Let me say this, just so we can all be clear on where we're standing. The argument that I'm making is it wasn't that Donald Trump Joe Biden lost popularity. Oh yeah. Feedback on you, brother. We hear that.
Yeah, you got crazy feedback when you talk about.
Yeah, but the argument that I'm making is it wasn't Donald Trump that lost popularity. It was Joe Biden that lost popularity. So the people that was outraged about Donald Trump, they became disenchanted with Joe Biden. So the same people that showed up in 2020 didn't show up in 2024 because they didn't feel as strongly for Joe Biden, but their hatred for Donald Trump remained. That didn't change. The people that loved Donald Trump, they never left his side. The people that made Donald Trump the most popular never left his side. So when we see a decrease in popularity with Joe Biden, and we see that Donald Trump's popularity remains the same, then of course if there is a drop off in turnout, Donald Trump isn't going to be hurt by that. The Democrat is.
Well, listen, brother, it's like with that last part, you kind of added something in, because the Joe Biden part would kind of be a moot point, because in both in one election it was Joe Biden, and in the other election it was Kamala Harris. So when you're speaking on 2024, but listen, it was Joe. Listen. If we can agree that it was Joe Biden, then we need to also agree that at the time when it was Joe Biden versus Trump, it was damn near like a draw. Joe Biden only had to concede because of the debate, not even because he lost the debate, because most people deemed him incompetent or like not able to even be. He didn't lose popularity because of his policies with his fan base, so to speak. People were still rocking with Joe Biden. He just lost popularity because they deemed him not health worthy for the position.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, for whatever reason. Yeah, I agree. Like for whatever reason, people had different reasons. But regardless of whatever Donald Trump was responsible.
But Kamala came. But you gotta agree that Kamala came in with an influx of energy from Joe Biden giving her the approval. So it's like when Kamala got announced, she was ahead of Trump in a lot of polls.
But where I feel like that was like overly inflated, where I feel like that was overly inflated was the fact that it was already these were already like you're hearing these from outlets that are already pro Biden, pro Kamala. Yeah, most people, like a lot of Democratic voters, felt that even though they may have felt that Biden needed to step down by just selecting Kamala, Democratic voters felt like that they were disenfranchised in the process. Because then they felt like their entire general election or primary election meant nothing. Like, what was the point of us going out and vote for Joe Biden if he's not going to be the candidate? So while the media was talking about, oh, there's love and peace, and people are talking about joy in the election now, right. Liberal voters was like, nah, we didn't pick her. Y'all did. That's not a good look.
That's a fact.
So
I agree with that. That's a fact.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's why I say. So that's why I would say it was more of a disenchantment with Democrats in 2024. But Donald Trump was able to maintain those people that was like, man, January 6th was terrible. I hate the fact that he's a felon. I hate the fact that he was found liable for sexual assault. I hate what he's doing with the Constitution, talking about he can kill somebody and get away with it and all of that. I hate all those things. But fuck it, he's a Republican.
Hey, can I jump in real quick? I'm just
fuck it, he can do better than these motherfuckers been doing the last 4 years.
I thought the whole point was we were talking about how before Trump got with Elon or whatever, took over X, that Trump's popularity on social media was down in 2020 compared to 2024 on social media. Like,
you can't establish that though. Y'all can try. You can't establish that. There's no way to measure.
He wasn't even fucking with. Go ahead, Taz. My fault, bro. Go ahead.
Now, I just wanted. There's really no way to measure somebody's popularity unless you're showing a drop off, and I don't think you can show a drop off.
No, we're talking just about social media.
Right. I'm only talking about social media.
So in 2020, during the pandemic, you don't think that? Like you saw a lot of positive stuff about Trump.
With Donald Trump. X wasn't fucking with Donald Trump.
I'm talking about in general. You
say it again.
They offered him to Elon offered him to give him his platform back, give him his name back and everything. He declined. He didn't want it.
No, he back on Twitter. He did at first. He did at first, but then he ended up going back.
Yeah, he went back during this election cycle.
Trying to hear his question.
Prior to that, he wasn't fucking with Elon.
I was just asking him, do you don't think Trump's popularity on social media was lower than it is now in 2020?
No, you can go back and look.
I don't think his popularity changed. Because to your point, earlier, he wasn't even on these motherfuckers. And whether
when I say popularity, I mean like he was negative.
Yeah, he talking about negative press. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like to their point, he always remained highly popular. So I'm conceding that to death. He was always at the top of
Bobby, that was my point, though. That was what I was trying to tell you.
No, but listen, that's why. But listen, Domo, why you think I keep telling you that? I said earlier that we saying the same thing. You just not listening to me. You weren't listening to me at all. That's why I said I don't know why you're not listening. I was saying that, but I was also adding on the point that he was getting a lot of negative criticism because of COVID-19 at that point. Even though he was in the news constantly, he was out there. That those swing states, those states that you need, not just his core fan base, but the shit that he won this election, he lost in 2020 because a lot of people was on the fence about how he handled the pandemic situation. That's just a fact.
Nobody's brought up about Elon and how when there's an echo on there.
Smearing them for racism on every platform.
But yeah, nobody's talked about how Elon in the swing state of Pennsylvania basically had a lottery where he was paying people to vote and register to vote. I mean, I think they had a big influence on the election, especially in Pennsylvania, compared to 2020, where you had Donald Trump basically couldn't say anything on social media. So to say his popularity was the same in 2020 on social media compared to 2024, I think that's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me respond to that. And Bobby, if I wasn't listening to you, bro, I apologize because it sounds like we agreeing on the same shit. So yeah, so my bad. But to Abdul's point though,
now.
To Abdul's point though, the part that you're missing is that what we saw from 2016, really up until the 2024 election, was Donald Trump successfully turned the counterculture against popular media. So when we point to the fact that he got all of this negative press, the negative press that he got was from mainstream media. And the more negative press that he received, the more popular he became with the countercultures that we see on Twitter, that we see on social media. And so that's why I'm telling you, just because you saw negative press about Donald Trump, specifically in mainstream media, that negative press was fueling his popularity on the platforms that he was even banned from.
But brother, that's why I said I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah.
He didn't get to reap the benefits. But hold on. Yeah. Well, that's why I'm saying, like, you had to follow me. He didn't get to reap the benefits of that until this election, because to your point of the vote of the fan of the base he was going after, that younger demographic that wouldn't be eligible until right now when it took effect. In 2020, even though he remained quote unquote popular, those voters that he needed at that time, you know, it was still a lot of liberals and a lot of people on the fence that were strictly voting based on the year 2020 and how he alone handled the pandemic. That's what that vote came down to. It was no policy that Joe Biden laid out that was good. It was strictly based off of, we don't like Trump because of how he handled the pandemic. But to your point, he ingratiated that whole undertone of fan base that was with the counterculture, with the board, however you want to look at it. And by the time we get to 2024, and that's the major demo, that's another voter base that he could tap into. Now he can win again. I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah,
we
on the same page.
Going to survive COVID. Get that straight too. It don't matter.
I feel like Obama could have survived COVID.
Nobody
got it.
I thought the question was about popularity, though.
Obama could have even survived a felony indictment.
President could have survived it. It might have would have been Obama if any.
How are y'all? Damn, come on, bro. Y'all integrating the social media popularity with votes. How is that happening?
Okay. Before you do that,
social media popularity.
Because that was the initial question.
Do me a favor and share my screen. Let me tell you what I'm doing.
Social media impacting the vote, impacting elections. That's what the initial question was.
So, according to Google Trends, again, Donald Trump has been the most popular topic every time the election comes about. This is 2020, January, whatever today is, 19th, January 19th, 2020. In January 19, 2025. His popularity is the fucking same in terms of being searched, in terms of being talked about, in terms of Google Trends across the internet. He was always talked about. He was always quote unquote popular in internet terms. When y'all start transferring that to votes, I'm saying what? What are y'all doing to transfer
I think we
his
need to distinguish
popularity into
between
votes?
negative press and positive.
Wait. I'm talking about at Taz. I think you missed me when I said I'm agreeing that he remained popular. What I'm saying is that the reason why he was popular during that time is because of all the quote unquote negative press that was coming from how he handled the pandemic. He always remained in the spotlight with his talking points and stuff. But we all can remember during 2020, he was being bombarded with Fauci questions and how he was handling it, and himself getting the shot, and people that voted for him being on the fence about it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Even when he gave a speech, they would have a disclaimer at the bottom saying that them opinions is not, you know what I'm saying, the opinion of the president is not the opinion of the CDC and everything else, you know what I'm saying. So they was definitely making sure.
He's always been popular. He's a Hollywood star. He's a celebrity.
You're hinging a lot.
He's always going to have that popularity behind him.
That's the error.
But as far as like,
I'm saying he wasn't even popular enough to win the popular vote in 2016. So when we talk about Trump's popularity, we're only talking about his base. We're only ever talking about his base. And so by the time you get to 2020, I somewhat agree, but I don't completely, because y'all just saying COVID. But there were white people coming out marching in mass in different states about the lockdown, not
definitely
just COVID.
And you had the George Floyd.
Lockdowns were extremely unpopular. Lockdowns were extremely unpopular.
That's the point.
Right, that's what. But listen, but Taz, when you say, when I say pandemic, Taz, I'm adding that into it. The lockdown and all of that. That's all a part of the same thing. They blame that all on Trump.
2020 was a shit storm.
That's why I don't think any president would have survived because any president that had to lock the country down wasn't going to survive the next election.
And that's what they were saying. They were saying whether if it was Trump, whether it was anybody, they don't know what president could have walked out of that unscathed.
So the reason why I'm saying Obama is because Obama made it through the greatest economic disaster in the history of the country. He did.
But you have to factor in the fact that Obama's black, though. Do you think?
And you got to factor in that.
Do you think Obama will survive a felony indictment?
An indictment?
Hell no.
Yeah.
So why could Trump survive?
Because he's white. You know that.
So that's what I'm saying. But I don't think Obama would survive.
Well, no, because where Trump messed up is that he pissed off white people.
Obama pissed off white people because he wore a suit that was the wrong color, brother.
That was tan.
Come on now.
You make a good point. Listen, I've been kind of assessing the relationship with voters and Donald Trump in the 2024 election and where niggas got it wrong. I've been like day and night. You feel me? And so it's like I the one thing that I can't get past is like if we put it in terms of a sports analogy, this is an example of like the Chiefs just beat the Texans, right? The Texans missed a extra point. They missed a whole ass field goal. They gave up an 80-yard return on the opening kickoff. They special teams was trash. But in a lot of the statistical categories, they outplayed the Chiefs, right? The Texans did. The thing is, they ended up beating themselves. In this instance, Donald Trump is the Chiefs, and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were the Texans, and Democrats beat themselves. Yeah. They need it like literally when Democrats are arguing amongst themselves about whether or not Trump and the rest of them are genocide warmongers. You feel me? There's no way that they can win. They needed the Democratic base to be solidified like they was in 2020. And when y'all look and when Democrats are looking at Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and being like, "Hey, where's the ceasefire? Why are y'all giving weapons to Israel? Why are y'all lying on these kids talking about Palestinians is beheading babies and shit? Why you lying, Joe Biden? What is happening?" They undermine their own base. And so it's like we like to give a lot. Like, so my main point really, if I haven't been clear about it, is that as much credit as we give to Donald Trump for his campaign, all the credit should go to the Democrats from snatching victory from the jaws of defeat.
Hey,
you feel me?
Well, no, they did bobble it.
Hold on. Whoa. What that mean, Damo? Are you saying that?
I think I need to say it backwards. I think I need to say it backwards the other way.
Yeah, y'all know what you're saying. They bumbled it.
Yeah.
Like I get what you're saying. The sports analogy, bro. No, Domo. I get what you're saying with the sports analogy.
Bobby, you
election game plan.
Like your shit
Hey, yeah,
terrible,
Bobby,
bro.
put on
Let me
some
add no more
headphones.
for a second there.
Yeah, Bobby,
You also gotta-
leave
also
out the
gotta
panel and come
acknowledge-
back, Bobby. Your feedback is unbearable. yo.
Don't you got to acknowledge though that Kamala was only given like 6 months to plan a whole campaign?
No,
Donald
you gotta
Trump, who had
acknowledge
about 5
Kamala
years
was a
to do
woman going up against Trump.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
what I
but she
acknowledge.
still only had 6 months to do that.
It don't matter how much you get at
But
woman.
Trump had about
you give her
5
6
years.
years. She wasn't gonna beat
Yeah.
no man. She wasn't gonna beat him. She wasn't gonna
When
beat
they
him.
had, and then you got to add on the 4 years
I mean,
that they had to get
Hillary
it right.
Clinton got more votes than Donald Trump. She won the popular vote.
And lost the election.
Then
I know because
then you
of
have to add on the
electoral
fact
college,
that
but she got more.
she
brown
was
votes.
campaigning with Biden. They were campaigning together. So it's not
She
like
wasn't campaigning as president though.
it's
they
not
was
like
just
she
one-
just
they was
came
just
from
one.
the sidelines. They were already a part of the same
I
campaign.
mean, she
Right,
wasn't
it was the
campaigning
same
as
campaign.
president.
It was the same thing, bro. It was the same thing. It was Joe Biden and Kamala. It was the same thing, man. It didn't matter.
But I do agree the fact that she
No,
was a
it's not
woman
the same
had a
because listen,
big
man, when
influence on the
you
election.
got
I
one of
don't
the
think
So you think
most
Joe Biden? You
misogynistic-
think Taz, you think Joe Biden would have won the election?
it'd have been closer.
hell yeah. Yes, I
think
do.
it would've
I've
been
been
closer.
saying that since I said it election night. A lot of
Okay.
credence is given to everything except the fact that what I heard many of men say, I ain't voting for no woman. I heard
Okay.
too many men say that to keep ignoring that fact. So many men didn't want to vote for her based on solely on the fact that she was a woman.
And I do think that was a
counts.
huge
And you factor
mistake.
that in
Though.
with
I think that was
Say it
one of
again?
the huge mistakes of the Democrats was putting men against women. They went on this whole women are gonna come out to vote in mass. They're gonna come out. They're gonna overwhelm men in the voting, and it didn't happen. You still had a lot of women, white women, especially, who voted for Donald Trump, even with all the bullshit he said about women. And
White
he's been
women
convicted of.
still Hillary
And
Clinton.
then, but Taz, though,
it's always the white women who surprise their ass in the end.
white women
right,
go in there
right.
with-
And Taz, but you still
Don't
got to
give a
go
fuck.
to the fact that black men and men in general was saying at the time that Kamala, when she did get elected, to Domo point of them like fumbling, they had to win, but they fumbled a lot of things, including the black male vote. Like
Yeah.
most black males that I heard at that time was voting along with how they women like just to keep the household in order. But
She
what
still
you
got
saw,
the majority
right?
of
No,
black
she
male
still
votes,
got the
didn't she?
majority of black male votes. But what you saw is a lot of people who just chose to opt out because of when they came to like actually address her about what is she going to do, and she got to talking about like legalizing weed and a bunch of other stuff. It just turned people off. To Domo point, they fumbled the play. It wasn't necessarily like the other team did all this great stuff to win the game.
Right.
We literally saw them fumble their campaign, bro.
I mean, you can
So
say
they
that,
fumbled-
but
they
she
fumbled-
also,
they fumbled-
but she also,
They fumbled their president.
the
They
incumbent
fumbled their
president.
4 years.
That's the
They
fumble.
fumbled the 4 years they was president.
but we also saw her beat down Trump in the debate, though. Y'all
They-
can agree
they-
with that, though. Okay,
They fumbled their presidency before they fumbled the campaign.
do y'all think she did a
No,
good job against
see,
I
Trump?
will
that's
admit
what I'm
that she
saying,
won
like-
in a debate, but I think that's an antiquated form of that's
Y'all
an
act like she
antiquated
just
form
screwed
today.
everything up in the election, though.
No.
I mean, she did
I'm
some
not.
things right, but
No,
I
listen.
do
What I'm
think that her being a woman and her being a black, well, whatever she is, a woman specifically, had a bigger role to play with. I don't think America is ready to
I do
have
believe
a
that
female president.
I do think America is ready to have a female president. I
Well,
just
they
think
wouldn't
that
have
they
voted
went.
for.
Hold on, listen, brother. Listen, I'm saying that okay, like you saying, she won the debate. I can agree to that. But like what we've been saying this whole time is that we're in a new day and age where how voter demographics and all of this stuff is being determined now. The people that's going out to the ballots nowadays aren't tuning into the debates like when I was young to get their news. They tuning into Joe Rogan interviews and to see what the person is saying at they rally and stuff. That's why I'm saying Kamala kind of fumbled her campaign with like the people that was around guiding her, even though she was thrust into the situation. I get it. It was all kind of knee jerk. They misguided her to some extent. Even I can see that.
With you to a point,
There was
but
no
I think
way
she could have
there was
did
no
everything.
path to victory
I think no
for
matter
her.
what Kamala did, no matter
Well,
how
I do
much
want to
shit-
just say this with the women thing, right? I do think, and it's close enough that this argument could be made. If Hillary Clinton ran against anybody else, besides the most electrifying, your uncle's Uncle Donald on your cousin's side. If he ran against it, if she ran against anyone else, she would have crushed him. Ted Cruz, DeSantis, any of them.
I disagree there too.
I do think America might be ready for a female president, just not that female.
Yeah, I mean this is why
Trump wouldn't have won against Michelle Obama.
Like understanding the electoral college is very important, and I don't think that's what's happening here. It kind of happened when the election happened too. There's a path to win. It's not just you're popular because you can garner a bunch of votes in big ass states. That's correct. That's why he lost. That's why she lost. That's why Hillary lost. A lot of
back to my point though. You only have 6 months to go into those swing states as your
you can
own
give Kamala
person.
6 years. She's a woman.
No, I think if she had more time to campaign in those swing states, she would have got more votes than she did. She did.
We're not giving you the 6 months.
She did horrible.
No, listen, she did horrible in the swing states.
That's one reason. Number two, she won the debate, right? But she was still put down in the press, even though she won the debate. I think she could have did everything right in that campaign.
What press she was put down?
Yeah, what you're saying doesn't translate into ability or capacity of voting. A debate win.
Okay, that's not my point.
Really, that's not really how you judge debates.
I'm saying
debates are what they are. It's not a winner or a loser.
Right.
Optics wise. Okay. Donald Trump got
definitely had the
humiliated.
support of
Donald Trump got
all
humiliated in that debate, right? Y'all agree with that?
Listen, I said that before that she won the debate, but
after the debate,
why that matters.
After the debate,
Right.
the attention wasn't Kamala did a great job in the debate. The attention was how is Donald Trump going to react from the debate? And he never did a debate again.
But Donald Trump did debates for sound.
Yeah, that should have nothing. That should have nothing to do with her campaign strategy.
Right, that's what I'm talking about. Her campaign strategy was flawed against his. Listen, when she went into those swing states like Pennsylvania, they caught her up in lies. That's what I'm saying. Like her strategy, Donald Trump was speaking so general and never really like implementing a specific policy. Unless he saw somewhere where Kamala slipped up at, then he would go against her specifically, but he wasn't making really no concrete promises to nobody.
Do you remember when Hillary Clinton debated Donald Trump and he was like standing behind her, like glaring over her shoulder, and then after the debate, everybody in the media was like how strong Donald Trump looked on stage compared to Hillary Clinton. After Kamala beat Donald Trump in the debate, why wasn't the narrative how strong Kamala looked?
It was, but that's what I'm saying. They all have their specific news outlets, brother. If you're looking at Fox News, then you're gonna get it from Donald Trump perspective. If you're looking at anything else, they were for Kamala at that time.
Hillary,
right.
All the major outlets, because remember Donald Trump was calling them all fake news in 2016.
Right, he was laughing at them like they were laughing at Trump.
He went to war with the damn media.
I guess my point is Kamala could have did everything right. She's still going to be looked at as a black woman in the election versus a white man.
That was Taz's point. You said all that to go back to.
She can't win. It's a no-win situation.
Okay. I disagree with that. I don't think that. When you say she could have did everything right and lost, that's why I disagree.
Because we saw her do something right, and she still
no. Because I'm more on the side of what Domo was saying. Like they fumbled the play. Right. They had to. They to me, I feel like they had the victory in the bag, especially when Biden stepped down.
Like, give me a specific example of the fumble. Give me a specific example.
Like, I don't think Kamala fumbled.
I'll give you a couple. I'll give you a couple
immigrants in this motherfucker.
I don't think Kamala fumbled any more than Donald
That's
Trump.
how they fumbled that motherfucker. 11 million immigrants that we know of.
Right, I'm telling you, listen. Donald Trump is not in the office right now. Effectively, since Biden stepped down and Kamala has been the vice president for the 4 years, whatever has been going on with the country, and now that she's running, she has to answer for some of this stuff, which I feel like she did a poor job of on her campaign trail. She tried to deflect everything, or talk around a lot of these things like it had nothing to do with her, as if she wasn't in office these 4 years. That's all I'm speaking to. A lot of her talking points, in my opinion, when I watched this stuff, she was fumbling. And I'm saying it's because the people around her did not properly prepare her for
I know she
certain
only had
things.
6 months, but
Yeah, but as vice president,
I really think that she was actually had a chance. Like that's wild to me.
yeah,
I didn't think
exactly.
she had a chance. I didn't not at all.
Like,
Yeah, let the talk. Go ahead. What's it, Miss Legit?
Hey, what's up? Peace, y'all.
What's up, Renee?
Hey, what's up? I totally agree. Like what Taz was saying, y'all already know. I feel like that she didn't really have a chance as far as being a woman. That wasn't really gonna happen. Even though Hillary did win the popular vote, of course Trump still won. But somebody up here, I don't remember who said it, was like Hillary would have won against any other man. I totally disagree with that, because if it's any man that she should have beat the brakes off of, it would have been Trump. He had no political record whatsoever. Like, he was only known for like being a socially Trump Towers, being a businessman, and not even a great businessman. He had a lot of bankruptcies and failures. So he was known for tabloids. He was known for cheating on his wives and messing around with women. Like, so he had nothing to nothing of substance.
It was but in spite of all of that, but in spite of all that, he was still elected.
Hold on.
And he was known as a reality star. You're fired. Like, there was nothing there.
That
to that point I was making though,
because it was that was his whole thing. Not business as usual. So him not being an elected official prior,
he's a phenomenon.
Yeah. For him not being a prior politician worked in his favor, because everybody was just tired of the same.
It's a president. Listen.
Then you had the second point is he was backlash for President Obama. Them crackers went crazy. That's why they
correct.
But that's more the reason. This idea about him being an outsider, like, he's literally an elite. Like, this man was born wealthy. He's been able to maintain wealth because he was born so wealthy. So, like, he's in this political outsider.
Absolutely.
I mean, in that sense, I don't really think that's really valid, because if you had anyone else, right, and they ran, people would say they have no political record. We have no history of them holding any type of office or working in this type of capacity. That would have
Reagan got away with it.
They would have worked against so many, right? But another white man.
That was a different
time. That's what I'm saying. That would have worked. That wouldn't have worked for a whole lot of people. But it worked for him, and it worked because he was up against a woman. And don't get me wrong, Hillary was not a good candidate in general. Hillary was not a good
look
candidate.
At it, she's right.
Hillary
What's the common denominator?
So hold on. Wait 1 second. Hillary was not a good candidate. Hillary was not a good. Wait 1 second. Hillary was not a good candidate in general. I'm not saying she was a good candidate at all. But I'm just saying, though, if you look at her track record, the positions that she held, Secretary of State, you look at, you know what I'm saying? She's been in the political landscape, of course, since her husband and all of that kind of stuff. But she's been known, she had something to bring forward. He had nothing, but you're fired.
I mean, she's
no,
right.
you're right. So one second, Bob.
Donald Trump always wins against women. He lost against Biden.
Hold on, dude. So this is, I think this is the first time where the vice president, as a candidate, has been thrown a lot of I don't know stuff that the president should have gotten. So all during Bill's campaign, nobody said nothing about Gore was part of it. Bush, nobody brought up Cheney for anything. Obama,
Right.
Nobody brought up Biden.
Right.
Nobody's
Facts.
bringing up Mike Pence.
You're so right.
So how does Kamala Harris get all or majority of the weight for office of president as vice president when no other vice president gets that same kind of weight? I'm just saying.
Explain it. Can I? Hold
And I
on.
remember when
Vice
she was
president has
coming in.
6 months to run.
I wanted to answer that real quick.
I remember when she was coming in that people was like, "Oh, she's gonna be the most visible vice president ever. She's gonna be doing this and that." People were literally saying like she was gonna be running ish. And
No, wait.
people felt a way about that already, maybe because she was a woman, also because they said like the diversity thing and they was going to be pushing her to the front. That did not happen. You
Not at all.
barely saw Harris during Biden's presidency. Baby, she wasn't hardly
Yeah,
nowhere
it
to
actually
be found.
became
Biden with his old Biden's old races, baby, he was running that. And he wanted it to be clear, even as old and as feeble or whatever.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm the one doing it. I'm the white man doing it.
But listen, but hold on real quick. I wanted to answer.
To where is Kamala?
Right,
Yeah,
that's what
where-
I'm. But
where
listen,
was
I
Mike
wanted to
Pence?
speak to that, to what Dev was saying. The reason why you didn't get those questions to Joe Biden about Obama, to first Bill Al Gore about Bill Clinton and stuff, because those people were still there to answer for themselves. Kamala was effectively thrown into a situation where her leader, so to speak, left her with the bag to hold. That's the situation that she walked into. So the person, like, and we got to see for 4 years of ineptitude from this person. Her being out of the spotlight really did not help her. It only fueled more questions of, well, what is it that you're really doing while this man is up here clearly not in his right mind, and certain things seem to be in disarray. So when she finally does show back up and it's for the president, yeah, it's a lot of stuff she got to answer for, because to your point, she's not been visible for close to 3 to 4 years.
But
See, hold on, real quick.
You wasn't asking where's Al Gore? You wasn't asking where's Dick Cheney doing the economic drama. You wasn't asking that.
Y'all can't.
You wasn't asking where's Mike Pence?
Real quick.
Hold on.
Hold on, real quick.
Any incumbent vice president that's running after the outgoing president, he was the vice president. He always has to answer questions.
He answered questions.
No, he didn't.
Hold on,
he didn't.
What you
my
mean?
whole point, real quick.
Go ahead,
Only
Bobby.
thing I'm saying, Domo, is that the reason why it's not as exacerbated as we see with Kamala is because Joe Biden was effectively, to everybody in the public view, deemed incompetent. And by the time he did get to the point to have to answer questions, he wasn't around to answer questions. He bowed out and left everything to Kamala, who wasn't around or visible for all these years. So, yes, you're going to get all these questions.
So
the reason why, Bill Clinton was there. That's what I'm saying. Bill Clinton was there. Obama was there. This just the situation that Kamala got handed.
Nah, I think that,
hold on, real quick. Real quick.
Vice president killed. Can you get any worse
I get
than
that, but my whole point is because Pence didn't never have to step up and run for nothing and answer for nothing. So my whole point is, when you look at 2016 up until now, the reason why, and Trump would have won against Biden the first time if it wouldn't have been for the pandemic. A lot of political analysts still believe that. The whole point is, since 2015, since Trump came on the scene, he has been probably the only president effective at utilizing this new form of social media. That's what everybody. I'm saying
true.
He's brought that as a tool. I'm saying, like, on a political sphere. I'm not saying president
who could say he's never.
I'm saying as a president. I'm saying as a president, brother. I'm not saying. I'm listening. When I'm saying as a president, when I say the political sphere, I'm speaking specific as a president. I know mayors and other governors might use it, but Trump as a president.
But let's be clear. Let's be clear, though. Let's be clear. The standard changed for Kamala.
That's what I'm saying. Domo, that's what didn't change with him. It changed with Trump in 2016 with social media and no other presidential candidate. Listen, brother, let me finish my point real quick, and I'm going to let you get it, bro. All I'm saying is, in 2016, the standard change with social media being a form of, like you say, Trump didn't even have to put that much money into a campaign because he utilized the social media.
No,
every other candidate that
traditional media, but go ahead, finish what you're saying.
I'm talking social media, brother. I'm talking social media.
But the point that I made was about traditional media, because
and that's my whole point. Traditional media is not traditional media since 2016 has been ineffective in these elections. That's all I'm saying. Traditional media has been ineffective since Trump then brought in the social media president, and no other person that's running up against him has utilized that. Even Joe Biden. Joe Biden won just strictly on the fact that they didn't want Trump in because of how he handled COVID.
We agree with you on that, but you can also say
Obama
Trump,
used social
Trump
media.
has had the
Obama
advantage
started
of
social
being
media.
able to run against
So social media
Y'all
campaign
forget
started with Obama. Yeah.
Y'all forget that Barack Obama had niggas on Facebook. Y'all remember how he had that tricolor picture that said hope? Barack Obama had niggas on Facebook who profile picture.
But can't y'all also argue that Trump is the only candidate
That's true.
who's had the advantage of running against women in the general election?
Yeah,
He's never beat a male
Yeah,
candidate.
yeah,
That's
I would
true.
agree with that as well.
That is
never
true.
beat a
But
male
I do
candidate.
think I do think what we're seeing, like Trump is literally just the white Obama. Everything that Trump has been able to
Trump,
utilize.
at least Obama was a senator.
What are you doing, Damo?
I mean,
What are
give
you
him that
doing?
at least.
Yeah, I was gonna say explain that one, dumb.
What you drinking over there, bro?
Jameson, but still, my point still valid though. What I mean
How about those Chiefs? But yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, how about them damn? Hold on. Let me go ahead because the nigga. Let me turn my camera on real quick just so niggas see real good. just so niggas know what's up. We in here. You know what I'm saying? 7 straight AFC championships.
I'm a little shook about next week though, but
We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Don't
we
even
gonna
trip.
see.
We're gonna be good. We're gonna be good.
Yeah,
you know what I'm
we
saying?
Y'all
gonna
gonna
see.
win because it's gonna be the Commander in Chiefs. No more. You hear me?
Oh, that's a good way to put it.
Brittany Mahomes.
I thought you was gonna say because of the refs.
No, it's gonna be the Commanders
is a
in
Trump
Chiefs.
supporter. But look,
is the
Donald
Super Bowl.
Barack Obama was the first president to have the celebrity cachet that allowed
correct
everything that, like, regardless of what he did. He was the drone strike president. He was the deporter in chief before Donald Trump and them. Like, Barack Obama was known for getting niggas the fuck up out of there, but his relationship with the black community made it to where we don't give a fuck. It wasn't until 2016 the niggas started being like, man, fuck Obama, man, fuck, you know what I'm saying? But between 2008 and 2016, nigga, you said something bad about Obama, the black community was on your ass. And that was
you gotta agree though. But you gotta look at who he was running against though.
I agree with that. That's a good point.
But that's the point, though. That's the point with John McCain. But that's the thing.
I'm saying he's a white war hero, and you have this black dude from Chicago who managed to come in and get white people all over the country to vote for his ass somehow. And you got to give that man props.
No. But that's my point though. He was the first celebrity president. He was the icon.
I think it had more to do with
I concede that point to you that the social media
like
Barack with Obama.
It has more to do with celebrity though. The social media wasn't that big in 2000.
No, but that's why I say that's what I'm saying is he was the first celebrity president. The nigga got up there and sang Al Green. The nigga talking about
right.
And niggas went crazy.
When I'm speaking on social media, I think we need to look at this shit as like WWE, man. Trump has effectively become like, it's like WWE politics. If Obama was the quote unquote good guy, the Hulk Hogan character that everybody loved, Trump is playing into the heel character.
Hero and the heel.
Right. Yes. He's the heel. He's the one that's taking all of that energy of the heel and saying, I could get just as popular and just as many people to put me at the top or at this pedestal as you trying to be this good guy by just saying all the shit that is not supposed to be said.
Y'all know it was Obama who woke up Trump. Y'all know it was Obama who woke up.
Abdul, hold on, real quick, because we have to understand. We have to look at it like we have to understand it from the perspective of like Barack Obama at a time, and this may sound crazy to say right now, but in 2008, Barack Obama represented the counterculture. Right, John McCain was the traditional president, like the traditional Republican nominee. He was the traditional Republican senator. He represented the same politics as George Bush and the neocons of that era, the neoconservatives of that era, right? And Barack Obama was the new face, the change in politics, the woke movement, all of that, right? Barack Obama was the face of the counterculture, right? So in 2016. When we're trying to, since Barack Obama represented the counterculture, when Hillary Clinton, who again represents the establishment, is the new face of the counterculture is Donald Trump.
But you also have to acknowledge the fact that Obama pissed off Donald Trump at the Correspondents' Dinner. When he did the whole skit about when Donald Trump becomes president, he's gonna turn the White House into a hotel and all that shit. Donald Trump was in the audience pissed. And that woke up Donald. I think that woke up the monster in Donald Trump. He's like, this nigga ain't gonna embarrass me in front of these motherfuckers. If he can be president, I can be president too.
That's a joke, bro. I don't know about that. The correspondence dinner is full of jokes every year. It's been like that.
I know, but
here's
what a black president, okay, making jokes about Donald Trump.
But here's what I question though, because ain't nobody saying this. Why ain't where does this bro, be quiet? Where does this new being able to pick your identity shit come into play? Where does all of that come into play for this election? Because like I'm saying, you got a woman running with all this abortion talk going on. Also, at the same goddamn time, you got people who were born this saying they're that. And one side totally represents that while the other side doesn't. Where does that factor in?
Can I make my point though about the correspondence dinner? I was saying that when that happened, right after that is when Donald Trump started to become the presidential candidate. That's the when he started talking about Obama wasn't a citizen; he was born in.
Can you name somebody else who ever took something serious from the correspondence dinner?
Donald Trump. That's what I'm talking about. He's probably the only motherfucker who got embarrassed by a presidential candidate and said, "I'm gonna run for president because of it." Because right after that is when he started going after Obama. He started doing the videos about Obama wasn't born in the United States. He's a birther. We need to see his birth certificate.
Well, remember
that's when his whole campaign
bro,
started.
That's when
his whole campaign
He was already on that because that was a part of.
That
was a part of Obama's.
That's my point, though. That's when his campaign started.
Can't get elected anymore.
That was my point. His whole campaign started at that moment.
So all of that shit.
But no, I think because what we talking about is actually not it was less Donald Trump was activated, but it was more so he saw the backlash to Obama and took advantage of it. Because it was less about at that time, it was less about Donald Trump and more about the Tea Party. And it was the Tea Party, Republicans that started saying Obama wasn't a citizen.
And the Tea Party became MAGA.
And if you recall in 2012, after Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan lost to Obama and not John McCain, but Obama and Joe Biden, they literally released a kind of like a what do they call it? I forget what they called it exactly, but it was kind of like they diagnosed their loss, right? They released a document where they talked about what the party needed to do in order to become more electable, because up until that point they had been taking heavy losses to Democrats. But then from 2010 to 2016, Democrats ended up losing over 900 seats in both the House and the Senate, and across local legislators as well. And that was because the counterculture has shifted. It no longer was about the new liberals who are changing, because back then, remember, they was trying to say we was in like a post-racial America and all of that shit. And while liberal media was fawning over how all of a sudden white people love this black Barack Obama, whatever. Whatever, nigga. But
back up a little bit.
But hold on.
I mean, look how y'all just skip where we are. Is a current confusion era. People can walk around this motherfucker and say they this and that and ain't that. Okay,
and you back up a little bit.
That
when you talk
and that is part of the reason why that man won, because I've seen commercials my damn self had me looking at my screen like hell no. Talking about
it was the Tea Party,
prison transit, all that shit. But like some of that stuff was not. It was not feasible for a campaign. You were gonna lose running on saying men can become women in prison. Like that was a problem.
The Tea Party had a big role in the racism, right, and bringing that out in Donald Trump. But if you go back to when Obama was running against McCain, we saw during his rallies where white people would come out and say Obama's an Arab. We will see McCain actually correct them and say, no, he's not. That's not Obama. So when you go forward a few years, now you start to see this race is being played in the politics, where you have Trump coming out and say he's not an American, and you have people clinging on to it. That was my whole point about when you look at the past races.
This election, man.
No, I'm saying Donald Trump took advantage. He was right. The Tea Party, they did bring up the whole birther thing. Donald Trump took advantage of it. We saw him all when he first started running in his election. His whole thing was show me your birth certificate. That was all he was talking about in his office on those videos. Was show me your birth certificate. It just went on and on and on. And somehow,
no. By the time he ran, the birther thing was over.
That shit was over with by the end.
But
That
I'm
was
talking about the
Romney's
very
president.
beginning. I'm talking about the very
Yeah,
beginning.
he wasn't asking for no birth certificates by the time he ran.
No, I'm talking about when he first started.
No. He's saying that's how Donald Trump ingratiated himself with conservative circles by talking about the birther conspiracy shit.
Yeah.
So even though by the time by 2016 he wasn't on that shit, but by then his attachment to the birther conversation made him viable, a viable candidate for Tea Party supporters.
Yeah. I'm saying he didn't see that before because McCain would correct people. You know, he would. I mean, he wasn't. I mean, I'm no big fan of McCain, but
We just
at
gonna
least he
keep
would
ignoring
correct
all
people.
these rainbows and shit, huh? Don't nobody see the rainbows.
Hold on, so Taz. What point? I'm trying to figure out what you mean when you say that. What do you mean by confusion? What do you mean by rainbows? What do you mean by all?
Because look, bro, listen, man. We have a president in office that says the wildest, most misogynistic, most quote unquote male-driven shit. That person was running against a woman who's trying to usher in men with beards claiming they're women. That plays a major part in why even black men numbers went up in voting for Trump.
I mean,
that shit should not be ignored.
You got to acknowledge though that Trump had Bruce Jenner come to the White House. He has a whole transgender for Trump campaign section. So
no doubt, bro, but he didn't run on that
campaign on that shit.
He didn't run on that.
But he takes their votes though.
Right, of course he does. You need to be quiet.
Yeah, but majority of trans people didn't vote for Donald Trump. Trans people was not voting for Trump for sure.
The trans issue, I will say this though, what a lot of people missed about it, like I think that the Trump administration will be much harsher on that, particularly when it comes to sports and everything. But I will say
they already passed it in the House. They already passed
they're
the
gonna,
women.
They're gonna be strict against it, and y'all know I'm not against that. I'm for being strict on that, especially in sports and all that.
Most people
however, Trump though, a lot of people don't know Trump. The same policies that Trump had were the same policies that Harris was gonna have in terms of like the prison thing, because people don't know under Trump, them same prisoners could get the trans stuff. They could get the same thing, but that wasn't really talked about as much.
Yeah, that happened under Obama though. That started way back under Barack.
Yeah, it started under Obama, but Trump didn't get rid of it.
Yeah, Trump had the same policy.
Trans started under Obama.
I just told you the truth where it started.
No. She's specifically talking about the policy in prisons where they provide gender affirming care for prisoners in federal prisons.
Yeah, it's like
that's specifically what she's talking
about.
But can I ask the question though? A genuine question. Like, how large scale is that in prisons? Do you have like, is it like thousands of inmates, or is it like one or two?
Well, no. Well, the issue, the trans issue, period, is a fraction.
It does matter. I mean,
I'm talking about how you run on that though.
Don't matter.
One person is because I would even argue Kamala didn't even run on it as much as Donald Trump made it seem like she was running on that.
Right.
As Donald Trump was putting out, basically almost saying that this is what Democrats are running on, and they really didn't. But they didn't address it. They didn't address it either.
Well, because they couldn't say it, right? They couldn't come out and be like, "Nah, we don't support that," because they do. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it didn't matter how much they said. She didn't have to run on it a lot because the whole pro-trans shit is a part of the platform.
It's a democratic side of things. The rainbow
trans boxer damn near kill a lady and shit. All that shit was already.
Bro, she was not trans. Like, that's the fact that y'all niggas is still pushing that bullshit. She was a biological woman, and she beat the brakes off that.
That's the whole misinformation thing. You can put out
but she was a biological woman, bro. And this is the problem.
She wanted to be a man. She was taking the hormone.
I have a question for the dude that's talking about trans. All right, so they banned transgender women from participating in female sports. Do you think that, like in high school, do you think girls should be able to play on male basketball teams?
No.
Menelek Morton, the Democratic Party has not had the majority in the House.
You don't think
I don't know how long
females should be able to play on a co-ed basketball team?
No.
A co-ed team, that's one thing, but a male Right.
Male
A
team,
male
no.
team? Absolutely not. No.
Yeah.
And I know
That's
people try to
dangerous.
say
Well,
like
they have females who play college football who are like punters. They've had that
I
before.
did see
So
that. I
you
think
don't agree with
somewhere.
that?
I don't agree with
You
that.
you
No,
reaching, Abdul.
Well, I'm saying
I
this is
don't agree
happening.
with
It's
that.
a fact.
Maybe that's just
So
you
you
know.
think
So
that
ban
men should be able to play in female
No,
sports?
I was just saying the opposite
No, I'm
side of
just
it.
asking you a question.
Because
Right?
even a
I'm
punter,
saying the opposite side of it of
a
a male
punter
Do
and
is
you
in
think
danger. A
men should be
punter
able to
can
play
be
in
in
female
danger.
sports?
No.
A
What'd you say?
punter can be in danger as well. Like it can go
No,
down.
I don't agree with men playing in female sports.
Okay.
I'm asking you about females playing in men's sports.
It's the same thing.
Why isn't it the same argument on that
It's the
side?
same thing.
I've never heard anybody say the
Because
ban of
the
female
reason
punters
why the argument is different, I'll
from a
tell you
male
why.
football team. I never heard
I'll tell
that.
you why the argument is
I ain't
different.
never heard that.
Hello. I'll tell
You
you why
won't
the
never
argument
hear
is
it because it's a competition thing. Like it's like whether we want to just act like it or not. It's not a woman that can go compete from the WNBA into the NBA and so on and so forth. So the reason why you don't hear that argument
But
is
you have some
because
female punters.
wait a minute,
out-punting
it's
You have some
female
female
fighters,
punters
but
who
it's
can-
not female fighters signing up to go fight professional male fighters. The problem
Okay.
is that we know that males, just based off biology, are stronger, muscle density and all that.
You have some
It's
women out there who
scientific.
can beat the fuck out of a man.
Okay,
No.
okay,
Wait,
dude.
wait,
Yo. See how we not talking about trans no more? See how we not talking about trans no more? We off that, right?
I'm just being a devil's
say what?
advocate. I'm
How we
arguing
off
the
Nah,
opposite.
yeah, that's what I know.
Yeah,
I know.
Dennis,
Renee, go ahead. You was on some equal.
My
Yeah.
fault, man.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just saying that the reason why you don't hear about that as much is two reasons. One, because men are physically stronger than women, right? And then the other reason is because you tend to have more trans women, I guess is how it would be put. You tend to have, there's more guys trying to be girls, so to speak, than it is the reverse. And even like the stud type, a lot of them will still say, they're female, whatever, like that, but they're not necessarily trying to go out there and square up against dudes. Some of them are, don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying the numbers won't be the same because again, men are physically, in general, men are physically stronger than women are.
Yeah,
Or female, you know what I'm saying? That's just what it is.
I mean, I've never
There's
heard
physiological
I've
there.
never heard any politician come out and say we want to ban female.
So Lou, what generation you representing, Lou?
What do you mean? How old am
In terms of
42.
Okay. So for me, trying to compare a male to a female in any form of physicality, it just wasn't a thing. You know what I'm saying? This for me, this is some less than 10-year-old, mostly internet narrative that spawned over into the streets, and
But
I think because the rainbow situation has actually gained support from mainstream media, political party, corporate funding as well. While the remaining onlookers are complaining and not getting support, I think is more of an issue. It's not that they're against what they're doing. It's they haven't been getting the same amount of support for anything that they do, and they are judging and looking at the rainbow and the trans getting this multi across the board international support from these various groups, but by no means I think that it is viable for any community, not just the Black community, to try to sit up here and have a physical contest or a judgment on, well, men do it and women do it, or why can't they be equal? I mean, that's just I don't see no benefit in that. There's no benefit whatsoever.
Well, my whole point is you have some positions in sports where female athletes are superior, like the sports where you compare, where you have to use your brain. Okay, but they try to use this argument against blacks integrating into into sports in the 60s and 70s. Black people were more superior, they were stronger. Why should they be playing with white athletes until they integrated? Did they not?
So you comparing black people playing in sports with black men playing in sports with white men to men playing in sports with women?
No, I'm talking about the females playing with men.
I don't think whose sports should be a part of a legislative agenda when we dealing with inflation.
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand.
I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that.
I agree with you there, Domo, but it's still
both of those.
If you're gonna go after it, though, go after all of it.
Wait, the reason why you don't go after all of it because
they can handle both of those situations. It should be one of
why not take female referees out of sports?
Because that ain't a safety issue. If it's a woman that's capable enough to play,
you don't think if a woman can sit on a football field,
I'm just going to use that example. If it's a woman that deem herself capable enough to play in an NFL game, they will probably have her sign off on all type of waivers because of safety concerns.
I'm not talking about playing. I'm talking about referees.
Wait. You say about what?
Referees, female referees. Why not?
Yeah, but that's not the same safety concern as playing the sport. It's female referees in all sports.
It ain't too many in the NFL.
It ain't too many, but I'm pretty sure it's some.
It's a few. Yeah,
right. That's my whole point. It's female referees. Right. It's female referees.
Asia Wilson could play for Brooklyn.
Listen,
I would argue
real quick. Whether you agree with that or not, it's still a safety concern there. Where her, like the whole issue is the safety concern. If you're allowing men, no matter how they want to classify themselves, I'm still saying you're allowing a man to go play with the women. That's an extreme safety concern. That's illegitimizing their sports in a lot of ways because now these numbers finna start being skewed and stuff like that.
You put Caitlin Clark on the
but check it out, though. I don't disagree with that point, but I think you got to be careful when you talk about the ability to play and being capable, and if they would be a viable player on. I just think what I'm saying, that there's low tiers in the NBA where some WNBA players could play in those same positions. I do believe.
Yeah, but if you ask that, listen.
The fear isn't having a woman play amongst men.
If a
the
legislator
issue is having a man play amongst women.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Where he can actually kill.
I'm arguing the other side of it, though.
Referees.
I'm arguing the other side of it, though.
Hey, I promise you, Willie be on here making a lot more sense when you ain't on here drunk.
But
if
a legislator came out tomorrow,
nigga,
it's a safety concern, bro. It ain't got nothing to do with it being capable or not.
You know, $5 Damo ain't gonna make you make it. Ain't gonna let you make it, nigga. It's $5 Damo.
If a legislator came out tomorrow and said, "I want to ban females from playing in male sports," would anybody agree with that?
I don't believe women should ever play in a male sport.
I don't think that. Listen, whether if he come out and say it or not, if he's saying it because of health concerns, I would agree with it. If he's saying it just because he want to present some woman that's actually capable enough to compete in a male sport, because what if it's tennis? What if it's golf or something like that?
Well, I got a daughter who plays on the male basketball team. She beating their ass.
Right. But what age we talking about?
It's middle school, but
right.
But I think she can.
Right.
That's what's up, though.
I think that's definitely what's up. Oh, she definitely probably got enough skills to go to the WNBA.
If Caitlin Clark was on an NBA basketball court and she gets open, she's gonna make some buckets.
No.
Definitely. 1,000.
Is it the WNBA ball smaller?
I was trying to make the argument with the best player, bro. Like you went all the way down to the rookie of the year now, bro. Like
Ice Cube tried to sign Caitlin Clark in the Big Three to play with.
Yes, because that's a business move, brother. That had nothing to do with her actual skill of play.
It's still pro sports.
I get it, but it's
pro sports.
It's tiers to pro sports.
Like Sharif Mahmoud Rayouf plays
wide open in the NBA game. She's not going to hit a basket.
Listen, I think if Chris Brown was wide open in the NFL in an NBA game, he could
Chris
hit a
Brown can't
basket.
shoot like Clayton.
I think it's a
Say
lot
Chris
of
Brown-
people
you
if
say
they was
Chris
wide
Brown
open in
can
the
shoot like
NBA
Clayton.
game that could hit a
Say Chris Brown.
Chris Brown.
That's
You
fucked
should
up,
have
man.
said J. Cole though. J. Cole.
Chris Brown a better
Chris
basketball
Brown,
player.
who?
than J.
Yeah,
Cole.
I
He's a way
J.
better
Cole is
basketball
my
player than
favorite
J.
rapper,
Cole.
but I definitely
But
say
Chris
Chris
Brown
Brown is a
Chris
better
Brown is
basketball
probably
player.
the best black celebrity hooper that we got out there, low key. Y'all got to see. He be dunking on people and everything. Huh?
He played in high school.
Yeah, he played in high school, man. Go watch some Chris Brown highlights. He be dunking on people and everything, man.
They be playing that celebrity league. They be playing in that celebrity league.
Yeah, he's serious. I didn't know he was that good, but he's definitely serious.
He's just talented and fine in general. However,
what if they just use her for free throws? What if they just use Caitlin?
Don't listen to what I'm saying. Yes, they're going to get. Yeah, they would have just used her to profit.
She could do that. I mean,
it ain't no
why can't
degradation
she do
to it. Ain't no degradation to the skills of a woman. It's just saying that, just per what's being required in some of these sports, a woman couldn't compete with most men. I can't compete with no NBA players. Most men, it's people that's overseas that can't compete with these people.
It's a team game and everybody plays their role though.
I understand, but what you listen to what I'm saying, brother. I had a homie that I grew up with that went number 3 in the NBA draft, and within the NBA, he was a role player. If he was to play anybody in the WNBA, he would average 93 points per game. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Who was boy? There was a lottery pick. Yeah, what year?
You're not playing.
This was in 2000. Darius Miles. I'm from East
Darius
St.
Miles
Louis,
is your partner. Okay.
Yeah, we went to school with D Miles.
Yeah,
I remember Darius.
Yeah, D Miles went number 3, bro. Yeah, out of high school.
Out of high school, yeah. I was about to say out of high school.
Yes, sir. Yeah, D Miles.
The example I gave earlier,
yeah, I'm from the city, bro. Like, yeah, I knew a couple people who went to the league.
And Darius Miles has one of the few.
Chicago. My cousin went to school with Tony Allen and Will Bynum and all of them when they went to school.
There's a difference though when you playing basketball with them type niggas though. There's a clear level of difference where you know you're not that.
Correct.
Like they're clearly that much far ahead and above of you and everybody else. You know what I'm saying? So those NBA talents are clear. It ain't even a question. You can see it.
To say it's a safety issue seems like kind of cop.
But that's what I'm saying. This is safe. But this is what I'm saying.
Because everybody gets hurt in sports, don't they?
And listen.
So what's your objective to put men and women together in physical?
No, I'm saying there are already females.
No, I'm asking you what is the objective? Yeah,
I'm saying that there's no objective. There's already females playing in male sports.
And what male sports are there females playing?
In high school and college, there's a
no. I'm saying at the pro level, we're talking about development, brother. We're talking about men and women, right? That's the only thing that matters. Once we get to men and women,
but all these bills though are affecting. These bills are towards college and high school and middle school.
Because that's where development starts
yes.
at.
So I'm saying,
your daughter may be an outlier, but then on the inverse, just because your daughter can make the males basketball team, what if the dude that couldn't make the male basketball team then go try out for the female basketball
I already said I'm
team?
not for.
But that gotta happen in your scenario if we doing it both ways.
No, it don't.
It got to, yes, because they will argue that.
It's already one-sided. Because
Clarissa Shields would beat Mike Tyson right now.
Oh, no.
I mean, what you been drinking?
We're having a ridiculous conversation.
Okay, I got
He want to go against Simone Biles or some shit, bro. Like it's not. There's no real argument there, bro. I don't understand these niggas when they say shit like
Simone.
Like, for real, bro.
I'm still trying to justify this argument here.
In general,
that's what I'm trying to figure out where we going. Like, what we doing? Like,
the trans playing in female sports is ridiculous. But I was trying to show the equally ridiculous on the other side.
I knew
we was gonna jump off the trans topic real quick though. I knew that was just gonna fade out.
Good. I think the only relevance to the trans topic is it's a distraction. Like, is there social confusion? Hold on, to be clear, is there social confusion about the role of trans people in our society and people who are against it and people who support. Yes, that's there. That is a real conversation. There's real anxiety associated with it. There's real frustration associated with it. And you know, that's the reality of the world that we live in today. But when we have a government that can't even functionally decide on funding the government for more than 6 months at a time, is trans people in sports a priority?
Yes,
I
it
would say
is.
no.
Oh,
I would
For
say
the
no.
federal government, no, not for the federal government.
Yeah.
For like
American,
for
American
local
people
for
accept
local
it,
school
bro.
districts, yeah, for local school districts, and at that level where the sports are played, absolutely, yes. But
For
federally, no.
American
Like
people
federally, they need
accept
to
it,
be
bro.
focused on, what I'm saying, inflation, on housing, on homelessness, on
Yes.
so what
I
I'm
mean,
saying, so many
it
other
sounds
major
great.
issues.
Wait till you done. Because listen, fam, no. When Barack Obama decided to issue a directive, right, Damo? He did, right?
Yeah, nigga. Yes, nigga. Yes.
Oh,
He
right.
did.
So that made it
Yeah,
federal.
100% important to the federal
No, but,
government.
Barack
but I
Obama
would, but I
made
would,
federal.
but I would also say that's what I'm saying. Giving like I feel like this is a part of the problem because it was like I get that he attached the LGBTQ legacy to his legacy and he made it a thing, but again, people would still I don't think in 2024 though. You know what I mean? Whatever criticism you want to apply to Obama for what he did, all right, like
This
you
ain't
got that.
criticism. I'm
But
saying
but
the ball rolling.
but in term but when we talking about the 100 and where we at the 120th Congress,
Yeah.
the 120th Congress should not be like, especially at the beginning of the 120th Congress, there are a lot more legislative priorities than
Yeah.
transgenders in sports.
But there's also implications outside of sports too. You have
Yeah,
Keith Hedgecliffe, who's Donald Trump's new Secretary of Defense, saying that transgender women shouldn't be in the military, or women in general shouldn't be in the military. So it's outside of
not-
sports
oh
at
yeah,
this
it's
point.
some stuff coming.
See,
But
we
I
have
will.
to go ahead, Renee.
I was just gonna say this. Both of y'all, to me, are right because Obama did attach. Like, I don't think the federal government should be focused on that. However, Obama did. I was very outspoken about that at that time, and I remember I was like, "Y'all, this same-sex marriage or whatever is about to be federalized," and everybody's like, "No, it's not. No, it's not." People argue me down and everything. That will never happen. That will never happen. And then Obama was backing it. They done turned the damn White House rainbow. I don't know if y'all remember that when it passed and everything. And the Supreme Court, you know what I'm saying? They legalized it across the board. So to me, like, so yeah, it is a funny place there, but people called him like the first gay president. I don't know if y'all remember that, but
Nah, I remember that. But
yeah,
dude,
but I
mean,
don't think that's something the federal government should have to deal with on like the sports and all that stuff. But it is a president would say, I get that that's marriage or whatever, but still, at the time it was states had the, you know what I'm saying, the right to say yay or nay. And so you had a lot of states that were like, no, we're not gonna, legalize that. But they jumped over that. The Supreme Court passed it. Obama was very much so in support. And yeah.
Well, I mean, because I do, and
There we
not
go.
to extend the conversation, but I do think there is, when we talk about constitutional rights, we can't just say we stand for certain constitutional rights, and then when they're then things that we don't agree with, then they are not constitutionally protected as well.
Definitely.
The United States does provide for the freedom of expression. That means that how people present themselves, how they want to identify in terms of their whatever identity is protected by the Constitution. And so it's like, on one hand, we have our cultural beliefs, but then we also got to recognize that the Constitution allows for different cultural perspectives to exist in the same place. The problem with that is that we're then left with negotiating how we interact with each other, like how our rights interact with the rights of others in those same spaces. And so that's what I mean when I point out the confusion associated with it, because the same people that would tell you that they stand for the Constitution will also deny constitutional rights to people that they disagree with. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in because we have different perspectives. Like, for example, there's certain speech is protected. The Ku Klux Klan should like has rallies and stand outside and preach hatred because like preaching hatred isn't illegal and it is protected by freedom of speech. Does that mean then that we should create policies and laws to shut the KKK up? I don't think we should do that because then I always look at it from the perspective of, okay, what happens when it's my turn, especially as a black person? Whenever rights are limited to anybody else, like they always turn and look at niggas and be like, y'all next. So that's why I'm against. That's why I'm against the infringement of rights of others that I may not necessarily understand or fully believe in. That's why I call these type of situations confusing because we're figuring out ways to negotiate diametrically opposed cultural beliefs and values in a country that says y'all all have the right to be able to hold those values. So. You know what I mean? I ain't trying to extend the conversation no further than that, but I think ultimately, like outside of what we personally believe, when we talk about it from a constitutional or a governmental perspective, it requires a bit more nuance. But people gonna feel how they want to feel. They're gonna look at things how they want to look at it.
Point, he opened the door, Donald. Is all I'm saying. But like, because we don't have to go deep into it, just to acknowledge how the door was open. So today, when you say it shouldn't be necessarily part of the federal conversation. Well, it is because it was put into that conversation. It'll be part of the conversation for the next president as well.
I got a question about the KKK point you brought up. In terms of the KKK, I would agree that like an individual has the right to say what they want, but when you're an individual representing a group like the KKK who has a history of violence, racial violence, racism, and all that stuff, isn't that different?
I mean, the Supreme Court had already ruled that it's not. Like the Anti-Defamation League actually started out by it actually had some of its most not started out necessarily, but had some of its most profile cases representing the rights of Ku Klux Klan members in terms of freedom of speech. Right. And so there's speech that we find uncomfortable, there's speech that we're against, there's speech that we feel like is against us. But as long the limitations are inciting violence, you know what I mean, or causing public disturbance. Anything outside of those two things is like, but racism ain't illegal at all.
But you also have to acknowledge the fact that Donald Trump has already disregarded certain aspects of the Constitution, and he's already said that he doesn't give a damn about the Constitution. So
he was ready to. He was ready to.
Wait, he said that. He said that.
We confused.
He didn't say that. He said, "I'll look it up exactly." But he was ready to.
He wants to change.
He don't do what's best for Trump at the end of the day. But I did want to go back to something that you were saying about. Is his name Hedgestep?
Hedgestep. Yeah, Hedgestep, something like that.
He was a Fox News correspondent.
Yeah, it's
Pete. Just call that nigga Pete. Pete the drunk.
I just want y'all to look at the difference in credentials between him and between the black man who's currently until the inauguration or whatever, Secretary of Defense. I want y'all to look at the difference in credentials there. Yeah. And like some military people came out and they blasted dude because they was like, he don't even have no credentials for real to even be in that position. However, the brother had to have, he's like, does he have 5-star? Is he like a 5-star general or something like that?
General.
Yep, yeah, extremely well qualified. Has led military wise, extremely proficient at what he does. He had to have all those credentials to
that nigga's a coon.
Right. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying like as far as his background, he had
hold on. I thought you was pro-military, nigga. Mr. America, Mr. American military. So you calling the American military coons, nigga?
Yeah, nigga.
Yeah, I'm not saying whether he was a coon or not, but I'm saying like
you, nigga.
You thought I was pro-military?
You pro-American?
Are you high, nigga? I'm pro-history. No, bro. I won't even get you all time.
No, the military is the history, Taz.
No, you got me fucked. The history of what?
Everything about this fucking country, shit.
Yeah, right. So those coons would be part of Black America's downfall based on said military.
Bro, hold on. You was pro.
Those coons
You was pro Buffalo Soldiers though. Hold on. Wasn't you pro Buffalo Soldiers?
There's no calendar year from January to any January. You can go now back to 1776 and leave out any military. I promise you, you cannot do it.
Look, because here's the thing, though. I'm pro knowledge of the Buffalo Soldiers. Nigga, I don't want to be one. I want you to know about them.
I think y'all need to get back to the point she was trying to make.
I don't want to be one. Nigga, fuck
go
what
back
you
to her
think,
to the point that sister
you
was trying to
talking
make.
about, bro?
Hey, bro,
you talking about cabinet qualifications? Yeah.
Ass, nigga.
And it was the same thing with the same thing with the dude. It was the same thing with the dude he tried to make the dude from Florida. What's his name? The one with all the
Matt Gaetz. You talking about Matt Gaetz?
Matt Gaetz tried to do the same thing with Matt Gaetz. Tried to creep him through there, and this dude is fucking.
Same thing with Pam Bondi. Like, here's the thing. This is why I say what's frustrating about hearing niggas talk about Trump now is like we already went through this. Donald Trump left the majority of the State Department completely fucking empty. He did not fit. They did not have enough staff at the State Department to effectively go about the foreign affairs the way that they typically did. The people that Donald Trump always put in power were always people that was going to kiss his ass. As soon as they stopped kissing his ass, they were no longer in power. So again, this is why it's like if we having a conversation about like the qualifications. What you need?
Mommy, Poppy.
Okay, all right, y'all. Hold on.
That's priority. Meanwhile, we'll take parenting commercial break. Miss Chocolate in the house. What's up with it?
Hey, what's up? Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, you good.
Yeah.
All right, bad. Y'all know I heard it. I was like, let me come on and see what they talking about this old presidential. That's it. So I'll jump in. Like I said, I was disappointed in Snoop.
You pussy bitch. I don't know why you playing with me and mentioning my wife, but I can come down to the chat and talk about your mama.
Oh.
Hopefully the bitch dead. I'm suggesting you leave me alone. Go play with somebody else.
Hey Taz, you saying you had some shit you wanted to say about Snoop as.
Right. So go. Let's let Chocolate close out the last conversation, and then we can move on. Because I think she wanted to say something about what was said already.
Jump in and out. She was just doing her introduction.
Oh, okay. Well, bet. So during the Olympics and shit, bro, I had a serious issue with the promotion and the heavy distribution of Snoop Dogg and all of this shit with Crip walking all in Greece and all of that type of dumbass shit. So now that we're here, because I specifically asked on this same channel, and niggas was like, oh man, Snoop, I'll let him get his money. He just, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't no big deal. But see, now we see niggas going in, and again, it's all about this agenda for the bigger picture. Niggas ain't putting on for niggas. He not repping for black people. And so for me, it's an issue that he's performing because this is on the hinges of him being right in front of America, right in front of the world. Snoop Dogg, the black man who's representing the Olympics for NBC. Now you see him performing for Trump. What message does that deliver for the black man? I'm sorry, say it again.
That I agree with that 100%, Taz. And like I said, do what you got to do. But I was disappointed because it don't even make no sense. Like why? That I don't get it.
Are we criticizing Snoop himself or him being selected?
I'm criticizing him.
What is the criticism? Yeah. What is the criticism?
Pushback is Snoop taking the performance. After being selected, not the fact that he was selected. It's just the fact that that he took it. Especially after the things he said. I don't know if you've seen it there when Mia showed it earlier at the beginning of the last one.
And I think
he was saying that whoever performed in 2017, whoever go up there and perform for Trump, you a coon, I'm gonna roast you, you a Sambo. He was talking real big.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
he's like,
remember
I
those
do a
specific comments.
master or whatever he was saying.
Yeah,
My
yeah,
thing about it is like, cause I think about it, cause he had that song, F Trump or whatever, or what, wasn't it F Trump or whatever the case may be, but,
yeah.
Yeah.
so now you gonna turn on the dime, but see, that's what happens. It's gonna be a whole lot more of that, cause these people about to really get down with what
It
Trump is
already
doing.
have been
It's
legit.
already right,
Yeah,
and it's already going
and
that
the
way.
reason I say that is because I've been seeing mainstream media, CNN and NBC, and all of them. They've been talking real kindly. They've been
Yes,
talking real different. It ain't been the
yes,
same smoke. I've been
because
seeing
they
it over
know.
the last week.
Exactly, and they know like the people from Morning Joe or whatever, MSNBC. They went down there to Mar-a-Lago or whatever the case may be. But it's gonna be a whole lot more that a lot of different other Black celebrities who may have said something previously, they're gonna change. They're gonna flip on what they said. I mean, I don't put a lot of stock in them, but I feel like that's really effed up that he said all that and then turn right back around and over here with these people. And I just want to say that even though he did that thing, F Trump and all that, they love that. The white people love that because that shows that we could get you to switch up.
Yeah.
That shows that we could put you in check. They wrote a little check. That check ain't nothing to them. But we can put you in check real quick and have you over here going back on your word. So, like, that's the important and significant part of this. And it's just going to
Which
be a
goes
whole lot
now,
more.
and so that's going to make me go back to the campaign, right? Because I just seen somebody in the chat mentioning Megan Thee Stallion, right? Well, Megan Thee Stallion, all of them was criticized for performing for Kamala, though. Like they weren't celebrated in the Black.
They were not. They were not criticized.
Yeah, they dogged them. Yes, they
They were
did.
criticized highly. I disagree with that. They was
They
heavily
criticized
Put it up.
Meg Thee Stallion and Kamala.
Those criticisms are still posted. If you doubted that,
Kamala was criticized for choosing them. They were not criticized for taking it.
They were sending stuff to her as well, sir. Meg Thee Stallion was getting it too. Like I said, and that was at the highest
she
point.
got dragged. GQ. She got dragged.
Thank
actually,
you. And at the highest point again, it all turned out to be this black woman this, black woman that, blah, blah, blah. Why this, why that, all that whole era. And then when she
what were they saying, Chocolate? What were they saying negative about Megan for taking a job, for going?
well, because it was ghetto. Oh, what? How could that be the case?
That's what they were saying to Kamala, that it was ghetto. I'm asking you,
Okay. They didn't say nothing, GQ. They ain't say nothing.
Donald Trump literally got on X and
I mean, I get your point, GQ. I get your point. I get what you're trying to say, GQ. Like the criticism was different, right? I get what you're saying.
Right, the criticism was for her, for Kamala.
But it was still Meg. Still Meg got it too.
But she did get criticism.
I don't know where you get your information.
But she did get criticism. But she did get criticism because people was talking about like
they did articles about her. They talked about her on all of the music. They talked about Beyonce too. Listen, they gave Beyonce the business too.
GQ, you don't
right? Like,
said, I hate Taylor Swift.
Yes, I remember him saying that because he's a hot mess.
One tweet, one sentence. I hate
egomaniac. Egomaniac. That's what he is.
You know, smoking Kamala for picking them young ladies to perform. I didn't see. You know,
I just gave you an example. I bet the post.
I understand, but I understand, GQ.
I believe
that you didn't see it, but I will tell you this: I don't base like my news information. I already know all the other ones. We know mainstream corporate. I like talking to the people that's on the ground, the people that's there, finding out. That's why I do like social media outside of the book, you know, the fake stuff. But the majority of it, especially during the season of politics, there are people on the ground talking about what's happening. There are people at the events, at the rallies, at the.
I'll be on here. I'll be on YouTube more than anything. So I never heard nobody on YouTube.
I would tell you take a float. GQ, take a float around and you'll find it. I promise you.
I wasn't saying
she was highly criticized for that shit. But in
the
contrast, right? Let me tell you me tell you my understanding of somebody not being criticized. Cardi B was never criticized for pushing Bernie Sanders. See what I'm saying? When you don't get criticized at all and nobody talks about it, nobody cares, it's forgotten. But she was doing
She
as
pushed
much
Kamala
as sitting up
too.
there
Did she
having
get criticized for the Kamala shit?
who?
Cardi B. Yeah,
not as
sexy red,
not as much as Megan them, but I don't think she was on stage twerking shit either.
Cardi B got criticized, but it was more because of the way she talked.
Got her criticized. It was
more about the way that she stuttered through her speech and the way she talked when she got up on stage was her criticism about Cardi B.
Okay,
which is kind of
Couldn't she just be nervous?
Because Donald
But we
Trump,
also have to examine.
Donald-
But we also
Donald
have to
Trump-
examine why there would be criticism, right? Why would people be more critical toward Trump
what's the,
performing for Trump?
What's
than
Wiz
probably
Khalifa's ex's name with the tattoo on her forehead?
Yeah, but like you
What's her
were
name?
saying,
Black jobs is the reason.
Amber Rose. Amber Rose was a spokesperson.
Oh, that was back in the day. Yeah, you saw what they did for her.
The main reason I would have to say is because of the comments that Snoop made. Blasting anybody who was performing for him.
Right.
In the first inauguration.
Right. Like a lot of his own direct words came back to bite him.
Yeah.
His own words.
I'm so sorry. Excuse me.
No matter who took the job for the inauguration, he should have been the last one to take it. He couldn't after what he said.
Well, look what they did to Chrisette Michelle. When the last time y'all heard?
They really did make a statement.
Got blackballed.
But
they
GQ.
really did show that we run y'all. Y'all
GQ.
don't do what we say do. They did make that statement.
But GQ, do you remember Chrisette Michelle?
Yeah.
Have you heard from her?
Nope.
And that is because she performed.
She did a whole interview about it.
Yeah. No, I didn't get to see. Yeah, but they did. Yeah, they did her dirty.
The Democrats did.
No, just the Democrats. I think it was music. It was a lot of people who were not okay with her performing there. But my thing is,
they run the entertainment industry.
But here's the thing. It was just like what Mlk'S said on his interview. We have always, in our community, they have always put celebrities in places to speak in politics, and then turn around and go, well, why you listen to celebrities? Well, that's the only ones you'll let speak. It wasn't that long ago. What was that? Just last year? Not last year, but during that era, Shut Up and Dribble.
Yep.
It was entertainers need to stay out of
You're not black if you don't vote for me.
That applies though, but wait, sometimes Shut Up and Dribble applies.
Well, no, Taz, hear me out first. Hear me out. What I'm saying is I agree with that fact. I think that long history of us having, I don't know if somebody sneezed, bless you, that long standing, and I'm just using the last 60 years, I don't go no further than that. How many Black leaders have been available and around, and I'm talking about various age groups within our community discussing politics on a national level? No, they use celebrities. And that's just it. Well, I know we don't have any. I know we don't have any Black leaders. That's why I'm always amazed how do we expect this to get done or anything to be moved if we don't? We all can't. Everybody can't work at the same place. Like you're gonna have to.
We had one, Taz. Not to cut you off.
You know.
When the last time we had one, Taz? I know you're gonna tell me exactly when. I'm asking for real. I ain't just talking.
So I would
go, GQ. My bad, Taz.
I would personally argue the last Black leader was probably Huey. You know what I'm saying? That era. So if you want to go Huey, Matulu, them, you know what I'm saying? But certainly the Black Panther era. You're not going to find.
There you go, GQ. There you go, GQ. Meg Thee Stallion at Kamala Harris rally.
It ain't
Hoes for Harris. Yeah, hoes for Harris.
It's not showing, Devo.
I put it in the YouTube chat.
Taz, I got a question for
Isn't
you.
it impossible though to say there's
Harris,
no
that's
black leaders
crazy.
unless you go into
Yeah,
like
they're calling Meg the Stallion a
every
hoe,
black
y'all.
community?
Yeah,
Yes, I saw, like I said,
yeah.
but that's not right. Like
Is
that's
it?
the thing that makes it where what are black women, or like I said, we have no leaders, but then we want to crucify those who step up and say something or try to make any kind of movement or change. Or well, they just this or they just that or she a hoe and all that. Just
No, we can't do
because
that with
she
Meg,
might
though.
be
I don't call
Leader.
Meg
right.
a
I
hoe.
love me some Meg. I'm sorry, I will ride hard for her. My
Hey,
thing
I
is
ain't got no problem with it.
outside of that,
I do
we
too.
act
I like
like
Meg.
we don't take into consideration that
Can I ask a question?
just
Is
because
it?
they're entertainers, they still have a political voice in this country. It is not our fault as a community. Hold on. It is not our fault as a community that the only people that white folks would allow to have a voice were entertainers, baseball players, basketball players, football players,
But that was,
singers.
but
Isn't it?
chocolate. I would argue
And
that
it's
was
still
maybe
the
in Malcolm's
same
time.
though. But it's still
But
the
chocolate, I would say
same.
that was Malcolm's time.
But
Today
let me ask
we
you
got
this though.
access to everybody. This social media shit gave us access
Wait,
to all these people. So there
exactly.
is no
But what
one. So check me out though. So LeBron James will never have the popularity Michael Jordan had because
right.
Michael Jordan's popularity was just centrally centered around how the media presented him. Once
Right.
YouTube, Facebook, and all this social media shit
No,
come
no, no,
into
no.
play,
I agree
now
with you.
people
That's
can see
not.
other aspects of your life. Now people see how your wife and your relationship with your kids and all that
Yes.
comes into play. So we not just seeing a person positively no more on one playing field. We see a whole lot of stuff about people we'll need to see, which is why I don't think we'll ever have a leader again.
But that's
We'll
what I'm
never have
saying.
a
How
leader.
can we say that we can never have a leader again? You got good people walking around here fighting on the ground to do certain things. All it's necessary is for unification of certain areas. I'm not saying all people. If you notice, I didn't say that.
I
But I
don't.
do believe,
Yeah.
like, what do we expect to change? What do we expect to do if we don't have any?
I think what's gonna happen. This is just my own opinion. Um, but I think what's gonna happen is it has to be like a major, significant, horrific thing that happens to black people for that to emerge again. Because what has happened is so many black people have gotten very comfortable with how things are and they think everything's pretty much cool. A lot of black people, they downplay racism anyway, and different things like that. A lot of black people have a lot of hatred toward pro-black people and things like that, and a lot of people just ain't really messing with that anymore. If y'all know, like, of course, during the Black Revolutionary movement, all of the things that were going on politically in the 60s and the killing of black leadership and all of that helped to ignite. And the civil rights movement, all of that was ignited, right? And then you had the flower power going on at the same time with the white community, with the hippies and all that, and feminism and this, that, and the other. Then you had Reagan down the line. You had Reaganomics and the fallout from Reaganomics, the war on drugs, crack epidemic, everything that happened. You had black people rising up with Rodney King's situation, different things like that going on. Then you had you had Mike, all of the from Trayvon Martin to Mike Brown to all of that whole time period that launched another kind of like black power movement, so to speak, because that's when social media was really started popping and people could really like share the stories and the videos, and people could really get a glimpse around the world of what was going on. But now things have settled down more in the sense that a lot of black people are just more comfortable. So I think it's gonna, and I'm not like making catastrophizing anything or whatever, but I think that this Trump administration could be a catalyst to maybe another black movement after that. Only because, he's already lining his cabinet with a bunch of white supremacists. Baby, he gonna make it hard. He gonna make it real hard out here.
Well,
I don't know
if
what
that's
black
okay.
people think
Oh, go
is
ahead.
gonna happen. Okay, I'm wrapping it up. I don't know what
No rush.
Okay, I don't know what black folks thought will happen or whatever. Of course, he's not rounding nobody up and putting nobody in slavery and all of that silly stuff. I'm talking about in terms of the policies that are going to be created. Just like you had Reaganomics or what have you, you about to get that usher back in, that type of thing. Things are going to be super tight. They're going to be super harsh. And whenever that's going on, it's going to be hardest on the black community. Like these people he got coming in there, baby, these people are staunch Christian nationalists, white
thank
supremacists,
you.
baby. They all he's
Yes.
lining the cabinet up. And the thing about it is, it's his
And
last
the one black job. Don't forget, there's one black job.
is the housing and urban development thing. That's it. You know what I'm saying? That's about it. And he Trump is about to do what he want to do. You know what I'm saying? You got Elon Musk got the wealth. You got a bunch of billionaires. You got to think about it. You got a bunch of super duper wealthy people. If you think whoever thought those people were going to be for working class people and middle class people, they was going to help with homelessness. It ain't about to be that. They're going to do the deportations, right?
Yep.
That's what's up. But if you thought black people were going to benefit from the deportations, black folk ain't about to benefit from a damn thing. It's just going to be a whole switch up in general. So I think that at the end of it, I think it might be kind of like a renaissance a little bit with like some black, maybe younger
here's what you're leaving out, though, Renee. Here's what you're leaving out, right? That energy in that moment, that shit was Black Lives Matters energy, though. There was a whole national movement. 2014, 2015, that's Black Lives Matter energy. That ain't just niggas around the country coming together out of love for black people. That's all BLM.
See, that's what I mean. But
yes and no. I don't disagree with that, right? Because what Black Lives Matter did is they did come in and co-opt that movement. It was at first a grassroots kind of thing. It was a connection that was going on when things popped off. I got you with Trayvon Martin, yes. But I'm saying, like, for instance, when things popped off here in Missouri, when things popped off with Ferguson, a lot of that stuff that was happening there and then was grassroots. Some of the stuff in Baltimore with Freddie Gray, some of that was grassroots. But then you had BLM who came into those movements and they co-opted those movements. Some of that was genuine. Some of it was genuine.
That's a 3-year gap, though, where you put right there, right? So, because I would agree that the co-opting started around 2017, Freddie Gray. But 2014, Mike Brown, no, they were creating those movements. That wasn't co-opting. There was no movement to co-opt in 2014.
You saying Black Lives Matter was there on day one? Like day one?
Wait. You had brothers like Darren. You had brothers like Darren Seals. You had brothers like Darren Seals who was on the ground. No, like there was truces that was going on with the gangs and the different cliques in that area that they was gonna stand on business when it comes to that, because Missouri's so beyond racist. Them people had been abused by the police beyond measure. So the black people there, the actual factual black people that lived in them communities, that lived in those hoods, they galvanized. And then, like he talked about, the Black Lives Matter people and the gay rainbows and then the white people and all of them, they start coming in and pushing that like, nah, we about to push something different. So what I'm saying is there was some genuine, like, I don't disagree, but I'm saying there was some genuine
as BLM. There too. I don't know why you don't want to say that, because it is the truth. Like, that's why Darren Seals is important. They galvanized as Black Lives Matter. That's what brought them together. But there
also has to be a distinction made. Everybody, like all the people that was necessarily saying Black Lives Matter wasn't necessarily down with the organization of Black Lives Matter. So like the Black Lives Matter, the Rainbow Movement, like everybody wasn't on that tip. They was more on like the terminology.
Renee,
like the terminology
Renee, I would argue nobody was pushing BLM for the underlying theme of what they were standing for. That's not why people got behind them, and that's not why they got popular. So a lot of people didn't know what was on their actual mission statement. So that part of it, I agree, because even back then, if you knew what the mission statement was, you knew they were fighting for other groups to move ahead of black men in the fight. That was their initial agenda. So that's not the part I disagree with. But the fact that the ignorance of that fact existed is why that group grew with the belief that they were for Trayvon, they were for Mike Brown, they were for Sandra Bland. The group grew based on the atrocities, not the political agenda that they had underneath.
I mean, I hear you.
There's nothing you can say about it. Tahir Rice, everybody supported. There was a reason to support BLM. It had nothing to do with their agenda that they had. It had everything to do with what people believed. Putting those three words together, Black Lives Do Matter.
Right. Yeah, that was the focal point. And I think that
I just wanted to.
I think as
go
a
ahead,
fallout. I'm sorry, I'm just rapping. I'm so sorry. But I think as a fallout from Trump, just seeing how harsh things will get, because somebody asks like, oh, well, how was Biden better? Anything like, I'm not saying whoever is better, whatever. What I'm saying is, in terms of the policies, that's what I'm talking about. Baby, the policies are not going to weigh in on the side of working class people. Like the tax, all of those types of things are important. All of those types of things are key. So they're going to be rolling back a lot of things. In terms of, I talk about this all the time, the DEI thing. A lot of people don't see the significance of that. It's going to be significant.
Oh yeah, they done already turned it back from McDonald's already said they turned their programs back. Yeah.
It's going to be significant. And people have to understand, whatever the political climate is, that drives what happens in the private sector. So the private sector already wasn't messing with black people. That's why the largest employer of black people is the United States government. And most black people who have established, middle class incomes and what have you, a lot of that has been achieved through the United States government. So in terms of what the political climate is, what's happening with the government, that does change even the private sector. And so the private sector, they had to kind of implement some of the DEI stuff because certain funding they may not be eligible for and things like that. So now if they remove that, like, you have no requirement to have any diversity or what have you, then yeah, they love that even more. So that's what I'm saying. It's just going to be impactful on black people in a different type of way, because even if they going after the trans and all of that, it's way more black people than it is them. And we always the main target at the end of the day. So we do have to take inventory of like what will be impactful to black people, everyday working class black people. And we done always made it through. You know what I'm saying? It ain't, like I said, it ain't some extreme thing.
That's where that FBA argument started at.
But you know what?
A lot of the FBAs are pro-Trump. A lot of the FBAs are pro-Trump.
I will say that just to your,
not even who they will vote for, just on the strength that when it comes to that conversation, I think that's a lot of their point is. So if they start Xing out jobs for black people, or these minimums that they're going to hire, they're not hiring black people that's from here. They're hiring foreign people or different people, some trans people or whatever, anybody that'll fit under DEI. I think that's kind of the, you know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, because they want to keep that money. They want to keep that government access.
They want some exclusivity, though. DEI does not offer black people any exclusivity.
Oh, no, not at all. I completely agree with you, Taz. I don't agree with any, and coming from a person that worked on what you call the diversity group and teams and all of that kind of stuff. It again is only to look good on paper. And I was just having this conversation with a couple of people I chill with, and we was just talking about, again, to what your point was, Renee. I just want to make sure I say your name because it's small on my phone, so I ain't want to mess it up. So
yes, ma'am.
To what you were saying, just to add on to it, the tariffs. He's gone to war already with Mexico and Canada. Right now it's Canada. the president of Mexico sent him a message like, yeah, nah, we ain't doing nothing you talking about. And if you try it, it's gonna hurt us more than it's gonna hurt you. Right. And so it's like when we're taking like you said, inventory of it, Black people have to do what? You gotta have somewhere to stay and you gotta have some food. You got to send your kids to school. You trying to hold on to your job. You need your medical care. And all of these things, these people who be getting ready to have the right to write down and sign that pen and go, okay, we can do whatever. They are going to turn back those things that benefit people like that. Hardworking people, poor people, homeless. They're not going to do any of that. And when they asked him again, right before inauguration, they said, so what are we going to do about groceries and gas? Because remember, he ran on, I'm a lower groceries and gas.
Right. And then he already
he can't. He didn't already. Right. This man is a pathological liar. This man can't tell the truth to save himself. The issue is that he is a staunch racist that keeps his power in play because the people he hang around are staunch racists, misogynists. They want to go back in time. They think that this is the time of the man to shine, and that Black folks and everybody else need to toe the line. And Black people are polarized and put on the stages because they do it. It ain't us asking for it. They do it. They make it a black and white issue every election.
And so like,
I'm sorry. I'm just laying right there. No. You could. We was having a conversation over the last few months or whatever. I've been, we've been talking, going back and forth about my family. We talk about politics heavily, and I have friends who I talk about it with or whatever. And I'm gonna be honest with you, and whether people believe it or not, I think it's necessary. We need outspoken people in front of these mics. We need people that's willing to kick the door in. We need those people. Like, I don't see why we don't. And to your point, and then I'll land it. When you stated about having maybe something after he gets out of office, no, we need to do it now. Regardless of Biden or Trump being in office, our kids, it is gonna happen. Because I'm sorry, I believe in myself, and I believe in the people that I know. It is time for leaders the nice people need to get loud, and they need to get rough, and they need to get just as ghetto. Because if we don't, who suffers? Our elderly, our disabled, our children. These are the people who have been suffering, and we haven't done anything. And it is time to do something. It's been 60 years. And like I was going to ask Taz, but he had to go. But how can we say there can't be any leaders in our community? I don't get that. How can we say that we can't come together and vote for our own people within our community? I ain't talking about taking over the government and you got to do all this. Just to what Taz said, we have social media. We can reach out to each other in a matter of a moment. So why couldn't we find out? Are Black people wanting leaders, not just a handful of folks up on a panel? We need to really know. And I think people want that. They want to see people that's going to do right and do the things that they say they're going to do, instead of leaving these people who don't as examples and letting them grow. And that's what we end up doing when we don't do anything at all. And that's just how I feel about it. And no, I don't need anybody to call me no leader or nothing like that. But I am a fighter for my community. And I know that the fight is about to get real crazy. And I'm down for it, because I'm tired of seeing people at the bottom of the rungs suffer because some white person want to be on a yacht. And some Black man or Black woman want to be accepted by these people. They don't care about us regardless of what they do. But these policies are going to tear our community apart. Now, whether people believe it in that level of extremity or not, that's fine. I do. And there are people who I know who also do. And of course, we got people on the ground doing things, but we have to unify. And that's what we're trying to do slowly. But slowly ain't enough. It is time to kick the fucking door in. I'm just, And it ain't nobody particular up here or any other panel. I'm just tired of hearing that we can't do these particular things and we can't do that. If we were able to get through all the things we were discussing, slavery, Jim Crow, the 90s, the crack epidemic, blah, 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 and still be here in the millions, then I know we can find us some leaders and get some shit done.
We
I just think it's a lot of fear. Yeah, but we ain't looking.
I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. You got it. I just am passionate.
I just want to say this real quick. Like, but see, what I hear what you're saying and everything. It just, like I said, in my own opinion, Black folks gotta feel even more pain, like for anything, because. And that's the sad part about
Renee,
it.
I gotta disagree with you. What else do we need? What else do we need to see?
Can I just please?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. No, I'm saying like a lot of Black folks, like you got Black people who are saying, ain't nobody worried about Negroes. That ain't nobody. Y'all really think white people thinking about us? What? Like, this is the mindset of a lot of Black people. And they think anybody who is talking about any political issues as relates to race are being the woke people and all of this kind of stuff like that. This is what a lot of Black folk think today. That's just what it is. A lot of Black folk don't subscribe to like racism or any of those things. They think of that in like some like antiquity or something. You know, they don't think of it in the same way. So it has to be more painful for people to like really acknowledge something. And all I'm saying is like people think in these extremes because a lot of people compare like what Black people experience to like, oh, well, we were once enslaved and this, that, and the other. So, okay, things are pretty good, right? But again, people don't understand like it's the policies that change the dynamics. Like I mentioned earlier, just like Reaganomics had a significant shift on the Black community. But people don't see, like, they don't see that in the same light because then they still think, oh, well, we were once in slavery. We not in that no more. Like, Black people need to get away from that kind of thinking. And they're not realizing what's going on. Like I said, the DEI thing, a lot of people minimize that and the significance of that. And they think, oh, that ain't nothing. Just like with the affirmative action being done away with. People think, oh, that's nothing. You know, y'all shouldn't want to go to these schools with these white folks anyway. It ain't about none of that. It's about the fact that that's where the future is being made and created, is in those spaces. Let's keep it a buck. And if they have the ability to have no Black people there, they will have no Black people there. That does not mean that the overwhelming majority of Black people won't also go to like HBCUs and other trade programs or whatnot, of course. But I think people are just not, they just don't see it that way. That's why I say it has to become more painful, because if it's just like how things are, or like I said, how I think a lot of policies are going to change, people don't realize, I'm just saying, in my opinion, people just don't really realize that. They don't realize when it clamped down even tighter, and Black people have always been survivors, right? So we survive, but in terms of like, I'm sorry, but wait 1 second. But in terms of like thriving, right? Of getting past just surviving, getting past just some of us making it. You know what I'm saying? Can we get to that stage? Of course, Black people won't survive. We've been holding it down through everything. So it's not about some extreme change that's going to happen, but it's about the tweaking of those policies, because the power flows from the top down, not the bottom up. So what is determined at the top? Hold on a second. What's determined at the top that this is what we're going to do when it comes to housing. This is what we're going to do over here when it comes to overtime. This is what we're going to do over here when it comes to what pay will be. This is what we're going to do over here in terms of these programs for diversity and government funding. People don't think that stuff is important until it's all shifted and changed or gone a different direction. Then they'll have something to say about it. So people think it's like, oh, it's nothing. And they have their little stuff they say, but it is what it is. But you go ahead.
No, I apologize. I get passionate. Let me calm down. I will say this. In my disagreement of it is we always talk about what we can't do, and I don't understand that. So what do we want to do? But when I ask that question, it's, well, you know, it ain't gonna be this big change. I remember when Black people didn't fuck with the internet. And it took a matter of what, 5 years before Black folks started really utilizing the internet. Because I remember when it first came out, people was using it all the time. Well, this is when the AOL CD and the Microsoft, and then when they started shopping more and more online, because I was in retail, Black folks didn't like doing it. They was like, nah, y'all gonna steal my information, da, 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 da. And I use this as a social example. In our community, we was telling folks not to use it. And now we're some of the biggest users of internet, and it raised our economy by Black folks having businesses online. You know, the shows that we did, the money we was bringing in especially during COVID. So I guess my thing is, when we continue to say what we cannot do, and we continue to say that we don't need leaders or we don't have any leaders, I disagree wholeheartedly. Because again, it is from the bottom up, because it started at the bottom. These people that got here were poor. America was poor until World War II. They had no money. Then now, here we are, and it's like, we don't want to be captains of industry. That's what we say we don't want. We say we can't do nothing about this. It's about the money. Who we gonna trust? Then what are we gonna do? Because human beings ain't gonna stop being human beings. There is no 100% vetting process for anybody. So it's like, if you have the things that I want, the demands, the way it works, the quid pro quo is, if my corporation has enough money and there's a law that I want passed to help, I'm going to put that money to the lobbyists to get to the senator or the House rep that I need. That's what they do. And we have Black lobbyists, but we don't have enough people behind it. And that's what it is. The policies only change from the bottom up. Because how can we say what we want and what we want to see change if we don't say nothing? It's almost like, and no disrespect, but how we speak sometimes is I think his name's Harry or Harold, don't quote me. Here's a who. So America is the elephant, and we are on a flower, and we're trying to have a voice. And I know that's a movie and it's made up, but it's still based off human interaction. And what they were saying in the movie was this: you better speak up. You better say something. And we're gonna have to say something and do something. And like I said, I'm not just about talking. I'm not just about talking. I am on the ground, feet all on it, trying to start from where I am so that I can help on a bigger scale. That's what I want to do. I want to influence what is going to happen to my nephews and my nieces. I'm not going out of here and giving excuses to when I'm old and gray. When I had an opportunity to do something and change something, then I'm gonna fucking do it. And there are a lot of people out here that's like us, and we know it, and we pretend like we don't. There are people who truly care about our community, and we don't give them no shine unless it's a celebrity. But then turn around and say we don't got no leaders. Then why are we looking to these people then? Why do we care what they do then if we don't need leaders? Every community has leaders. And why can't we have some? Why can't we just have an alliance of people get together across the states, deal, have a meeting? You can join the newsletter. It ain't nothing to do this. And get the thoughts and processes of Black people and really find out the real voice of them, instead of it just being or on YouTube or social media or the news or whatever. Let's talk to the people. That's what I don't understand. We don't use this for. Not Q's channel or anything like that. I'm just saying strictly when we speak to policies and politics and things like that. People are busy. It's already hard. So let's get the information. And like I said in the chat, we don't have our own media. Roland Martin is on YouTube. We got TV One, and I can't remember the other channel. But we don't have an MSNBC, a CNN, nothing. So we're not getting our information from anybody else that's on the ground that could be telling us what's going on, other than within our conversations or what we individually research and then come in and share. But I do believe that if we really did take the pulse of the people, we could find out. And then we don't have to guess and estimate that Black folks don't want better and don't want to do nothing. You're always going to have agents of chaos in every culture, in every color. But we're not worried about them. I'm worried about the babies that still going to go to bed hungry Monday night after inauguration. I'm still talking about the elderly people that have nowhere to go, that hospitals across the country are putting old people out because they have nowhere to go. These things are happening too. And I don't understand why we have to stay in this particular, excuse me for not having a better word, but the same box. And to me, it just smells and acts of fear.
Yo, what's good?
Y'all got it. Thank you. Thank
What y'all
you.
talking about? What y'all talking about?
I think we were talking about Snoop. That's on the title. And I just finished my little thing because I was just talking about having leaders in the community, and that we need them, and that I don't think we should wait any longer.
That's crazy.
And I don't know why we would wait. Wait for what? For them to continue to strip our community apart? They've already divided us. So what else do we need? They're not educating our kids. I hear y'all talking about that too. I hear these things. I hear Black people talk about and discuss it. However, there's things we can do to change this. You got it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I think at this point that like for me, I'm just gonna, do what all of us can do is just sit back. I mean, it's not gonna be any radical. I don't believe in any radical extreme changes as far as that. I'm saying that's what I'm saying, like policy elements that will, the quote unquote trickle down effect that will come from that level down, and that being impactful to everyday Black people's lives. That's what I'm talking about in terms of all of this. So I'm just gonna sit back and watch and see what's going on. But I just, when if things go particular ways with policies and stuff like that, I just don't want to hear nothing from a lot of different people. I don't want to hear them saying nothing. I don't want to hear nothing, because
I do want to just
Black people, everything's fine. Da, 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 da. I mean, yeah, but again, do people not have a political understanding? Like, what do you mean? Everything?
Well, that's it, Renee. They don't.
In what sense do you mean that? Like, are we surviving and living? Of course. Like, of course. What do you mean? Like,
But why not thrive in that sense? That's what I mean. And I want you to know that it's not that I'm saying that we all need to get up at the same time. Few have taken care of many. I don't mind being a soldier on the ground. That's my personality. That doesn't take away from somebody who's sitting behind a desk doing it or online or however. And then you have people who just like, hey, we're going to see what happened and I'll move according. That's life. But you're always going to have people who want to see and will fight. And my thing is, when I study Martin Luther King, Mlk'S, all of them, the issue again was you had separate things going on. When if all those things would have come together. But again, I then have to stop and go, I wasn't born during that era. I'm here. And like I said, what I see is we have nothing to leave our children. We're going to keep giving them the same thing when we could at least have a solid within our community. That's all I'm saying. That is what I mean. Like having that solid footing for our own people so that no matter where it goes politically, not only will we survive, but we can thrive through it. And that's what we haven't been doing.
I just would like for Black people, most Black people are like, I love my people. We're very intelligent people. We definitely are survivors. Absolutely. I just want a lot of us to be a little bit more politically savvy, like to where we are paying attention to the small details. Like we're paying attention.
Yes, I agree with you.
Like that stuff's being brushed over because people are looking for like some major thing. Like, of course not. You know what I'm saying? That's why you got to look into the details. When they started talking about removing, and I feel like what what happens is we just kind of start adapting to it, which that's what humans do, right? You adapt to circumstance. Black
Of
people
course,
gotta adapt
yeah.
to circumstance, but in terms of like with what they did with history, in a lot of the schools in certain states, and they started saying, no, we're not going to teach what really went down, what really happened. We're going to teach this sanitized version because we don't want white children to feel guilt and things like that. And a lot of black people was like, oh, okay. Like a lot of black people was kind of
Well,
like a
because
lot of
it's
black
that
people
same
a
attitude
lot
though,
of black people
Renee.
right, but a lot of black people was against it, but then a lot of black people was like, oh, okay. And then people say, oh, well, we need to send our children to our own school. Shout out to Q Butter. We need to educate our own children on their blackness. I agree with both of those statements. However, that's not going to lend itself to the majority of black people. When you talk
Well, that's
about
what I was saying. I was talking about housing and food.
right,
Those are things that lend to our people, and what they doing policy wise is going to affect it.
when you talk about most black people, they send their children to public schools. They may not
Right.
have access to certain things. A lot of parents are working, mama and daddy's working. Inflation, how much everything costs. People working 2 jobs, people work and got side hustles. So it's like people don't have the
Right.
same opportunity to do all of those things in that same way. So even so with those black children who are mainly going to be in public schools, you removing another thing. You were moving another element for them to at least, and they didn't teach a whole lot anyway, is what I'm saying. However, what was there is gone now too. And then it's like we keep just adjusting to that or saying we're going to adjust. And that's not how it works. You want for the most of the people to get the best of what we can get. Right?
Exactly.
You know that there's going to be a lot of people who that don't cover. It's a lot of black folks out here that's really just struggling. They got their kids. They just trying to make it from paycheck to paycheck. They just trying to make sure their kids got these clothes, these shoes, got this and that going on, and everybody's able to eat a meal every day. Like it's that going on with a lot of black people out here. And I feel like a lot of black people overlook those black people. They diminish those black people, and they make up a significant number of our population. So that's what I'm saying.
Thank you, Renee.
Like, when it comes to those elements, I get it, right? We should all have our children homeschool. That's not how it works. We should all be able to do XYZ. That's not how it works. And black people are paying taxes like everybody else. So you mean to tell me taxes come out of black folks' check? They go into the infrastructure that goes into corporate welfare and all of that. But then the corporation can turn around and say, oh, we ain't hiring no black people.
Yeah, so, exactly.
And these are the things, like, that's what I'm saying. That kind of stuff is missing. Like the real qualitative arguments, like the real quality there arguments are what I agree with you over. But I'm going to jump out for a little bit. I may come back up later. But
it was great meeting you, definitely.
Thank you. And me too. What am I talking about as far as what? Like this is the type of nonsense I'm talking about. This is the type of nonsense.
What? Wait a minute. What did you say? Repeat it.
Nothing. Just nonsense. But I'll probably pop back up later.
I bet.
All right. Peace, y'all.
Bye-bye. All right, later. So let's get back to this whole Snoop Doggy Dogg shit.
Hey, Dave, I have a question. Can I ask our favorite on the panel?
One random person to the next random. Which random? Hey, y'all show.
Nah, I just wanted to ask. Is this okay, Mara? I just want to ask this question. Would you ask or pose the question to the panel? Can we do that? Where if that is it one or two if they think we need black leaders now, not back then, now. I'm curious to know how people feel about that.
I feel like
can we ask the chat? That's what I was asking, Deb. I'm sorry, Mar. I was asking if I could ask the chat that. Yes, no.
You said ask the chat.
Yeah, I'd like to ask, put a 1 or a 2 in. 1 if you believe we need leaders, or 2 if we don't. I'm just interested to know, because that conversation I think applies to
And
all of this.
that's a real broad.
I'm saying in our community, like in our community. That's it. Do we need
That's a broad question. Still.
Okay. Do you think?
Cause one, where is the borderline? Yeah, where is the borderline at?
So here, I'll give it.
Is it Fifth Street? Is it Martin Luther King Boulevard? You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
seriously.
I'm with you. I'm with you. Here's how I think about it, and then you could tell me, or anybody could tell me how I should question it, or maybe go and research it. I don't know. But what I'm talking about is just to make it like, do we need a Justice League? Do Black people need, like, or do we need like a villainous league to do good things? Like that's it. Like, do we need leaders in our community that will take care of those, cover those things when it comes to the government? Be our real go in between and get things done for us. That when I say leaders, that's what I mean.
I am Black man.
Right. No, I'm just saying. Not I'm Black man. Oh no.
The Black Justice League.
Yes, I did.
That's crazy.
Now we already signed off on civil rights, so civil rights said we're gonna go ahead and agree to what's already in place. What's already in place is majority of the population, majority of the administration, the majority of the leadership, the majority of the system, and we'll give you a little corner. So we signed up for the military, we signed up for the post office, we signed up for the social worker. Those positions were handed out. People getting pensions on them now. Generations. We opened up corporate offices. Gave you entertainment.
That's the fact that we got opportunities now, don't we, Deb?
18-year-old in 1974 and an 18-year-old in 2024.
Yeah. That's
what's in their pocket.
Yeah, right. We living in different times now. You know what I'm saying? So we should be able to, work with what we got now. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying what the majority of Black people.
But the Black people in this country who's taking advantage of what's here, whether they be Black Americans, Black Caribbean, Black, and they, like, whoever knows about what's here and what's available, taking advantage of, they're going to go after it, especially if they're ambitious. So the opportunities is out here,
All right, so designated leaders. And I was being kind of sarcastic, but the dynamics from Jim Crow, pre-civil rights, and those times are drastically different. Right now, the platform or the spokes leader is social media. I mean, that's just what it has become. Designating one human being, even if it's not for all Black people in the United States, but in different sectors. Y'all gave the Black Lives Matter example a little bit earlier. There was really no Black Lives Matter leader or supervisors or regional white VPs. That was just a movement. We didn't really know what was going on till the scandal started coming out. I think that kind of fizzled long before the internet age came into effect in terms of trying to galvanize a organization, a human being, a group of designated people to speak for, address people that are black in the United States. Other groups, obviously, you know, have different people in various places, but
It's crazy, Dad.
I can't name the leader of the white folks, the leader of the Hispanic folks.
What
Who
up?
is the leader of the Korean folks? Who is the leader of the Russian folks? Like what other names? What other organizations?
Yeah, people are looking for this one leader, this one. That's the thing with us, that we got the Jesus syndrome. The Savior syndrome. We're looking for this one person to just come up and do everything. So a lot of us still have this ideology, this religious ideology that this one person is going to come and do everything. That's what it is with a lot of it. A lot of people is waiting on Jesus to come back. Dad. That's what the talking points is always on some one single individual person. That's why they're always looking for one individual single person to do everything. And when you look at a team, one individual person cannot do everything. Even when you look in sports, one individual superstar on a team cannot do everything and lead it and carry the team and win a championship. You need other pieces. And that's our issue. We out here like Tracy McGrady and shit, you know what I'm saying? Looking for one person to do everything. Can't even make it past the first round.
Yeah, that'd be a heavy task. You pick the age group, pick the regional group, the economic and social background, the millennial, the generation, whatever the new letter is. That 18 to 35-year-old, their perspectives not even coming close to some of the older generations, and some of the older generations, they are not really trying to disassociate themselves, but they obviously are going to have a lot larger plate and a different perspective than some of the newer generations in terms of healthcare issues, retirement issues, long-term goals, uh, different strategies. It's not going to be the same. A younger person may look at a short-term win or a short-term fix, and that'll be positive for them. It may not be beneficial to the older person. So I mean, you're going to have various conflicts if we are trying to designate uh, Justice League, Social League, Community League, any type of situation where we can point to one organization or one person to speak for the masses. When there's so many different dynamics evolving over time, and those things change really by the second. What issue tomorrow was not necessarily an issue Friday. Just that fast.
Yeah, motherfuckers just need to get up and get their shit together, man, and you know what I'm saying, and stop looking for one person to do everything. That's it. Because that one person ain't gonna do everything. I don't know where I get that from. I don't know where I keep on thinking that one person gonna just get up and just do everything. You know what I'm saying? Y'all not do nothing and just reap the benefits off of that one person just doing everything. That's not how this stuff works. That people is crazy.
Not necessarily, Meta. The Me Too movement don't have no leader.
Man, fuck that.
I don't think any.
Umar Johnson be saying all types of crazy shit on social media. That nigga still got his license talking about white people. This nigga's a well known established know that he racist. This nigga out here still got his. Yo, all these interviews Umar Johnson be doing, so you mean to tell me no white person ain't seen none of this shit yet? Come on, son. This nigga still got his license.
Yeah, a lot of people got different issues they're dealing with.
But I feel you though, regular Joe. I feel you though, regular. I feel you though. But I just don't be, it probably be if it's something that's unethical, yeah, but we still people, Yeah, so a lot of us is just still looking for one person. Where it's gonna take a collective of us. If each individual do their part, then we will come together naturally as a collective. So if each individual is doing their thing, this one is doing this one is doing this, or more than enough of us is doing our own individual thing, we will look collectively as the group like we doing shit.
I think the only people that know what coming together look like is and maybe some of the Generation X's.
Well, that's all that's.
Your Zers and your millennial generation
Can you guys hear me? No. Okay, hold on.
Didn't really have an opportunity to come together, and George Floyd is not a good example because that was all inclusive to people that weren't necessarily black. Yeah, you coming back? I don't know how much you heard. Miss System went out, but I basically said no.
That's crazy. Yeah, that nigga Umar Johnson still got his license and shit. He be talking crazy on the Breakfast Club, all of that. Yeah, but I'm gonna chill though. I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna be less vocal about the way how I feel about a lot of political things and social things and things that's subjective in the world. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to offend nobody out here. Say the wrong shit. But it seemed like I was having a deep conversation when I was gone. Why did y'all start the show over again anyway?
Hey, can you guys hear me okay? Is it too loud?
Yeah, why did y'all start the show over?
You're the only one up here, Mar.
I don't know.
There's like, we don't know. No answer for you. I don't know. Did I miss you? Did you laugh? Because I'll be waiting for you to laugh. That'd be funny to me.
Nah, I ain't laugh. I was talking on the phone.
Well, I heard you say about the collective. So I do say this, like I was saying, just like there's anything else, there can be a creation of alliance of people to look out for the community and like really do that. It doesn't necessarily have to be where, when we look at it as a totality, I think we're making it out to be more than it is. We if we're able to do anything else, you mean to tell me we couldn't take a social vote and pick us some folk that we want to see? Okay, well, and if they don't do what we say, kick their ass out.
I told y'all to pick me, but nobody wanted to pick me. So
I'll pick you, Mar. I'll pick you. I didn't know. I had to change to get on my laptop.
Pick me in what way?
I'll pick you as we can work together. I'm on the West Coast, you on the East Coast.
Oh.
But what? How other way did you want me to pick you?
I thought you were talking about pick me to be your man. I thought you was talking about.
Oh. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna pause. Why you do me like that? No, we talking about leaders and Black people revolution. That's where I'm at.
I was just talking about like picking that way. My bad.
I wasn't. I'm sorry. Okay, how about this?
Got my hopes up then.
No, stop it. Anyway, here's another thing. We can do it like the family.
That usually keep going.
Yeah, like the families. Like we can have families. Like let's say, for instance, if Devastated had a family, and you got one, I got one, Domo, Q Butter, the whole nine, GQ, the whole nine. We up here. A representative from each one of our families is sitting at the table. We could do it like how the mafia do it. I just don't see why we can't get this together. That's all. But I'm gonna keep trying. I'm never gonna give up. It's gonna happen. Something gonna happen. Why? Hey, he up here talking about she like, oh, Marley, be careful. Be careful of what? Be careful of what, sir? Oh, that's funny. Where everybody else at?
I don't know where they at.
Well, okay, we can continue to chop it up. I enjoy talking to you.
No, that's been part of the one of the things that's that they're dealing with.
Yeah.
Not being able to stay on the task, not willing to follow through, taking the first step. Different factors come into play.
Those people sound like bums, Dev. Let's get rid of them, and we work with the people that ain't bums. And if you a bum, you gotta go. We don't have to be nice just because you Black. You gotta go. If you ain't in the interest of what's happening, you gotta go. It's just like if you work at a job somewhere. If you ain't working your job right, they're gonna fire you. So what's the difference? We're trying to create a collective, and how that is that Black people see us doing it, see us doing the work. And that's why I said I think that's why I think nationwide alliance of Black folk, or whatever we want to call it, it represents all Black people, even the ones we don't like. Little T-Bone should be able to come and sit at the table too. We want to know what the hood wants. Well, at least his hood. And then we have, Mrs. Bourgeoisie. You got the regular man. You got the middle class. You got poor folks. Hey, they even got a rep for the homeless people. Put it all together. We could talk to each other all over the country and get things done. I don't, like I said, I just think it can be accomplished. And plus, I'm not a person that gives up easily. So that maybe I'm delusional. Maybe I'm tripping, whatever it may be, but I want to see it come to fruition. And I'm down to be a part of that. Because that's the only way things change. We do need to flip it. Instead of waiting for the top down, we can be the bottom. And that's how change, to what Renee was saying, it starts at the bottom for policy change. And we know that in history. The people had to make the government listen, or things had to happen, or rallies, or sit-ins, whatever they did at that time, it's still the same thing. And I just think we making it harder than it is because I think we, again, and it's not to knock anybody, I just think we are afraid of failure. That's something that's involved in our situation. And I think that we have a tendency to be too judgmental on each other. When, if I'm coming to the table, that's what we talk about. If I'm bringing the cornbread, somebody bring the green beans. Like, I don't see why we don't think those people are out there that we can put together and make something happen. Mr. Judah, yes, you need a representative from the hood. What's wrong with that? Just like you need one for the disabled Black people. Just like you need one for the Black people of the LGBTQ community. Just like you need a rep for all of the different subcultures that are within the Black culture, so that we can go in and fight for the things that are necessary and prioritize them. No, Lisa, I don't think a politician, I'm not talking about being politicians. What I'm talking about is taking the voice of the people and making the changes necessary that we can do. The politicians is going to come sniff around anyway. Because when we start building our own and having our own, our voting block changes. Our strength changes. If we do, like I said, not like I say, but my opinion of this is group economics can get us to the political piece of it for us to see policy change. And then that's it. That's what I thought. Maybe I am wrong. Maybe I thought that this is what we wanted, is to better our community and it not to continue to have only certain representations that aren't really for the people.
Yeah, man, we going down.
No, don't say that. We not. We still here. Mama, don't stay here.
No, I'm joking.
I know.
Let's play it out.
Like I said, that's okay. I'm gonna have my little Black Justice League. We're gonna wreck up something.
Yeah.
I've been checking to see who own like the different, because you put Black in front of some. I was checking the trademarks and stuff to see like what has been already named, But that's what I mean, Mr. Judah. Group economics.
They said a white boy was on here acting up today.
Who here? Oh, I don't know. I came in late.
Yeah,
I only been here like a little hour.
I was here, but I was on the phone.
Oh, okay. Mar, I'm gonna ask you this question. I just can't believe that you single though. You seem like a really cool dude. Like, I don't get that part.
So you interested?
I just asked the question, Mar. Stop it. I think I'm older than you, Mar, though. That's the problem. I think I'm older than you.
Nah, you're not.
I am older than you, though.
How old are you?
I'm 45.
Oh, you don't look 45.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh, thanks. But no, I am.
No, I said I'm 37.
Oh, okay. Well, oh, wow. My baby sister older than you. I don't even know about that either. But not that much though.
Everybody be saying people be saying that though.
Nah, I'm just messing. But that's like what, 6? Is it 6 years? 7?
Yeah.
I can't think right now. I can't think that. Yes. I'm just gonna tell you. Somebody said I have to fight somebody named Lena for your love, Marley.
I don't know who that is.
I don't
know what regular Joe talking about. I don't even know who that is. I don't even know on this tweet coming. I don't know who that. I don't know who he talking
Marley
about.
Say he don't know who you talking about. All right, I'll be right back. Y'all got it.
Yeah, I don't know who he talking about. Yeah, man. Yeah, so you said I seem like a really cool dude. Hello?
She said she'd be right back, man.
Oh.
Hello? Oh, I was check. No, I had to go check my dinner. I'm about to eat. No, I don't have any babies.
Nah. I was asking. You said I seem like a really cool dude. What you mean by that?
Wait, hold on. Okay, now say it again.
Nah. So what you mean by that? You think that I'm a really cool dude?
Well, it's just I've been listening to you on here for like over a year or so. Like I've been following Q Butter for a minute. So yeah, just how you handle yourself, things you say, and plus you silly. And that's something I think is funny. I like a person having a sense of humor, and your laugh kills me. Like that shit is hilarious. And then it'll be in the back and somebody be talking. What is going on? What is wrong with them in the comments? They are people crazy. Right. I'll wait for them to be like.
So you like me?
When you say it like that, I feel like I'm in school. Like, I don't know. You're not gonna put me on front street like this. You just not. I think you cool. That's what I said. He said, "Chocolate, drop my son, the Addy." It's that's what's wrong with folks. Dude, but you're in New York, and I'm in Arizona, and that's another thing too. I worry about that.
You said I'm in New York.
Aren't you? Aren't you on the East Coast?
Yeah, I'm in Brooklyn.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
See that? I don't.
Nah, but I could always come out to Arizona though.
Well, I told you. I said y'all are more than welcome to come and visit. Like for real. Like things gonna be up and running. I'd love for y'all to come and hang out, break bread. Cause I told Dave that too. Like, come on through. Like I ain't got no problem with that.
I could definitely come out to Arizona if you want me to come to see you.
Yeah, come see the farm and stuff. That'd be fun. Somebody, why they always talking trash? We gotta change the subject, Mara. I'm not gonna keep messing with these people. They're gonna say exchange numbers and get off the panel. You know what? Y'all are real busy. Lisa said you needed a little help. Oh my god, they wilding in the chat, Mar.
Yeah, I know.
Talk about the telephone. Man, I can't stand her. Lena want to go to. Who is Lena?
I don't know who they talk about.
Who is Lena, y'all?
I'm out
I ain't trying to encroach on nobody, man. Now, better than you listen. I ain't that type of girl. Y'all can change the subject. You ain't gotta put her. Even say that's messed up. I'm pausing it. Y'all got it. I'm gonna eat my dinner.
Nah, I don't think so. GA. I don't think that's gonna happen. Yeah, so they wilding, Corey. That's that out of town shit, Corey. They doing that out of town shit. They don't know no better, bro. That's crazy. Yeah, man. Oh man. But it seems like you got a lot going on though, you know. Hey, yo, Stab says she needs a migrant to work her fields. All right, bro.
Y'all bringing up Lena name. She not up there. I'll talk about Snoop Dogg.
Oh man, I was watching that Nas Illmatic documentary today, man, for the first time. It was pretty good. It was pretty good documentary. I'll see y'all made chocolate leave. Chocolate, you still there? Yo, Corey, that's crazy, bro. Hello? No, they was talking about the Ottoman Empire.
Howdy, black folk. I had to switch computers. This one was like no, and I couldn't hear.
The other one died.
Yeah, my other one died. Well, my phone died first. That's my fault.
Oh, they said we on a date.
Who's on a date? Ah, what? Who on a date? Us, me, you on a date?
Yeah, that's what they saying in the chat.
Okay. Oh, somebody gonna say take it off the panel. Why is y'all? Ah, not chocolate and Marley. I can't. That's so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hilarious that we on
Yeah,
it.
so nah, I got an aunt that live out there in Arizona though,
Oh, okay, what part?
in Maricopa.
That's south of me. So it'd be like about 3 hours, 45 minutes away from where I live, going
Yeah.
north. I used
Yeah.
to live out there.
What airport is near you?
Let me see. I think it's the one in Flagstaff. I'm not sure. Let me see. Hold on. I'm sorry. My brother was pushing me. Cut it out. I hope they can hear you. My brother said hi, you two people. But let me see. I think it is Flagstaff. I do believe that is the closest one. Let me see. You know what I really have been thinking about doing because I got people back east. I was thinking about taking the train. I've always wanted to take the train.
Oh yeah.
Cross country, yeah. Cause see, I'm not that far now where I live.
Why don't you fly? Just fly to New York.
I want to see. I want to see everything.
She said she ain't want to fly. She want to take the train.
Let me see. I want to travel every which way. Like I said, I
If you
can't
want
wait.
her to fly, just send her the ticket.
Damn, where you come from?
Yeah, for real, son. This nigga just came out of nowhere.
Damn, where you come from? Let's see. Let me see.
Shit, we was talking about black leaders. Now y'all on the dating game, so
I
shit.
no, I just asked
Stop
the
half
question.
stepping. Shit.
I didn't do it. It wasn't me. I just asked the question.
All this beating around the bush shit.
I'm not that. Okay. Anyway, let me see. Hold on. Here we go.
E-ticket, you don't need no paper. So
Yep. Flagstaff fully
punch a
on
couple
airport.
buttons. The Uber gonna pull up, take
He
her
damn
right to the
knows
gate.
about. Simple, simple, simple. Straight to the point. Yeah, I got you. True. So that's the closest one. It's Flagstaff Fulham Airport.
You
That's
ain't gonna
about
be
an
eating.
hour.
You're not gonna be eating no meat.
No meat. Where the
Yeah.
why ain't we eating no meat?
He's gonna take you on a. He gonna take you on a vegan tour.
Ma, are you vegan?
This is
Wait.
this is where people are being misrepresented once again. I am not a vegan.
Damn, what is you talking
Dev,
about?
I don't know where Dev got that from, but
You're gonna be eating beans, soup, and
Dev just made that whole
organic crackers.
Why though? Why? Oh my god.
I'm a vegetarian.
Oh no, I'm a carnivore. Like I think the only thing I don't mess with venison, but deer meat and like squirrel and all that stuff. My people used to eat that. He said you go pass me a pack of pistachios. I like pistachios, okay? They're good for you.
Yeah, pistachios is alright.
They're good, they're fine. But yeah, I want to there's a airport in my town, but I don't think I've ever checked to see if they'll let you fly in or out of it. I think it's a private airport, but I wanted to make sure. But anyway, yeah, I do. I want to know how to do all that. There's a class in Tempe that I want to take so I can learn how to sail. Huh? Right there. Oh no, not bad. Yeah. There you go. Oh, my mouse is over there. Can you hand it to me? Thank you. Sorry. Me and my sister is rotating and changing headphones and all kinds of stuff. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, Pure Black said Molly, she likes nuts.
I can't stand. Don't throw that pause up there like that. Make it okay.
Yeah,
I can't.
yo, you crazy. Yo, Pure Black is off the chain.
He is. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, man, Pure Black.
What about King of Kampala? Did you read what he said?
Yeah, I read some of his stuff too.
He just finished. What was this? 1141. Get her pregnant instantly off the bat. Really? Like why, though? Like who says why? Yeah. Anyway, whatever topic, I'm for it. Y'all killing me. I'm gonna finish my food.
What time is it over there in Arizona? It's like what?
11:44. It's like 15
Yeah,
till.
it's like about like 3 hours behind, 2 hours behind, 4 hours
It
behind.
should. Yeah. Only it'll change again. When was the time change? Was it October? Oh, March. That's right. It'll change again in March. I forgot. I always think.
No, it changed in November.
He said you can't get deported if he gets you. You know what? I'm done with Pure Black. You ain't got nothing to say to each other. I ain't got nothing to say to him. He is out of control. Somebody get him, please.
Yeah,
Y'all wilding out. We need a new topic. Thank you very much.
and get married too.
Who said that? Who said get married too?
Nah, I was just adding that in.
Oh, okay. He said, "Oh, I'm not reading that. I'm eating real quick. I'm right here. Y'all got it." Nah.
Yeah, they wilding in the chat, son. Yeah, they going off. Yeah, it's time to
I mean,
change.
they really is. Oh my god.
Yeah, we gonna. Yeah, it's time to change the topic now.
Come on, Dev.
You up here?
Don't nobody want to change no fucking topic. Shit, you ain't been concerned about the fucking topic change. Shit, what the fuck you changing it now for?
You up there, Mac and Marley? You got. I see you got that Keith Sweat voice going right now.
Nah, I'm not. Nah,
Man, he ain't got no motherfucking topic.
I'm tired, man. I ain't even really feel like really like being like how I usually be right now. Yeah, I'm a little bit high, like real high, and
Yeah, blame it on the motherfucking weed.
Oh, you smoke too? Okay, cool. Bad.
yeah. See, I just not finished smoking.
Nice.
So
hey, Bill, is it just me or that boy voice got deeper? His words are drawn out. He ain't talking fast. He in Mac mode.
GQ, don't start your shit.
That motherfucker gonna be sleeping about 20 minutes, though.
Yeah, I am about to go to sleep in like 20 minutes. You're right. You're right.
Because what is it, like almost 3 there?
Yeah, it's almost 2. It's like 2 is gonna be 2 in like 15 minutes.
Okay.
I gotta wake up in the morning and do some stuff, and you know what I'm saying.
You said wake up in the morning.
Yeah.
They are wild and Lisa. They are nasty. I'm agreeing.
Mm-hmm.
So y'all was still you and Renee was still crying about Trump and how bad he gonna have it for everybody.
No, I wasn't crying. I say be prepared. That's how I feel about it. Just be prepared.
I had to let y'all have that moment, man.
Why?
I wanted to cut in, but I say, you know what?
You should have.
I'm just gonna let them have that. You know what I'm saying?
We was just talking because it was quiet. Nobody was saying that, so we was just talking. Get out of here, y'all.
Y'all had turned into the Nightmare on Elm Street around the Nightmare on Trump Street around this month.
Chocolate, what's your email?
Oh, here, I put it in the back chat.
I'm gonna send you something.
Okay. Anyway, yes.
Some flowers through the email, Molly Mark.
You know what?
I nigga Molly a Mac. You don't know nothing about that chocolate.
Oh, he a Mac, huh?
Yeah, he know how to treat a woman as he say, women's.
Oh.
That's how I said with my accent.
He said women, the women, all the ladies.
The
I like that.
women's.
The women. All right. I can't stand it. I can't. That's so
Yeah,
funny.
I'm about to get ready to go to sleep soon.
All right, Molly Mars.
Okay, here I dropped it back there. Boop, boop. There you go. But yes, I'm just saying. No, we wasn't talking about that. I just think like I understand her side as well. I see it from that side that it looks like nothing will be done, nothing will change. But just like anything else, and we've talked about it up here. You guys talk about it a lot in history and people who stepped out and just did the damn thing, and that's what we have to have now, regardless of what all the other things that are going on. That's not going to change. You're always going to have chaos and agents of chaos, but the people who want to see better work around them, and that's what he do.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, shit.
I think everything gonna be all right.
I think I'm gonna put my afro on and my big boots, and I'm gonna start kicking people down the hole like 300.
What hole, chocolate?
Huh?
What
What?
hole you gonna kick them down?
The one they made in 300. Remember? Listen. It's a lot of. It's a
you
lot
gonna,
of.
that big
Yeah.
hole. Okay, you gonna kick them down through there.
Listen, it's a whole bunch of like empty mines around where I live. Listen, you ain't gonna find nobody.
Go hit them with this.
Right. I'm like, this is Sparta. Stick their ass down the hole. Get that wallet though. Get that wallet.
Idle World said Molly's gonna be highly disappointed.
Why? Oh, why? Why are you gonna be? Hold on, let me read this.
Yeah.
Now he goes say,
Molly, don't read the bad comments, man.
I'm reading all the comments. I read all the comments. He gonna say, put your helmet, boots, and coat
Nah,
on.
because earlier on he said you was like 470 pounds.
Oh, for real? Where? Show me. Show me, sir. Oh wow. Damn, I didn't know I weighed that much.
He said you catfishing me. He said when I get out there,
I'm
you gonna be
catfishing. Oh
470
shit.
pounds.
How did it go from that to that? You see what I'm saying?
Did you see him say all of that in the chat?
I was reading it, but I was trying to
That's not
change
true.
the topic and talk to GQ. They can't. Y'all get on my nerves.
Yeah, that's not true though. That ain't true.
That's not
What
true.
ain't true?
That's not true, Ida. Where I seen her already on camera, bro. You
Right.
wild, son. Bugged out.
Chocolate looking forward to meeting Marley. Y'all are so crazy. Y'all want to know, don't y'all? Y'all really want to like get the reality show popping?
Yeah, we gonna have. We gotta see.
Ain't nobody telling y'all nothing.
Yeah, we got to know.
No, you don't. Not this crew.
What Eddie told Martin on life. Yes, nigga, I got to know.
That is so funny. I can't wait to listen. I just be out here trying to grow my little food. I ain't bothering nobody. Not yet. Not yet. I made me some Marzetti. No sauce, just like meat, cheese, and noodles. Nah.
Yeah, you had that boy.
Cool. Don't start, GQ. Don't start it. Don't start. That is not the subject. I am not the subject.
You're gonna be the reverse nature boy around this motherfucker.
Not nature boy. No, he went to jail. Oh, I'm thinking the other.
You're gonna be nature girl around this motherfucker.
How? Why? Why? Why would I be nature girl?
Because you'll be out there growing food with 20 niggas barefoot with their shirt off around here.
Don't laugh at that. I should even laugh at that. GQ, whatever. I did one night though. What was that? I can't remember whose panel I was on. But Oh yeah. So I was on this panel and I asked, I said they was talking about multiple wives, monogamy, all that kind of stuff. And I said, well, what if I wanted 5 husbands and they all got along? Like, could I do that too?
Yeah,
They're
you
like,
can do that.
what?
Yeah,
I
you could.
just
Yeah, you
told
could
you
do
you
that.
gonna
Now
do it.
you could have 5 husbands just as long as that they got money though, because you can't have 5 broke husbands.
Right, you gotta.
If you have,
Nah, right.
if you have,
We
if you
all
have,
cool.
well, hold on. If you have 5 broke, if you have 5 husbands that got money, then they will have options to get, what I'm saying, any type of woman or the type of woman that they want. So they probably might not even want to take that deal anyway. So usually that deal will probably work
Oh,
for men,
what you trying
what
to
I'm
say? The
saying,
options
who
like top off before they found who they really like.
no, I mean they have. I mean, if they have money, right? If they have money,
Yeah.
right, they can pick any woman that they want to pick, right?
Well, I
So,
was just
so,
thinking
so they,
because we were talking about the reason I said that is because they were talking about there has been an uptick in black polyamory. Where you've got more black couples, but mainly it's men, 2 women, and now there's a one black woman. I think she on TLC. She got 2 husbands, and then she just got her a boyfriend.
Yeah, I seen one where she had the black girl she had 2 wives and a husband and some shit like that.
That's basically roommates.
It's
It's
just group
the title.
economics. It's that Jack Triple Threes company shit. You know what I'm saying?
I would like that's what I'm saying. Like it'd be different because I said,
That's
well,
what you always talk about though, Charlie.
yes,
Group
yes,
economics. So yeah.
because I agree with it. I agree with group economics. I agree with um assisting each other to get to the next level. And it don't have to necessarily, even if it is monetary, it could be done in a different way. Like I said, my boy need a power washer, so I'm trying to find a power washer. And then I'm working on getting this prototype up so that the city will let me build a few earth bag apartments around here. Because all I have to do then is get approved through HUD. Bam, housing. And that's what it is, affordable housing. Now I don't have to go through HUD. I can charge what I want, which again,
I sent it to you. You can check your email. Now.
all right, bet. RGQ, you got it. Never mind, mute up. Don't even say nothing.
No, when he said that, I was just thinking about Anthony Weiner. Marley then sent the old Anthony Weiner pic around that moment. But
No, not Anthony. He was sending. He was sending pics to underage people. Get out of here. I just told get out of here. I'm muting up for real. Like I'm muting.
man, yeah, no. Ain't nothing wrong with it though, Chuck. That's what you want to do. But it's the reverse of what Marley said. You want multiple husbands, you definitely gonna have to have the bag. And you
I
definitely
was just talking shit. That's a lot of work. One man is
you're
enough
definitely
work.
gonna have to get you some broke
No,
niggas.
I was just
Yeah,
joking.
you definitely gonna have the bag, and you definitely gonna have to have some.
I would. Well, that's what we were talking about.
Because what's gonna happen is those men with money, they're not gonna really wanna because they got their own
Y'all
money.
done made up
Right?
this whole group of people.
So
I just
yeah,
said,
so that's like you know.
yeah, I'm not. Like I said, I was using it as an example of when we talk about that. Like, is that what we're doing? Are we going to start taking care of each other in that way? I mean, I've been offered like to be a part of a harem, but I'm good. I'm good. One man is enough. One man is enough. And ain't none right now, but one man is enough.
I feel you on that.
You're right. So I'll just be out here just chilling. I ain't trying to cause no problem. Let me see what is it. Why can't I find myself? Okay, I'm muting up again. He said I got too much. Somebody said, who is Miss Lena? This is like the 5th time. Marley.
This nigga said Molly be smashing chicks to pseudo singers.
I hate it.
Yo.
Listening to what's my boy name? Shaka Amos song.
That shit was crazy. That Shaka Atmos track was crazy, right?
That song is crazy, boy. Damn, Bitcoin that ran up to 108 that fast. Damn.
Well, yeah, because as soon as he gets in office, that's gonna go up because he just put that other coin out, and then he was at the that's where Snoop performed.
Man, it was
at
like
that at the
crypto.
thing this weekend. Yeah, it was a crypto event.
Yeah.
He done already made a killing. That's what he about to do. His game is two things. He gonna make as much money as he can, and he gonna do. Cause see, they sentenced him for the one crime, and that's like 4 years. So when he's done being a president, he got to go to jail. He ain't going to jail. Come on now, that man is not going to jail.
No, he ain't.
He going to Russia. That's where. That's where that nigga's going.
He ain't going to Russia. He ain't going to.
Yes, he is. After he get out of the presidency, I would be very, very surprised if he continued to stay in this country. If he gets
he gonna still be here. Donald Trump ain't going nowhere. He gonna still be.
That's
running.
not what the Simpsons said.
Everybody gonna have to kiss the ring to even get.
I ain't kissing nobody's ring, okay?
Listen, I'm saying all them Republican politicians that's trying to run for office, Senate offices, and presidential offices, they're gonna have to come holler at Trump. He gonna have to get the okay. We already know that.
Right. Well, like I said,
that's why he's not going nowhere. He gonna be the major player for the Republican Party.
I want him to go somewhere though. I want him to go somewhere
until he retire. Till he leave here. So he got about another. He ain't got that much longer. Though what he pushing?
Is trying. He is
pushing 80.
It don't matter. He is trying to become Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong Un, and
ain't no becoming that. That's fear.
That's what he wants, though. He wants.
No, but he can want what he want. But
I'm gonna tell you something.
I don't even know if he want that at 80 plus years old. But
have you listened to this man talk? He is completely off the rock.
You listen to the wrong thing. Because
no, I'm not, sir. I'm listening to him talk, not anybody else.
One thing for sure, two things for certain.
Yes,
He gonna be. This is his last term. Ain't gonna be no more terms after this.
I'll be surprised if he lives through it.
Okay, then. So
the Simpsons said hit 2025.
You proving my point, sir.
No, I'm just saying this. Regardless of who's sitting in that seat, my concern is people like Stephen Miller. Those are the people I'm concerned with because he is a hate mongerer and he has this idea that he wants to make policy that's gonna put us that should sound like Jim Crow. The things that they want to instill, and I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, no, because I told my family, I said, I'm gonna give it a year. If she get hairy, me and my passport, I'm gonna be heading on to Canada like doo 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 doo.
That's how it's gonna sound when you hit the.
Yeah, doo doo doo. That's me going to Canada. Cause I don't listen. I've always wanted to live in British Columbia. Like I go live there. That way I can have my boat right there. I got a plan. Listen, I ain't playing.
I ain't going across the street.
You ain't gonna go get you some food. You ain't gonna get you a cigarello. You just gonna stay in the house.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get that. I'm just saying. You talking about Canada shit? I ain't going.
You ain't never been to Canada.
Yeah, I've been all over. But what I'm saying is, for the matter of Donald Trump or any other president, shit, I ain't finna vacate.
But it's not him. I want to tell you this though, GQ. It's not that I am worried about Donald Trump in that sense. Like I ain't afraid and that shit like that. Who I'm concerned about is the people on the ground in the states. The more freedom that he given these states about education, health, things like that, those things are detrimental to the community. That's what I'm talking about. Because like if you look at, we know 56% of Black people live in the South. 56%. And then the rest have splayed out from the South all the way up to the North. That's the majority of Black people, right? And then there's about 15% on the West Coast. I guess my thing is, if we know we're not that big of a demographic to politically, then we take what we have and we make it stronger so that we can be a part of that. I want to sit at the table. I'm gonna get up, walk right over there, look at them white man's eyes, and say, "You gonna do what I say?" My I have a friend of mine who keeps trying to encourage me to run for office, and I was like, "They ain't ready, and not me. I'm too masculine."
Why not?
Oh yeah, listen. They paying them people just in the house. They make $85 an hour to sit up there and do nothing.
Huh.
$85 an hour and health care. And if you become a senator, you get health care for life. What is that? But you can't give us universal health care. That's the hypocrisy. That's what I be talking about. Like, what? That makes no sense. If we can afford to do that as a country, for you to take those 500 plus people and give them health care, why can't you do that for your own people so that we're more viable? We making more money. We can go to work because ain't nobody sick. Like, it just makes no sense to me. And I'm saying for any color at this point, like community wise. Because of course, I live in a place that's got a mixture of everybody. You know, you got your poor whites, poor blacks, you got your folks with money, you got, a little bit of this and that, but it ain't no rich area. It ain't no middle. It's not even lower middle class. I think it's lower than that.
Man, look.
I gotta think.
They was about to send the Senate. They was about to send the House of Representatives up last week. Boy, that white girl said, "You want to step outside?"
And I'd have stepped right outside with her. I know she was trying to be a lady, but I'm not. Let's go then. I'd have got up. I'd have took my earrings off. My head in the butt.
She ain't never say. She ain't
They
never
would
say
have been like,
what tripped me out though was she supposed to sit up there and said, "I feel threatened." You know, when they
yeah.
You know, when they was going back and forth whether or not it was a threat or not, she should have. All she had to do was, all right, but all she had to do was say, I felt threatened." You know what I'm
but
saying?
you know what? Before she could say anything, the young man from Florida, he was like, "Wait a minute, she shouldn't be allowed to say that to her." Before she could say anything, and I was like, "Okay, I see you out here, sir. I don't care that you're from Florida, but thank you for speaking up." But again, if she'd have said something, it'd have been a problem. They'd have talked about her. And so she didn't say anything, and I give it to her. Because sometimes you just got to sometimes you just give people enough rope. Let them do it on their own.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, I'm focusing on my own business first, of course, and my family. However, once I get certain things out the way, I'm going bucky. And I said if I did run for office, I'm trying to figure out if our town has a mayor. And I was like, maybe I'll test it out and try that. We're unincorporated, so.
We ain't got no mayor then.
Right. And so then I can come in and be like, I'm the mayor.
You can't be
What's
a mayor
good?
of an unincorporated town.
What's good, son? I'm the mayor.
You could be the sheriff, though, or the county.
Okay. Can I be the sheriff?
Yeah. You can't be a mayor of an unincorporated town.
Why not? Why can't I? Why can't I?
They don't have mayors.
Cool. Not in this county, we can. Like, we
No.
got a mayor.
If it's unincorporated, it doesn't have a mayor.
Okay, well, I'm gonna find out for you, GQ, and then next time we talk.
I'm telling you, you don't. I mean,
I will not, Ricardo. I am for the people. The only thing you can find out about me is, okay, my credit is such, and I owe student loans. But other than that, I ain't trying to do nobody dirty. I got my own stuff going on.
No, they don't have cheese, Lisa. They got the sheriff. They part of the county, but they not attached
on the reservation though, Lisa.
They not
still
attached
have
to any town. She talking about unincorporated.
Let me see. Hold on. Now you're gonna make me look. Hold on.
Yeah, you can look it up. They not attached.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Hold on.
They not attached to any town or city.
Yeah, they are. Our town is attached to the town next to us. So they attached. That's what I was like. Hold on.
They are not attached to any.
I'm gonna find out tomorrow. I'm gonna
the
call
part
them.
the part that you live in is not all
Yeah.
right. All right. Say you in unincorporated. What county is
Maybe
that?
I can be an alderman.
No, what county is that?
What? Oh, Navajo.
Navajo County.
Yes.
So you're in an unincorporated Navajo County. You're part of the county, but you're not part of any
Oh no,
town.
you asked what the county is. No, I'm a part of a town. Like we are connected.
You
The
said
city,
you was in unincorporated.
I am. I'm in. It's right next door to the main city, and they do things for one another. They, so we got a post office. True.
All right.
I'm gonna find out GQ for real, and then
I'm
we can
telling
chop it
you.
up.
I'm trying to.
I'm trying to. Hold on. Let's see.
I'm trying to explain to you that it's
I'm
not
listening to you explain.
right. It's not part of the town. The main. What's the name of the main town?
I'm not gonna tell you that. I don't need nobody.
Okay. Well, that town is not part. No problem.
I'm just playing.
No, it's cool. But that town is not part of where you live at because you live in an unincorporated part. So that's not part of the city. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
It's only a part of the county.
I'm gonna give it to you until I find out. So I'm gonna call tomorrow because that's interesting and I want to know. But no, my people.
TA, you know what's going bucket mean?
Heavy politics. Like my people was part of. Like my aunt, she was part of the Black Panthers. My father was a part of the. My mom and my dad was part of the Nation of Islam at the height when it was like. What was his name? He was still alive. I can't think of his name. Not Farrakhan. The Elijah Muhammad. Yeah.
What about Elijah Muhammad?
No, I was just saying my parents. They were just hardcore. I guess you could say Black
Nation of Islam.
Yeah.
You're gonna get banned out the chat for that comment.
Who? Oh God, I don't even want to know. Y'all is funny, but yeah, no, I as my, like I call it, my experiment. Once I am able to see the pieces work the cogs in, that's it. They are wilding in the chat though.
Yeah, quit wilding in the chat, cute butter.
What cute butter say?
You off the chain.
All right, babe. Hold on, you guys. I'll be right back. I'm about to do something real quick.
Dev, you think this inauguration is going to overshadow MLK Day?
Let's see. It's gonna be inside. Yeah, it is. Yeah. More people gonna
be watching.
Make comments. I don't know about watching it live, but the comments, when you add up the comments, the number is gonna be higher for the inauguration than the number for any event related to Martin Luther King.
Yeah, you're right about that. Especially since it's 20 below zero all over the country right now.
That's not why he canceled it. He is an egomaniac, and the crowd was small, so he closed it for outside people. So not only the rich people.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the inauguration. He shut down the outside part.
They didn't cancel it.
They canceled the outside. Like, you know how people come.
No, the question was the inauguration going to overshadow MLK Day?
I thought MLK Day was tomorrow.
No, it's tomorrow. It's the same. So it already didn't overshadow it. See, that response telling me that it's already been overshadowed by the inauguration.
No, that's not it.
Because
it's the fact that it's
on inauguration, so you know about it being canceled outside and took inside.
Yeah, I do.
But you didn't know that tomorrow's MLK Day, so it's already been overshadowed.
Yes, I did. I knew that because
you said it passed already.
I thought I always get the date wrong, but I knew Monday everybody was off for the holiday. I just never remember what.
Girl, you already said it's gonna pass already.
You know what? That's what I said now. I ain't gonna have too much more. This back talk, okay?
What did he say?
I said back talk, don't the back talk.
No. What they say? What she called that white lady at the thing? Well, she wasn't even talking to her. Child, please.
Yes, people hate when you say that. I done caught myself at work saying that. Child.
Yeah,
I am not a child.
I gotta hit you with the child, please.
I would. Oh my gosh, she couldn't have said that to me. There. Do you want to go outside? Yup. Yup. Yes, I do. I ain't fought in a long time. Last time I beat somebody else was a long time ago. I just want to get this harvest up for February. That's my goal. Is to get a full harvest out. So that's what I've been doing. That's why the days kind of mesh for me as of late. 'Cause I just be up. I get up at 5 and then rock it. Just work until like about 7. I'm trying to get this done. So I can wear me a fur coat and a bikini this summer. I'm excited.
Oh
shit. I'm turning up. Let me tell you something. There's a goal I'm trying to meet. If I hit that goal, it's over. I'm turning up.
The goal is a fur coat and a bikini.
And the limousine to take us to the beach.
And we wonder why Kamala ran on a hotel campaign.
Shut up, G. Shut up. That ain't got nothing to do with it. I'm done talking to you. I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. That's so funny. But that's what I look forward to, that part, man. Woo! And when they approve me for EBT, oh Lord. Oh Lord. Listen, you know what that do for my pockets?
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you something. I am trying to, cause like when my mom and them was sick, I had to empty my retirement. So that's another thing too. You know, I think about that stuff. Like, you know what I mean? I'm a single woman. So I have to have that backup plan. Ain't nobody coming to take care of me.
You know another way to increase your profits?
Tell me, sir.
Do y'all got Uber Eats?
No.
Not damn.
Yeah, no, sir.
Okay.
We don't have none of that. As I said, I live in a town, like Mayberry town. But if Mayberry was on Silent Hill.
Okay.
Yeah, it's more spread out down there in Mississippi, GQ where she at.
Yeah, that's right there.
The blocks. It's not like like you go outside and then look down the street and then there's a block and then go on the next block. It's not like that out there, man.
Not at all.
I get you when you said more spread out in Mississippi. You know, I know.
Yeah.
You have to. You have
I
to
told
have
you,
a car.
Dave, I grew up in the country, man. I ain't grow up.
We don't even have a bus system.
I ain't grow up uptown in Mississippi. I grew up in the country.
Yeah.
And see, I got a little bit of both. We lived in the city, and I lived in the country, and I love living in the country more. That was it. My grandma and them, they still got land down there. It's beautiful.
I used to love the country. I used to actually love the country more, but I think I done got city-fied. I done been back up here in Chicago so long. I don't think I like the city more now. So.
I like the freedoms of living like that. I like because I plan to get me some speakers and get me one of them gangster stereos. It's about to be on and popping. I'm gonna be over there growing food and bumping it to the yin yang twin.
So your farmers market, your market is on your land.
Right now, it's just greenhouse. It's a greenhouse.
I'm
Now
saying when you come to harvest and you start selling, it's gonna be there, or you're gonna be like traveling
we're
down
gonna
down the
travel.
road. You're gonna travel down
Yeah.
the road a little bit.
Yes, sir. Give
Okay.
people the opportunity. The cool thing about it, I've been invited to one of the reservations. And there's like 3 cities I can go to and sell fruits and vegetables to at an affordable price and still make a good profit.
Okay. And
So, like I said,
you got your paperwork in for your EBT already.
I want them to, if they say yes, child.
Mm.
Yes. Well,
I
because
am not a child.
the
Don't call me child.
the goal is to get it where like how they do shit. What's a good one? I'm trying to remember. Hello Fresh, right?
Yeah.
So basically it's where, like, let's say for instance you ordered fruits and vegetables
And they bring
from
it
us.
straight, to your door.
That's it. And so now you can order online. You'll be able to. This is why I'm busting. Like, I'm just going pause. I'm just going in as I'm working as hard as I can. Let me put it that way. And then so that we can be up and running, where it's like really good, like spring, summer, and then really I could get a good vibe of who's gonna do what, and, where it is. But we're not charging anymore. It's like it's 10, 15, and 20. That's it.
Okay.
And you could get a fruit box, a fruit vegetable box, or just vegetables. So that's what I'm looking forward to when we able to do that at first.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, have like tiers, like 3
Yeah,
tiers.
that's it. Make it simple. And like I said, you can pay online with your EBT, with your, debit,
Yeah.
credit, whatever, and move on from there. And we don't just send like a box of fruit and vegetables. We're also sending you ways to cook it. A lot of people, you might order asparagus, let's say, but if you don't know how to cook it, so we put little notes in there and that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Because eventually, my goal is to, be a brand. Chocolate Earth is a brand.
That's what's up.
Wait, what? No, I'm not you, butter. Why is everybody wild in the chat? Cut it out. No, but I'm growing it though, because it's legal here to grow. I got my seeds. We about to seed. I want to make my own strain.
Yeah, but you already dealing with the hydroponics, so you already halfway there.
And that's why I love the fact that I could take advantage of. Like, I got the free time to experiment and see. I'm not looking at the chat, but I can't help it. But yeah, that's it. And then we start out small. Of course, it's just me, but I plan to, once the money start coming in, to plan to at least hire about 2 to 3 drivers so we can start delivering, in the area. So like, there's a city next to me, so you got 2 cities, and then you've got 3 more. So from there from one city to the last city, make a nice buck, give people good product, and then it's time to go into the next move. So that's it. Simple. So, I don't know about them asparagus. You know what?
GA, he.
I can't say. I'm not saying
That's
nothing.
a real country boy. We
Yes, it
we
is. I
eat black
love
eyed
it.
peas and butter beans and shit like
Ooh, ain't nothing wrong with it though. With some cornbread and some buttermilk. What? What?
that. We
That's
don't
how
be
you doing?
that asparagus is for them fancy niggas. You know,
No, it's not. Asparagus is not fancy.
that's for the more bourgeois ass niggas eating it.
No, come on, stop it.
Grilled,
You ain't never had. You ain't
grilled
never had.
asparagus and shit. You know what I'm
But
saying?
you can cook asparagus other ways than grill them. I can't stand it. Somebody said Lena sitting in the cartel strike in the morning. You know what, GA? Okay. Mar, you still here? You got, they saying somebody coming for me. Because I said you was a nice guy. Not a nice guy, but I think you cool. I think nice guy gets thrown around too much. But anyway, that's it. Like, I want to help people have fun, make money. Like, what? I don't want to be stressed.
That's what's up.
and I'm trying to retire on that yacht, chilling
Oh, damn. You don't go from
with
the
my
desert,
fur
go
coat
from
on.
desert,
What you
desert
talking
to
about? I'm
yacht?
right next to California. I could put you could put a yacht. They got marinas so you can put your yacht. And we do have a place you got boats. It's up north.
That's a waste of money, chocolate. No
What
about
is
no
that called? Hold
yacht.
on, wait. What's that called? Oh shoot. What's the name of that place? Uh, in Arizona. My brain.
What?
Let me see.
Ain't no water nowhere around that motherfucker.
Lake. It's lake. Yes, it is. We have lakes here that you can put a boat on. Maybe
They
not.
put
You
no
can't put a
yachts.
yacht, but you can't put no yacht. But you can put a boat. You can put a nice size boat. You can use a pontoon. Those are nice. You ever been on a pontoon?
In a who?
A pontoon.
Nope.
Okay, hold on.
I don't really do boats. And since we got off the ships from Africa and shit, you know what I'm saying?
Bruh, we wasn't there. We didn't get off the ship.
I feel like in my spirit, I feel like I got off that motherfucker.
Listen, the creator gave us everything, the earth, the wind, the fire, and the land. We have to take and appreciate. That's all I'm saying.
I just be having like genealogical flashbacks and shit.
I got you. Your ancestors be coming
Yeah.
back. Yes, they got water in Arizona. What is wrong with the group? What geography 101?
They strap for water in that motherfucker now.
No, they don't. Stop. I live here. Get out of here. What is you talking about? Ain't nobody.
Your water bill don't be high, chocolate.
I don't have a water bill. I go get my water. I pay.
Oh, you still in water?
No, I think it was like for $8. I got 10,000 gallons.
Hold on, wait a minute. $10 for 8,000 gallons?
You mix it in, but it's like that. You pay. It's on an honor system here, so you pay and you get so many gallons. Like I can go and get as many gallons of five. You know, I got like those 5-gallon things.
Okay.
Just go get as much water as I need until they run up. But that's gonna be a while. I got time here.
So that don't tell you that they strap from water that you got to go fill up gallon jugs somewhere to get some water.
No, that's because I don't have a running water. Like I don't have a plumbing system on my land, so I use the water in the city. Hold on, I'm about to tell you. We got mad lakes. Everybody think it's so dry here. It is and it isn't, depending on where you are. Like for instance, I'm northern Arizona, so it's a lot cooler up here. We have okay, so we got Lake Powell, we got Lake Mead, Theodore Roosevelt Lake. We got lakes, sir. Got water in the state of Arizona.
Them all man-made lakes.
I can't stand it. I ain't talking to you about it. If you want to tell somebody something here.
Them all man-made lakes, I'll tell you. You're going to have to...
Hey, Regular Joe, I did do that. So there you go. Not you gonna say I get it from the local pool. I can't stand you. Yes, we have seasons. So how do you show? Asking for a friend. So what do you mean? So how do I show what?
Shower.
On here?
Shower.
Oh, shower. Oh, okay.
Well, he said it do say show, but I know what he's talking about.
So I have this really cool. It's like I have two. I have a 35-gallon water thing that is like up on a thing, and then I have a 15-gallon one. So I poured in the 15-gallon one and set it on top. At the time I was sitting it on top, and I would just open it up, like put a little thing and open it up.
So it's like 30 minutes of work to get the shower running.
No, it's not.
Okay. Well, they say Marley gonna dig a well.
You know what I'm done. Marley ain't said nothing. He said he was gonna sleep. Now he gonna say I'm in the river.
We're gonna send 3 Venezuelans with Marley so they can dig you a well.
You better go on. Talk about Venezuela.
Nah, they ain't gonna be allowed to come here. You better quit. They gonna be gone by Tuesday. He about to round niggas up with the horses and everything.
Yeah, they supposed to start tomorrow over here in Little Village, little village in Chicago. They say they gonna start tomorrow.
Q
First,
Butter said Marley
first
used
day.
to carry water baskets on his head. You know what?
Yeah, you know
I
they.
can't.
You know
I
they don't be
can't with
having
you.
that. They don't be having fresh water like that on them islands like that. They had to
What
carry.
fresh water? I'm not on an island.
Well, I'm saying that's where. Yeah, never
What?
mind.
Yeah.
You're not
That's
on the
okay.
island. You're not on the island.
I'm not on the island, but they do have some available. By the way, I've looked at that too. You could rich people are selling off their island.
Yeah, I see. Jay Prince got an island in Belize.
Oh wow. I'm gonna stay north because I don't like bugs. And when you go south and you go to tropical areas, they have animals that I've never seen before. And I'm like, I need to know what it is and if it'll kill me. I do want to go to the Caribbean. Like I do want to do that. But yeah, that's about as far as I want to go. Right now, anyway. Right now.
You ain't never been over there?
Over where I've been to the Gulf of Mexico,
Okay.
but that's as far down. We was out on the water. I used to work in Florida. And so I loved it because we was right near the water, right near the marina. I had a ball. I do. I like water. And yes, I can swim. But yeah, you could put you a house. You could put you what is a houseboat? Why he say that? I can't with you. Yes, Corey, I did sleep outside. I slept outside in a tent for about a month or so, almost 2 months. Oh, all right, grown people. All right, I'm starting to feel that. Once I got some food in my stomach, I got the itis. So wait, what? Do you need? Flip flop say. You know what, Q Butter? Yes, Corey. Was you talking to me? Wait, hold on. I don't know if that was for me. Carnell. Yeah. Yeah. Now I'm about to enslave him. Yeah, I'm off grid, Lisa. I'm off grid. Like I have solar panels for my electricity. Like I said, I have to go get my water. For now, like I said, it's a process. I knew that going in. I ain't afraid of no hard work. Cause once it pay off, it pay off. I'm not gonna have no overhead. Why somebody come in here? It's not quite homeless. I was on. I don't know. I don't know if I can show it, but I was on my Instagram and I showed a lot of the videos. It is not. I was camping on my my land. That's what it's called, camping, sir. Yeah, unhomed. I'm not unhomed. I got an address. No, I'm not still sleeping outside, Corey. So, the first night off, true story, I got witnesses to this and pictures, by the way. Once they closed on the property, I went and spent the night on the property with 2 wheelchairs, an umbrella, and a blanket. And I had on my bonnet. Spent the night out there, communed with my property, communed with the land and the earth, to let them know I'm living with you, not just on you. No, it's not scorpions everywhere. I have dung beetles. don't know how long it takes to get to the bottom of the Grand Canyon. I ain't even been there. Yes, wheelchairs. 2 wheelchairs we had. I put them together. I didn't have my tent then. I didn't have my tent yet. But then I got it like a couple days later. I'm gonna be real with you. It was a very like spiritual experience sleeping out there. Cause it was like the moon was like right on. Like I opened my eyes. It was dark and nothing bothered me. Nothing came up. Nothing did nothing. Cause I didn't want to. I didn't want to get a hotel. I wanted to be on my property. What's wrong with that? Is it because I'm a girl? I'm just playing. I'm just a person. I like it. Property without real estate property is still okay. Cute butter. You know what? Whatever. Whatever, man. I can't win. Listen, I own it. I can sleep on it. I can build on it. I can grow with it. That's all that matters to me. Why y'all gotta give me a hard time about it? All right, young people, y'all not gonna keep messing with me. I'm getting out of here. I'm going to bed. Oh wow, yeah, Lisa, cool. We have to connect. Yes, regular Joe. Yo, I do. I know how to start a fire. I know how to do all that stuff. Like I said, I remember one night I heard there was coyotes out. Thank you, brother. I'm not dangerous. I mean, I enjoy that stuff. That's all. And so we had a storm and it messed up my roof. So I got to get my roof fixed. And then, because right now I'm crashing at my people's. So yeah, I like it. I know it's been rough, it's been hard. You know what? Y'all is so ridiculous. It's the chat for me. I can't. Am I the only one up here still? Where everybody is? So many questions. Ask away. Ask away. I'll answer. But I do. I have to get those pictures off Instagram, I guess, and put them on my YouTube page. You know what? That's next on the list, Joe. I want to get a horse. Thank you. I do. I want to get a couple horses. I have some that come and graze on the property, and then cows and stuff. I've heard them. They walk around. It's really cool. It's really beautiful. You know what? I'm trying to see. It's a picture of me on Instagram. I really do look like a pioneer right there, woman. But you know what though? I love how me working on the property, it has like it's done so many things for me. Like for instance, I'm not really a go to the gym type person, but building my own stuff, putting this stuff together, shoot, it's hooking a sister up. I'm about to be ooh wee, I can't wait. Oh, she said I camp with family on a regular, so I know how to make toothpaste. Hey, and she know how to do soap from scratch. Hey, I like it. I know that's right. Make your soap, girl, and your toothpaste. Okay, kids, y'all being too quiet. I'm about to get out of here. These comments is cracking me up. I ain't gonna. Not you got me out here hog tying him. Sure, I am not auditioning. I was on there, but I wasn't afraid. I did have one moment though. I did do that though. Could nobody see me? So I was like, you know what? I'ma strip it. So that's what I did. That was fun. Just walking around the property with nothing on. That's awesome. It's just a freeing experience. I don't do that all the time, but it's fun to do. I know y'all gotta. No outhouse. No outhouse. I have what do you want to call it? It's just like a little. I got a little place to go to the bathroom. It's not really an outhouse. There's no door to close yet. But it's just me, so yeah. When we first came out there, yo. Oh, my team. Listen. Yes, it is. I guess you could call it a shack if you wanted to. But I'm proud of my shack. I built that myself. Just I wasn't expecting for the snow to show up before I got the rest of my material. So, oh, you heard that, huh, GA? Somebody hit the link that want to run their mouth, or I'm about to go because I don't want to keep running my gibbets. You ain't run nothing. Yes, I have Wi-Fi. See, now look, I got internet, and right next to me is the electric pole. They already told me if I wanted electricity, I could get it. It just takes 3 months, and you got to get your own pole. Pause. And you can get internet up there. You could get I'm gonna go with HughesNet for now and see. I'm gonna see. Not the custom AF what? Not the custom. I'm done with y'all. Like I said, I'm excited. I'll be able to see. I'll be able to show you, I should say. Once I get the roof fixed and the camera rolling, because I gotta get that roof fixed. And then once that's done, we're gonna use the aeroponics on this round and have the PVC pipe. And you can do this with you know what, Lisa? I love the work because it physically I love the work. Because it's a workout, like for real. Picking up, plywood, moving pallets, 2x4s, bop, bop, bop. I love it. What's up, sir?
What's going on, Miss Chocolate?
I was just up here talking. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, but you started your operation situation from like ground zero, huh?
Yes, sir.
You documented it.
Yes, I did. So
Yeah.
I gotta edit it all. Like I just recorded until I couldn't anymore. And so anyway,
You
yeah, so
don't load you don't
I
load it
have
up
been.
on YouTube
I haven't.
or
You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. It's my fault. I've been lazy. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop it in that one program. What is that? And let them chop it up. Cause I got some long ass videos and I just haven't felt like editing. I was being lazy, no doubt. Um, and then what I want to show you guys is when we put the things in, put the seeds in, and like I said, I'm gonna get a little webcam and I'm gonna just have it right on the growing area so people can come to the channel anytime and come see. Do you replay? Yes, Chewy. I have sand and clay and all that kind of stuff. So yes, it is very easy to deposit back to the earth. I
dang.
mean, it's no different. Other people's like I'm not doing anything no different than anybody else has done. I don't think I'm doing nothing that special. It's just putting it all together. That's all. Yeah, of course.
Miss Chocolate, you got to show the hard times. You got to show the beginning too.
I
The
am. I'm gonna
very
show it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just gotta edit it. I'm lazy. I've been working on it. Like I said, once my roof.
Peace, peace, peace. I
Hey,
just want to
baby, yo,
let
how you doing?
I just want to let everybody know that I'm convinced that the earth is flat, that Africans was in the Americas before anybody else, and that we are the indigenous peoples of the world and we populated everywhere. Anybody want to smoke? Let's go.
Nah, I don't want none of that, bro.
He came
You
in
got
with
it.
it. There you go. You
Yeah,
got it.
I just asked what happened, man. That's all I want to know.
I'm just fooling. Damn, I shouldn't have gave myself away. Shit, snitched on myself. I can't even be a pseudo for 5 minutes. Damn, that's bad, ain't it, GA? What up, man?
That's funny
That's
all
what.
day.
I can't be pseudo for 5 minutes, yo. I
The
told
minute
on
you opened
myself.
your mouth, you know you not. You know you not. You can't
Damn,
do it. It wasn't even 5 minutes, sir. That wasn't even like.
Yeah, I was
damn.
like,
I don't
this
even
is
think
an
you made it a minute.
imposter.
Damn, I tried it, yo. I
Yeah, you.
tried.
Yeah, that's a fail, sir. I apologize.
Damn,
Give it away. It's all right.
damn,
You who you
chocolate.
is. You
Damn,
who you is. That's it.
I tried, Joe.
Don't try. Don't give it up. Don't do it again.
Fuck.
You didn't even get 60 seconds.
Damn. Oh, this is bad, Joe.
You can try it again. You want to try it again? Go ahead. You gotta
Yeah, hold on, hold
sound
on, hold on.
more. Yeah. Okay.
Hold on. Let me try to get my Wale on. Let me.
All right. All right. Then.
I don't know why y'all don't understand that the brother is just bringing up a new concept when he talk about 1 × 1 equaling 2. I don't know why y'all don't understand that he's thinking in dimensions. And y'all can't see that when you talk about dimensions, you have 1 dimension times another dimension, and that brings you 2 dimensions. Like, why is that so hard to understand that 1 × 1 is 2 and that math is wrong, that 1 × 1 is not 1?
Yeah. Sorry. Still didn't convince me.
Yeah, you got it. But
I
what
don't
happened?
believe that you believe that.
I got you, GA.
No, I'm saying what happened. I'm still gonna ask the question. What happened? Something happened.
Nothing happened. I'm just starting to realize that Terrence Howard might have been on to something.
Okay.
Okay.
What you
What
talking
you
about,
talking about,
man?
man? Is that a possibility, GA, that Terrence Howard might have been on to something?
Yeah, he on
Yeah, he
something
on
right.
something right.
I think
I
somebody
think
got an
somebody got an
echo.
echo.
All right, so look, I had to go get my son from
Hold
the
up, Taz. I
airport.
didn't hear you.
You can't hear me. You hear me now?
Nah, I didn't hear you. What you say, bro? What you say? Yeah, I hear you.
I
I'm
said
just
I went
trying
and
to
got my
figure out
son.
was Terrence Howard on to something?
Yeah, I don't know. Y'all niggas wasn't talking about no Terrence Howard when I left, bro. I don't know nothing about Terrence Howard
I don't
other
know
than
about Terrence Howard. I'm just trying to be pseudo. You ain't gonna let me be pseudo for a minute, Taz?
I don't know. What did Terrence Howard say?
1
'Cause I
×
don't know
1
nothing
is
about
2.
this shit.
1 × 1 is 2. And I'm trying to get you to understand that he might have had a possibility. He might have been right because when you take 1 dimension and you multiply by another dimension, that gives you 2 dimensions.
1 × 1 is 2. My nigga,
Yeah,
I don't
1
be
×
doing
1.
that shit, bro. I'm cool on that type of shit. I ain't even trying to learn no new shit like that. I said I just get on up the road with that shit, bro. I ain't gonna lie to
But
you.
you don't understand how 1 dimension times another dimension brings you 2 dimensions?
Wait, it still don't work. I'm trying to believe you, but I don't even believe you believe what you're saying.
Yo, it's not about belief, it's about if the math works.
Does it? Have you tried it out?
Absolutely.
Yes, and so 1x1 came out to be 2 for you.
Absolutely.
Can you source up that? Where can
Nope.
I go?
All you gotta do is time. All you gotta do is multiply 1 dimension times 1 dimension, and you're gonna get 2 dimensions.
Do I do that on the that one calculator? The one you get
No,
for
you
school?
you can do it on the Texas calculator right now.
Oh no.
Damn. This
How
is
the hell did you
failed horribly. Damn.
Yes, and that's kind of this idea that you can flip numbers around, multiply, divide, subtract, add, and none of those actually. It doesn't matter what was the word for that? The plus, the minus, the divide side, whatever it is that the correct word is. I've never heard no 1 times 1 equaling anything other than 1. And if they teaching that type of shit, I am so glad my kids out of school, because the rest of the kids gonna be dumb as fuck, or they'll say we're dumb. Either way, I'm glad my kids out of this current environment, man. It's like they flipping everything around, bro. They telling the girls, they boys, fucking with the math, teaching crazy history. I don't know, bro. This shit wild. How did y'all get to Terrence Howard though from politics? That's crazy. How the hell did y'all
That's
get
all
there?
Savio. We was talking, he came up and he said he was being pseudo. He just started naming off all this stuff.
I wonder if I got any pseudo beliefs. I don't think so. Because the things I don't know, I just don't know them. Like, so when they start talking
Man, I
about flat
just
Earth,
can't. I just joined the panel on some stupid shit, Tad. Just trying to see how long this shit'll work. I don't believe none of that shit. I know that map don't work nowhere. Only in Terrence Howard's world does 1 times 1 equals 2. I know that shit don't work nowhere else.
I'm gonna go find it and listen to it to see what he actually means. I don't
Hey,
know
you
how
gonna get
that,
confused within the first 5 minutes.
but I don't mind listening. You know,
And I can send
I
you the
just
book.
try it.
I can send you the book too.
I ain't gonna do
And
that,
the
bro. I ain't
book
gonna lie
ain't,
to
and the book's not no help.
you. I ain't reading no
So
book. I can say it now.
I thought the book might help me understand what he was talking about. It didn't. It made me
I'm
even
not
more
reading no book
confused.
or do math. I'm cool. He can have it. He got it.
It's all about the flower of life, which leads back to the creator somehow.
Flower of life, yo.
The flower of life. Some pseudo shit that I don't know. That shit, that's for the pseudos. You gotta believe in a flat earth.
I hate that, man, for Terrence Howard, bruh. Like, he was a celebrated actor that, would have a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame and be remembered for his great acting gigs. And now he's going to be remembered for some bullshit.
Right?
Like, 'cause
That's how it
I
goes.
don't know.
It's the last thing you do.
All these motherfuckers come with an asterisk nowadays, Taz. Look at Snoop Dogg. So it's gonna be an asterisk by everybody, goddamn.
Well, Snoop Dogg had an asterisk ever since the Martha Stewart incidents. What y'all mean? Shit. Snoop
I
Dogg
like
was
Martha Stewart.
shit. What was
you mean
Snoop
to
Dogg
Martha
doing with
Stewart?
Martha
What
Stewart?
happened with Martha Stewart?
You didn't know he had a whole show with Martha Stewart, dog?
Yeah, but I mean, you talking about just the fact that he had a show with her?
What the fuck?
Oh, that ain't no damn asterisk.
Nigga, that's an asterisk. That's worse than them performing for Donald Trump.
No, the
From a nigga from California.
I didn't see him
From a
cooling
nigga
on
from
there.
Cali. From a nigga from Cali. Yes, that's worse than having a show for Donald Trump, dog.
No, not
Yes.
the Martha Stewart.
Yes.
Now, I
Yes.
would give him.
That's worse than him. That's worse than him being a 19th Street Crip.
Calm down. I would give him a asterisk for apologizing for calling Gayle King a dog head bitch. I give him an asterisk for apologizing.
Oh, that was necessary.
Yeah,
I don't apologize for that because I don't like Gayle King.
I give him an asterisk for
I
apologizing.
never respected Gayle King.
She didn't apologize for talking bad about Kobe after he died. So fuck.
Nah, she didn't. So fuck Gayle King.
I wouldn't give him no asterisk for the Martha Stewart shit though. But he definitely getting an asterisk
He
for
get an asterisk for he get a big ass asterisk for the Martha Stewart shit.
Because he
get an asterisk for the Donald Trump shit. That's two asterisks.
Because he said all that shit. I wouldn't even give him an asterisk for the Donald Trump shit if he wouldn't have said all that shit in 2017, call a motherfucker a coon and all
Coon
that.
and right.
Yeah. That's the only reason I give him an
But
asterisk.
he get an asterisk for Martha Stewart and Donald Trump.
He do a lot of goddamn flip flopping.
Bingo. And that's the reason why he got that asterisk for Martha Stewart.
Blue one, huh?
That's why he get that asterisk for fucking with Martha Stewart. Nigga, you was a flip flopper. That bitch Martha Stewart went to jail. Martha Stewart went to jail. Martha Stewart went to jail and he made a show with her afterwards. What the fuck? Get out of here, nigga. Fuck you.
Well, she went to jail for insider trading. She ain't do nothing.
I don't care what she went to jail for.
Because she
What
white
is Snoop Dogg making a show? Y'all missing what I'm looking at it as. Nope. You got this so-called wannabe gangster Crip from Long Beach.
Oh, he only fucked with her because he went to jail. That's what you saying.
Y'all.
That's what you saying.
Fuck that bullshit. Fuck
That's
that
what Donald
bullshit.
Trump
Throw
said.
Snoop Dogg in the trash. Throw that nigga in the trash.
You need to make that a shirt. Throw that nigga in the trash. People would. I'm just saying, yeah. this upcoming presidency, yeah, that shirt would hit.
But I just thought Gayle King only asked about them allegations and how Lisa Leslie thought. I didn't think she crossed the line for real. Like Kobe didn't even marry a black woman. Like I don't got that much love.
He
for
married
him
a
like that.
Mexican. Her name was Marina or some shit like that.
I ain't really the
some shit.
Kobe fan, but niggas that don't marry black women, brother. You know what I'm saying? They sit on the
So, yeah, that
outside.
That kind of threw me off, but I still had to respect this game. Shit, his game couldn't be talked about. Like his game, like I understand his so-called blackness could be talked about, but his game. And I didn't know him personally, so I don't know where he stood at on that. So I can't really question it.
He stood with non-black people.
He stood with intermingling, or interbreeding.
Anybody else with his resume would be called a coon.
I could accept that. I could accept that. And there's nothing wrong with accepting that, but I still respect his game. His game is undeniable to me. So I wasn't really looking at his personal life. I was looking at his game. Like, fuck his wife, fuck her. I want to see what he delivers on the court because I was a Laker fan.
Yeah,
so I wanted to see if he brought his championship.
Delivering up in Colorado, fucking with white hoes on the side and shit. Just because she lied and shit, that don't change the fact that he was trying to smash, though. He was with the bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, real, we got to be honest about that shit.
Hey, he's
like,
not
she
the only
lied
one. He's not the only one.
But
He's
he was
not
with
the
that
only
bitch.
one. And I'm not denying none of that. Yet and still, he delivered when he needed to. That's all I was worried about. He has some flaws as a human. I'm not gonna try to sugarcoat him or write him off.
As a black man, I'm saying as a black
man, he shouldn't have been fucking. He shouldn't have been fucking with no white woman. He shouldn't have been caught in that situation with that white woman, and he shouldn't have did what he did. Well, yet, I don't have no excuse for it because I don't know why he did it. He did what he did. All I can do is live with it. Hey, if he a coon, he a coon. Hey, he got caught out, and there's a lot of other coons in the NBA that didn't get caught. That don't mean anything
because he won championships for the team that I grew up liking. So
Man,
I overlooked that bullshit. And at that time that was some bullshit. And at that time that was some bullshit. Why? Because I understand, because I was looking at the championships that was coming to the team that I respected instead of the overall picture of the respect and the name of being an African American.
So you Lakers first and not black first?
No, I'm black first. That's when I was like, that's what I'm saying. I didn't even really think about it like that at that time.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because when I'm just wondering because like now, you know what I'm saying, like his memory is so protected. But when we in terms of like contributions to the black community, I think he went outside of the black community purposely.
Yeah, he went to China and Italy and I
know
a lot of places he went.
Like when the thing happened with Trayvon Martin, and he said he just don't defend black people, without knowing the story.
Without knowing the story, right? I heard like that was. I was like, why would he say that stupid shit? Like for real, bruh? Like you like losing my respect. But
he died, so all was forgiven.
Nah, nothing's forgiven because he died. Like all that shit still means something. Yet it's still, I can't address him about it. So what am I really supposed to do about it? And if I could address him about it, what would he say?
Throw him in the trash can. Throw him in the trash.
Throw him in the trash.
Man,
throw him in the trash then.
Fabio,
Throw him in the trash.
I'm
Throw him in the trash. If you want to throw Kobe in the trash, throw him in the trash.
If you don't do it, I'ma do it.
Throw him in the trash.
It's like the best lie
Throw
ever.
him in the trash. Throw the nigga in the garbage. Y'all heard me say it. He's in the garbage. That's a lot of other NBA players that we respect in the garbage, though. I need y'all to understand that. And NFL players that just didn't get called out. And boxers and so let's go. We can throw him away. I don't have no posters or nothing of it. Only poster I ever had of any NBA player was Michael Jordan. Ever in my life. I had a Kobe jersey. And I actually won that off a nigga. Beat him in the game of 21. Took his jersey from him.
I need to wake up in this Trump coin worth $100.
Yeah, right. You need to wake up and Trump deporting niggas. Deported Mexicans, I mean. That's what you want to wake up to.
Yeah,
Them
they already
Muslims.
Yeah, that's already gonna happen. Shit. They said they're gonna start that shit in the morning.
Yeah, right.
They're gonna start that shit in the morning.
I guarantee you're gonna be waiting for 4 years and that shit still ain't gonna happen.
What ain't gonna happen?
Them deportations.
Shit, okay.
Shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you the news. I'm gonna bring the
Wait
clips
on
up
them.
there.
You're gonna be waiting on them like you've
I'ma
been
bring
waiting
the
on
news.
Jesus.
I'ma bring the
You're gonna
news
be
clips
waiting
up
on
there.
them like niggas been waiting on Jesus.
They already started in the morning in Little Village in Chicago. First thing in the morning.
Yo, GQ, how long have black people been waiting on Jesus?
Well, that's been seen
since the 1500s. Niggas been waiting on Jesus since the 1500s. Since the 1500s. That's how you gonna be waiting on. That's how long you gonna be waiting on them deportations in mass.
I've seen mass deportations already by Donald Trump. That ain't no new shit.
Yeah, right.
Seeing Jesus, that's gonna be some new shit.
You just seen small scale people getting shit back across the border because they didn't have what visas and shit, nigga. Those ain't deportations. Them is niggas getting kicked out the country because they was illegal immigrants.
You call it whatever you want to call it, little bro. But I'm
Getting
telling
the
you what it
illegal
is.
immigrants out the country. Nigga, he ain't finna round up niggas, bunch of Mexicans with buses and shit. Are you insane?
Okay.
Where he gonna get the money from?
Just stay tuned.
Where he gonna get the money from?
Well, the money already there.
Okay, cool.
All you gotta do is keep paying attention.
You Trumpians are delusional as you
That's what you said when I told you he was gonna be elected for president. You said I was delusional.
Nah, I didn't think Kamala was gonna win.
My ass.
Honestly, I didn't.
Yo,
I
you
knew Kamala
told me
wasn't gonna win.
ain't no way he was gonna win and be no motherfucker.
I didn't want neither one of them to win,
you told me
Kamala
that shit then.
nor her. I didn't want Kamala nor him to win.
Yeah, but you told me he
Shit,
wasn't no way he gonna win.
I wanted a lost, non-viable candidate to win that shit. I wish both of them would have had a heart attack and died. Shit, I wish Trump have a heart attack and die on the day of his inauguration. What? Him and Joe Biden both need to be gone. They're too old. Like 86 and 78. I mean, 81 to 78 is the president for real. But anyway, we ain't gonna talk about the age. We just gonna talk about what we was talking about. I don't think, and if the deportations happen on day one, like he was saying, day one, January the 20th, I will be amazed. He didn't say January 21st. He said day one, January the 20th. So let's see how many illegals.
Well, he's supposed to be signing 200 executive orders. That's why TikTok is back. That's one of the executive orders, and he's signing it on Monday.
Yeah, TikTok helped him get elected, so I know why he would want to keep TikTok around. If y'all didn't know that, y'all not paying
TikTok got
attention.
him elected. The business
No, it
got
helped.
him elected.
No, it
they
helped.
money. The guy,
Right.
the owner, he's
right.
Yeah. So, like I said, it ain't gonna get sold to an American country.
Right. It helped get him elected.
Yeah, like I said, he's now all of this tech stuff because the tech bros poured money into his campaign and helped him get to that last hump. And so that's why all of a sudden you seeing Elon Musk, you seeing Jeff Bezos, you seeing what's that dude from Facebook? Because now he got a curly fro now. And so I'm gonna see. I'm gonna watch. Not the inauguration. I
All
just
I'm
want to know
waiting for
what's
is the mass deportation. That's all I'm looking for, the mass deportation.
He said he gonna do it day one. But
That's
that's what
it.
they wanted. So
I'm
I'm just
looking
gonna
for
be
the
like,
buses
okay.
and the planes and the boats and the trains that's gonna take millions.
Thank you, Mark Zuckerberg.
Millions of people out of here.
You know, they're not
That's
gonna
it.
do it like that. They're gonna start at the border and
Look at
start
the boats and
rounding them
hoes.
folks up because still them people from Haiti are still here. They're still here in Texas.
I'm just
That's
waiting
why they
to
was
see.
talking about the Haitians. They was moving them,
And what
sending them
country?
to different places.
And what country he going to deport them from to? And what country
Back
he's
to
going to
Haiti?
deport?
Back to
Like
Haiti.
so is he going to go get all the Haitians? And what Haitians is he going to get? Or
The
he just going
Haitians
to go
that's
get a
here,
bunch of
I don't
people
know if
that he
they're
thinks are Haitians? Hold
yes,
on.
that's
How do you know
probably it.
they're Haitian?
Right.
How do you know they're Haitian?
That's what they say. That's their job. That's ICE's job to know.
Oh, so they just gonna round up a bunch of people that they think are Haitian and just send them to Haiti.
It ain't like they never did it before. And like I said, he said he didn't care. He's splitting families up. He don't care. He's sending you back.
That's what I want to see. Like if he that gangster, I want to see the gangster.
I don't think he's that gangster. I think that he is appeasing those who fanning his pocket.
Cause I'm gonna tell you like this. Some of these people ain't gonna be going as peacefully as people think. They gonna shoot them ICE people and them motherfuckers coming to their door. There's gonna be a few people getting killed, trying to separate them from their family. The fuck?
Well, you got people itching to have
Y'all think
civil
these
war
people just going
here.
peacefully?
They want to have it. They're doing things to try to ignite
They can
a
go
show of
whatever way
war.
they want to go.
I ain't fighting nobody. I will go up in the mountains or I will be heading to Canada. If that ever happened, I'm leaving. Taking my family, I'm out. And anybody want to
I
come,
think
come
they
on.
just gonna let them round them up and send them out, and they got a whole
Listen, I don't
family
put
that they done
past. I
established here in
don't.
America for
But
real,
we should never
Yeah,
and
put
they
I don't
not
think it's
and they
anything
not from
round
that
past
country.
the human brain. Like, don't put. I don't take humans for granted. I don't know what these people are thinking. Shit. I ain't trying to. No, I don't want to go to war. I don't want to fight. I ain't trying to
What you
shoot
say,
nobody.
Taz?
Nothing. Go ahead,
I
Taz. You
don't
got.
think that no, I was gonna say I don't think we're looking at like rounding people up, but I do think like as far as like coming across the border and everything just being sweet as soon as you get here, I think that's what's gonna change. But I don't expect
I
them to
can
go
see
around the
that.
country fucking with people. You're not
I
gonna
can
see
see
that.
that. I can see that them making tighter restrictions along the borders and shit like that. But them going around the country rounding people, nah. Cause how?
What was y'all
Like
at
it
in
Well,
don't
not
make
20?
sense.
What was
They
y'all
gonna
at in
do it just
26?
like any other bus. Like here
Well,
in
the American
Phoenix.
people didn't like it last time.
Yeah,
Though.
no, they
That's why
didn't.
Where y'all was at in
you know,
2016? I don't know.
I was
I was.
watching the American people complain about it.
Right.
They was complaining their ass off, but they wasn't stopping them from rounding their ass up.
Yeah, it's like nobody's
But look,
listening to what the American people want. They
but you
doing what
gotta
they
be
want to
real
do.
though. You didn't see a whole lot of that after either. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
The initial Muslim ban and talking about it and all of that shit. He didn't finish his presidency off beating his chest about getting people out of here. Which, again,
Even
I think with
though,
his face, he had to help shit, but he didn't. He kind of let the
even
immigration
though,
shit get away from him.
I'm so sorry. Even though, how many Russian immigrants came in during the time of his presidency? That was another thing too. That kind of was like, oh no, nobody's. Yeah, come on, bro. You doing business with everybody, everybody. And so, what? How do you not think that those of us who paid attention to you and paid attention to what you say, that we think you're gonna do the right thing this go round? No, he about to use his presidency to get back at everybody he feel like wronged him. On top of riding for these people that's in these cabinets. This shit is crazy. That dude that they confirming for the Department of Defense, or what is that? Secretary of Defense or something like that. I can't remember the title right now. Plus it's 1 o'clock. I'm gonna take my butt to bed, but it's gonna be a circus. That's all I know. And like I said, I just want to see. I want to know these executive orders he gonna sign tomorrow. I want to see what those are. Other than that, that's it. I'm just gonna keep my prepper game going. So just in case things get hairy, because I'm not gonna be paying no $7 for no 12 eggs. Okay, that's the kind of stuff that's happening. They about to price gouges with housing, with the food. And and it's just crazy to me. Like, yeah. I mean, for real, like this is insanity. And like I said, it's not so much as that I think, oh, okay, it's gonna all implode and everybody. No, no. Mm-mm. This gonna all it's all strategic, and it's gonna be horrible.
Yeah, I just want
No, Chris,
to
I'll
tell
tell
you
you
guys,
this.
man.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's a section of America that does view today as very important because of Trump, but there's also another section of America that views today as important because Ohio State will be playing Notre Dame in a national championship. You know what I'm saying? And then there's another segment of this country that deems today important because it is the celebration of Dr. Martin Luther King's holiday, the holiday that was put in place for his birthday that is celebrated every year on a federal level, the only holiday dedicated to an individual, and it goes to a black man. So it's a lot going on today. I don't even think we have to talk about Trump if we don't want to. Fuck Trump. We got nigga shit.
I think Trump is overshadowing
I'm on with that.
everything.
Fuck that dude.
All of which is being overshadowed by the inauguration of Donald fucking Trump.
Yeah,
I just had to ask Deb earlier, did he think Martin Luther King Day would be overshadowed by Donald Trump. He said, "Yeah, I agree because you're gonna see more rigmarole about this inauguration shit than you're gonna hear about any event that they have for Martin Luther King Day. That's for damn sure."
Yeah,
So like,
and you know what? That's the real disrespect.
The
About
football may
hold
be able to
that's
compete, but
that's the real
I doubt it.
disrespect about that's the real disrespect about the inauguration being on today or Martin Luther King Day
Yeah,
or
I
them
think
moving Martin Luther King Day up to today
the fourth time it didn't happen.
in history, right?
Obama's second inauguration was on Martin Luther King.
Right. But it didn't overshadow nothing. But this is the reason why this will overshadow it is because it's
motherfucking Donald J.
Trump, right? And it's because you got a nigga with a cracker with 34 felonies.
Never. This
35
moment.
fellas. What I care about a case, man?
That motherfucker's a criminal. It is the criminal in chief. We finna have a
Campaigning to
criminalistic.
bury the hate, CQ.
We finna have a criminalistic. We finna have a criminalistic president.
No, I said if you campaigning to bury the hate, you know, I just continued that TI line.
Yeah.
Hell nah.
Campaigning to bury the hate.
Nah, he campaigning to extend the hate. So y'all ready? Get ready for the theocracy that all these these theists been crying about. Get ready for the flat earth shit to ramp up in the next 4 years. Be ready.
If they get another celebrity voice, they're gonna run with it. I think that's the only thing that keeps that alive is, you know, celebrity voices and people that can bring attention.
It was the election of Donald Trump.
I don't think Trump's presidency is gonna matter that much. It's just gonna have the energy we give to it. You know what I'm saying?
Trying to tell you, I don't know what the fuck these niggas talk. That shit sound crazy. All like this shit, this flat earth shit ain't been back up to 1,000 degrees. All
I'm
motherfuckers.
still trying to figure. And all this time, they haven't figured it out. Like, how to prove it though that it's flat? Have they proved it at all? One time, get a satellite. Go. I don't understand if they believe it that bad. Go find out. Go walk off the end of the earth and see if you fall.
Yeah, it was the election of Donald Trump that allowed the age of stupidity to become the reign or the real of what's going on, of how the world operates. Stupidity is what runs the world right now, and it's the election of Donald Trump, because what you see is that you have a president that can get away with saying the stupidest shit in the world, and he got elected. And now that basically says what? I can say whatever I want, and I'm going to get what? Celebrity status. I'm going to get elected and put to the forefront.
But it's not like there were, you know, intellectual milestones set on the other side either. The typical presidential candidate don't sound that smart anyway to me.
Oh, I agree with you, Taz. But I'm just saying, they're eating cats. They're eating dogs.
That was real though. That was based on a real story. Now, you know, the delivery of it, yeah, but that was based on a real story though. I did. I covered that shit not knowing that it was, you know, gonna turn into a Trump thing, but yeah, that happened, bro. It happened, brother, and it was, you know, some embarrassing footage, bro. Body cam footage. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, niggas gotta be honest about that shit when that type of shit happens. Just niggas be on some weirdo shit, bro. Some weird motherfuckers out here, bro. For real, ain't no sense in turning that shit political, bro. Because I
got a situation I have to deal with. I'll get back.
Okay, no doubt. Yeah, I feel that story up though if you want to see it though. It's
That's what's
definitely a
up.
story of motherfucker eating a cat though. It was a woman.
But that's what I mean. In certain cultures, they do eat what we call domestic animals. Yes, I do. I have a dog. I have a German Shepherd. Thank you very much.
No, just eating a
Why they
cat. Period.
ragging?
Crazy
Yeah,
in
that's
America
too
though.
much. Well, some people would say it's disgusting,
That's
like how
different.
we eat cows or pigs or
We
anything
ain't
like
got no
that. Other
better.
countries. I've like I said, the most exotic I got was gator meat. That's enough. I ain't going nowhere. I ain't. Why he say that? Why did he say chocolate? Chocolate's dog takes her on walks. You know what? I can't stand it. Oh my god. All right, then. Bet. All right, gentlemen, ladies, I'm going to bed. I will holler at you. Cause
All right, talk in a minute, man.
yeah. Let me put a couple hours in to sleep. All right, I holler.
All right. Yeah, Chocolate living a rough life out there, man, in the terrain. What's the word, Tasmanian devil?
Shit, I can't call it, man. I don't like that name though. Just for the record, and here's why. Just so you know now. So
Talk to
you know, Tazar is my middle name. Tazar. So that's where my name came from. Now, just so happens that Looney Tunes character is more popular than my name. So what I'm saying, I always get looped in with that one. But no, Tazar is actually my middle name. So that's where my Taz came from.
Oh shit, okay, I feel you, but when you come on the panel, you be like the Tasmanian devil. That's why it relates to you so much. You come through knocking over shit. You know what I'm saying? Kicking the chairs and the tables and shit.
A lot of times it's by accident though. Like I don't think it's like the character.
That's
It
why
is by accident.
that's the relationship I made with it. Like, oh, that's the Tasmanian. But I got you. If you don't like it, I ain't gonna fuck with it no more, bro. I respect that.
Yeah, that's one of them that I always say, like, nah, bro, like not the devil thing, bro. I don't want no devil attachments, bro. Like I ain't even Christian or none of that, but just because I ain't Christian, I
don't mean I want to be the devil. Yeah, I feel you on that though. That's real talk. Shit.
But yeah, I ain't no shit, man. I was kind of enjoying the combo. I had to leave and shit though earlier, but I was kind of enjoying the combo, man. Just kind of getting down to some of that. But I do think people kind of do the Trump thing a little too much. Like the president don't affect my everyday life. You know what I'm saying? There's some things that I think we got to look at, but man, I'm not gonna sit around for the next 4 years and act like the world about to end because that man president, bro. Is you crazy?
Hey. Yeah, they be going a little too hard, pause. They be freaking the fuck out, man. It's the brother earlier, oh man, it's about to be hell on earth around here. Oh damn, what the fuck? Then Chocolate every day, they did a whole 20-minute segment on how bad he's finna make it. I like, what the fuck? It was a pretty good conversation prior to that.
Yeah, I mean, because a lot of that stuff for me, you just got to let it play out. I mean, the needle don't move that much in a 4-year span for us to be wigging out over an election. Like, you know what I'm saying? It moves, but it doesn't move. It doesn't move you back to the plantation per se. So, like, let's see where we're going. Like, in a lot of ways, it could be a benefit if we use it to our benefit. Like, I don't think it has to be bad.
Right. A lot of ways. I mean, yeah, like you said, it all depends on how you pivot. You know what I'm saying? And we the masters of the pivot, so we supposed to be able to handle whatever come our way, especially when you're talking about on the presidential side. Like you said, it don't affect our day to day that damn much.
Right.
And then whatever policies do come into play, we supposed to be able to figure out how to use them to our advantage and shit. Yeah, that's pretty much how I look at that one. Shit crazy, man. I don't think that from the last presidency, 2016 to 2020, outside of a whole global pandemic, I don't think shit was that horrible that, if that's any reflection of what we got to look forward to. Then on top of that, I could be wrong, of course, but I don't think he gonna have the Senate and the House for the whole 4 years. I think midterm they gonna throw a whole bunch of Democrats in there to put a little balance on the shit. That's the way it seems it's been going.
Yeah, it happens like that every time. You already know.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna have nothing but a little 2-year run.
Yeah, good 2 years. He might be able to get some shit off the next midterm shit. They're gonna flood them with Democrats. Then it's gonna be 2 years of stagnation. They ain't gonna be able to get shit done because it's gonna be a political damn tug of war, as it be everybody go through it. Shit, from Obama to Biden, because Obama had he had the House and the Senate when he first got in that motherfucker. They hurry up and goddamn it.
They're gonna even it out though at that next midterm. It happens every time.
Yeah. So yeah, man, that's all a bunch of bullshit any old way. Like I said, I think they all together, man. I think they all in cahoots. That's my conspiracy. The Democrats and Republicans are one big motherfucking posse that's working all together and got everybody else wondering and bucking for position.
I don't know why people turn that into a conspiracy though. I mean, it's just an absolute fact. How do you get anything done politically? Oh, you know what I'm saying? Over a decade of Democrats and Republicans if they're not working together. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, they have disagreements, but they're no different than us. We have disagreements, but like, you know what I'm saying? We still work together to try to get to an end goal. They're no different, and they get paid to do it.
Exactly. And all of their constituents want something done. Nobody wants to sit around and just look at no progress being made just because y'all gang banging and shit. That ain't gonna work. Yeah, them motherfuckers. I mean, look at Donald Trump. He was a diehard damn Democrat all through the 90s, 80s, and 90s. You know. Now all of a sudden he's the king of the Republicans. It's just, all y'all motherfuckers together.
Right. He threw so much money at Hillary. Ain't no way you could take that back now. Like,
come on,
when
man.
she was up there, senator in New York and shit. He was very supportive. So I don't know. It's just one of the things.
Supported her primary against Obama. He was her supporter and supported her husband all through his run. So yeah. Like you say, ain't no way you can get none of that back.
What's up, man? No, I'm not. Thank you.
I say Miz got a push-up booth. Regular Joe ass great. Yeah, man. I think it's gonna be the Commander in Chiefs, man, for the Super Bowl. Who you got, Taz? It got a ring to it. Commanders in Chief.
Yeah, that do sound crazy, but I got the complete opposite. It'd be Buffalo and Philly.
Okay. Yeah, Buffalo shocked the world today. It definitely shocked me because I thought Baltimore was gonna be able to pull it off.
Yeah, I thought this was their year. I did. I definitely thought this was their year. I was hoping to catch somebody on the MLK topic though, man. Usually people like to take a swipe at him and shit, man. But and nobody want to say
They
that.
usually be Psycho ass. So you know, Psycho got the most smoke for MLK.
It's a lot of them though, bro. It's a lot of people that write off Dr. King and dismisses his contribution. So
yeah,
maybe somebody will come up tomorrow.
That's crazy work. Yeah, you won't get none of that from me, bro. I'm from a different generation.
Yeah, he because what I've heard over the years is a lot of people blaming him for the nonviolent movement, and I just I think that's foolish to look down at. Like if a violent movement didn't work, why not support the person? And because we're we 60 years later, bro. Why are we going against something that already happened? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we already seen it happen. We already know the outcome of it. Why would we shit on it like that? So that's always my understanding of it. Is like, yeah, the nonviolent part of it, I might not be in favor of it, but I do think it's good that we can see the outcome of it.
Yeah, it ain't like it didn't work.
Yeah, Dr. King got some shit done. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like him or not, he was able to get some shit done.
Yeah, he did, and no question. He just took a page. He took a page out of Gandhi book, and he knew, he knew the aesthetics. The rest of the world looking and seeing how bad y'all treating the motherfucker. There's gonna be some global pushback, and let alone the rest of the north of America. So I mean,
Yeah, that's right, Lisa. They blame integration on Dr. King. It's like, dude, like, do you just not understand the country you live in? Like, people fought to be integrated from the moment they were segregated. Segregation for a long time just meant keeping black people out of resources. Niggas didn't necessarily want to be going to school with white people and this and that, but they wanted access. That's never changed.
Right. Motherfucker wanted the equality. We still looking for that shit. We got the integration part. We still ain't got the equity part.
I don't know. I would like it less if it were a day dedicated to somebody white. You know what I'm saying? And having to celebrate, let's say, Abraham Lincoln's birthday, like our ancestors did. Like, if we being honest, there was a huge celebration centered around Abraham Lincoln for the first 50 years after the Civil War. Our people praised Lincoln for freeing the slaves and all of that shit. The Emancipation Day celebrations that happened from our ancestors were all about Lincoln, Lincoln, Lincoln. You know what I'm saying? They never even viewed themselves as important. They viewed him as important.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Propaganda machine.
Yeah, that's why today, like I say, it's that much more important to make sure we don't, slip into that same shit where, we forget that the celebration should be around our ancestors and not necessarily, what America says or does.
Mm-hmm.
She said you ain't never heard that.
No, that's real. That's real. That's realer than $100 bill right there. You know who the fuck you giving the credit to? Even like you say, when y'all celebrating Lincoln, like, you know what I'm saying, discrediting y'allself from the work y'all put in to make that shit happen and shit. You know what I'm saying? And motherfuckers escaping and shit, getting the fuck up out the way, running to the north, goddamn it, making coalitions and shit to put some pressure on these motherfuckers.
Yeah, fam. If by any means, if you go and do just like I say, just any levels of research though, that's what Emancipation Day was. It was, our people celebrated Lincoln for freeing the slaves, and the reason why I don't knock them because it's in their lifetime. This is their life experience, and so, you know what I'm saying. If that was their understanding of just still kind of being happy to be free. I give them that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? These people lived through that shit. And, you know what I'm saying? Even maybe, you know, the teenagers and shit that wouldn't have maybe been born slaves, but you came up through those people who, you know, who experienced it. These are real people. I'm talking 1910, 1911, when these celebrations are happening all over from Nashville all the way down into Georgia and, you know what I'm saying, wherever. You know what I mean? Like, for real. They were celebrating Emancipation Day, and a lot of it was different dates throughout the year. Because some of the dates in what state am I thinking about? Mississippi. Some of the dates in Mississippi would be near July 1864, whereas like we know Galveston is June 1965. So those dates vary. Some Emancipation Days are in August, you know what I'm saying, and whatnot. It just depends on where the city is that's celebrating their emancipation. But all of that credit for years went back to Lincoln, just to make the point. It was always a celebration of Abraham Lincoln. And we finally got away from that, you know, in the last, you know, 50, 60 years.
And you got to look at it back there. Wasn't no niggas calling no shots. So who else they gonna give the credit to?
Well, I would say they were calling the shots on these celebrations, though, and I'm only saying that because these were local parades, local.
Yeah. On the celebration itself, Taz. I'm talking about as far as calling the shot to free the slaves.
Oh, as far as understanding the history, yeah, no doubt. I mean, because they still back then had the understanding that the Civil War was fought on their behalf. You know what I'm saying? That was kind of taught to even them, was that, you know, thank Lincoln for going to war for you. You know what I'm saying? You're only a citizen because Lincoln, you know what I'm saying, fought the good fight and made you a citizen. Like, this is what they were taught.
That was the propaganda at the time, right?
Yeah, that's what they were taught.
That was the guys they was pulling it under for the whole country. You know, even that's the bullshit the Union used on the Confederacy. Even though they knew better, they like, nah, motherfucker, y'all just try y'all player hating because we getting all the paper. They like, nah, motherfucker, y'all got to free them people down there. So yeah, that was the bullshit.
Yeah, I'm looking at this right here. So let me see if somebody can share my screen right quick. I'll show you this one from Omaha back in 1891, September 22nd. You know what I'm saying? Because it just depending on where you at. Somebody back there, you can share my screen if you could. If not, don't worry about it. But this is Omaha, Nebraska. And again, the date is just going to be when, you know, people would have been freed or people would have been, quote unquote, emancipated. And then that celebration continued on. So this, again, you know, 1891, so they started their Emancipation Day celebrations, maybe 20 years after slavery. But like I say, all of these Emancipation Days go back to that moment in history, and then throughout the cities, it's going to be a different date. So all throughout the South, you'll find all summer different Emancipation Days, all summer, all throughout the South. But the bad part is we don't have a way to streamline all of that. You know what I'm saying? There's got to be a way to talk about that all at once, as an emancipation not happening on June 19th, 1865. You know, every date of emancipation should be important, but how do you bring all that to one conversation? You know, so that's what I be trying to do in these discussions, is make sure people do understand all of those things as we gloss over them quickly, like, because you know what I'm saying, everybody knows that wasn't the first day to the end of slavery, June 19th, but we don't talk about the nuances either.
Yeah,
celebrating
Is that
all
what they
over.
attempted? Is that what they attempted to do with the Juneteenth? Was that an attempt at streamlining?
So in my opinion, a lot of the Juneteenth stuff, bro, was an attempt to like give us something we was asking for. One of them, because like a lot of people just they kind of shit on it for real, and I don't like it. And so let me get another screen share so I can show you why I support Juneteenth like that. So this is Opal Lee, right? She's a lady that like she set up a march to walk to DC, right? 98 years old. She wanted Juneteenth to be a holiday. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, I think people who live through a 98-year-old woman that's pushing for Juneteenth to be a holiday, going to talk to Joe Biden, all of that type of shit. That to me is part of the reason why it's important to respect it. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like Joe Biden was sitting there one day and got the idea like, yeah, I'm just gonna make Juneteenth a holiday. No, we got people who went and fought for that shit, bro. And you know what I'm saying? You know, she's 98 years old. She's still alive today. She's called the grandmother of Juneteenth. You know what I'm saying? If you can share my screen, if not, don't worry about it. But again, her name Opal Lee. You know what I'm saying? And she's a Texan. And yeah, she did some amazing shit to get that attention. But let me see. It say Lee campaigned for decades to make Juneteenth a federal holiday. She promoted the idea by leading two-mile walks every year, representing the 2.5 years it took to get the news of the Emancipation Proclamation out down in Texas. So she did these marches every year. She promoted Juneteenth every year. Just an elderly lady, like kind of like my grandma would have been, just somebody who celebrates Juneteenth. You know what I'm saying? And one of the OGs that do it. So that's why I celebrate Juneteenth and supporting this shit. I do think a lot of it goes back to, what I'm saying, black people that, went to Biden, of course, lobby, whatever, but they were able to get that attention, and he was just able to attach himself to some good shit. That's all that was. Because I hate that it's going to go toward his legacy more than hers, but that was something we asked for. Yeah, that was something she asked for. She was campaigning for goddamn Juneteenth to be a federal holiday when Joe Biden was still segregating school buses and shit. So you know what I'm saying? I gotta respect her.
Oh damn, she been fighting for it that long?
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's what I say. It says she's been fighting since the 70s. So you know what I'm saying? Again, it's asking for it, fighting for it, it's all the same to me, bro. Because you know what I'm saying, at the end of the day, she's overlooked in history. So you know what I'm saying, as far as like the holiday goes, she'll be forgotten as the grandmother of Juneteenth, while it'll be added to Joe Biden's resume. People will talk about it forever.
Yeah, like he did something for niggas
Right.
outside of mass incarcerated.
Just because they sat down and signed it, you know what I'm saying? They get credit for it. But if I'm not mistaken, she was at the signing, you know what I'm saying? Because like I say, a lot of it was centered around her, but the public was told, it's Biden's gig or whatever. But a lot of the when you go into the story and read it and whatnot, a lot of what they were claiming to do it for was centered around her activism. Which is why they call her the grandmother of Juneteenth. But she don't get enough press in our circles, in my opinion. So that's why I be trying to talk about some of the people that, again, that foundation people talk about. It can't just be that simple shit. Like it's black people that fought for some of this shit, and if niggas can't present that argument, we gonna have a problem. Like so. Yeah, I will argue on behalf of Juneteenth, on behalf of Opal Lee, nigga. No doubt. Let's get it. You know what I'm saying? But if you just sitting here doing Joe Biden signed it and America and no, bro. Like, what about them people? What about them black people? You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm about for real, bro. I just want them to be seen. What you say, Richard Allen of Texas? Who? Let's go. Let me see. Let's see. Richard Allen, born 1830. All right. Texas District 14, 1873. Carpenter, contractor, businessman. After the Civil War, a Republican politician. Texas House, he was elected to 2 terms. Born into slavery, Allen was taken to Texas as a child. His master migrated there in 1837. Okay. Yeah, see, these are important people in history that, again, I definitely like. I like talking about them. These are important people in history. They get forgotten about, bruh. Say 1878, he ran unsuccessfully for lieutenant governor. He was the first African American in Texas to run as a candidate for a statewide office. After leaving the legislature, he continued to be active in the Republican Party. He attended state and national conventions as a delegate until 1896. Yeah. Legendary black man. This Houston area, born in Richmond, slave, died in Houston, a free man. And that's what I'm saying, but that's what I don't like, GQ, when you hear me pushing back on some of the arguments, it really do just to be to sharpen us up, because how do you qualify everything as being horrible from slavery while also balancing out the people who came off the plantation and went on to do things that no one can even expect? You know what I'm saying? There has to be a balance there in telling those stories.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. He was even a customs officer. So he worked on the motherfucking border trying to keep the immigrants out and shit too. Who was that? Who was the other one that he had in there?
I'm finna look now. It's something Yates. I seen 2 names. I'm scrolling back now to see who the second name.
He was fighting for the Juneteenth. Jack Yates. Oh, they got the Richard Allen and Jack Yates Juneteenth Park.
All right, let's see who Jack Yates is. Jack Yates, born in Virginia, died in Houston. Freedman minister, community leader, born enslaved, 1828, was taught to read at an early age by his enslaver's child. He married Harriet Willis, who was enslaved on a neighboring farm. When her enslaver moved his plantation to Texas to avoid emancipation, Yates, then a free man, asked to re-enslave. Wait. Yates was a free man asked to be re-enslaved in order to stay with his family. Wow. He joined his family in Texas until their emancipation in 1865. What a fucking love story. Jeez. The family relocated to Houston, where he established a freedmen's town, purchased property, and began ministering to the community. In 1868, the Yates was named a full-time preacher of Antioch Missionary Baptist Church, Houston's first black church. As a community leader, he organized Houston Academy, now Booker T. Washington High School, Bethel Baptist Church, and Houston's Emancipation Park. He died in 1897. Yates' original Houston home donated to Houston's Heritage Society. So I would assume that Houston's early Emancipation Day celebrations happened at that park.
Yeah, that's Juneteenth.
Yeah.
And you gotta remember, my bad for just interrupting like that. Peace, y'all.
What's up, Vince?
That Juneteenth went through various names along its growth, from Jubilee, Emancipation Day, Freedom Day. Like it just depends on
Depends on
authors
where
when
you
you
at.
go back. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
they
go back and
still
look at them.
celebrate Jubilee in Texas, don't they, Visa?
I'm not in Texas. I'm Oklahoma.
No, I'm just
But it
saying.
depends on where you
More
at,
than
though. They
likely,
still
yeah,
absolutely. That's an absolute fact. They use all them different names. It just depends on where you are.
And I put another link. I think I put it in the YouTube, but I put it in the back chat in here. The one for that Hall of Negro Life in 1936. That was another Texas thing, by the way. But that was a major Juneteenth celebration that gets swept underneath the rug, and that's where Aaron Douglas paintings was first revealed to the mass public. But if I'm sitting back trying to keep my boy from taking his diaper off, getting distracted. Hall of Negro Life is a cool one for the audience if they can grab that and read over it. Let me grab
Man,
this
that's
for
a
you real quick.
cold lick, man. Because they was running from Virginia to Texas so they can keep their slaves and shit, running from emancipation, and because they knew Texas was still kind of wild back then at that time.
Yeah,
And
they had
they
pirates
could
bringing
pull it.
them. They had
And
pirates bringing them.
you know what's crazy about that Visa? When I look at your family. I think you told me your family served with them. The long run.
Bass. Yeah.
Yeah, when I look at Bass Reeves and I looked at that story, you remember in the end he had to go down to Texas to get up with the white boy that he had been looking for. He had to go down to Texas, and when he got down to Texas, he see that dude still got slaves, even though slavery was over.
Yeah, if you go back and you
And
look
he
at
whacked dude and
filibusters,
freed all the slaves and shit down there.
if you look at the earlier filibusters before they used it as this uh, rhetoric term, your filibusters was the ones that was taking their slaves out of the territories. And first they was going to Texas, and then they started taking all their slaves down to South America. So it didn't immediately end. You get where I'm going?
Yeah.
They was trying to find ways to keep it going.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got to think that was uh, we can't be anachronistic and think that they had TV and telephones to
Right.
immediately combat this stuff. You get what I mean?
Right.
You couldn't whip out your cell phone and be like, "Look what's going on
Yeah.
down here in no man's land."
Yeah, that's why I said that a lot of them was running to Texas because it was still so wild at the time, kind of like it was
No, they
such a
was going everywhere, bro. Like that's one of the misconceptions too. Now, and this is something again I'm
well,
working.
just from the two that we just read, them the Yates and the other, both of them they slave masters moved straight to Texas with it,
Yeah, and then you'll see a lot of them shifting their slaves around, like the ones that was in Indian territory, one Oklahoma. They were shifting their slaves around to avoid paying taxes on them, and then just double back and get them after tax seasons and things like that. You get what I mean? Because it's property. So if you own
Yeah.
them and they tax you on it, they would just shift you around, send you off here, drop you off there, and then just double back and come and get you.
What slave? I ain't got
Right.
Yeah, that's how they took a lot of them to the West Coast. That's again they like Oregon, California. A lot of them states was actually founded with the help of that. Because, like, for example, when the gold was found in California, they immediately made it a state. But what's not talked about is who did a lot of that work in terms of that digging and all the work that it takes to find that gold. And I do think that kind of came out in the California reparations discussion, but it's not often used as a point where we look at in history as far as Black people go. Slaves were taken across the country to work to find that gold on the West Coast. Like it became a chase to do that. I mean, there was still, what we talking about, 15 years after the gold rush, still before the Civil War was over. So I mean, you have to think all of that time, people still chasing that dream. And there's a lot of documented history of people taking black people west to the west. A bunch of slaves go and do that work. (1849) is when California becomes a state. So yeah, that's 16 years. 16 years of legal slavery, if you will.
And ain't no telling what was going on with all them Spanish missions out there, Taz.
Yeah.
I can't read Spanish to get today history, so I gotta, go off what I get translated. But I wouldn't doubt that they had them out there as well before your whites started getting west.
Yeah, because by then, now keep in mind, California's created and whatnot. The gold is what drives the California onto the scene. But then Oregon becomes a state 10 years later, 1859, and Oregon is made a state with the assumption that it'll be a white utopia. Oregon was one of those states that came into the Union where black people weren't even supposed to be able to live. We weren't supposed to be in Oregon at all. That was supposed to be a white utopia. The Civil War fucked all that up. That was supposed to be only white people, though. Came into the Union as that way. See if I can find something on that right quick. Something about, damn, what the fuck was it? It was something of hers that I just rolled past in LA. If you back there, share my screen for me right quick. 1859, Oregon became the only state to enter the Union with a black exclusion law. It introduced a new law in that same year prohibiting black people from owning property and making contracts. Those exclusion laws remained in effect until 1926. So again, when Oregon came into the Union, Oregon had an exclusion clause in which black people couldn't even live there.
Sundown State.
A sundown state, man. Whole state. Civil War messed that plan up, though. So, what I'm saying? You got the amendments that come into play and all of that. So, but even now, what I'm saying? I wouldn't be playing with Oregon. That's one of them states that, what I'm saying? I don't be over there. Oregon, South Dakota, North Dakota. Nah, gang. We got some history over there, though. I was reading about some black people in Idaho, man. You know what I'm saying? Some unknown, unnamed black people in Idaho. Like, they try to erase the history so much, you know what I mean? They make it seem like black people aren't instrumental in it, but they'll tell you, like, let's say you read the AI and it'll tell you like African Americans were instrumental in creating Idaho or some shit like that. But then you go to digging for the information on them and you don't find much, but it's a paragraph or two. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people get written out of history that belong. You know what I mean? So I don't know. That's the thing about white American history, bro. It is a lot of people for them to talk about that are white, and they can just diminish any black person or even write them out of history. We don't know them.
Mm-hmm.
I say some of these men, bro. I've been doing these little TikTok videos, just trying to see if I can, you know what I'm saying, gauge some of what people want to see in regard to like the history of this quote unquote FBA topic. Because for me, it ain't even about just this running around making arguments about Pan Africans and shit, dog. Do you know who George Washington is? And I ain't talking about that white boy. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about that who founded that little city up there in Texas, up there in Washington, that we know now as Centralia. You know what I'm saying? Centerville is what it was called in the 1800s, though. Like
George Washington Carver.
No, nigga. George Washington, just a black man by that name.
Okay.
He's
Centerville,
credited with
Centralia, what state?
Washington.
Okay.
Up north. Former slave. Well, I think his dad was a slave, and he got born into it, but sold some shit like that to a free family, indentured servant, and then, like I say, after that, he went on to, and later in life, he went on to find some land, and you know what I'm saying, as a black man, bring people into a town, and this shit get named after him and whatnot. The whole night, celebrate him every year. You know what I'm saying? 1875, black community. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to know that shit, bro. We can't just be talking about everybody being poor and fucked up, bro. Like, everybody what, nigga? Like, yeah, I'm saying you got black people starting whole communities for other black people, and they were coming to them. You know what I'm saying? So some of that's got to be qualified, bro. Yeah, we had some people that was down bad, but we had some people doing great things for other people. And it ain't got nothing to do with no bootleg shit or none of that, bro. But I think we do a good job of diminishing our own history with that. Allensworth. You ever heard of Allensworth, California?
Yeah, I heard of Allensworth.
Yeah, that's the first town in California exclusively for black people.
Yeah,
Started by a black.
Allentown? Was it Allentown first or something? Or
No, it's named after him. Yeah, because that's his name, Allen Allensworth.
Allen Allensworth. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Black people going all over the country, starting up towns and shit. Any state, getting it cracking, bro.
That was Northern California too, right up there.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit further north than LA. I wanted to go up there. So, you know what I'm saying? It's I don't know what they would where they would deem it as a Californian, but it's north of LA.
You know about Altadena. That was a predominantly black town that just burned down, and they had a nice portion of Pasadena too, but Altadena was
just there. I was just there, but that's where I was at in Altadena.
Oh, right. So you know
that's where that's where that Eden Fire was at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was where the Eden Fire was at.
Yeah, I was just there. And ain't nothing there but the U.S. military right now. They got that shit blocked off, nigga.
Yeah. I heard they won't let nobody up, and the people who are still up there, if they come down, they won't let them go back up and shit.
Yeah, they got that shit roped off, bro. That shit look crazy. Look like you trying to get in the country over there, bro.
That represented a lot of generational wealth for black folks, because you know a lot of them great grandparents had got that in back in the gap for decent prices, but the value had went up so high on it. You know what I'm saying? They was buying them for $12,000 and $15,000 back when they was getting them in the late 50s and early 60s. And they $1.5-2 million homes, the same homes, but they used to be there. Shit, they burnt them all down, man. Hopefully they'll be able to recover. Yeah, 85% black home ownership there, which was more than double the national level.
Is that 85?
Yep, 85% black home ownership
Mm,
in Altadena.
that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. 85%.
Yeah. And you know, well, I know you heard me say it, but like I say, not that live there, that own their homes there. So it's
Right.
a difference. It's a difference from having just a population of people staying, so a large black population when, you know, half of them in Section 8 or HUD and projects and shit. But when you got 85% black home ownership, like you said, that's impressive. And we're not talking about no cheap cribs. Like I say, the value went up so fast on them, so high. You know, they started off as middle class homes, but they eventually turned to high end homes and shit with this $2 million, you know, the property value in that area up so high.
Yeah. That's damn near up in the mountains for real.
Yeah, that's why you got so many black folks in Cali saying it was a land grab. You know, most of the people out here from Cali, because I be watching that boy Craig Fax, and his family, he grew up there in Pasadena, but he got a lot of family in Altadena too. And he was, you know, that he was explaining. That's how I got that much information about it. And you know, him and his cohorts, they definitely calling it a land grab.
Mm.
And they boots on the ground. Shit, they've been there all their life.
Well, yeah, and that's why I say, man, to be honest, bro, I'm gonna check that out because I'm telling you, bro, just as a person who did a lot of reading and thinking I was gonna go and learn more about fires and containment and whatnot. I didn't see that, bro. Like I would believe that it's a land grab. It's like I said, it's not what even the news. We sit, bro. Me and my wife sitting there in front of where the fire's supposed to be, looking at articles, trying to make sure that this shit really is saying that this is. And I'm saying that day, what was that? Saturday. We were sitting there Saturday, looking at articles written Saturday with smoke and fire and all the pictures and shit, and none of this shit is happening. That was the issue, bro. That, you know, they're still in the Eden fire this and the Eden fire that, and we sitting there reading the articles, bro. Like, nah, like we not tripping on why we came, but this ain't living up to what these articles say.
And meaning like what y'all was seeing, Taz?
Just a huge military presence that implies something is going on back there, but I'm just basing this on the fact that within a mile of your line of sight, you can see the mountains, and I mean they go all the way up. There's no missing out. I'm saying that to say there's
no
nothing.
Smoke. There was no smoke covering.
Damn, if some shit on fire, where is it on fire at?
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Not just no cap, bro. Like because we're right here. I see a fire truck, but I see 35 military vehicles. I see 50 sheriffs. Y'all directed traffic. You got the yellow tape out. It's a grand show out this bitch. But where's the fire? Like I mean, I'm saying, where's it happening at? Because you should see, bro, no smoke. It was just weird, bro. It was just weird. Like I say, I'm looking all up into the mountains to see maybe is it up in the mountains and I'm just
Did it even smell like smoke? Like smell like it had been a heavy fire enough to burn down the whole town? Did you get that? Like no kind of? Did you get any sense of that?
I would say it smelled like it had burned 3 or 4 days ago.
Okay.
Because my wife said she didn't smell nothing. I smelled the remnants of burning. Something burned out that bitch.
Well, yeah, it started. Well, you said y'all was there Saturday, right? Because it started that Tuesday. It started Tuesday.
Right.
In Pasadena and Altadena, that particular fire, what the Eden fire, it started on Tuesday evening. So
But
I don't know.
even now it says 81% contained. And I mean, again, that implies that it's still burning somewhere. And so I'm asking, like, where?
Well, it's
burning
down. It's burning down south, further south. Now it's burning down in fucking what's that other well-to-do community?
Palisades.
Not Palisades. Palisades had already burnt. That burnt Tuesday when with
that's the one that's still burning. Now, that's the one that they won't really let you get near. That one's still burning.
It's another one that burnt, that started burning too. What the rich folks be at down there, closer to LA, closer to mid LA. Damn, not Beverly Hills, not what's the name of that motherfucker? Shit. A lot of rich, a lot of stars live there. Calabasas. Calabasas that started burning and shit. And they was tripping because it's so far away from the initial fire, the Eden fire. So they like, how the fuck it skipped? It skipped the whole other little neighborhood or town and went all the way to Calabasas and shit. Well, that's how they know. That's how they kind of saying they know that motherfucker was setting them fires, targeting where they were setting them at and shit.
Yeah, so that was probably suppressed by Saturday because that one wasn't on. That one didn't show up nowhere.
Oh, okay.
But like I say, over there Altadena though, but like I say, that was still like clearly supposed to be burning. And like even now, like I said, I just looked just now, it's 81% contained. And so like I said, I'm just wondering how much when do you not see any remnants of it anymore? Right? If 31%, Palisades was at 31%, we didn't see shit. They stopped us 5 miles out. You know what I'm saying? We didn't get no closer to 5 miles, but no smoke, no nothing. It just seemed weird, you know what I'm saying, that there was no actual signs of it. Like, where's all these videos and pictures coming from?
That's crazy.
Yeah, I think a lot of that shit was AI though, for real. I don't lie to you. I don't trust a lot. Like a lot of them videos I saw, now that I think about it, like, man, I need to see them again now. Because yeah, some of that shit had to be capped. Yeah, I'm thinking people over there fucked up for real, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? People standing outside their homes, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm telling you, bro, it's like we get ready to turn the corner. The GPS say we 2 miles away from where the fire is supposed to be burning at, bro. Over there at the Eden part of Eden part, right up there, like Altadena is actually, you know what I'm saying, right there. Right. And people playing tennis, walking their dogs. You know what I'm saying? It's like a regular day, but it just didn't look like people were shut down. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's another day.
2 miles away, it didn't seem like it was no big panic situation around it.
Not at all.
Outside of the military sitting up there covering up some shit.
That's what it looked like, bro. It looked like a goddamn UFO landed up that motherfucker, and they don't want you to go see that bitch. That's the type of feeling I got, bro. I didn't get the feeling that it's a fire. I got the feeling they hide some shit back that motherfucker. Like what's back there? You know what I'm saying? That's the feeling they give off, bro. Because like I said, they got that shit, and I'm saying the whole neighborhood roped off with yellow tape. Every through street going down into the neighborhood is blocked off by a military vehicle. I seen at least 25 of them little army trucks, bro, blocking the streets. That's they taking your information if you want to go down in there. It looked like people that live down there that they can go in and out, but that's it. You know what I'm saying? They showing ID and all that shit. Like that shit look crazy, bro. I put a little short of that shit on my channel though. That's a little quick short. I got a video that I'm still working on of that shit, but yeah, I don't know what's happening over there, bro. That shit don't look right. Yeah, that's crazy. Snoop doing that motherfucking event though, bro. That like niggas wild as hell, bro. Like at some point,
Like that motherfucker really need the money.
Yeah, I say because I think it's good for your career accolades and all that type of shit. But at the same time, when does integrity come into play? Like
Especially after you talk all that shit, Taz. That's you, Taz?
Yeah, I'm here.
No, I'm saying that's you on the screen.
I ain't sharing my screen.
But yeah, especially after you talked all that shit, Taz. That's the problem. You know what I'm saying?
I thought you was riding with me because I put on for my city and I try to bring my city up every step of the way. I did not know you was riding with me because you thought I would ride for who you voted for. I didn't know that. I apologize. I apologize. I didn't know that I had to agree with your political choices, and I thought it was the things that you do, not the things that you say should be done. If you follow what I do, this shouldn't even be an argument. He's the president. He won. This isn't a campaign. This isn't an RNC. I'm not out on the political campaign. I didn't get none of that 1.5. You see what I'm saying? Like to try to help somebody get voted.
Kamala didn't invite you to
No. She didn't invite me.
She didn't invite me either, man. I was gonna do all
I'm just saying. Like so, but I don't knock the ones that did. I don't knock the brothers and sisters that benefited from it. I don't knock the correspondents that may have gotten money to do that. I'm not doing this for money. I'm doing this because it's an honor. I respect the office. It don't matter who is in office. The same way that our men and women, our brothers.
I ain't mad at Nelly. Shit.
Yeah,
Nelly said that's a good look for me. That's putting eyes on me like the Super Bowl.
Brothers and sisters
when I
who
get
protect
ready,
this country have to go to war and have to put their life
on the line for whoever in office. If they life on the line for whoever in office, I can damn sure perform for whoever.
What do you say to the people that say we're not giving you this backlash because of your political affiliation or your political choice or whatever? We're giving you this backlash because you are propping up a white supremacist.
I would ask them to show me where he's a white supremacist, and here's the thing. Okay, I get it. He did say if you don't vote for me, you're not black, right? Oh no, that wasn't him. That wasn't him. Hold on, I'm trying to think. Hold on. He did create.
I know where you're going.
He did create the crime bill in the 90s, which said that if you get caught with 5 grams of crack, you do a mandatory 5 years. That had mass incarceration. I think even the Vice President Kamala spoke on that part that said that the crime bill played a huge part. He didn't do that. Let me see. What did he do? I'm trying to think. The white supremacist. Hold on. I'm
like me up there right now.
Okay, he did not rent to black people. What was it, in the 70s or the 80s? Is that what they said? And like, okay, is he written to him now? So nobody's allowed to change, right? See, here's the thing. So we can talk about past, but we never want to talk about our past. We bring up if our past get brought up in our community for a lot of what our men did. We always call it rehabilitate. Yo, these young brothers, we've been through a lot. I know I've been through a lot. If my past was what was going to prevent me from winning today, I wouldn't be here. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not saying that he ain't got some fucked up ways. That's not what I'm saying at all. That's why I'm not telling you who to vote for. But what I'm saying is that he's the president of the United States. He's not the candidate for the United States. He's the president. He won. I thought you was riding with me because I put on for my city and I try to bring my city up every step of the way. I did not know you was riding with me because you thought I would ride for who you voted for. I didn't know that. I apologize.
One thing I can say about Nelly, goddamn it, versus Snoop, he ain't sit up there and talk all that shit about the last motherfucker that performed at the inauguration. So you can't put him on the hook like you got Snoop on the hook.
You know when
Snoop basically put himself on the damn hook.
He lost me though, bro. Like, because he was good until he said, "Is he written to him now?" I think that's dismissive of the history though. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, because to me, because he acknowledged it, but then you got to acknowledge it as the L of that's the understanding. It's the foundation for people to think of him as a white supremacist. Yeah. Like, you can't dismiss that. If you're gonna undertake that task, cool. You threw Joe Biden under the bus twice, hit him with 2 gut punches. That's good shit. But you can't kind of bullshit when it comes to making a point about something that he did that literally was called out for being racist, bro. Like, you can't
he should have stood on that. He should have hit him with another one too. Gave him two points too, but they still would have showed that, okay, whoever it is, they all some racist motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? So that's what he should have stood on. But yeah, because he should have hit him with the Central Park 5 or something. You know what I'm saying? Too. Yeah. This motherfucker racist, but but you know, the other motherfucker, you know, he just as racist. So the president is the president. I'm gonna go up there and do my thing.
Yeah, because making it sound like it's unfounded why people will call him a white supremacist. I don't like that. Like, right. We know why people saying that shit, bro. We know why people say he don't like black people. We're not just making that up. Like, no, there's reasons why people would say that.
Yeah. No, ain't nobody making it up. He a motherfucking racist shit. Ain't no motherfucking question. I stand on this as a prerequisite of becoming president.
But no, that nigga said, "Is he written to him now?" like what?
And then went on to say all that shit was in his past, and if I was you know, held to what I done in my past and all. Yeah, that was all bullshit. Yeah. The motherfucker was a racist and still a motherfucking racist. Shit.
Yeah, that was crazy, bro.
Same as Joe Biden. He always been a racist and he's still a motherfucking racist. Ain't no switching it up because all of a sudden it's 2020, 2024. Now he's not a racist no more. But the motherfucker been racist since the 70s and been saying racist shit and doing racist shit since the 70s. Now you fast forward to now, that's in his past. He's not no racist no more. Oh, he let out more people. You know, he pardoned more people, a historical amount of people. He locked up a historical amount of black people. What the fuck? He didn't let enough out. If you go by the amount that he incarcerated, and they're still doing time under the 3 strikes law that he implemented. Right now, today is motherfuckers doing time under the Joe Biden 3 strikes law. He ain't let all the motherfuckers go. Shit, every motherfucker that's doing time under your law, motherfucker, you should have let go. Especially non-violent offenders with a motherfucking dope case or some bullshit, motherfucker. You know you're supposed to let them motherfuckers go. I ain't talking about no motherfucker out here killing their goddamn body, no shit like that, but motherfucker doing time under the 3 strikes law, and their third case was a motherfucking a half ounce of coke, and they still doing life up under that shit. Come on, man.
Yeah, that's a trip, man. How I say, man, I don't know if it matters that much. I mean, it's just a performance, man. Now, to me, this is the argument I would support, just because it would be consistent. If they were saying, "Oh, we just the entertainment every time," black people need to stop trying to be the entertainment for every event and try to get more serious about politics and shit.
Right.
I would support that argument. Like, yeah, Trump didn't include us in his agenda yet. He got a couple big names performing at the inauguration. You know what I'm saying? If he can't dedicate a moment to giving us that agenda because he can't do it for one race, then why are you doing it now to entertain the audience? You know what I'm saying? I kind of take issue with some of that in the long-term conversation when we go back to the talking points of, well, white people only look at us as entertainment. Well, yeah, fam, if you believe that, that should be applicable here. But that's not what I hear, though, GQ.
No, I agree. I agree with you. You won't get no pushback from me, man. You're absolutely right. The shucking and jiving, buck dancing and shit. You know what I'm saying? Same old fucking shit from the minstrel shows and shit. You know, ain't no fucking different, man. Here we is 60 years later, and the motherfuckers still putting on minstrel shows. I seen that interview right there with Willie D and Nelly too, and Willie D hate Donald Trump to the dirt. He's been talking shit about him for the last 8 years, shit. So I know why he pressing Nelly about the shit. He don't take no shit.
Seemed like he pulled some punches though.
Huh?
Seemed like he pulled some punches though.
Yeah, he pulled him.
I wanted to go.
He tried to be respectful to Nelly, but
yeah,
he can't. He hate that motherfucker Donald Trump. He can't stand that.
I might review that, bro, because I think Willie D is dead ass wrong for that though. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, because at the end of the day, we've got to learn how to benefit in the society that Trump creates. You're not gonna make the man disappear, bro. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if we need to be enraged as much as we need to be informed. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't like these large ass platforms like that on, you know what I'm saying, just doing it from a gossip standpoint. You know what I'm saying? As far as like, come on, bro, like give because I'm not a Nelly fan. This might be the first time ever in my life I defended Nelly. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro.
That's real though. And like I say, I wouldn't have no problem with none of them. Well, I ain't got no problem with Donald Trump, but I wouldn't have no problem with none of the shit that motherfuckers was Neither one of them who perform. And the only reason I'm tripping on Snoop is like I say, he hung himself out to dry with his 2017 comments and shit. You know what I'm saying? So he created that monster himself. That's kind of like Joe Biden with and I know you don't agree, Taz, because you let it be known, but that's like him with pardoning his son. I don't give a fuck you pardon your son. I wouldn't expect you to do nothing less. But you created the issue because every time a camera got in your face and asked you, would you pardon him, you kept saying you wouldn't. And you kept saying you're going to let justice prevail and you ain't going to never pardon him. And no, you ain't going to do that. You said that shit 370 fucking times. And soon as it came time to pardon, you pardon them. And I don't got no problem with that, as you should. Because if it's time to hand out pardons to everybody, how the fuck I'm not going to pardon my son? You motherfucker got me fucked up. That's me personally. But you sat up there and kept on saying, I'm not going to do it when you should have been saying, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm going to pardon my son. That's the verdict is still out, whatever you had to say. But anything but no, I would not do it. I'm gonna let justice prevail, and I won't pardon them. No, motherfucker, you created your own monster. Same as Snoop, you created your own monster, motherfucker. You sat up there and lied. That's all it was. You lied. Shit.
I remember Snoop had that video, bro. It's a music video, for that "Fuck Donald Trump" song.
Yeah,
and they're making a big deal out of how he put the strap to Donald Trump's head in the video. He put a fake gun up to his head and shit and pulled the trigger, and it was like bang or whatever. So you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it's just crazy that how much of that is relevant overall. Like, Right. I mean, that was wild, bro. I thought that was crazy. Like, I would have thought that Willie D and Snoop were kind of on the same level of their disdain for Trump, just because how far Snoop had went with that video. But
you would think so.
They're not like.
You would think so, like you said, though. But what a difference a day makes.
Yeah, but Willie D ain't gonna switch though. Willie D locked in.
Hell no, that motherfucker Willie, he gonna down that hill. You know that motherfucker ain't going. He ain't budge. That's a stubborn ass country motherfucker. That's why him and Face don't get along. That's why him and Bushwick didn't get along. Him and Face fell out. You know what I'm saying? But that motherfucker Willie gonna stand on that bull. Well, I ain't gonna say on that bull. He gonna stand on whatever it is that he believing in.
It's sad. I like Willie D, man, as an artist. Like,
oh yeah, me too. Shit.
That, going out like a soldier. I heard that shit, man. I was young as hell, bro. But he was on there dissing Rodney King, bro, for being cool with the police after they beat his ass and shit, bro. And that shit always resonated with me. Like 1991, 92, or when I would have been 91, it would have been like 93, 94. But
yeah,
it's Going Out Like a Soldier. That's the name of the album. But yeah, he got a song called Fuck Rodney King. He dissing him and shit, bro. I thought he was one of the hardest, just, you know what I'm saying, not respected artists out there, but I don't like that nigga now.
I still like him, not as much as I did, but I mean, not as much as this part of his career, his life, but definitely, like you said, that as an artist, oh man, that nigga up there, he Ghetto Boys high on my list. I think Resurrection was one of the best albums ever fucking made.
Yeah, Ghetto Boys definitely high on my list as a group. Like,
yeah, I think Resurrection one of the best albums ever made from beginning to the end.
I mean, I think that's because, like, 'cause I think about shit now, how shit be said now. We didn't really look at. Well, I ain't gonna say look at. We didn't judge the group by the worst member. You know what I'm saying? Like, we didn't say Pace was carrying Bushwick. Like, you know what I'm saying? Even though he was. But now that's how they
Willie
talk.
was writing all his lyrics.
Huh?
I say Willie D wrote all Bushwick lyrics.
Yeah, that, you know what I'm saying? That's what I say. That's how they talk now, though. You know what I'm saying? They'll diminish a nigga whole career off some shit like that. Like, nah, bro. He didn't write his own lyrics. They just carried him for real. He couldn't rap. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how, that's how they do.
Yeah, that's
ODB,
the same as it was back then.
ODB is nothing like that.
Yeah, it was better. It was better. Yeah, they was more of a unit back then than now. Motherfuckers get down on you real quick now.
So y'all remember that Ghetto Boy song, "Fuck a War"? I ain't going to war for no shit talking president.
Yeah.
That's on it can't be stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you said that shit the other night, bro. That all that music was rebel music. But it really was though, bro. Like, and it just depends on, you know what I'm saying, what you was listening to and what you heard. But that whole genre at one point, if you was listening to quote unquote gangster rap, yeah, that shit was rebel music like a motherfucker. That's all it was.
Hell yeah. What was that other one? J. Edgar Hoover, I wish you wasn't dead so I could put a bullet in your motherfucking head, you goddamn faggot, you motherfucking drag queen. I know you put the hit on Martin Luther King and Fred Hampton, Malcolm and the others. You redneck punk motherfucker. Calling me that was Willie D right there. That's on that Resurrection. Calling me a patriot. I say calling me a patriot. Damn, I can't think. Point of no return. That was the point of no return. That was the name of it.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Rob Skelts, but Snoop definitely did a video putting a mock gun to a fake Donald Trump's head, man, for sure. He definitely did. Like them years them years kind of stand out for me. I just remember them years a lot because them was like the years my son kind of lived with me. You know what I'm saying? He was like a teenager and shit. Like everything was kind of, important at the time. So I remember all that shit. That was years ago, but yeah, I remember that shit, bro. I couldn't believe he made that video, like a music video on YouTube. Like, like it was becoming increasingly difficult to tell my son, like, don't believe the world is violent. Like that shit ain't cool. Like shooting motherfuckers ain't normal. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how do you teach?
Hey, and that's what made it even more detrimental for them to get Snoop to come bring his ass up there. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't. Hey, the way they shape politics and shape shit because Harry O got his part. The reason why he got his part from Donald Trump before he got out of there and shit. And Harry O was on Big Boy TV talking real highly of Donald Trump and how if it wasn't for him he'd still be in jail and everything. So I bet you Harry O structured that deal for to get Snoop, because Trump probably insisted. God damn it, I want that motherfucker. The motherfucker that shot me in the head in the video. Yeah, that's the motherfucker I want to come up here for the inauguration and shit. You know what I'm saying? Let me show these motherfuckers. I got all these motherfuckers in check.
You know what though, bro? I didn't even think about that though, but that is a crazy connection though. And that's real.
Yeah,
you're right though. Yeah, I can see that.
Mm-hmm. It don't take a lot of imagination to see that, right, Taz?
No, hell no.
Yeah.
I could put it together as you said it. I'm sitting there thinking about it like, yeah, that's the perfect link to kind of calm down whatever issues Snoop might have and reservations for doing it. You know what I'm saying? Because again, Snoop benefits more doing it than not doing it, I would say. And it's kind of fucked up that it's that way. But I mean, the man is still known. He still gains notoriety from being seen. So I for me, I probably wouldn't want to do it just because of my integrity and whatnot. But business wise, it is the right move. I don't, I'm not gonna lie. It's the right business move.
Yeah. And like I said, it's just so fucked up that he sat up there and called out whoever was performing and performing for the last inauguration and calling them coons and they working for the slave master. Oh yeah, master, I'll come perform for all that bullshit. That just made him, that made him look bad. But goddamn, nigga. And like I said, I keep on implementing that Harry O connection because Snoop and Harry O on death row now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's his main man. So Trump freed him. That might have changed his mind. You know what I'm saying?
I'm seeing a bunch of old Trump stuff now.
That was 3 years later.
This is Trump, Rosa Parks, and Muhammad Ali
in
'86.
Yeah. The racist dude.
Yeah. And what I don't like about even that though is like a lot of people use those moments to try to float an unnecessary narrative. Like Trump been around niggas, bro. Let's stop highlighting.
Man, they got a video.
You know what I'm saying? But like the Herschel Walker, like for example, Mike Tyson said, because this where the shit ended for me. Mike Tyson said Donald Trump the only person that openly supported him. And for me, it was dead from there. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like why are we, you know what I'm saying? Why are we pretending like he hasn't done both sides of it? So if a person called him a racist, I get it. If a person say he's not racist, I get it. You know what I'm saying? But I just think it's a wash at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? That's the wasted part of the conversation to show pictures of him with Herschel Walker and say, look, see, he like black people. Like, come on, fam. Like, for real.
Man, they got a video with I wish I could find that motherfucker. They got a video with Donald Trump and that motherfucker about 30 minutes long with nothing but with him with niggas at the studio in niggas videos. I'm talking about just all the number, just him and niggas. You know what I'm saying? Like he had like 4 or 5 different studio sessions, different rappers from California to fucking New York. He in like 3 or 4 different music videos. They even showed him on the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air shit, but I wouldn't count that. That's so mainstream. But I mean, they just showing how he's been entwined into black culture over the last 20 years, especially during the 90s and shit, and how many songs they showed, all the songs with Donald Trump, niggas rapping about being like Donald Trump or saying something slick, with Donald Trump in it. It's like 100 fucking rap songs with Donald Trump name in it. So yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, they got a bunch of stuff here. Let me see.
Yeah, I mean, because for real, there was no context outside of him having money. Nobody really cared about Donald Trump, and that's why I don't really like the rap example. Was like, yeah, but if you listen to a lot of these cats and what they were saying, the only reference is Trump's money. Trump rhyme with something. Like,
oh yeah. It wasn't like he did. It wasn't nothing they was rapping about. He did nothing so prolific for niggas or nothing. Hell no. But yeah, it was all
like
99% to do with some money. That's for damn sure.
Like Jeezy said, I'm Donald Trump in the white tee and white ones. You know what I'm saying? So, like today, a motherfucker might hear that shit and be like, "Hell no, I can't believe he said that." But back then, he was just talking about being walking money.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It wasn't about, what it would be considered today. And I think again that's where kind of the social media thing has hurt because your everyday understanding of Donald Trump now.
Yeah,
has
man,
kind
you
of,
know that Trump changed. That was my shit. My fault, Ted.
no, I'm just not. I mean, but I'm just saying it wasn't no big deal to use his name. Nobody cared. Like he just was the representation of money. That was it.
40 had a whole song called Trump Change.
Yeah. It was just a representation of money and some power and wealth and a name, prestige. But now all that president and political shit come along with it, them bars sound different as hell now. You know what I'm saying?
You ain't bullshit. You ain't bullshit, man. Like I say, what a difference a day make, man. All of a sudden, Joe Biden is the black savior and Donald Trump is the racist. And through the last 30 years, Joe Biden was the face of fucking racism. And Trump was the one that was rolling with niggas outside of that Central Park 5 shit.
Young, over to God, nigga, blasphemy. I'm at the Trump International. As for me, nigga, that shit was hard when he said that shit, bro. Like now, you like
Nelly said, is he letting niggas come in now?
Like for real. That nigga wouldn't dare perform that shit at no inauguration or none of that shit. Hov ain't going.
Got another one here. Let me see.
What's the biggest Black Power song Jay-Z got?
The biggest Black Power? Wow. That OJ shit.
Yeah, probably so. On that 444. I'm not black emoji. Okay. He had a song with Damian too, Damian Marley that went kind of hard too. He be having his little moments. He have his little Black Power moments, but he'll for the most part he ain't really had nothing strong.
Yeah, I think he's played it smart in terms of like kind of just letting it be known, but not overdoing it. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause, I think even way back when he was kind of moving into that circle, he was saying that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think it was outright like, hey, I'm gonna go in these white spaces and try to take over. But I remember that one freestyle he was rapping about it, and what he said, Operation Take Over Corporate. You know what I'm saying? Take over offices, take over all of it. You know what I'm saying? Like he really did kind of envision where he was gonna be long before he got there. And so I think he did it the right way, bro. He never sold out to and so let me say it this way. He never sold out no more than the game had already sold out. You know what I'm saying? He just added that next layer to it by doing the HP commercials and starting to actually benefit from being around these white people then. Since it's already sold out and niggas selling outfits and liquor and all this shit, let's just go ahead and turn it into some other shit. Let's turn it into some Fortune 500 type shit. I can't blame him. The shit was already sold out.
And kept saying on his race to a Billy.
It's that same freestyle.
Yep.
In a race to a billion, got my face to the ceiling.
Yep.
Please from the floor, please, Lord, forgive him. As he lost his religion, is his wings gonna fit him? That boy cold. See, I I don't think that they can even rap like that no more though. But niggas be trying to do some other shit now. I don't know what the goal is now, but like
No, it ain't too
some of them.
many niggas rapping like that. Definitely ain't too many niggas rapping like that, boy. That was a different level of rap. Was that the same freestyle right there when he was talking about being in Memphis on the balcony?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that motherfucker went hard too. I gotta find that motherfucker. That definitely was a cold.
Grammy family. Grammy family freestyle. It's the Grammy family freestyle.
Okay. Yeah. That nigga went crazy on that motherfucker.
What he say? If you don't believe me, ask Malcolm.
Yep.
See Martin, see Judas, see I forget what but he did snap on there, bro. I gotta listen to that.
You just brought back that memory I had. I'm thinking about it like, damn, I think that's the one he was like, I'm in Memphis on the balcony. He was saying some cold ass shit. I'm like, wait a minute, that nigga
I was
did
trying
go
to
crazy.
get that whole little part together. I can't remember what all he said, but yeah,
If you don't believe me, ass mouth. Yeah, that nigga went crazy on that motherfucker. He was on a whole nother level. Fucked everybody up with that freestyle. I remember when he did that alter ego shit when he acted like he was finna leave he was going to Warner Brothers and he made a whole album under a whole different name. Everybody kept trying to say that wasn't him, but I know that was Jay-Z, man. You can't mix him up with no motherfucking body else. Don't nobody else rap like that nigga. Angelus, I think that was Angelus. You remember that shit, Taz?
I ain't here. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and they got a whole album under Angelus. He changed his name to Angelus, and he did that to scare the fuck out of Def Jam and whoever else Def Jam Island Group or whatever, because he was acting like he was threatening to leave him and shit. So he put that Angelus out on Warner Brothers, but they end up pulling it. So you had to it was like an underground album and shit. And he acted like he acted like it wasn't him. Even on the album, he was like, people try to say I sound like Jay-Z, but it was Jay-Z. And he acted like he was from Washington Heights. He wasn't from he's from Washington Heights. He wasn't from Marcy. But the nigga was going crazy on that motherfucker too. Even on some alter ego, like different supposed to be motherfucker, he was going crazy.
Nah, I ain't hip to that, bro. Let me pull this up. See if I can find somebody talking about this shit. Cause the songs right here that's a tribute, it says a Jay-Z sound alike. Then this one right here says Angelus featuring Jay-Z. Let me see, man.
Yeah, that was the Angelus was Jay-Z shit. Real shit, bro. All you gotta do is listen to it. If you can find any of that Angelus shit and listen to it, you like, oh nigga, that's Jay-Z. It's a whole album too. There's a whole album. It had like 11, 12 songs on that motherfucker. Look, Lou talking about that Angelus album was not JGQ. Yes, the fuck it was, Lou. Somebody look up the interview. It was an interview with the actual Angelus that wasn't Jay-Z. I like to see that.
That nigga sound just like J-Lo, bro.
That's Jay, bro.
God damn.
That is Jay. You listen to you found something, Ted?
Yeah, it's a song on here called Angel. Yeah, it's he just came on talking on it though, but that sound crazy, bro. Like if you just play that and like nobody knows who it is, they'll definitely assume that's Jay.
Shit, you ask me, that is Jay. Shit. You can't convince me otherwise. I still ain't seen no Angeles nowhere. They even the politics behind it let you know it was Jay-Z or the shit that was going on. Came out on Warner Brothers. They pulled the motherfucker. You ain't never seen no Angeles. If that wasn't Jay-Z, that dude would have blew up like a motherfucker. That nigga would have went crazy. That nigga would have been out here still on some.
Damn, bro. That shit sound crazy, bro.
That's Jay-Z, bro. I had the whole CD. I used to ride around listening to that motherfucker.
Damn, that shit sound crazy, bro. Now I just went back and listened.
So it's like 12 songs on that motherfucker.
I'm saying like, cause this one that I'm listening to, bro, like just the way he just set up that first verse, but
Man,
it meant like, God,
you know
damn,
who that is, Taz. Cut it out, bro.
man,
What you listen to it on? What you listen to it on?
On YouTube.
Okay, what you put in to find that one? What's
Just
the title on that one?
and it's Angelus Angel.
Angelus Angel, okay.
Yeah, that shit is crazy, bro. I can't believe he sound the whole little setup for how he set the bars up sound like Jay.
I'm surprised they even got it on there that it's even on YouTube, bro. That's how serious the shit is. I'm surprised it's even on there. Cause you can't find nothing with that shit on there. Definitely can't find that album. I remember the album cover and everything for that motherfucker. Wasn't no picture, nobody on there. It was an angel on that motherfucker, and it was on Warner Brothers.
Say Math Hoffa with Vlad brought me here. That must be who did the interview.
It said something about Mav Hoffa on that song?
No, I'm looking at the comments.
Oh. I was finna say, shit, that motherfucker, that was way, that was out in the 90s. That was out before YouTube. I think that album came out. Damn. It could have been 02. It could have been in the 2000s when that came out. Matter of fact, it might have been 01 or 02 when that came out.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. Everybody consensus is around 01.
Yeah, it might have been around 01. I'm trying to think back of what I was, because I used to ride around bumping, and I'm trying to think about what car I had then. That's how I can remember about what year it was. That's why I said I wanted to say like 98, 99, but now that I'm thinking about it, it might have been 01, 02. That was my Z34 days when I had the Lumina with the with the radio, you just push the button and the face go in and shit.
Mm-hmm.
The Chameleon radio.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah. I used to be bumping the fuck out that CD, boy. I was like, boy, Jay-Z a fool for this one.
These motherfuckers in the comments saying this is AI.
Man, that wasn't no motherfucker AI. That shit came out in 98. I mean,
I still got the whole Jay-Z blackballed him. Come on.
Jay-Z ain't black. the motherfucker, the record label blackballed him. They told that motherfucker Jay-Z, you better cease and desist with that shit, motherfucker. You know you got a contract with us, motherfucker. You can't be putting out those shit over there like that.
So he had a mixtape with K Slay? Because that's what it looked like. Yeah.
It might have been a K Slate. The whole CD might have been a K Slate mixtape.
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
Definitely could have been. I do think I remember K Slate on the in between a couple of them talking his K Slate shit in between a couple of them songs. So yeah, you might be right. You definitely could have been on some K Slate mixtape shit. But that was Jay-Z having some fun, man. Scaring what's them niggas' name? What's them big dogs' name over there at Def Jam? He wasn't doing nothing but scaring them motherfuckers. Letting them know, look, motherfucker, I'll do this on y'all ass. Y'all keep playing with me, playing with my money. Don't give me what I'm asking for. It'll be an Angelus album out this motherfucker. Won't be no more Jay-Z. And it was funny because the nigga act like he was from Washington Heights and shit. Mizzo, you over there in New York. I know you remember that Angelus album.
Remember who?
That Angelus album that they say Jay-Z sounded like, but I say it was Jay-Z. But you remember that album?
You said Jay-Z sounded about which artist?
Angelus.
I never even heard of the artist named Angelus.
See, that's how you know that shit was super underground.
Yeah, I never heard of Angelus. What year was that?
I want to say around 01. I'm thinking like around 01.
Around 01. Nah, definitely not. Definitely not. I don't know.
You wasn't up about 11 years old.
When the 01, hell no, I was grown as hell. Grown as hell, boy. Grown as shit, man. But that sound like Angelus. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, he supposed to have been from Washington Heights and shit. But it was Jay-Z, bro. Like I say, man, until somebody prove me wrong, I'm standing on that was Jay-Z. That was nobody fucking Jay-Z, man. Ain't no motherfucking body sounding that much like Jay-Z. And you still ain't never seen this motherfucker, Angelus? Come on now.
Yeah, there was a couple artists who came out sounded like him too, though.
Not like this nigga. This nigga was rapping like Jay-Z, sounded like Jay-Z. I mean, he was Jay-Z to the fucking T.
I remember Jim Jones had an artist who sounded like him. From Baltimore. I forget his name. I forgot his name. Something. Forgot his name. He said Jay-Z Jack Jazzo. Nah, I wouldn't say Jay-Z Jack Jazzo. Jay-Z was under Jazzo, so he didn't really need to jack him.
Right.
That was Jazzo little man, kind of, sort of.
Talking about Jazzo, Hawaiian Sophie fame.
Mm-hmm. He ain't got Jack Jazzo. He said this is a matter of record. I don't know what record you're talking about. It's a matter of record that they from the same projects. Jaz-O is older than Jay-Z. So that's all a matter of record. Now, jacking him would have been like he don't know him and he just heard him and stole his style or something like that.
$14 ago, Pimp versus Trick, America's most glorified pimp, Pimpin' Ken versus world's biggest trick, millionaire Trick. I'm gonna have to go back and check that out. I don't know how you was able to find. I can't find that motherfucker for nothing, Taz. I'm been searching and searching.
I'll drop it in the back for you.
Boy, Trump's still on them damn immigrants, GQ.
Yeah, he said the goddamn tomorrow morning, little village in Chicago gonna be ground zero. They gonna start the round.
He called him
Probably worse
Hannibal
than we
Lecter or
allowed in.
something.
When people went to the voter booth, they said, "We don't want Hannibal Lecter in our country." The press would say, "Why is he bringing up Hannibal Lecter? That was a fictitious character. Actually, they're not so fictitious."
As Miz, you got that double voice thing going.
My bad.
And I put that in the back. I put that in the back, GQ. It's in the back.
Okay, I see
Press
it.
would say, "Why is he bringing up Hannibal Lecter? That was a fictitious character. Actually, they're not so fictitious. We have people in our country that are probably worse that we allowed in." When people went to the voter booth, they said, "We don't want Hannibal Lecter in our country." The press would say, "Why is he bringing up Hannibal Lecter? That was a fictitious character. Actually, they're not so fictitious. We have people in our country that are probably worse that we allowed in." When people went to the voter booth, they said, First hostages have just been released. I know that Biden, but I'm glad to report that the first hostages have just been released. I know that Biden is saying that they made the deal. Well, you know, first of all, it would have never happened if I were president. Would have never happened. There was not even a thought of it. But I'm glad to report that the first hostages have just been released. I know that Biden is saying that they made the deal. Well, you know, first of all, it would have never happened if I were president. Would have never happened. There was not even a thought of it. But I'm glad to report that the first hostages have just been released. I know that Biden is saying that they made the deal. Well, you know, first of all, it would have never happened if I were president. Would have never happened. There was not even a thought of it. But I'm glad to report that the first hostages have just been released. I know that Biden is saying that they made the deal. Well, you know, first of all, it would have never happened if I were president. Would have never happened. There was not even a thought of it. But I'm glad.
Yeah, I'm reading them comments.
Looking forward to making a lot of changes, and you know this victory is the start, really. There, what matters going forward is to actually make significant changes, have those cement those changes, and set the foundation for America to be strong for a century, for centuries, forever. So, and make America great again. Yeah. So anyway, we're gonna do great things here. Thank you. We're looking.
Yeah, Taz, I'm looking at them comments and shit too. I don't know, man. I see motherfuckers in there talking about they met them in person and shit. I could be wrong, but that motherfucker sound like so much like Jay to me. I just knew that was Jay-Z.
We're talking about thanks, Snoop. Trump been in the game, man. Trump been in the game. I don't know why I think it's Snoop for.
Teflon Don, man.
Let me see.
Motherfucking Teflon Don, they can't do nothing with that motherfucker, man.
How long Trump been in the game?
Forever.
Well, thank you for how to make an urban development policy real, and you are a premier developer. What impediments are there between you and developing on the other side of Central Park, and what incentives would you require to make that happen?
Well, thank you, Jesse. First of all, it's a great honor to be here with you tonight. I think maybe before we discuss impediments, I do want to say this, and I think this is very positive. It really is happening uptown. It's starting to happen. Percy, who's been a friend of mine for a long time, has done such an incredible job, both physically with money and also psychologically on really showing what can be done. And I just want to thank Percy because he was borough president. He was borough president when I was doing the Commodore Hotel, and I couldn't have done it without him. He's just a great guy, and I love to see you, Percy. You look better than you did 20 years ago, I have to tell you. So you're doing something right. But it is happening in Uptown. And I have friends that, in this particular case, one white, looking for property in Harlem, wants to develop property in Harlem. And this is something that wasn't happening 3 years ago or 2 years ago or 10 years ago. It just wasn't happening. And, you know, sadly, one of the reasons is that it's very, very difficult to get land in other locations of Manhattan. And that's a sad reason to necessarily be going to other locations.
You said land is an impediment on the uptown side of the
well, no,
side.
land is very hard to get anywhere in Manhattan right now. And people are going to Harlem because they really see it as a new place to invest. I'm talking about the real estate developers and some very good ones in New York. And I think you're going to see a big renaissance. I think you're already seeing it. And it really was led to a large extent with what some of the work that Percy and others have done. But I think you're going to see a renaissance, and it has begun, but it's continuing in Harlem and in the uptown, as you call it.
The reason I press this case is that in spite of the accolades that Percy Sutton deserves after being borough president 12 years, he had to go to 63 banks to borrow the money to buy WLIB. It's a question of capital. John Johnson said to me 2 days ago, the esteemed publisher of Johnson Publishing Company, for 20 years he could not borrow any money. He had to use subscriptions to sustain the financing. So a fundamental question, while there may be some persons here and there, what is needed to break the impeding forces to pursue green lining the red line zone on the uptown side of Central Park?
Well, I just want to preface the 63 banks. I mean, I wouldn't say the banks are exactly in love with me after what I did to those suckers. I mean, so Percy, I think that you're probably doing better. I think I might have had to go to more than 63 banks. There are things that can be done, and some are being done. I don't think to the same extent. If you look, I have an honor of having Jesse at 40 Wall Street. We call it the Trump Building at 40. This is now a 72-story building right on Wall Street, right opposite the New York Stock Exchange. And he's a very tough negotiator when it came to rent. I want to tell you that. This man is definitely setting a new standard for paying low rent. But it's an honor. This is the toughest negotiator I've ever had.
It's called mixed rent.
That's right. I said, come on, Jess, you got to give me something. He said, nothing. I said, all right, what the hell? So he's tough. But the fact is that building was built with incentives because the downtown, as we call it, the downtown market in Lower Manhattan has been given massive tax incentives for regrowth and rebirth, and it's really paid off. I mean, tremendous amounts of construction are taking place. I think that one of the things that you could do is go to the city and ask, and I really think it's important, ask for massive tax abatements for things that would be built in certain sections where you'd most like to see developed. And I will tell you that residential abatements and commercial abatements have a tremendous impact on construction. And I mean, I know all the taxes and I know all the tax rules, laws, and changes. And I will say that the 421 program is the same program on Fifth Avenue and 57th Street, which is Trump Tower, as it is for Harlem. And Harlem needs more help than does Fifth Avenue and 57th Street. So I think one of the things, and really the biggest thing in terms of an economic incentive, is real estate tax abatements at a large level and larger than other sections of the city.
Yeah, man, it's Trump been in the game.
Trump against, he said, you talking about 63 banks. After I did what I did to the banks, I had to go to more than that to get along. And then he said, what I did to them suckers. Took all their money and filed bankruptcy on the motherfuckers.
Trump is a wild boy.
That nigga said, after what I did to them suckers, that motherfucker hell, ain't he?
Is he? Trump is a wild boy. So Trump been around, man. I don't really know. I couldn't call it. I can't call it GQ.
Man, that motherfucker hell, bro.
He been playing this game for a minute. When I look back at them clips from the 80s, I just be like, damn, Trump really been. I was a kid during all this time, so I'm like, I didn't even really know he had that history. I didn't really know he had that kind of history. He more of like a recent person to me, like recent history.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that motherfucker been in the game, killing the game.
Taz fell off. Taz probably be back. Taz look like he fell off. He probably be back. Taz probably be back. Saw some other old clips, man. Can't find it right now. But I saw some other old clips of Trump. Yeah, y'all. So it's going down. Going down. Trump will be in office. What's that tomorrow, GQ?
Yep. Yeah, the inauguration tomorrow, man. Let's see what time it kick off. Due to freezing temperatures, it'll be held inside. What time is it? I don't know what time.
Lou said, did you find an interview yet, GQ?
No, Lou, I didn't find the interview, but I did find the song Tabs were looking at, and I was checking the comments. I do see people saying, some people in the comments saying they have met him, that they know, that they met dude. So, and the comments sounded like it might not have been Jay, but the motherfucker sounded so much like him to me, man. I ain't see the interview though. Who was the interview with, Lou? Miss Drama. Is Miss Drama who the interview was with, Lou? Okay, that's the interview. 764 dropped it, Miz, if you wanted to see it. Okay, ceremony should begin around 11:30 a.m.
764. You gotta put it in the private chat. I can't even.
Cold too. Yeah, so it started at 11:30 tomorrow. So about 12:30, he'll be the president. Let me see. Yeah, that's the song, Luke. I mean, 764. That's not the interview, though. Yeah, I have found the song already, 764. I was looking for the interview that Lou was talking about. Let me see. He say Miss Drama, so let me see. Miss Drama Angeles. Miss Drama with Angie Stone. PNDC Drama. Shaheem interview. Videos. I'm sleep on this Miss Drama lady. She got some decent decent interviews. Look like
I
she
see it. 764 put in the private chat.
I think that's the video though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the video. That's not the interview.
Angela sound like this.
Yeah, been a bunch of niggas who sounded like Jay or tried to over the years.
Miss Drama was having some good content back in 16 years ago, but she wasn't getting no views with these motherfuckers. She interviewed a lot of motherfuckers: Poison Pen, Shawty Low, Keith Murray. She got an interview with Keith Murray with 700 views. That's how you know motherfuckers wasn't really on YouTube 16 years ago. Any of these interviews I'm looking at, she got right here. If she had out now, them motherfuckers would have damn near 1 million views. And she ain't got no views on this one. Tiffany Evans, Chandler, Bird and Dolly. She got an interview with Nicki Minaj 16 years ago. That's when Nicki wasn't looking. That's before the Barbie, before they put the titties and everything on her thing. Let me see what Nicki looking like.
For the surgeries, huh?
Yeah. That's what she used to look like, a little boy. That interview ain't got enough. Well, that interview got 5,000 views 16 years ago. That's about the most views she got on any interview was that Nicki Minaj. I still don't see that Angelus, but still don't see that Angelus, Lou. Yeah, she got a lot of interviews. She got Twister. She got everybody. She wasn't getting no views. She got an interview with BG and T.I. that ain't got but 800 views on that motherfucker. 16 years ago. Jasmine Sullivan.
Afro, what's the word, Afro? Oh, that's good. Yeah, what happened when did Q restart the stream, GQ?
Man, the white boy, Q done accidentally let a white boy come up And the white boy bombed us, man. He had some wild ass shit on there, porn and.
Oh man, no, say it ain't so. See, Q was just telling me like, yo,
he let it was so crazy. Q wasn't even up on the panel. Dev was, but Q, I guess he seen dude trying to come up, and he the one let him up.
see, now that's why I be policing the channel, y'all. See, that's what I'll be saying.
Yeah,
He did be for no reason.
He just shot him on up here, man. Dude came up looking like he had something to say, and next thing you know, it was off to the races, man. He had a lot of he had some man.
We got cracker bomb. That's
yeah,
why
we got cracker bomb like a motherfucker, bro. I'm talking about then the cracker laid up there. He didn't just have the porno shit on there. He had motherfucking dismembered bodies and all kind of motherfucking X-rated ass shit, man. It wasn't just porno. He had motherfucking head chopped off, all type of shit, Mizzo.
Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah,
yes, horror shit on top of the. It started with porn, then it turned to some horror shit. I'm like, oh, what the fuck? And I'm hollering, Dev, knock him off, Dev, take him off. Cause Domo them was talking, ain't nobody even people. I'm like, hold on.
People, see?
I'm like, hold on, man, this motherfucker getting it off.
See, that's why when y'all be thinking, oh, Miz, you doing too much, and oh man, yo, let people up, and all y'all who be complaining, nah, see, that's the reason.
I don't be complaining shit. I ain't mad at you at all.
Not you, but you know, a lot of the other people, man.
Yeah, trying to act.
Oh, and then it was funny because Q was just telling me like, nah, you can let people up. Some people don't be want to turn on their cameras. Just put up like a banner to block them.
Mm-hmm.
And let them talk for a little minute, and then probably you can let them down. I'm like, nah.
Right.
Yeah.
Keep doing it the way you doing it, shit.
Yeah.
Cause his Q fast on the trigger ass and hurry. He didn't pop the motherfucker up. And then he let him up and wasn't paying no attention. Dev don't even know dude even on the panel. You know what I'm saying? So I'm hollering for Dev because I'm thinking Dev let him up. I ain't even thought for a second that Q let him up. I'm thinking Dev let him up. So I'm like, Dev, get him off of there. Dev, get him off of there. And goddamn it, Dev looking like, what the fuck is GQ talking about? Get who off of there?
Oh shit. He ever said word, I heard GQ. I'm like, oh shit. Oh shit. Oh man.
Dev don't even know nobody they snuck up and then nobody even up here. Shit. So he hurry up when he knocked him down, he hurry up and got off. So I guess he called Q Butter phone. And then Q started another stream and he came up. He said, I went against what Q Butter said, I went against the nine cracker rule.
Yeah, see, that's why I dropped that last one. I dropped the last crack, and he was like, "Yo, I ain't even do nothing." I'm like, "Nah, see, I can't trust you, bro."
Yeah, you gonna do something, motherfucker. You ain't did nothing yet, but it ain't but a matter of time, motherfucker.
Well, I figured that, so they gonna do something, son.
It's already in you to do something, motherfucker. You gonna say something bogus or you gonna do something bogus?
They got me the other day. I don't know if he was on panel. It looked like a transmission ended up on a panel. Transmission named Brenda.
Yeah, I was on there. I kept calling him Brandon.
Yeah, you had me crying. Yeah, you definitely was. You was like Brenda. You ain't know what to say. We was dying in the chat. I felt bad. I said, damn, man. The chat said, let him up, man. I said, all right, man. It's up to y'all, chat.
Yeah, that shit was hilarious.
Was it? Motherfucking voice was killing me. I said, oh, man.
I think Aaron finally paid to get him up off of that
That's
motherfucker.
exactly paid. Aaron helped us out. Aaron like, nah, get him up.
Yeah, Aaron, like, I can't listen to him and Sabio at the same time.
Even Sabio was like, yo, what the fuck is up with his voice? I'm like, Sabio, you hate when people talk about your voice.
Right.
Sabio was like, man, fuck that, man. This nigga Brenda. Yo, that shit was crazy. That shit was crazy. That's the algorithm, man. All right, I understand.
Shout out to my nigga Aaron, man. That nigga he be on point. God.
Yeah, he don't play. He don't be playing no games. He don't play no game. Aaron tried to get Deb up out of here. You can't do that, Aaron. Damn, son.
Aaron like, fuck it, man, get that nigga up out of here, man.
What?
But get the whole pedal up out of here. All these niggas tripping.
Yeah, funny as shit, son.
Aaron finna close the whole show down.
Slow down. What? What? Man, that shit was so funny. I said, yo, we actually got a fucking transmission up here. This is crazy.
Man.
Fuck, I was talking to my nigga in the chat, like, what, in the private chat, like, what do I do? Man, I gotta get the fuck out of here. Yeah, Fontaine, Aaron sniped like a Marine. Oh, Fontaine, y'all was putting in that work though. Y'all was shooting at each other for a little while. Not personally, but y'all was going shot.
That was the Sabio war.
Yeah, it was Sabio war. Fontaine, you feeling bad for Sabio. Sometimes.
Yeah, Fontaine, like, let my nigga back up there, man.
Sometimes I feel bad for him when his ass, when I gotta drop him right in the middle of while he talking, they be like, nope.
That'd be the best time. That'd be the best time to drop him. I'll be dying laughing. Boy. Like, yeah, get that nigga the fuck up out of here.
Calm down. I always tell Savior, I know you probably listen. I always tell you, you gotta calm down just a little bit, man. Calm down a little bit.
Man, we talking like a motherfucker the other day, man. Me and the old man, Amenhotep or whatever his name. We had me, him, and who I think it was young guy. We having a good ass bill, man. We talking good shit, man. That motherfucker Sabio said, man, what the fuck is y'all talking about? Why is everybody up here getting along and shit? It's supposed to be an argument. I'm like, man, what the fuck is wrong with this nigga? I call that motherfucker stink meaner. I say, motherfucker, you like stink meaner from the Boondocks, motherfucker.
Savior must have a kids party, man.
Savior ain't with all that harmony and shit, nigga. What the fuck is y'all got going on, nigga? Y'all got too much balance going on up here, nigga. Let's tip the scales around this motherfucker.
And I think the title of the shit was like Open Pen or something. Open
Yeah.
And he still was like, nah, what the hell are y'all talking about? I'm like, Savior.
Yeah, he's like, what the fuck has that got to do with reparations? I'm like, Sabio, it's an open panel, man. We talk about what you want to talk about, man. Damn.
Oh shit.
That motherfucker Sabio be ready. Fontaine, did you hear your boy about an hour ago? He came up here drunk as hell talking shit like a motherfucker.
Man.
Sabio came up here about an hour ago. He was loaded.
Oh, he was here?
Yeah, about an hour ago, that nigga was drunk as hell.
Yeah, man.
He got mad at Taz talking about, if this the shit I got to hear, I'll talk to y'all later.
Yo, man, that's another thing, Seb. You got to chill with the drinking, man.
Man, that nigga was loaded, man. Came up here talking mad shit. Talking about, if you think it's going to be a deportation, you crazy.
Crazy. That nigga was on he was on psycho shit the other day when y'all was up there. The last time I'm like, yo, Sabio, chill. He was trying to be a flat earther or something. I'm like, man, Sabio, your ass up.
Man, that motherfucker Sabio be wilding out, man. He think a motherfucker just be tripping on his voice. I told nigga, it ain't just your voice, motherfucker. It's the bull. It's your attitude, motherfucker. With you put that attitude with the voice, motherfucker.
Yeah, you got a bad combination. Say, man, we pull it up, talk about yo.
Yeah.
You don't cut that shit out, son.
Yeah. Motherfucker voice had a zesty to the motherfucker. Then you talking cash shit on top of it. Oh man.
What? They be on him, son. They be on him.
He be looking for first religion conversation he can jump in. Hold on, nigga. Who your God?
Man. That nigga don't be trying to hear nothing. As soon as niggas say anything about religion, he like, hold up. Son, take it the fuck easy, son.
Throw him out with the trash. These niggas is stupider. That nigga come up with all kind of shit.
Yeah, I'm like, son, we ain't gonna have no fucking show, my nigga.
That's what I be telling them. I'm like, damn, so you can't just alienate every motherfucking body, nigga. Somebody gotta see. We gotta be up here talking about something, motherfucker. You ain't gonna hold it down with 15 minutes of your rhetoric.
Exactly. Exactly. I told his ass that shit before. I said, all right, son, your ass gonna have to run the whole show after this, son. Your ass.
Man, that nigga come up here, talk $1 million worth of shit, run about 7 people off the panel, and then he'll leave. Like, nigga, how you gonna leave after you done read everybody off the motherfucker?
That motherfucker crazy. All right, I looked up. I said, damn, I'm the last motherfucker left on the stream. Stream ended. What the fuck? I didn't know what the fuck happened. I looked. What the fuck? I said, they got porn bombed and all kind
How
of
this motherfucker stream in? We ain't with 2 hours in this motherfucker.
word. I ain't know what somebody done did.
Yeah, they pouring bombs us, man. Nigga came out the cut with the dookie bag. The dookie Glock, as they call it in the joint.
Freaks always running around, man.
Man, nothing better to do, man. Some fucked up motherfuckers out here in the world, Mizzo.
Yeah, I noticed, man. Some fucking real weirdos, man. Fucking weirdos.
Real
Weirdos, man. I noticed that, man. It's just like, I don't know, man. It's just more mental health issues than I really thought. That I thought I had it. Like, all right, yeah, it's just people mentally messed up. But the more I listen to people, I'm like, nah, it's really some fucked up individuals running around here. Niggas ain't got it all. Motherfuckers need some help out this motherfucker. Niggas need some therapy.
Well, my nigga Afro say Sagasu then climbed the wall.
He said Sagasu. Oh shit.
I kind of had a feeling somebody was gonna say TikTok though. I just didn't see it ending like that. I knew something was gonna happen.
Yeah, man. I know. Matter of fact, motherfuckers was so fucking happy. I was walking around. I had to work, so I'm walking around work. Motherfuckers was really like, "Yo, man, you feel bad? TikTok is down too." I said, "What?" Motherfuckers was depressed.
Man. Got a lot of motherfuckers. That's all they do is look at that motherfucker TikTok.
Word. And I get it because I see what people like about it, but I'm like, yo, this shit. You really saw the impact from the fallout. I was like, hold up, you got some people right here. They was talking about it. Let me see. Motherfuckers was really happy. I said, damn. See somebody backstage. I got y'all. Whoever that is. Hold up. Let me just.
Early just because it was happened at midnight.
I think I kind of started tearing up.
I saved all the videos on our For You page.
I think it's played such an important part in my life.
How do you feel about Trump potentially saving TikTok?
You know, I have a warm spot in my heart for TikTok.
Scripted. You're telling me no one saw this coming? Well, that I think might be the only good thing he does during his entire 4 years of term, I think.
Let me get my video edits done. That's all I'm gonna have to say about that.
My cookie's back!
TikTok went down for all US users on Saturday night, but some users are starting to get access to it again. Where were you when you got the notification that TikTok was shut down?
So we had like a little going away party pretty much for TikTok.
I got it last night when I was trying to do my daily TikTok scroll. It kind of happened early just because it was supposed to happen at midnight.
I think I kind of started tearing up.
I saved all the videos on our For You page.
I think it's played such an important part in my life.
And how do you feel about Trump potentially saving TikTok?
You know, I have a warm spot in my heart for TikTok.
Scripted. You're telling me no one saw this coming? Well, that I think might be the only good thing he does during his entire 4 years of term, I think.
Let me get my video edits done. That's all I'm gonna have to say about that.
My cookie.
Yeah, Dr. Mo, I was saying the same thing, but GQ on him said that he had the ability to do it. I thought he had to actually be. I thought he was actually had to be in office. I was surprised. Like I didn't hear no news or nothing like that. I was still at work. I just finished talking to somebody about it like maybe an hour or maybe 2 hours before they came back around and said, yo, TikTok back on. And I was like, yeah, right. And they was like, nah, seriously, it's just back on. I'm like, nah, you bugging, man. I just looked at it, was saying that it's down because of the whatever rules because of the Supreme Court. And they was like, nah, I'm telling you, I just checked. I just was scrolling. I was like, what? I clicked on and sure enough, it was back. I was like, oh shit. So in my mind, I'm like, how? Like, when did Trump do this? Like, I couldn't get it. I really didn't understand. I still kind of don't. GQ kind of explained it to me, but I still kind of don't get how he did it without signing no papers or nothing. Like, I would have thought he had to sign something, or did they just go off?
But they say that he was already the president Friday. He got inaugurated. He actually got inaugurated Friday. That all this tomorrow is just theater.
Okay. Oh, all right. See, now it's even making more sense.
Yeah. This just a show right here, the Dog and Pony Show. He was actually inaugurated in Friday.
What good, y'all?
What's
up, Martin?
Ain't shit. Hey, them folk, they say that's what they did, because they was about to find out who really don't give a fuck, and that's them young folk. They was gonna learn. Them young folk are booked.
But yo, they said they got 170 million users, 14. That's a lot of people. What's it, about 400 something million people in the United States?
Yeah, man.
So that's a lot of people subscribed. So 170 million? That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, bro.
A little more than a third or something like that.
They said a 19-year-old in Wisconsin got arrested for setting fire to a congressman's office because he was mad about the ban.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I just saw that too. Let me see. Boom. This is the footage of it. Just saw that too. Or just the person crib right here.
I don't think he overturned it. I think he just like influenced it because they know he about to be in office.
Yeah, so the teen outraged over TikTok ban sets fire to congressman's office. A teen has allegedly set fire to a mall in Wisconsin where a congressman's office is located due to outrage over the federal TikTok ban. 19-year-old man whose name has not been released is in custody and will be charged with arson. Republican Representative Glenn Grothman voted last April for a bill that mandated TikTok's China-based parent company to sell its U.S.-based operation Sunday. Sell its U.S. operation by Sunday. The fire at his office and found the lock was reported around 1 a.m. The building was unoccupied at the time, so no injuries. Well, at least he'd be all right on that, and he would have set that thing on fire with people in there. He would have been in a lot more trouble. So yeah, man, people was losing their mind, especially the youngsters. Especially the youngsters. And then I see people only got mad at Nelly and Snoop Dogg, but they didn't get too. I guess they didn't expect much from Soulja Boy and Rick Ross.
I ain't even know Rick Ross was one of the people. I just heard Soulja Boy, Snoop, and Nelly.
Yeah, Rick Ross too, but they ain't as big a name. And then, like I say, that the major backlash for Snoop was his own comments. Yeah.
Yeah, Snoop definitely got a major backlash from the comments.
So Mizzo, Trump said he gonna issue an executive order to extend TikTok tomorrow. So the service providers for TikTok who they he said it wouldn't be any penalty for them to let TikTok come back up for the service providers. So that's basically how TikTok got back up.
So they took him on his word, basically.
Yeah, they took him on his word that they won't.
That's funny as hell, GQ. I thought that happened, but I was like, could they do like the whole movement was funny, but I see some backlashes. Let me see. I see some backlash here. So it's funny you said that, GQ. I forgot who this lady is.
When I'm reading, go ahead.
This lady, I forget who she is, but she's somebody in politics. I forget.
If you log on to TikTok, you'll see this. Is that every social media platform, mass social media platform in the United States has been taken over by the right wing. Elon Musk took over Twitter, and there's open reporting that they have artificially manipulated the algorithms to boost right-wing content on X and to amplify harassment. Now there's another development, and I want to show you this. I need to show you this. This is so crazy. If you log on to TikTok, you'll see this. Welcome back. As a result of President Trump's efforts, TikTok is back in the US. TikTok's decision to name Trump in the notification is a choice. Understand they're using it as a propaganda tool for the right. Is that every social media platform, mass social media platform in the United States has been taken over by the right wing. Elon Musk took over Twitter.
Yeah, so I hope I ain't get no echo. My fault. I forgot I was still have my mic open.
Hey, shit, yeah. So this one says TikTok service providers still risk billions in penalties for bringing it back online. The risk doesn't disappear just because Trump says so.
See,
Yeah,
I knew it.
No
It's
matter
about
what
the current
TikTok
administration.
says in its laudatory pop-up messages, President-elect Donald Trump cannot simply declare an extension of the TikTok ban deadline and protect American companies that support it from billions of dollars in fines. They said that Chinese company sales to officially banned starting today until it sells to a non-Chinese company, and there's no deal in sight. Flouting that ban could get Apple and Google app stores, as well as service providers Alchemy and Oracle, deemed for potentially $850 billion in penalties. Despite all this, Trump has reportedly assured companies that they won't face these fines if they let TikTok keep operating. Now the question is simple. Will Trump-friendly companies risk breaking the law to make the president happy, as they did? TikTok status has been uncertain since last night. President Joe Biden said he wouldn't enforce the law on the last day of his presidency, but TikTok declared it would go dark anyway. App stores removed it in accordance with the law. Then Trump promised he'd extend the deadline, telling companies they wouldn't face penalties, and TikTok promptly came back online with the thank you note to the president-elect. The problem is that it's not clear if Trump can do what he promised.
See, that's for them days we was talking about. It's about the fact that Biden and them didn't enforce it. The law is still there. The Supreme Court ruling is what it was, but the current administration they're the ones that has to enforce it. So if Biden wanted to, he could have been like, yeah, that shit gone till Trump get in office and he do what he want then.
Right. But he said he wouldn't enforce it on his last day.
Yeah, he basically want to go out and look good
directly. Congress passed a law directly demanding TikTok divest itself from parent company ByteDance or face a ban. It included an option for President Joe Biden to extend the deadline by 90 days if a deal wasn't announced. Biden declined to use it. Also, Congress passed the law, not the Supreme Court. Congress passed the law demanding TikTok divest itself. And when they passed the law, it included an option for a 90-day extension if the deal wasn't announced. Biden declined to use it. There are only a few options for TikTok to legally keep operating now. The app could be sold and come back under different ownership. Congress could pass a new law extending the deadline or ending the ban, or Trump could try to extend it by certifying a deal to change TikTok's ownership and it is in place. But unfortunately for him, he can't simply sign an order saying a law no longer exists. This put companies in a legal bind. TikTok's U.S. service providers risk $5,000 in penalties per person who use this service to access the app. $5,000 per person who use the service to access the app. The government told the Supreme Court it could be enforced up to 5 years later, so they could be penalized under a future president. So Trump can do 4 years, get out of office, and they can still fine them companies for that one day or for however long. Damn. That they keep it up and running. He would be lying to Congress, and that would be Congress's problem. But he would still have certified, and so until the court would declare that the certification is invalid, I think these companies would be safe. So I don't know, man. It's still up in the air. They could be safe. They could end up having to pay up to $850 billion.
It sounds like they just trying to get a piece of TikTok, or at least
that's what they wanted. That's what they want from it. They want TikTok. See, they want the whole kid and caboodle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like I said, I the best option I see for TikTok, they should have just made a TikTok America.
Yeah.
And let some American company get 50% of that, and then they still protect it for the rest of their company that's operating in Asia and Europe and all over the world.
Me and my girl was listening when you said that earlier. She was like, "That's what they really should do." Yeah, I'm be smart.
That is so.
I'm definitely not giving you 50% of my actual company. That's crazy.
Not my whole company, but for me to operate, if y'all gonna extort me to operate in America, then I'll give y'all 50% of the American part of my company.
Mm-hmm. I make a little subsidiary or whatever.
Yeah, I'll make TikTok America, but ain't no way y'all finna get none of this big cake, this big cake.
Because we operate everywhere else, and then if we let y'all extort us, then everybody else is gonna come behind.
Exactly.
That is just too funny, son. I knew something was funny about that shit. I told him, I'm like, nah, y'all bugging. That TikTok can't be on. They like, nah, it's on. I'm telling you, check it. I'm like, how? You just like how?
I'm telling y'all, bro, the youth gonna realize the government is not a real thing and it's just people, bro. People making decisions, bro. That's all that is.
Yeah, this regular shit. This regular nigga shit. Everyday nigga shit, fire, you know.
Yeah, nigga really out here hustling. Nigga like, all right, give me 50% and you can work on this block. You can hustle over there.
Yeah, then you can come on over here and get down, man.
That's crazy.
'Cause
Talking about out of national security, man. TikTok ain't doing nothing to nobody. That Facebook and Twitter and the rest of them ain't doing.
I already broke that down. Shit, them motherfuckers selling data to the highest bidder.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden it's a security threat. But you
Oh,
know, when you know you got the biggest lobbyists, shit. You got Google and Meta. You talking about $1 trillion companies
man,
lobbying.
hey, listen, bro. I'm from Atlanta, GQ. It's a young nigga I can call right now. He'll sell you 5,000 people name and all their information. Like it's just information ain't nothing these days. Man.
Hell no. Got their social security number, everything. What you do with it, that's up to you.
That's
But
on you. They just selling you the whole paperwork.
I'm just giving you this.
So I know what these companies got.
You ain't bullshit. And every time you turn around, it's a data breach. You know what I'm saying? And they having to pay somebody off for something for a data breach. Oh, your data was stolen. Your data was stolen. We take them little bullshit $200, $300 checks from our data being stolen like it wasn't like we done hit a lick, but we don't know who the fuck got our data. What the fuck they doing with it?
Bro, them little hackers be doing that junk for fun.
Yeah.
They go hit a government spot or agency, hit their database just for fun. They don't even care.
Man, I got a check. I got a check from Facebook because my data was hacked. I got a check from Equifax because my data because they had a data breach.
See,
over the last 4 or 5 years, I probably got about 4 or 5 checks from different companies who that had a data breach and the shit was hacked. You know.
See, I be seeing them little emails come. I just look at them like they spam when they be like, "Did your information get hacked with Facebook or?"
Yeah, it ain't no damn spam. They trying to pay you. They trying to hit you off a check. Shit. Look, your shit been stolen, man. Ain't nothing we can do about it. They got it already. But here, take these couple of dollars.
I need to go see if I can still get some of that. Yeah, I know nigga got my info. I be like, go ahead, do what you can with it.
when they was doing them Facebook checks, a lot of them, I know a lot of people got them Facebook checks. Actually, somebody else put me up on like, you get your Facebook check? I'm like, what the fuck? They're like, yeah, you know, they had a data breach and I'm like, I went and looked into it. Shit, the motherfucker sent me a check.
Yeah, I ain't know nothing about it.
Motherfuckers, yeah, they stay had to pay them. I remember Equifax sent me a check talking about my data was hacked. I'm like, damn, they got everything. Equifax, nigga, that's your whole credit history.
Yeah.
They got everything. And the motherfucker went and bought a house in my name. Y'all gave me $260.
Somebody bought a house in your name for real?
No, but I'm saying they could. I'm saying they could. I wouldn't know until the shit hit the fan. You know what I'm saying?
True. Especially if they done bought and sold it.
Yeah, bought it, sold, did whatever they did. Y'all done gave me $260. And I ended up with a bill for $180,000.
Crazy. I mean, you could have came to me. We really could have flipped that house.
You know what I'm saying? It ain't happened, but shit, if they got all the data, ain't no telling what the fuck they might. That's why I got LifeLock and all type of shit. I got I pay Discover $6 a month for the security breach shit.
Cause you got
you up for $1 million.
You got tenants?
Yeah, I got tenants. Yeah, I got tenants.
So do you gotta worry about their information being hacked due to you having their info and stuff?
Not really, because I don't have their information on anything like No, I don't have it like on no cloud service or nothing dealing with the internet or nothing.
Okay. But you would if you was doing that type of paperwork like through the internet. You would have to consider online security and all that.
Yeah, you would definitely have to consider that. Yeah, because you're dealing with them people's social security numbers and shit. But I don't got anything up. None of my people shit up on the internet.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be responsible for this.
I don't even got too much of none of my tenant shit on the computer. Period. All my shit is in my little files I got.
Yeah, old school paperback.
Yeah, there's old school little paperwork, the lease and all these little money orders or whatever they pay me with. Shit, there's records of that. Other than that, I don't be keeping too much shit on them.
If you don't mind me asking, what type of rental property you got?
I got an apartment building, a 3-flat with tenants, and then I got a duplex with tenants.
All up in your area, or you got them spread out like?
No, they all on the south side. They one of them is maybe 20 minutes from me, and then the other one I'll say probably like good 69th, so it ain't that far. It's like if I hop on the expressway, I could be there in like 15 minutes. So both of them in between like 15, 20 minutes.
The duplex was your startup, like your first one?
The 3-flat was. I used to live in the 3-flat, but when I got this house, I ended up the apartment that I was staying in the basement apartment, and I was renting the upstairs and the second floor.
So that's
it's really a
like
basement.
Massachusetts. How?
Go ahead.
I'm trying to visualize that because we don't really have the 3 flats down here. That's like, I think Massachusetts, the place I seen like that, where they got the 3-floor houses.
Yeah,
families.
3 flats common in Chicago.
Yeah,
we got a lot of 3 flats here. So that was my first one. I lived there. I had a mortgage. I had a mortgage on that one. That was the first one, and I lived in the basement, and I was renting the first and the second floor out. And then the second one I got was the duplex. It's just upstairs and downstairs. That was the second one. And then when I bought this house, I moved out of the duplex, and I got all 3 of them rented out. And when I bought this house cash and rehabbed it, I only paid $11,000 for this house. And yeah, and this, and I probably put like 35,000 in it to get it right. And then I moved in here, and when I'm on this motherfucker, they just the last assessment that they sent me was for $180,000 for this motherfucker.
I was about to say, you can't do nothing but win with 50,000, like 11 for the input and the work.
Yeah,
you gonna win every time. That's a good flip right there, boy. And you living in it, so it's really more money in your pocket.
Yeah. And this the crib. I ain't planning on really going nowhere from here because this like four houses down from my grandma.
Oh yeah, you good.
And my grandma been there since '69. Since I was born, before I was born. So,
shit, you an inspiration. That's fire. For real.
Man, you know, I planned on getting more, but the motherfucking cribs went up so ridiculous now, man. They priced us out of range. I got a vacant lot. The last thing I bought was a vacant lot on the next block from where I live at now. I bought a vacant lot for three bands. The house burned down that was on the lot, and the guy, I just happened to be riding up the street. I went to talking to him, and he was like, man, the city had been fucking with him about keeping the grass cut and kept him in court paying fines and shit. So he was getting tired of that shit. So he was like, man, I'm trying to find somebody to buy it, man. I'm tired. Every time I turn around, the city writing me a violation. People been dumping trash on my lot. Then they fine me because motherfuckers come through fly dumping. What they call fly dumping is, when you rehab, you cleaning out something, so you just looking for somewhere to dump all your trash. and they kept dumping trash on his property, and then when the streets and sanitation come through, they'll write him a ticket for it. And he was getting salty with that. And then they had wrote him a couple tickets talking about his grass, his weeds was too high. And he was just looking for somebody to get the motherfucker up, and I ended up buying it from him. And it's on the very next block from me. Like I can walk over there to that lot in like 4 minutes. So I keep it clean, keep it cut. And then I got some guys that live over there on that block. You know, they tell me instantly, like if they first of all, if they see somebody trying to dump some trash, they gonna stop them. But if they happen to get it off, they gonna come let me know instantly. So, and then shit, I pay a couple guys to clean it up, so I ain't have to worry about no getting no tickets and shit.
I'm sitting here thinking about these prices you keep hollering out for, like the land and the houses up there. Like, is houses going for that?
Not no more. That was my point. That was my point when I said that was the last thing I was able to buy for the low because, and that was only because dude was in distress. He was just trying to get away from it because they kept finding him and shit. So I ended up getting that lot, and I wanted to get some more cribs and shit, apartment buildings and shit, but the shit a shell right now going for 50,000, and I'm talking about that's nothing, like a bando, like just fucked up. It's going for 50,000. The same in 2018, 2019 shit I could have got for like 5,000 or 6,000, maybe 7,000. Right now it's going for 50,000, and that's something that's gonna take at least 50 to 75,000 to get it straight.
I want to do what Miss Lamb talking about, what Dr. Lamb talking about in the chat, is them tiny home things. I've been thinking about it, but it's a dude who pulled some money together, and he put about, I want to say 6 to 8 tiny homes right here off Guyby Road on the south side. And he got some tenants in there. I'm like, man, I want to do that, but I want to do it outside the city. I don't want to be in Atlanta with mine.
And see, yeah, I was about to say, and it's probably way easier to do it outside the city because, like in Chicago, if I tried to do the like tiny homes, we got so many regulations, man. And so, like building codes and shit around here that you couldn't just you couldn't really just throw no little tiny homes up like that. You know what I'm saying? You have to. It's a lot of red tape with shit around this motherfucker, man.
I mean, it's some out here, but it's so black down here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And then if you outside the city, like you said, if you on the outskirts of the city, it's a better. You can get it off a little better. But inside,
outside our city is where it's starting to get less black.
Yeah, but I bet you they got less building codes and shit outside the city.
That's true.
It's still kind of rural. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You go into the rural areas, you can get a lot of shit. You throw a trailer park up any goddamn thing if you own the land. You know what I'm saying?
See, that's what we was originally thinking is the trailer park thing, and then the tiny homes started popping up, and I was like, I'd really rather have that because they more for the future.
Yeah. I know inside the city limits of Chicago, you got a lot of building codes and shit. So you got to be doing a lot of shit straight by the book. You get a few little things off here and there, but I know a few little hacks, little tricks to getting a lot of work done without having to pay an enormous amount of money. Like when they be looking for permits and shit, for work permits and shit. If you get an electrician in and you get an electrician permit, and you put that up on a building, you can damn near do anything. All the other shit that you need permits for, they are damn near overlooked long as you got that electrician permit right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's how I get a lot of shit off, because I got a buddy who an electrician. He go pull a permit, and I just pay him to do a few things. It might not be nothing but ceiling fans or something up in the motherfucker. But I got electric permit, but the whole time I'm getting concrete slabs laid and all type of shit.
I'm sitting here reading Dr. Lamb chat about the rezoning. That be the stuff that I say is just something I want to look into, because me and my girl be wanting to invest in stuff.
Well, I wasn't really talking about zoning issues. Dr. Lamb is more building codes is what I was speaking on, not the zoning issue. But I understand what you're saying. The zoning issues would determine whether or not you can put trailer parks up and different shit like that. So yeah, you're right about that, Dr. Lamb. But as far as building codes and shit and trying to keep stay out of court with them violations and shit, that'd be the key around this motherfucker. Because I done been in court with through different violations and shit, but I always get them straightened out and shit. Get a couple continuous until I get them straightened out. Then look, if you get the work done right with a permit, then they most of the time drop it without finding you and shit. So sometimes you have to break down and pay that much. Like when I got my front porch built on this motherfucker, I could have got my front porch built on this house right here for about 5 or 6,000. But because the city inspectors was on the crib, was paying close attention to the crib, I ended up having to pay like 14,000 because I had to pay a company that could get the permits and shit. I couldn't go with my homeboys who knew how to build porches. I had to go with a certified, bona fide motherfucker who could get the architect, who could get the plans and permit drawn up. You know what I'm saying? So I ended up paying like an extra 8 bands just because I had to fuck with the city and the code and shit.
They gonna always get this.
Hell yeah, you already know. But once I paid them white boys, they were some Polish motherfuckers, man. That shit was a trip, man. Some motherfucking Polish immigrants. They didn't even, the motherfucker who built my front porch, he didn't speak no English. Now his nephew is the who run the company. He speak good English, and they plugged in with the inspectors and shit already, so they probably greasing fruit palms over there. The last time the inspector came out, because they had like 18 violations on this crib when I bought it. And when I got that porch built and paid them that money, they dropped all the other violations, bro.
Damn. Well, that's good.
Which outside of that porch, it wasn't but like 3 more, like the chimney. They was talking about some of the bricks was missing from the chimney or some shit and some other shit. But once I
major issue though.
Yeah. Once I paid due for that, them other violations that was on here, they dropped all that shit. I'm like, he paying somebody down, that motherfucker. So it was worth it paying the extra 8 bands to get the damn porch built.
8 bands is a motherfucker though. Extra on top of what you already paying.
Yeah.
At the game, though.
My guy now, they be building porches all the time. They be building them motherfuckers for like 4,000 or 5,000, man. But they not certified, so they can't get to go downtown and pull the permits and get the plans. They'll have to pay an architect to draw up the plans and shit if they did, went through all that.
So what's stopping them from getting certified? Just they name, they paperwork and stuff.
General contractor's license.
Yeah, ain't got no damn license.
Good morning.
Hey, Dr. Mo. They some good old, like Dr. Mo said, they some good old boys and just don't want to, like she always say, just don't want to do business right. Right. They hell with they trade. They'd have built the motherfucker just as good, if not better than the motherfuckers who built it, but they just not certified.
I'm about to go get. Do you got to be what you need for the certifications? Go get it, start the business, and just let them run it.
Take the class.
Probably a class or something. Shit.
Yeah, and that's crazy because I deal in those housing repairs, and I fuss every year, and I'm like, we always whining about not being able to get good business, but then you already know you need a general contractor license, and you could really make a lot of money, or at least one person on your squad got to get it, and you could sub up under them.
Yep.
But I don't. Maybe I think and that's a good area that if somebody does have one that's in your circle, teach the rest of them on how to pass the test. That's all it is.
Mhm.
Just go. A lot of times it's the fear of taking those tests or whatnot because maybe they're not good test takers.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's a definite area that we need is that general contract and residential cleaning because that's the only reason they weaning us out because they know we don't have those credentials and that's where those damn Mexicans is killing the game.
I test
Mhm.
well. I need to go look
And
into that.
we talk about they getting more jobs. No, it's because our folks we got the skills. We just won't go get the credentials
Yeah.
because we don't feel we need them. But that's where they pricing us out. And the only reason I said do veteran homes is because there's a huge push right now. There's a lot of money in it, and there's a high demand for housing
Yeah.
that once you get it, it's automatic. The VA is going to back up any payments that those veterans can't handle. And if they need, if some of them are self sufficient, just need a place to stay, they're going to pay, they're going to make sure
Yeah.
they pay their rent and pay their utilities. And then you have some that may need some care, but they're going to pay for that too. You
Yeah.
just need to provide the home, connect with the housing authority. And I'm only saying it because it's like a automatic, good tenant, so to speak, where you don't have to worry about your money you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah,
and
that's
it's
a fact because I
mhm.
got a partner. He do that. He specializes at housing veterans, and he got a brick 2-flat, and he petitioned it off into rooms. So he got a general, like a common area living room. He got
Yep.
a Wi-Fi, washer, dry, but
Hmm.
they pay him for each individual
Each
room.
individual.
Yeah, for
Yep.
each individual room. I think he get like $500 a room, and
Yeah.
he got like 4 or 5 of them in there. So he pulling in some good money. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
For
And
for
I'm surprised that's all he making. I'm super surprised that's all he making. Cause you should
it could.
hey, you should
Now
connect me with him
this
because I
was
need
a
that.
couple years ago, Dr. Mo, because
Oh,
with the rent.
before COVID.
Yeah, that's before COVID. Now with the rent being the way it is now, I wouldn't be
Oh,
surprised if he getting 800 a room or some shit. Yeah,
1100.
yeah. Ain't no telling
Hey,
what he getting that shit.
could you imagine how much I mean, I know we talk a lot on these YouTube channels, but could you imagine duplicating those processes? Because everybody ain't broke. That's why I be mad when people be talking about it.
Mhm.
Everybody is not broken. There's some people that got a couple bucks that can really uh make some good money on being a provider
Mhm.
for I know a lot of people talk about the Section 8 side, but those are the people that the government is subsidizing for low income. Now let's talk about where they're making that money at. The
Yeah,
veteran providers, housing providers,
yeah,
the intellectual disability housing providers, the aging out of foster care housing providers. You talking about automatic cash
yeah,
and less labor. It's not like you having to go in 8 hours a day. That's just you having a good general contractor on standby, like you said, to make sure that they stay up to par, the homes stay up to par. And
mhm.
boom, that's checks. That's oh my God.
Hell yeah, because look, them motherfucker, they just was giving up $1,500 a head in Chicago
Yes.
for
And
immigrants.
you talking about yeah, we fussing that they coming in. Okay, if they coming in, then I'm gonna find a way to benefit off of them. Cause
Mm-hmm.
you can't fight some fights we cannot fight. But guess what? There's opportunity for you to benefit too. And I know
And
some people might oh want have nothing to do with it. That's on you. Cause I
we
ain't
ain't
about to
bullshit. Fifteen
we
hundred dollars a head. I started to move a couple of them motherfuckers in the crib with me. Like, here, motherfucker, y'all, you
I
take that
know.
room, you take that room, you take that room, motherfucker. Shit.
And guess what? They ain't even gonna bother you. Most of them are not that not violent like they try to
I
put
should have
on
had the
TV.
motherfuckers all in the basement and everything. My wife like, hell no, we ain't moving the motherfuckers up here. I'm like, shit, $1,500 a head, baby. Shit,
Hey,
we
give me
gonna
90
lock
days and we be a transition home.
it. I'm like, shit, we put a lock on the basement door, goddamn, let the motherfucker be down there in the basement. Shit, we get 3 or 4 of the motherfuckers down there.
Hey, you ain't never lied. That's winning. But we really do have to have these conversations though. Like, what is the least amount of stress I could get? Like, what business venture that I can make money off these cats? And
Yeah.
it's available. I'm gonna tell you, if y'all
Real
looking at
estate,
real
man, I'll
estate,
tell you, man. Cause see,
yes.
I got it from my grandfather. He actually owned 26 properties in Chicago.
Mhm.
He had been buying them up from ever since the 70s. You know what I'm saying? And he always been a landlord, and I always worked for him, like painting and cutting grass for all his apartments and his houses and shit. So I always knew that I wanted to be a property owner. I always said he kept a bankroll. You know what I'm saying? He's a multi-millionaire. I always tell a story about how he paid $6,800 a month for health insurance because my grandmother had breast cancer, and he paid for her to have it in remission for 22 years. Yeah, 22 years she had breast cancer in remission, but it cost him 60. It started at $200 a month. He used to work for J.C. Penney before he started buying property. He had Blue Cross Blue Shield for $200 a month for him, my grandmother, my mother, and my auntie. And by the time my grandmother passed, it was only him and her on the health insurance, and he was paying $6,800 a month. But my grandmother was going through $2.5 million a year in health bills. So I always knew that I wanted to own property, and like my granddaddy always say, folks always need somewhere to live. He from Mississippi. He from the Jim Crow area. Used to work in the cotton fields. He got some stories to tell you in there. That's the one I always say. Cotton is light, and it don't weigh a thing. And he had to have 200 pounds by sundown. And he just had a hell of a work ethic.
Damn, that's crazy that when you just said it.
Cotton is
Never
key.
thought about it.
Yeah,
Cotton is definitely key.
He said he always tell if I call my grandfather in the morning, I call him, hey granddad, cotton is light. He gonna say it don't weigh a thing. That's just me and him old. That's just one of our sayings. You know what I'm saying? Because he told me that years ago. Cotton is light. It don't weigh a thing, and I had to have 200 pounds before sundown. But he always say that folks always need somewhere to live.
That's right.
So you can never go wrong with being a landlord, owning property and shit, man. Because folks always need somewhere to live.
Yep. They have a campaign around cotton right now for funding to get landowners to grow cotton, whatnot. One is centered around a lot of the nuclear conversations in reference to that. It's one of the types of crops that soak up contaminants, but two, that is a big cash cow. And then there's another push on growing indigo because the only place that they grow it mass is in the Caribbeans for dye, for clothing, things of that nature. Like,
That's what that indigo for the making that dye, right?
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's big. That housing, if you're looking to get into something that's gonna make you some money, those are the routes to go.
Yeah.
And like I said, not regular tenants. Go out. Listen, they got all of those tax dollars out there and putting it into those programs where they probably not gonna get rid of, like the vets and all those benefit type programs. Man, y'all better get involved. Like, please, all you gotta do is buy a home and play somebody.
They priced the motherfuckers up so high now, man. Everything's so ridiculous that I've been really trying to wait to see if it's gonna cool off a little bit. But I do plan on getting me a couple more properties. But one of the routes I plan to take is tax
Liens,
tax sales. Yeah, go to the tax sale
auction.
auction. Yeah,
Better go
tax
to the
sale
auction.
auctions and shit. Yeah, and get them through there. And if you live in a town that got land banks, always check with the land banks because they always got cribs for the low.
And,
That's the
and
ones
don't
that do the auctions, like the city auctions and stuff.
yeah, sometimes.
Well, not the Rio auctions. That's just like regular foreclosed homes from the bank.
Yeah.
I'm talking
The
about
yellow signs.
yeah, I'm talking about people who didn't pay their taxes on their
Who
crib
didn't
and
pay their
lost.
taxes. The
Yeah, they
yellow
lost.
sign.
Yeah,
Oh,
they,
okay,
they lose them for taxes, and then you
Mhm.
could you can
Come
scoop
pay
them
the
up.
taxes on them.
Yeah, and the sweet part about buying a crib that buying the taxes, you're not even buying the crib, you actually buying the taxes,
Mhm.
and then they got in Cook County, they got 3 years to pay it back before the property is yours. But it's still a hell of an investment because you still getting 18%. Okay, if you buy the taxes and they were 1 year behind, if they come get it the next year, they got to give you what you paid for it plus 18%.
Mhm.
So you making money either way. A lot of people do that, and they hoping that the people come get the crib. They don't even have any interest in owning the home. They just trying to make the interest off the people coming to get it back. You know what I'm saying? So that 18% is sweet. And then and it's compounded every year for those 3 years. So by the year 2, when they get ready to come get it, now they got to give you the 2 years tax plus 30%, 36% interest.
Mm.
In year 3, so it's 3 years that you done paid the taxes. They got to give you back plus what 40, 50.
44.
36 and 18, that's 46, 54.
54.
54, yeah, so they got to give you all the money you paid in plus 54% interest in 3 years. Now if
They
they
ain't doing that.
don't do that, now the property belongs to you, and there you go. You know what I'm saying? So that's always a good lick right there. Plus you got in Chicago don't got land banks. We got the program like I was just laying out. But a lot of towns like Toledo, Ohio, I know for sure because I got brother-in-laws that go to the land bank there, and they be buying houses, man, for $2,500, $5,000, man. Yep, through the land bank. And they have a certain amount of time to get them in order. They got like a year to get them in order, or the county will take them back from them and shit. And a lot of times it don't be nothing but a lot of weeds and grass and trees and grew up all around the motherfucker. You got to cut all that down, and it might take a little bit of work on the inside, but it'd be a lick. I mean, you done got a whole house for $2,500.
Yeah, you got to be able to do something with that. Like, it's nothing, man.
Yeah, they probably value a little lower. It's even they got higher over there though. All over the country, property values up. But it's still sweet. Like certain towns, like Gary, Indiana, Toledo, Ohio, Detroit was sweet for a minute, but they done bought everything up over there. They getting back high as fuck over there.
Yeah, everything getting high around here.
Oh man, you're in Atlanta, shit. There you go.
It's getting crazy.
That's Black Hollywood right there, man.
Yeah, man. Some of these houses you be looking like, come on, bro. And then the area, you like, really?
Hell yeah. That's like here, man. Cribs in the ghetto going for $250,000, man.
Yeah, bro.
right slap dead in the hood, man, where the motherfuckers yellow tape was just up the block.
It's my fault though, because some years ago, man, I seen it coming. Like looking at the houses going for sale, I'm like, man, we should buy some of these houses. But I just didn't know the game at all. I just was young and dumb.
And they were going kind of cheap too, wasn't they? Five?
Yeah, man. Folks are buying houses for $50,000, $60,000, $70,000. I'm talking about houses that's selling now for no less than $150,000, and they wasn't even no fix uppers like that.
Yeah, going for $250,000 right now.
Yeah, man. They selling houses, man. You see some of these 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom houses going for $225,000, $250,000, bro. And that's unheard of in Atlanta because all that stuff used to be cheap.
Yeah, ain't shit cheap no more, man.
Nah. New day. That's because the housing market, buying houses used to be for like mostly your first house was for you to live in. Now folk just flipping houses.
Yep. Like I said, man, we had cribs around here on the south side of Chicago, abandoned houses that was going for $7,000 to $8,000. That I wish I would have, man, pulled the trick on a lot of them cribs, man, because right now them same, with nothing being done to them at all, they're in the same shape they was 6 years ago, if not in worse shape than they was 6 years ago. They going for 40 and 50,000. They just a shell. Ain't nothing in the house. Nothing at all. They been went in there and stripped all the copper out the walls, and because they sell the copper at the junkyard. They done took the water heaters and the furnaces out. They done took everything out. It's just a shell. And they want 50,000, 40,000 for the motherfucker. And 6, 7 years ago, you get that motherfucker for no more on the high end, 11,000, 12,000. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's crazy. 50,000 for nothing, for some baseboards and some damn counters, bro.
Yeah, for a motherfucking shell. Them ain't even got no counters in there. Ain't nothing in that.
Dang.
Motherfucker stripped clean, man. Nothing in that motherfucker.
Yeah, how's it? Yeah. It's
Ain't
like
nothing but a structure.
Yep. I was trying to get a house last year. No, this was 2 years ago, and I think the bank kind of did something slick because they messed over me on the last day of closing. But I was gonna win because I was walking into the house with equity.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But like literally, bro, I think they did something slick because on the last day of closing, I was in Minnesota doing a training for my job. My girl done called me, say, "Hey man, everything went through. Congratulations." The mortgage nigga done hit me like, "Hey man, we gonna get the key. You got it, yada yada." Man, by the time I get off the plane, bro, they done said we couldn't do it. It didn't go through. The girls that was selling the house couldn't sign the document because it couldn't get notarized because she ain't had no ID. I'm like, bro, what?
What?
We done went through this whole process. We on the last day of closing. What you mean she don't have no ID for you to get it? Like, that don't even make sense to me.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The reason I said I think the bank was being slick because she had to sell the house or the bank was going to foreclose on it.
Yeah.
So basically, they just was like, okay, she couldn't sell it to you. Now we got it.
Yeah, that's what it was. They were trying to gangster. They was gangstering that motherfucker.
Pretty much. And it's like,
how the fuck is she running around here owning the house with no ID?
No ID, bro. She was staying in Atlanta. She was moving. However she got the house, she got it through her family, whatever. I don't know what it was. She was living in Atlanta. When she was doing the paperwork and stuff, she was in North Carolina. So I know you got an ID somewhere.
Man.
I'm like, come on, bro. Like, he must have told her, look, I can get you the agent. You know what I mean? Because he wasn't going to get but so much out of our deal.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying? So like, I don't know what he was on, but
yeah, they probably sold it to somebody else or something, got more money or something, bigger offer for something. Motherfucker might have came through with a big cash offer or something for it.
I don't know what it was, but my girl was pressing me. She was like, we need to sue them. I'm like, I ain't spending no money to sue nobody like that.
Yeah, I done seen it done, man. I done seen it done a lot of times. Like that.
Yeah, that joint had me sick because I just wanted the house because I really was just gonna flip it. Because like I said, we was only paying 160, like a 163 for it, but the house was assessed at 200,000.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And that's without putting no work in.
Mm-hmm. Gonna make you a quick 40,000.
That's why I need me a good lawyer friend.
Telling you, man, we do need these networks.
Everybody need that good attorney. Don't stand by.
Yeah.
Even if it's just for a letter.
Civil lawyer that I deal
just
with.
a consultant.
I got a decent civil lawyer I deal with. He been around the family for a long time.
I just need him to be able to tell me, yeah, that's worth you pursuing a lawsuit. You know what I mean? Like, if they can say yeah to that, then I pay somebody for it. But if they like, nah, you might as well just
try
to the game.
Yep, starting to the game. Yeah.
Like they gonna wait you out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But you're right about that, Five. We definitely don't have enough lawyer friends and doctor friends and accountant friends and shit like that, man. We definitely need them.
It's the same as you with the owning a house, right? And being able to be a landlord because you got a network of people. Like when some pipe bust, I know who to call. When
Yeah.
electricity wiring messed up, I know who to call. You got the right network for the
Yeah, definitely
business
that.
operating. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Some of them I've been knowing all since I was a shorty. Shit, they've been doing this since I was a kid because they was doing it for my granddad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I still hang around niggas I grew up with in the street. I gotta get some different people around.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Me too. Me too.
You need to get an extra network.
Man, I be telling them niggas like I done wasted time fucking with you niggas.
Y'all ain't live line. I was just telling my friend that I said, "Hey, we leave it all them behind. We gonna make them think that we still friends, but we
Yeah,
gonna be on a whole nother wavelength." They
I'm
was
telling
like,
you,
"What
man.
the hell?"
I got
sure
one of
be
my
telling
partner. He
people.
be on it. He done, and he was out there with me, but he done. It's really because of his wife. That boy got married and changed his life, and he be on that. You know what I mean? He talk different.
Yeah, that'll do it though. Man, they getting married to definitely change some shit up, man. That's
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
We influence to elevate.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I say that's true though. My girl do make me change my mindset on stuff.
Honestly, just a different outlook. It's being exposed to something different that's gonna. I think you guys are driven off that cap, off that paper, and if you could show them how to keep it flowing, oh, we got their attention.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's for damn sure.
Less label intensive and keep it flowing.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's super cool.
yeah. We missed out on so many opportunities, man. When I
Yeah,
was
pre-COVID.
when I was out on the streets. Oh my
Yeah,
god. When I was
yeah.
really out here in the streets,
Man,
we had so many licks, man, that we didn't pull the trigger on that we should have had, like
man, could have been out the
restaurants.
streets.
Yeah, like man,
If I knew the process of buying a house was what it is, I would have bought a house
Mm-hmm.
when I was 21.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't know no better.
Yep. Real
I
talk.
thought you needed like $100. I thought like you needed $150,000 to buy $150,000 house.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Nope. Just a good look. Just a good score.
Yeah, just a good, and that was when
A
my
good
credit score
score and
wasn't
show
ruined
somebody.
yet. You know.
Listen, a
Mm,
good score and show some money going in and out the bank, and you
Yeah.
look, you
yeah.
look good. But that's the transfer of knowledge that we gotta make sure that stays in the forefront of the young folks, so they don't have to start and figure it all out so late on. We too busy. I think I was just telling my friends, I was like, listen, we're not looking for just another talk through mentoring session. We're looking for you to give them something that they can say, oh, I can do that. Oh, it's not. Let me pay attention. Because if you can show how they can make revenue, like back to the TikTok thing, right? A lot of those people who were making noise were people who were making money and not working, right? And so to the biggest push, well, one of the biggest pushes is going to be to get people back to work in the actual office, not outside of the office,
Mm-hmm.
especially in government, right? And so when you got these kids that's making money online, how you gonna get them into the workforce? Shit, they like, what? I go do a podcast and make.
Yep.
That's real talk.
I ain't got what work for who? And you think they're in that room playing around. And if you do have kids or young adults in the room playing around, you should teach them how to make money, how to monetize and get money in their pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Whole nother ball
Something.
game. You going to school for engineering, but let me tell you what you need to be learning so we can get these houses up. By the time you graduate, you own one, put your 2 or 3 clients in there, vets or somebody who gonna bring in them dollars. That's a whole nother win.
Yep.
whole nother win. Instead of you going and be irritated on the job for 3 to 4 years, upset, mad, switching jobs every 6 months.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah, that build up that tolerance for learning how to self-sustain. Because this is opportunities. We just go the different route. We just take a different route.
Mhm.
So GQ, come give us that class on how to get the tax, where to look in your county to find that list of tax homes.
Yeah, the last one they had was in November of 03, and they haven't had another one since because they froze it out during COVID. So they had 3 years. They had 3 years without one, without a tax sale, and then they popped up in November. I remember the date, November 4th, and that was in 03, and I didn't even make it to the tax sale, but since then I've been keeping an eye on it. They haven't popped up with another one yet, so I'm kind of expecting them to have one this year. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
they have them every so often, like every other year, I think it is.
Those yeah, that's very interesting.
Yeah.
And the only person I've heard pumped up that whole tax lien, how to buy on tax lien was the infamous, he locked up now, but
Who was that?
polite.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Polite knew all the schemes, all the licks.
all the
He
schemes.
was he knew all the schemes. Shit.
Yep, he may not help you carry them out, but he sure pointed you in the right
Yeah, he
direction.
tell you which way to go get them. Because I remember he was doing the damn cargo homes with the in Cleveland. He supposed to have been making a cart city or like
Claiming somebody else's.
he's supposed to have been making the city out of or the little complex, the little in Columbus,
Condominium.
Ohio, out of the trailers, the cutting open
Mm-hmm.
cutting open the trailers and shit, the carts and shit. Now, what's crazy? It's a restaurant on Western, not too far from me, that they end up like building a restaurant out of trailers and windows and glass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm like, damn, this polite little cart city right here. This how his shit was supposed to be.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's just, I mean, like I say, you look at land, if you look at any county you live in or be doing business in, look at the land banks there. And they're pretty much, once you look up land banks, you pretty much get into the direction of the tax sales and everything else that the county own and or taking for taxes. That you'll be on with that.
Yeah,
You
I'm
ever
already looking at it.
you ever look into the REOs, the clean out, the trash outs, changing locks and things of that nature?
Yeah. I got a few partners that do that. They do a couple of them do the clean outs, a couple of them do the landscaping. They get good money just off the landscaping contracts with the banks. So they go in there and put their bid in and get the contracts with the banks to do the landscaping or do the clean outs and the board ups to board them up, like once they foreclose on them and everything. I never tried to get into it. And I always my trade really is mechanic, auto mechanic. So, and I was more focused on rebuilding cars and selling them or fixing cars for my clients and shit. But so I wasn't never trying to get into that move. But I know I got partners that definitely do that. And I bought a condo through the Rio and flipped it. It I bought it for six grand. I only had to put because it was only the building was like apartment building, but they like some years ago had converted them into condominiums. So I think it was some kind of scheme they was doing to pull the money out, and they end up getting foreclosed. The majority of the condos got foreclosed on, and I bought it at a Rio auction. And then I went in and I only had to put like $5,000 in it to get it together. And I sold that thing for $50,000. It was and I only had like maybe top end maybe $12,000 in it, and I sold it for $50,000 because what happened was another company was coming in. They wanted to buy the whole building and convert it back into apartment buildings, so they wouldn't have to pay all those taxes for each apartment like you do with condos. So when they came in and bought the whole building back, it was actually two buildings, like adjacent buildings that were twin buildings. So it was like 36 units all together, and I own one, and I got $50,000 for the one that I own. And but they paid like almost $1 million for both buildings, like 900 and some thousand for both buildings. So one white guy, he had the majority stake. He had like probably like 13 condos in there. So he was actually the one who I end up selling my apartment to. Then he made the big deal with the white boys who bought it from him, bought the whole building from him. So he was going in and just buying everybody out. And I was the last one to sell because I kept on pressing on him. I wouldn't accept the offer that I would never accept the offer that he was trying to give me and shit. I'm like, no, man, I ain't taking that out. This is what I want. You know what I'm saying? He finally broke down and he's like, man, this nigga right here, I'm gonna have to give him this money or he finna blow my whole deal up. Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
I love it.
He paid me on out though, man. It was so crazy because he had somebody else that I knew that used to work over there and that was like the maintenance men in the condo area. So he had this guy steady talking to me, and this is a white Jewish guy who owned all the majority of the apartments. And he had this guy come talk to me like he was too good to talk to me or something, I guess. I don't know. But and I had ran into him a couple times at the condo association meetings. You know how they had association meetings? And they kept trying to give me like emergency association fees. We need this done, we need that done, and try to send me some crazy big ass stupid bill for water heaters or for whatever the case, whatever it was. We need concrete broke up in the parking lot because it's falling apart. We need to repay. So we need a special assessment for $12,000 this quarter. And I kept taking their ass to court and telling them like, no, man, these motherfuckers trying to gouge me out. And I kept beating them and shit. And couple times I beat them in court. A couple times I threatened to take them to court, and they had dropped a special assessment because they knew it was bullshit anyway. Because none of the shit that they was trying to say that needs to be done, they wasn't doing none of the shit anyway. He was just trying to get me out. So the motherfucker sent me a picture. He had the maintenance guy send me a picture with like $20,000 sitting in his lap of cash, and took a picture of it. It took a picture of it and sent it to me and shit. Like, man, come on and get this money, man. Let us get that apartment. And the whoop. So I'm like, I told that motherfucker, like, man, what I supposed to do with that? Go get me some lunch. So that motherfucker told me, what he tell me? Pigs get fat and hogs get slaughtered. And I of course screenshotted the text and all that shit. So I called dude. I ain't even talked to the maintenance guy anymore. I'm not talking to you no more. If I'm not talking to him, don't nobody call me. I don't want to talk to nobody no more. I feel threatened. Woo-de-woo. I played victim on him. You know what I'm saying? So the guy called me Tom. Hey, what's going on, Quinn? So he tried to act like he didn't know nothing about what the white, you know what I'm saying, what the white boy did, sent me, you know what I'm saying, the maintenance guy. So I'm like, yeah, man, you know, your man told me I'm gonna get slaughtered and shit. And he told you what? What are you saying, Mr. Hoskins? I don't. Okay, motherfucker. Catch these dice, man. I got this shit screenshot. I know he working on your behalf. So if you know, I can go ahead and take this to court and shit, man, and show him, you know what I'm saying, or you can just give me my money and you
That's
can go.
right.
You can go give me what I'm asking for, man. That motherfucker said, man, I'm gonna meet you at Starbucks in the morning. Man, I met him at Starbucks. I met him at Starbucks the next day. That motherfucker gave me that cashier's check.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, okay, motherfucker.
I ain't going after the low man. I'm coming after you. He ain't got
Yeah,
no man.
yeah. I don't want to talk to him no more. He already threatened me on your behalf, motherfucker. So
On your behalf.
yeah, we gonna straighten this out, Miss. We meet me at Starbucks in the morning. I met him at Starbucks. I'm still thinking they about to try to do some negotiating and talking and shit. Shit, that motherfucker had that check ready for me. Like, here, man. Please get the fuck on up out of our way. We see you gonna be an issue. I'm like, this motherfucker, I guess he thought I was gonna get frantic at the little 20,000. Then his 20,000, right? He had it cash on his lap. I'm like, man, don't nobody do business like that. You know what I'm saying? The fuck you think this is, man? I told him I don't want that, man. What I supposed to do? Buy some lunch with that? Talking about pigs get fat and hogs get slaughtered. I said, okay. I'm glad you said that. Literally. That was one of the best deals I had. Shit. I wish I could catch a few more like that, but they far and in between nowadays. I think do you think the price is ever gonna go back down, Ms. Mo, on these creative real estate? You think they're gonna go back down, or are we just looking at more of the same?
I think it's gonna go down, go down, but it's never gonna go as low as it was.
Not sweet like it was, huh?
Yeah, it's like it's gonna be a new margin set.
Yeah, most likely you're right. Cause I kept saying, I'm like, after COVID, man, these motherfuckers gonna go down. After COVID, after this COVID money get out the way, man, these cribs gonna go back down. And shit, these motherfuckers ain't did nothing but go up ever since. They ain't thought about going down.
Yeah, I think they're gonna rise real high, like they are, maybe a little bit more, and then they're gonna drop. But they just not gonna drop significantly low like they used to be. You still gonna find some and win. Like we still gonna be able to hustle because that's the game. But it's just gonna be the same as I think inflation is. Inflation gonna settle down soon, but it's just never gonna be what it was. It's gonna be a new egg price from now on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And that's definitely part of the inflation. Yeah, the real estate value is definitely part of the shit. See, where it came from was when they gave them banks 0% interest during that COVID, and they came out with them low interest, them zero interest, and the banks was getting all that free money. They was buying up everything, so they created a shortage because the banks started buying up properties, buying up whole blocks. They like, fuck it, we getting free money, we ain't got to pay no interest on shit. Let's go and get the money and buy some shit. You know what I'm saying? And they was buying up whole blocks. You had Berkshire Hathaway and a lot of these big companies just started buying up everything.
Yeah,
and that's what created the prices that we looking at right now.
Yeah, because down here, I remember when COVID hit and that what's the name of that dang real estate company? I think it's Mark Price.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's his name. Man, you started seeing his house, his signs everywhere. In every yard. He was buying houses from the south side to the north side, from the east to the west, bro.
Yeah, because if you had that master account, you can get that. You can get them zero interest loans from the Fed, but you had to have a master. You had to be a big time bank to get them. But they was getting them, and they was they was buying $1 billion worth of homes at one time. Buying them in whole lots and shit. Like
This dude was a real estate company though. He wasn't a banking. He wasn't a bank. He was a
I
real
feel
estate company.
Yeah, he probably was just getting. He probably had got a few loans or something. Big,
He had
real,
that capital.
real low interest loans, and was buying up everything he saw.
You got me sitting here looking at these land banks out here in Clayton County.
See,
yeah, bro.
You see some decent prices already, don't you?
Yeah, bro. They had one talking about 4,300.
See,
for a little piece of land.
I
We
told
got
you.
one. It looked like it got a house on it.
I told you, man.
Well,
But my brother-in-law, my wife's brothers, they in Toledo, they killing them with the land banks, man. They be getting cribs for like $2,500, $3,000, man. They be like, damn, what you pay
I
this
never
off?
even heard nobody say. It's crazy to me that I never heard nobody even say land bank before.
Yeah.
I took real estate class and everything. I still don't remember hearing land bank. It's crazy.
Yeah. And a lot of counties got them. Every county don't got a land bank because they handle their shit different ways, But I know like smaller towns, they definitely be having the land banks.
But this right here in Brunswick,
RJP, you right, man. RJP say with all these natural disasters going on, that these prices, the housing demand is steady growing, so they ain't coming back down to no time soon.
Yeah,
and I agree with that, bro.
Look, it's a house in Brunswick, Georgia, 6,600. It's still a house sitting on this motherfucker.
See,
and this house don't even look bad if this ain't an old picture.
That's what I'm saying. And them land banks, they most of the time they be took them from taxes, or either taxes or code violations. They wasn't even able to keep them up. Or sometimes it be something simple as and they have people that actually donate their homes to land banks.
For real?
Yep, like people pass away, like the grandparents pass away, and the kids live all the way in California, some motherfucking where. And
wait till my girl wake up and I show her this shit.
They don't even want to be bothered with it no more. Like they don't want to have. It was a great grandparents' crib. They left it to them, and they live in Cali or Boston somewhere doing hella good. They'll donate the crib to the land bank. Like they just give it to the county. Like y'all can have them, motherfucker.
I ain't never heard of that because I'm past mine to my kids. For sure. I'm giving nothing to no bank if I ain't got to. Yeah, but you got a lot of these in Brunswick too.
Yeah.
I literally was just in Brunswick for the holiday for Thanksgiving.
RJP, that's a good question. I can't say. I don't know, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't know if you have to live in that county to use the land bank. I don't know.
What I was just looking up, it said it has different restrictions for different land banks. So it depends on where you at or where you buying it because they have their own set of restrictions. So
yeah,
but what I seen, I didn't see nothing about. None of it said anything about making you live in it. It's just
no. I think he was talking about live in the same county. Or live in the same town to use the land bank. I don't know about that. Now I do know you don't have to live if he was talking about the house. No, you don't have to live in the house to use the.
That's what I thought he meant.
No, you definitely don't have to live in the crib to use the land bank.
I look it up.
No, you don't have to live in the house at all. You can get the crib and sell it, hook it up, sell it, or rent it out, whatever you want to do with it. But I don't know if you have to live in the town. Now that I don't know.
I'm looking it up now.
Yeah, he meant the county, right? Right. That's what I thought you meant. So yeah.
Chat GPT say no. I can look on the thing too though, but no, you generally do not have to live in the same county to purchase property from a land bank. However, specific eligibility requirements vary depending on the land bank policy. Excuse me. Some land banks may prioritize or limit sales to local residents, nonprofit organizations, or buyers who will use the property for specific purposes like rehabilitation or community development. It's best to contact the land bank directly.
Now, see, like something like Dr. Mo was talking about, you about to hook it up for veterans. Now you know they're gonna give it to you. You know what I'm saying? I just want to get something. I want to hook it up for veterans and have somewhere for they're gonna give you that motherfucker off the bat.
Yep.
And be like, here you go.
Down here, one big thing down here is the battered women and the women who need shelter type stuff from leaving relationships. That's always been a big thing
shit
down
like
here.
that. Yeah. So if you got a program like that going on and you go to the land bank, you're gonna get it the same day you go, man. They're gonna be like, here, you got the money on you.
But for when I was just reading, you gotta have a plan. You gotta be able to show them the plan. Like, hey, this is my plan. This is the finance I got to do it. They just gotta be able to see you can actually do what you're talking about.
Yeah. They want you to have a certain amount of money in the bank account already. They want to know that you're gonna be able to upkeep it and keep it straight. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the reason that the land bank ended up with it, because it was detrimental to the neighborhood or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So if you got any kind of program going on, like you were saying, like battered women or veterans program, they'll give you that motherfucker the same day. They just gonna ask you, man, you got the money on you now? Shit. Go ahead, it's yours. Because they already know that you about to do something positive with it. You know what I'm saying? To help to help the county.
I'm looking at it in Carolina right now.
See? I'm glad I was able to help y'all with that there. My boy Pi said he never heard of a land bank. I know you heard of the land bank, Miss Mo.
No, I never did.
Okay.
I'm looking at it now. I see indeed.
Oh shit!
Looks like it's governed by
Put Miss Mo up on some shit.
I'm like looks like it's governed by a nonprofit here though. And a nonprofit is based out of wait a minute. I'm trying to figure out the nonprofit based out of Ohio operating in the Carolinas. Hold on a second. The hell? It's really going on. Maybe we both got a Richland County, but let me back it up. Yeah, I pulled it up. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the volume. I keep having to go out and come back in. But when you had mentioned where the prices go back down, I was like, okay, it's one thing for government and it's two things for these corporations. You think they're giving up that money? Yeah, right. Because they keep their prices based on inflation, and the government don't have no problems with them increasing based on inflation. But the wages ain't never gonna go up. And like Carolina, for instance, right? So they bragging we in the surplus. Okay, billions of dollars. But your wage rate is in the trash. And they're like, oh yeah, we gave the teachers a raise. And by 2026, they'll be making up to 50,000. Bruh, they should be making 50,000 now.
Already,
What are we
yeah. I was going to say, like, damn, shit.
Like, we, you ain't go. What are we talking about? Like, y'all are you're smiling about a wage rate that is not gonna be relevant. It ain't relevant now. At 50,000, it's definitely not gonna be relevant 2 years or a year from now.
These teachers in Chicago stay striking shit. You start talking about some 50,000 to one of them motherfucker. Look at you crazy. Like,
So G, the one that say the properties that say land bank held tax deeds, them the ones you were talking about, that basically them back taxes.
Yeah, they held for back taxes and shit.
Man, what? I pay this.
Yep.
Shit, $5,300.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Fine shit like that, bro. They be going for the low, bro.
That shit $5,300, bro.
They be going for the low, bro. They be going for the dirt.
Now I see a lot on the conservation land in the Carolinas.
This
Let me
shit right
see.
on Martin Luther King. I
I'm gonna
see what
find it. They hiding it over here. But let
Yeah.
me see.
Yeah, them white folks probably buying up everything in Carolina shit. They probably ain't got shit left in the land bank but some lots around that motherfucker.
But we could do something. We could do something with that. I'm telling you, you get some lots. I'm going tiny houses already built. Please, man.
Mhm.
You could try
Oh,
to.
yeah, the prefabs. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Richland County. I think this is another state land bank. Richland County land bank. Yeah, they hiding them.
Yeah, like I say, every county don't have them, but they somewhere around that motherfucker.
I just put the whole state. They, they, they hiding them. We're gonna figure it out. Cause lately they've been on this zoning thing heavy. Rezoning
Yeah,
for what they would call economic development. It's not economic to you, but it's economic to the state.
right.
And you know, so they've been on it heavy. They coming after landowners property big time. And you know, the homeowners probably had heirs property passed down from generations, and
Yeah.
they probably struggling with finances. So shoot, they selling like crazy.
Mm-hmm. That's how
Like
they.
they like, shoot, I need money now. Forget that.
Yeah, they
But
push you. They'll push you out with that. You know what I'm saying? When they start doing playing them kind of games. Don't be in nowhere where you got no damn housing authority. I mean, like what they call them, where that whole neighborhood is under
oh, the underserved, yeah, like that. The housing authority. I think you said it right.
not housing
It's
authority.
not housing authority.
No, it's kind of like I was saying with the condo association, with the homeowners association.
Homeowners association.
Yeah, the homeowners association, and your whole neighborhood, everything got to be, your driveway got to
Mm-hmm.
be a certain way, your lawn got to be a certain way, or the HOA exactly.
Yep, I get fussed at every year.
Yeah, you living in them. Yeah, you catch hell in them motherfuckers, man. I mean, it's good for the community, I guess, because everything gonna be up to par. It's supposed to be, but it's still, if you're a homeowner and you lose your job or something and you struggling and shit, now they come write you up talking about you got cracks in your driveway and you got to have your whole driveway repaved, or this tree is a hindrance. Now you got to pay to get this tree removed, and that HOA is a motherfucker, man. 'Cause
What about land reserve banking? Is that the same thing?
land reserve banking.
Oh, this one is preserving affordable housing option and fast changing neighborhoods by securing strategic properties.
It could be it sound like it. It sound kind of like the same language.
Yeah, because it says Greenville Housing Fund is positioned to hold land bank parcels until strong international neighborhood centric development partnerships can be crafted. Sound like they're holding the land banks hostage. Vacant land or property containing existing structures can be donated as charitable gifts sold to Greenville Housing Fund in a below the market rate. Bargain sale transactions purchased at the public tax sale or when appropriated,
Yep.
purchased at market. Or they trying to be like they keeping it on the wraps.
But that sound like that's it right there. That's the land bank.
Redevelopment or affordable housing. Okay, this is what you guys are talking about by having a program. So if you have something you want to do with it along those lines, they'll let you get it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And
If
you got a 300 program, so you are you know how to bust that move right there, shit.
This is in the upstate. This is not near me. It's about an hour and a half.
You know how to bust that move.
Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Let me see. Interesting.
I had to start me a 503c around this motherfucker, so I
501c3.
501c3 around here,
You
so I
better go and get that money. Man, build that legacy for them kids.
Mhm.
It's time to look. It's time to be advisors,
Yeah,
not do the work.
yeah,
Man, oh man.
real for real.
Conservation Bank mission to improve the quality of life in South Carolina through conservation and significant resource lands. Land Trust. It's the York County Land Bank Authority. Okay, so something like you said, some of the counties have it,
Yeah, some counties have it.
some counties don't.
Yeah, yeah, that's for sure.
Or some counties are hiding it.
Hmm.
They think they cute.
The well, them very well to do counties, you probably ain't gonna catch a land bank around.
Oh, but look, they got
Yeah,
we had
underserved communities, impoverished neighborhoods,
yeah.
impoverished counties, and shit like that. Now they gonna have land banks all day.
Yeah, well, we got that. And then we have a looks like we have a national register listing for federal land bank buildings.
Now a lot like Chicago don't have land bank, but they got the tax sale. So some of them counties that you're looking in that you don't see the land bank for, them might be the counties you need to look up the tax sales for them.
Probably us.
And you can get them tax sales like I was just explaining to you.
I want a building. I want a building.
Yeah,
Let me see something here. Federal Land Bank building. Hmm.
federal land bank. Okay.
Yeah, that what it said. It says National Register listing Federal Land Bank building. So we have a listing. It's not. It's slow to come up, but
Federal land bank. Now that's a whole yeah. See, yeah.
whole nother ball game. That's for buildings. Can
And
you imagine
you know
making a
you,
business building? You know all of those and that's Atlanta fire. All those business buildings, rental office space type business
mhm,
buildings
Yeah.
all over ATL for rent, virtual office space
mhm.
Yeah,
or
definitely.
what's it called? Day by day office space rental, something like that.
Yeah. They had a day by day. They got a lot of them in Washington too, like the DC area.
Hmm.
They got
You
a
said
lot
they
of
got them on the land bank? They got buildings?
Well, I'm about to see this federal land bank buildings. So I'm waiting for the link to populate.
yeah, federal land bank. That's a whole nother lick. I ain't never even heard of that one, but that's and then I know like you were talking about them day by day rentals. I know Washington D.C. area, they real big with that because I think a lot of them lobbyists be coming up there and that's what they do.
Hmm.
They rent out the office space for a week and shit like that.
Hmm. Like we'll be in Washington in the February lobbying on behalf of the vets, and we usually rent out a building to meet the our state congressional members.
Hmm.
Drive me crazy, but fuck us. But we go. Come on, I'm trying to get this link to go up. Let me get one of these buildings. I will put a major training hub.
Like what kind of training? Like cyber?
All of it. I want just like I was talking about, I want the general contractors. I'm interested in training training our folks on how to get to things that we're talking about now. Like this is important. You may not if you're not going to college, then I need you to understand how to do this over here. Because and you're not going to the military because this is gonna put my I was talking, me and my friend was talking and we were he was like, well, I've never been to college and I'm getting it. I said, yeah. And guess what? You make 3 times as much as the persons with masters and PhDs. So I ain't trying to hear none of that. Yeah. You making more than I'm like, you making more than me. Like it's skill sets and experience. And we need to be able to have that conversation that it's okay. It's okay to go be skilled. It's okay, to get the cert. because those are the areas. It's not always going to be the people in the office. The those skill sets that people frown upon a lot of times is the ones who banking. Those are the ones who owning the homes. Those are the ones who, the rest of them, they still wallowing in some student loan debt or credit card debt just to get by because that's what they were taught. Whereas you got these skilled apprenticeship workers or skilled workers, like you were talking about, mechanic, flipping vehicles. I don't know if I told you that story about my friend, her husband. He had a record, and so, but he got his diesel mechanic license while he was away, and he came back, started flipping, buying salvage dump trucks, and they went out, they got subcontract, they only looked at for subcontracting opportunities with the dump trucks, and one truck led to two led to five led to 10. And when hurricane, I think it was Harvey in Houston, came about, and all of those bids came out for dump trucks, man, elite status. That's all I'm gonna say about that. It went from one extreme to the other. So I'm interested in just teaching some of the other avenues of a business that kind of get left to the side and is not in the forefront. I mean, I'm interested in training how to pass the test, how to and practice your skill set, and then become the owner. So you see it happen a lot in the trucking for hire business, but you don't see it too much. Business incubators, just business, but you don't see it in like the apprenticeship jobs where the money is being made. Yep.
I think that's a great idea because I always said I wanted to do like what I call economic churches. That
Mm.
that that center you talking about is kind of basically what that is. Somewhere people can go and
Mm-hmm.
learn financial literacy. And I only call it an
Mm-hmm.
economic church because I know that sound good to our people. You know what I mean?
Hey, they gonna
So
come up.
yeah, but instead of going here learning about the word every week, you come in here the same thing you would do. Come to people in the community and learn about building your financial wealth, your economic status, and not be. You shouldn't go to church every week and still be in the same position.
Yep.
Like that's just crazy. You know what I mean?
I
So
I said that to you know what? I made this comment on a live. I won't say whose, but and the question was, are the should the pastors be responsible for community economic development? And I said yes, because it's like, no, they should only be responsible for the spiritual and moral side of it. And I was like, I beg a different. If you can galvanize 100 to 300 people every Sunday, then you should be responsible for making sure those individuals are in some type of skill set training to change their economic situation. I beg a different. I'm sorry. There's no way I can galvanize that many people day in and day and have an influence, and I impact their lives every week. And you're telling me that you can't create training hubs to get you could something, they got to be interested in something, and you can't
or
invite in those subject matter experts or those consultants or those contractors to come in
Mhm.
and teach these people something so that they can come out of where they are. You
Yep,
wonder why we can't get no federal favor, no state favor or whatever, because all the shit is easy access, and they will give money to the church nonprofit before they give it to us because
that's
you
what I
got
was
the
about to
numbers.
say. You go every week, give time and 10%.
And 10%, and you ain't pay your light bill. Stop.
Come on, man.
We all
Imagine
tripping.
if there was an incentive, you come to this economic church, put in your time and your 10%, but we gonna make sure that 10% come back to you.
And here's the
Man,
kicker.
both of y'all are spot the fuck on,
Listen,
man. I promise you. Like what you said
and,
about the church being responsible for the economics of the community, Dr. Mo, I've been saying that shit so long. Like I blame the churches for the food deserts and everything else, man. There's no way, you got this many people at your church and taking tithes and everything, but you're not trying to get a grocery store going around here. You're not trying. I mean, it's just crazy, man.
Check it. Let's take it and then let's take it a step up. It's easy for them to get sometimes not the church per se, but them to have a nonprofit to get these funding opportunities, right? And since you brought up food bank, so in these grants, instead of them writing in their volunteers to get paid because it's an allowable cost, you want first of all, you want me to come give up my time, you want me to give you money, and you want me to volunteer? Oh hell no, I ain't going. And I'm gonna tell you, I work. I I don't even know how majority of my clients are pastors. I be fussing. Oh my God, I be fussing.
Mhm.
And they just be looking at me like, that's just more. And I be saying to myself, I'm like, how can you, like I just told one pastor, I said, listen, you already have a food hub, you have a center that's large enough to create this rural area delivery service on behalf of food insecurity, right? To mitigate food deserts. And I said, but guess what? You're gonna have to partner with the transportation company or create one, but it can't be your own. You gotta share some of the money. So you could get this money, but you gotta share it. You can't just take it all for yourself. Man, they looked at me and like, oh well, if I'm not controlling the whole thing, I'm not getting it. I said, this is why we
That's
are where we
crazy.
are
Yeah, that's
today.
crazy.
That's, bro. I
That's
love to watch
insane.
other people get money, bro. Like that's
Me
crazy to
too,
me,
man.
bro.
That's insane.
It makes
And
me
find
happy
what
to
you were
see that.
saying about the economic church, bro. Come
Hmm.
on, bro. That's cold blooded, man. I like
Yep.
that, man.
Yeah,
Like
man.
you
Yeah,
said,
that's
Jay,
superstar.
like you can go once a week to that church and go up there and shout and holler and scream, whatever you do, and listen, and listen to the pastor, talk out the Bible. You can come up here and, like you said, listen to these financial courses, learn about life insurance, learn about writing grants, learn about, you know what I'm
Hmm.
saying, and you learning that once a week, man. Come on, that's a game changer for the black community.
There's no way your life wouldn't change, bro. There's
Come
no way
on,
your life.
No
no
way.
way,
No,
no
look,
way.
I used to take, let me tell you. So but when I would go most often, right? I said, all right, now if I start doing this, I'm gonna have to put some training behind it. Like I'm gonna use it to influence the youth to go into whatever career field they tell me that they're interested in. I'm going to use what I'm doing because I used to be a praise dancer. I said I'm going to use what I'm doing to add a training piece to it.
Hmm.
And so I think they doubted that I could do it, but I don't know why would they do that when I was military. It was crazy, right? I'm
Hmm.
like, do they not know what we get taught? I'm one to capitalize on whatever vehicle that I'm operating in. I'm gonna find a way to give that information back to some young adult, right? And try to lead them in a fast lane of it and make more money than I do. So what I did was um I operate programmatically. So I created a mentor where I partnered the young girls with a mentor in that career field that they were interested in. And so I would have what I would call end of year celebrations. And so I had created what I designed to be a rhythm and style show. So what it was I had each individual tell me their career field, and I had them do a science project on it. Use the science boards to demonstrate that career field, and so we had placed them all around the life center, and then I asked them what fashion was they interested in and what type of music. But of course, it had to be applicable to gospel type stuff, right? And so we purchased the outfits for the mentor and the mentee, and then in between, so it was like a fashion runway. So we categorize it by the urban, formal, that kind of thing. And then in between each runway show, the student before they would get off the stage, the student would explain their career field. Oh man, I got hated so bad. I end up quit. I
Wow.
end up quitting. I said, I ain't never coming back to these churches no more.
That's
Telling you, man.
It was so fly. Like they would first, you had some people was like, dang, I would have never thought, how do you, because you got to keep them interested, right? You got to keep the young adult interested. So,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
so, and then I took it a little farther. One of the girls wanted to be a fashion designer because she was an artist and she can sketch out unskilled, untrained. She would sketch out these different fashionable outfits, and then she wanted to also be a mechanic. So I had connected her with these guys who had a mechanic shop, and they also it was like a paint and body shop.
Mhm.
And I was like, yo, I got this young lady, she's interested. And I just want you to show her how to do the basic, like a oil change, a tire, that kind of thing. And so we did. We would go up there on Saturday morning. So for her show, when it was time for her to do her show, she demonstrated outside how to change a tire
Mm.
in white Air Force Ones. Didn't get a spot of oil on them damn sneakers.
That's fire.
It was, and she was dressed. So she designed her own outfit. She dressed like half of her outfit was like this formal thing, and the other half was like this mechanical look.
Mm.
The overall deal.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
she had Air Force Ones on one side, stilettos on the neck. Man, when I tell you she killed this thing. And so this older leader came and she was like, I think you're selling her a pipe dream. There's no money in mechanic for no
Oh, yeah,
female.
that's a man.
Yes. And then
They so
guess what?
stuck
That's
in
the
their
same.
old ways, man.
Right. And that's the same year the young lady was became the mechanic at NASCAR. Man, listen. I said, man, we could have had the first NASCAR.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it
Crazy.
was
Like,
crazy. But
That's
yeah, those
crazy.
individuals are like we
For
like
her to
how
say that ain't no money in mechanics, what is you
she
yeah,
talking?
was
for
saying
for
for a
for
female,
females. She
for a
said
woman
for
on the female.
female.
Shit, that's
Yep.
what I'm shit. If you know what you're doing, I don't give
Yeah.
a damn if you are if you shit, whatever you
That's like back when they used to tell
you
women, "Oh,
did
you can't be
damn
a
daily.
CEO."
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, come
that's
on, bro. Stop
crazy,
putting ceiling on these
Yep.
children, bro.
But
man.
that was in like what 2015, 16, right before I retired out the military. And
Mm-hmm.
so now they be like I saw the pastor at a sheriff what you call it, when they get their little swearing in, yeah, at a sheriff swearing in. And he was like, yo, whoa, what's up, Mo? Like what's going on? And I was like, oh man, because they had just rehabbed their building. I mean, state of the art sanctuary, this, that, whatever. I was like, man, y'all did great work with that. Good, congratulations. And see, yeah, but what's going on? What's up with you? Because I know you watching me on Facebook, you watching the moves, but I'm not gonna give you the time of day because I'm not coming back.
Right, right.
I can't. As a whole nother atmosphere, it's a whole nother level of community work that I think, like you said earlier, they can capitalize on, and we don't. And I think that's unfair to the community that we can motivate them, but we won't put nothing in place where they trust you. They trust you to. They would trust you more than they would trust the person outside, right?
Mm-hmm.
To lead them in the right direction. So why not contract the ones outside to come in and create these little incubators? Like I don't understand.
Yep.
Yep.
That we take away all the stuff for the youth to do, and then we expect them to replace it with what? When we don't give them nothing to replace it
Then
with.
we frown. Then we
Hmm.
frown on them when they out here doing the devilish. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Like, what else am I gonna
Getting
do?
into
I'm young. I got
getting into
energy.
devilment. Yeah, they out here getting into
Yeah,
devilment. Now we frowning
yeah,
upon them, but yeah, we ain't put nothing in place for them.
right.
Because
Yeah,
down here they shut
Or
down
we
so much
volunteer.
stuff like movies and
Mm-hmm.
gyms and community,
Mm-hmm.
like all that stuff gets shut down.
And
mm-hmm.
we volunteer them to
Skating
death.
rinks, every damn thing. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And they could take over those and create something create that pipeline of career. That's what I'm trying to say, you
Mhm.
know. And it's crazy. And I'm just like, oh my God. And so now they're like, well, we got, like, say for instance, my alma mater HBCU, I did in the country, Voorhees University now.
Mhm.
They picked up all of the tech short what they call the short term career fields. right? But then they say, well, we can't get nobody in the program. Yeah, because y'all didn't create the pipeline. Like, you got to create the pipeline. I don't understand. Because you know what? They write these grants to get the funding for these programs, but they don't write in. And I just learned this, so I'm not going to act like I always knew. But I just learned, that participation cost is an allowable cost in grants. And so with the new representative that we have now, because I was like, how the hell is we going to pay somebody to come participate
You
in a
said
program?
participation cost
Yeah,
is
it's called
It's
it's
an
an allowable
allowable cost.
cost.
something you can
Yes.
actually apply. Is what you're saying?
No, it's something you could put it as a line item in your budget.
That's what
Yeah.
I mean. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay.
When
So
you
if
get
you
when you writing up the grant, you could say that I'm gonna be paying them to come participate.
Yeah. Okay. Make sure
Yes,
I'm
and
understanding right.
Yeah.
yes, and it's written up. The description of participation cost is to cover transport. Is for you to give someone that is low income the opportunity to pay their daycare, their transportation, whatever. So, because we need you. Basically, what the feds is saying, hey, this is the demographic that you want to appeal to. We already know they ain't got it. So I'm gonna need you to give them some money so they can put seats in the butts in the seats,
That's
right?
Right.
So they can learn it. And so we put when we did he created a water monitoring program. That's why you guys gonna hear me talk about environmental a lot,
Yeah.
because the way that we can change or we can bring programs into our community to put money not only in the participant pocket but in yours and whoever your contractors are is going to be through, well, unless he really dismantle. But I think if they dismantle EPA, they'll find a place to put it somewhere else and name it somewhere else for the
You better
same
not.
cause,
I do pest
right?
control. You better not dismantle
Right,
EPA.
right. So yeah, because we really gonna be messed up. So the participation, if you write them in, so think about it. Let's say GQ wants to do a class to teach high school students, or middle school, it doesn't matter, but I would say high school because they're getting ready to transition on understanding the basic of becoming a mechanic, right? It don't have to be next level. It could be introductory because
Mm-hmm.
we always forget the intro.
The
We
simple
always want to
thing.
go to the damn application.
Yeah.
No, you got to
Small,
teach them the intro
simple
first.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
your
You
whole
got to teach.
freshman year is intro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. You got to get them familiar first before you
Because when I
over
was
here trying to
learning,
apply.
man, I was a tool passer. All I did was
Mm,
all my mentor
Yep.
did. All my mentor did was tell me, man, go give me a
Pass me that
13,
thing.
go give me a
bam.
14,
Yep, give me that 10.
go give me an Allen wrench, go give me, you know what I'm saying. So all I was doing was learning the tools to
I
make
was just
sure.
about to say that
Right,
familiarize you with the tools for you ever
Yeah,
use them.
all
You
I'm
know,
doing is learning the tools and know what tool to bring. You know what I'm saying?
right.
And you gonna
And
learn that first. You know what I'm saying?
right. So
Yeah.
just think if you take those kids that's already in school and you give them, hey, you give like we gave our kids 250 per session. That mean they made 750 in 9 weeks. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You put some money in some kid pocket who
they can.
already lacking clothing and this, that, or whatever. Oh man, they in your class every week. You ain't gotta
Yep.
worry about it. They coming.
Yeah,
Right?
full
$50.
entry. Yeah,
Whatever. It don't even matter. Put some money in their pocket
yeah.
and show up. But what they would do is say, okay, Mo, I hear you, but guess what? They don't need that. They
Mm-hmm.
don't need that. And I said, man, we ain't never go we ain't
Haters.
never gonna
There's
level up.
always a hater in everything, no matter what
Man,
you
but
got going on. It's a motherfucker in the background hating. They don't need that.
They
What they
don't
need,
need that.
what they need that for?
Yes,
And
say it
then,
again. That's why we can't get the reparations.
yeah,
They
why
what
only
they
you
they
need
only
that
gonna
for?
buy some rims. Who cares?
who
Guess what?
cares what they
And
buy?
they only gonna buy a boat. So what are
Yeah.
you
But this
telling me?
them same adults, if you was to nitpick about what they spent they check on, they'll be like, get out their pockets, get out their business. Like, dude, let them kids spend
Exactly.
their money on what they want to spend their money on, as long as it's legal.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, and then or teach them to say, hey, yes, I'm gonna give you this check, but I need you to take that same 10% and put that in your little investment account. By the time you graduate, you have a couple $1,000. You gonna get that bad car you want, or you gonna get that house you want, or you gonna do whatever you need to do in
Yeah.
life. Like let's say,
Incentivize, like Afro say, you got to give them
yeah.
incentive. And then
Mhm.
you look at like when you talk about mechanics, and you talk about a woman. Okay, they don't need no ain't no money in no for no woman mechanic. Now you just think about if that young lady, she learned how to be a mechanic. Um, it's so much she could do with that, because I buy alternators and rebuilt alternaters and starters from these Eastern European. They got a little small little fucking building, little small little shack on 55th, right behind the public aid office. And when you ride back there, it's a man and his wife. They rebuild the starters and rebuild the damn alternators, and that's all they do. They don't do nothing else but starters and alternators rebuilt. And they making a mint back there. And they Eastern European. I don't know if they Russian or Ukrainian or whatever, you could tell. But that's all they do, And then you think about they talking about everything going automated, right? One thing about every factory in America, they need machinists. That's nothing mechanic. Somebody to fix the machines when the belt stop running, or when the pulleys break, and they need somebody to come. You see what I'm saying?
You pushing that good this morning.
Yeah, that's all. I mean, that's all they do. You know what I'm saying? That's nothing but a mechanic. You know what I'm saying? So you can't say that it's not. It's not no work for no female and mechanics, because it's plenty of work. Shit, it's plenty of money it's always some money. And I've been saying for the last 20 years in Chicago, as long as we keep potholes and emission tests in Chicago, that I'm like fire. I don't need the EPA to go away, because I need Illinois to always require emission tests. I would never be without no money, and my nephews, they'll never be without no money, because people always need to pass the emission test with their vehicle. So when that check engine light come on, you can't pass that emission test unless we get that light out. You know what I'm saying?
What kind of certification you need to open one of them? Because we got them places where that's all they do is do emission tests. They don't do nothing else.
Right. You go through the state. You go through the state and get certified through the state. I don't do emission tests, but I'm a mechanic. So when you take your Illinois run, they run all their own emission test facilities, through the state. So they got people work for them that do the emission test, that they pay. They make minimum wage. But at the same time, before you take the car up there, you're gonna have to bring it to me to make sure it's straight. You know what I'm saying? So long as we got emission tests and we got potholes, I'm always make some money, because the potholes gonna keep your front. As long as we got potholes, you're gonna need tie rods, ball joints, control arms. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna need brakes anyway. You don't gotta have no potholes to need brakes.
True indeed.
You're gonna need brakes just to stop that motherfucker. But potholes, you always gonna need front end work, and with the emission test, you always gonna need engine work. You know what I'm saying? So it's always gonna be money in that field. That's why I be pushing hard on all my little homies around the little neighborhood, my little nephews and shit. Learn this trade right here. You're gonna always keep some money, man.
And learning now while everything transition into the automated stuff, so you'll understand the automated stuff and you ain't moved out of the career field.
Yeah, that's real. That's real. Because even with all the automated stuff, like I said, if you got a factory and it's ran all by machines, somebody got to come in there and fix the damn machine.
Yep, somebody got to
point. And it sure ain't gonna be the high dollar valued engineer up in the building.
Hell no, it ain't gonna be the high dollar value engineer, and it sure ain't gonna be the blue collar management.
I mean, eventually, honestly, it's just gonna be another robot fixing everything.
Eventually, but I think we're a nice little piece away from that.
Yeah.
When they start repairing themselves, that's when we're gonna be getting to the Terminator phase of the shit.
Right. So because like we have the so one of the nuclear facilities here, their new building, they like, oh, it's gonna be automated, so it's not gonna be hazardous to the employee, da 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 da. But by the time being new technology, it's gonna be a whole lot of work through scenarios y'all got to get to before that goes.
Yeah.
So maybe in your grandkids' lifetime,
Yeah,
semi
that's
in
how I
our
think.
lifetime, but not enough to wipe it
That's
off.
how I think though. Like when I be talking, I be thinking 20, 30 years from now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I be talking in bras. Like I say, most of it when I be on here, are you playing victim? You talking about the? It's not for me, fool. I'm straight. It's for my community. It's for my children. It's for the underprivileged people that's around me. I'm decent, but I'm around people that's hurting every damn day. You know what I'm saying? So. I'm using my voice for them. Shit, I'm decent, motherfucker. I got 13 different jobs. Shit, I'm straight.
If you had
Hey,
more,
multiple
And
sources of
look, and
income.
I'm retired.
Woo.
Man, you
wait,
retired and you got 13 jobs.
Hey, that's a whole nother ball game. How to identify that career field that you can get out of it early enough so
Yeah,
that you can have a whole nother life.
there you go.
start
Sometimes
in
if
that
I wouldn't
field.
have a picture, I'd forget I did some stuff. I ain't gonna take no film. I'd be like, dang, that
Me
went by
too.
fast.
I feel you. I understand that 100% what you just said, man. But
Yeah.
I feel like I done lived like 13 different lives already.
And some people still trying to figure it out. I feel
Me,
bad
I'm
for
still
them.
trying to figure it out.
You still trying to figure
Yeah.
Yeah. But you got to
but
trade
you
though.
willing to
But he
learn?
got a trade. He exterminated. You know what I'm saying? He do pest control, so he already. You know what I'm saying? You got he got a hell of a foundation. Then listen what he just said. He coming up with ideas like economic churches and shit. You know what I'm saying? That's
Yeah. He can
yeah.
get he probably I bet he can swing a couple contracts with that pest
Mm-hmm.
control.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'll do that now.
That pest control could be but see that's what I'm saying, right? So let's put it all in like one big network. You
Mm-hmm.
said housing, right? He said pest control. You said
Mechanic.
mechanic, right? So that's the transport to get where you gotta go,
Mm-hmm.
right? How all that could be like a network within itself. You go after a contract has to do with that pest control, that has to do with hazards that affect health, right? That's environmental. That
Mm-hmm.
could be environmental, whatever. And then the housing, good air and water quality coming through that in home, and then the transportation, the emission, reducing the emissions in the air. That's a grant by itself. Boy, I
Yep.
wish we was all in the same spot. I'm just saying.
What you say,
That's
Dr.
a
Mo? That's a whole
put a
grant right there.
put a training together and teach some child, educate the next generation on it. And I tell people, I say, man, sometimes y'all make this stuff so hard when you already doing it. You don't have to be the person to do the teaching. You hire somebody else. We don't want to give up no money.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And that's stupid. Yeah. That's be the hindrance. Like
Somebody else making money should never stop me from making money. That's crazy.
I look in my garage, I get 30%, right? So everything and most of my clientele they've been grandfathered in for the mechanics that work there. They've been up under me for 20 years, and they kids are coming and everything else. You do the work. You write up the ticket, you charge how much you want to charge, and all you doing is giving me 30%. And you keeping 70. You using my facility, you mostly my clientele, you know what I'm saying? And it's
That's
simple as
fire.
that. And everybody else, they be like, man, why you ain't getting number 30%, man. You should be getting more. No, why should I be getting more than that? I'm not doing shit.
Yeah, this is
Man,
residual, bro. I'm just sitting here collecting a
you just
check. You
keeping a
niggas
healthy
crazy, man.
facility. A
Yeah, and I
healthy
got happy. I got
facility.
happy partnership. Yeah, I
Right.
mean, like, what's wrong with y'all, bro?
Right. I
Man.
don't need to be getting more money. I'm not doing it. I don't even got a touch of wrench, motherfucker. All I gotta do is just stay. All I gotta do is walk in the building. Here you go. Here go your money. You know what I'm saying?
That's how poor people stay poor, man. For real, bro. You missing out on money trying to be greedy.
Like you said, Fi, you know you got a happy mechanic when he know how much he getting and he know how much I'm making because I'm not paying him, he paying me. You understand what I'm saying? So you making 70%, all you doing is giving me 30%. If you made $80, you giving me $24. You know what I'm saying? If you made $800, you giving me $240.
And mechanic work ain't cheap, so you get money out there
all day long.
Man, even if he was getting $1, that's one more dollar he wasn't making by himself.
There you go.
People are so the healthy growth. It's almost like they don't understand growth. They understand unhealthy growth. You're not gonna get that percent if you can make that percentage over time, and you see how that works for you. Oh my God, how much more would you have? I don't know how. It's a small part of financial literacy that goes over our head, and I just don't get it. I'm like, how do you think you're gonna make 100% of something every year? That's bound to fall. But if it's something steady and it's healthy growth, oh my God, that means you sustainable. You're gonna be around for a lifetime.
And it's a lot of work being greedy and trying to be like Boss Hog and sit up there and count every penny that's going through here and there. I don't have the time for that. I got other shit to do. I done been in the shop all for 30 damn years. I ain't finna be sitting up here this motherfucker no more worrying about, you know what I'm saying? Y'all telling me what the fuck going on. And I'm taking y'all word for it. And the nigga next to you, he gonna tell on you, so you can't lie to me about it. You know?
One thing for sure, it's been working this long. I ain't finna listen to somebody that ain't doing what I'm doing tell me how to do what I'm doing.
Exactly.
Crazy,
you know what I'm saying? The nigga next to you, y'all all self-check because y'all all watching each other and y'all count y'all. I'm not how many jobs he told you he did? Man, he did about 12 jobs. He charged this much. He did that. Oh, man, look, man, don't worry about it, man. Everything gonna be all right.
Because I'm gonna get paid. He paid me though.
Yeah, he paid me. I'm straight, man. You know, and I'm cool. I ain't tripping on the man. You know,
And usually those type of individuals, it catches up with them and they don't last. So
yeah, you already know.
It'll kill itself.
It'll kill itself off. It'll kill itself off. But I done had it done. I done had to leave a few behind. Like, okay. Because when I was at my last garage, I had 4 mechanics. When I had 4 mechanics over there. One of them I had to leave over there because he was always bullshit. You know what I'm saying? When I moved to my new garage, I only brought the 3, plus I got now I got 3 more, so it's 6 of them. You know what I'm saying? So there it is.
We got nice side garage there. Pause.
Yeah, for
you
sure.
making that money, honey.
They get their money on shit. Like I said.
How'd you pick your location for a garage? What helped you make the decision?
Well, you know, I just went with the best price, you know what I'm saying? And pretty much just like the best price, you know what I'm saying? Like the best deal I could get. I rent the garage, but you know, it pays for itself, you know what I'm saying?
I know what you mean.
So it's just with mechanics in Chicago, man, it don't really much. They gonna find you. It don't matter where you at, man. You know what I'm saying? And it's transportation. I mean, you know, it's not hard to get to any of them. You know what I'm saying? So then I deal with a few different tow trucks. My tow truck guys, they gonna go get whatever I need to go get anyway, and they gonna hit me with a flat fee most of the time. As long as you ain't just ridiculously way out some motherfucking where, they usually charge me $75 a car, no matter, pretty much long as they anywhere on the south side, you know. Now when they start having to go out to the west side of the suburbs, the rate might go up, but anywhere out south, $75. So I'm straight.
Are you connected? Are you also connected with insurance adjusters as well?
No.
They get them vehicles to you?
No. I'm not connected with them because we don't do any body work.
I got you.
No, we just do under the car, front end work and engine work. Well, I don't do anybody work. Yeah.
Nice. That's another avenue that people slip on as well, is becoming a insurance contractor.
Yeah.
It's steady work.
Oh man, the body shops, man, and them total rebuild shops and the body shops, man, they just print money. They print money. Anytime you go by one of them, they got 30, 40 cars in the lot. They can't, they can't even keep up. They can't even keep up with all the work they getting around here.
Y'all own one this morning.
Yeah, I like these conversations.
I told y'all I'd be listening to y'all, and I'll go put that in the grant. I ain't even gonna tell you no feels. I'd be like, let me do this, and then I can contract this person, and he come train on it.
Hell yeah.
I was watching one of your shows. I think it was like a week ago when you was doing the mock grant. You was writing up. I forgot.
Oh yeah. Listen, I done got real savvy since then, and that was when, a week ago.
I think it was like a week or two between last week or the week before.
So I've had the privilege of taking these being in these little cohorts where they are. I told you the government, they just want to give money away, so they teaching you how to appeal to the grantor or to the evaluator, and giving you the do's and don'ts, what words not to use. You'll be surprised. The language, huh?
I was laughing. I was just thinking like that's crazy because they probably got a grant to do that.
No, they did. No,
They
you
got
are absolutely.
they got a
They,
grant to show you how to talk to the people who were approving the grants.
yes. And see, that's what I want to do. That's what I put my business together to do, but from the government contract side of the
Yeah.
house. And so I was like, man, in order for me to get in the gate, I'm gonna have to go learn how these people doing what they doing. And so since then, that grant class that that template that I did a couple weeks ago, I'm about to scale that up. That's why I'm building it on a PowerPoint, because I'm gonna add to it as I go. Because I want to build it as a sample to put in like a little workbook. Um, I told y'all I'm about training somebody on the how to, because the how to in the classroom is not enough time in the classroom to teach the how. So they just teach you how to identify the issue. They're teaching you how to identify the issue that affects your community, and how to come up and how to find the statistics, but no, they're not teaching you how to address it. So that's why I want to fall into place. Like, okay, you've identified this problem. Now let me show you how to address it from the beginning to, you know, immediate. So that's a whole nother avenue. And that's where the funding is at. So I tell people, man, if you're a great researcher, um, putting research together, man, y'all better get to training these young people. You know how much money you could get? Oh my God. I wish I had some of the skill sets that come on these panels.
Man.
Y'all
I
are
knew
awesome.
about writing grants, and I was working. One of the programs that I'll be working for with the reentry programs, they get a grant, but I never even had my mind wrapped around about the fund and then how we, what I'm saying, how we was getting the money for this, what I'm saying, or thinking about that they had to get a grant wrote up from the government to even start this program. You know what I'm saying?
And and in those programs, it could be so layered. Because if you already get the audience, like I tell people, stop these life skills and life coach. Y'all need to put some application to those things. You can give them skill. You can coach them and mentor 'em while identifying and giving them a skill set. Don't just have them. Because we did a reach program, right? And I don't know if you all heard me say this before, but our reentry program, we took it. It was an 8-week program, and so we was like, man, why are we only keeping people up to 4 weeks? We got to remember these same individuals needed employment, right? So they're like, man, we don't mind coming to class, but bro, we can't sit up in here no 8 weeks and then wait to get no job. You crazy? So we created a staffing agency. So they would work while they had to.
Yeah, I mentioned that to my guy too. My guy who run the program. I definitely mentioned that to him too about getting the staffing agency. So
and it's easier than you think.
yeah.
And so you could and then we went farther, right? Because once you teach your curriculum for 2 years, you can apply for the continuous education, right? Get the CPE hours. So that's how you scale up your organization. And so all of those individuals, and the only reason we dissolved it, not because I wanted to, but the founder was he inspired to be the president of the United States. So he's in government and he went to be, well, he's a state representative right now. And it was troubleshooting them. Once you start getting in politics, the ethics, they start troubleshooting you, and he didn't really know. And when I found out, I think I had went off to some training. I came back, I was like, "Hey, what happened?" And when he told me, I said, "Bro, you don't know how to ask questions." Like, come on, don't be so smart till you dumb now. You should have asked, and we would have told you how, you could have stepped aside and we could have still kept this going. Now we got to start from scratch and go and try to get accredited again. But the program, and he wasn't the only person. We met, Garfield and I had gone down to Kentucky, and there was a group called, I can't even remember, but anyways, they was doing something similar with reentry, but they scaled it up. They did it with the truck drivers. Woo! You talk about lucrative. You talking about paying your own way, man. They didn't need no grants. They was making money from the staffing side, and then they was staffing the people. And then I had a other guy out of Charleston who did it with the trucking, but he taught them how to get the CDLs, and he did it for single fathers. So I would tell anybody, if you own a business, make sure you have a nonprofit, create a training program based on your business and your skill set and what you know to do. And then, create that pipeline of staffing. So by the time it's time for you to retire, you don't have to dissolve anything. You could just manage, you could just oversee and let somebody else run it. Because that's what they're doing in their, they having their when they take their kids camping into the woods, you think they just out there just chilling and fishing and shooting deers? Hell no, they teaching them something.
Right. That's real shit.
We just go to work and come back. It's time out for that.
Yep. And I've always had all these ideas, but you know what I'm saying, I was never even thinking about the government grant side of the game where I can get funded for it. Yep.
And it's simple. It's just what off you doing right there. Just make that, you already know the environmental impact of it. Listen, these grants gonna be around till 2027. You got time to make your mind up. It's rolling and revolving.
You said that environmental money where it's at right now.
Grant makers, EPA grant. Just Google EPA grant makers for whatever your state is, and you'll see the app. And you'll always on each of the category, you will see um youth training, or maybe it'll say youth programs or youth education, something like that. And the easiest way is to create that program, connect with one of them, high school teachers who are into science or public health. Man, get them kids and hire you somebody to do it for you. Easy work. Easy work. That's just a leg up to, getting transferring knowledge.
Yeah.
But most people be like, oh, they know where ain't no $1 million. You gotta show me that you know how to manage $1 million before you be thinking that somebody gonna give you $1 million. You can't even manage that little money you get out on right now.
Right.
What are we talking about?
Right. And that's a fact. Yeah. That's how so many programs go down just from so many businesses and programs go down just from mismanagement of funds.
Mismanagement of funds.
Yeah, that's
no
always,
discipline.
Yeah, that's always the kick in the teeth for us, and want to live beyond your means and stunt and front and everything, and just fucking up money for no reason.
No reason.
Trying to keep up with Jones. We going on a trip. Didn't you just go on a trip 2 months ago? Where the fuck is you going now? We finna go to Acapulco. We finna, man, wait a minute. So,
As if they retired and get some checks out.
yeah. Yeah, y'all steady going for motherfucking where you driving a medical van and shit. Y'all got the next thing you know, the whole medical van company gone. You know what I'm saying?
Because the employees.
This real life shit that I'm speaking on. Like one of my brother's wife's brother. So I consider him my brother-in-law too. But he lay up there. He got like 6-7 damn medical vans doing good, bringing in big money, but want to stunt too hard. You know what I'm saying? He taking big trips. Oh, we all going to Atlanta. Come on, everybody. He taking 7, 8, 9 people to Atlanta because he making a little money.
Hey,
off
listen, not to cut you off. I love my city, but it ain't worth losing no company over. I tell you that now.
Man, when they want to go to Atlanta, you know what that means. They about to come stunting.
Exactly. Don't do it. It ain't
They
worth
about to
it.
come down there like they the richest niggas in Chicago. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
not worth it, man.
They
Don't
got
do it.
and then you taking 7, 8, 9 people down there with you, and shit. Within a couple of years, man, the whole damn medical van, and he had a hell of a lick going with that. I'm like, man, that's just sad. That I couldn't get nobody to work. Man, now you could have got people to work, man. You couldn't pay them because you too busy tricking off the money. You steady taking trips and steady want to ball out and go, you know what I'm saying, stun. Every time I see you rolling in the big Beamer, you got this, you went and got the Panamera. You come on, man, you jagging off, man. You got to learn how to seek low. That's what them other nationalities be killing us at, man. Because them Arabs, and them Chinese, they be having big money, but you would never know it because they not frivolous with their money like that.
I just said it earlier in a conversation. Somebody was watching a Instagram, TikTok, one of the things, and the dude was talking about how he in Thailand living the best life, the American dream, because America make you like spend all your money and yada yada. I said America don't make you do nothing. I was like, them the choices people make, and they won't blame it on America. I'm like, there's plenty of people living the American dream, being frugal, not spending all their money on BS, but still enjoying life, going on trips, and doing everything y'all talking about. They buy stuff they like, but they don't go blowing all their money all the time.
Right. And you got to learn how to seek low till you really in that position to do certain things. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Make sure your business is straight. We got to put your money back into your business before you start putting it into all other kind of bullshit. Make sure all your shit straight. That's the number one thing. Shit.
They used to be like, bro, you the only nigga I know pay all your bills before you go do anything else. I'm like, what do y'all niggas be doing?
Right. You supposed to go pay all your bills.
Doing adult. Like,
right.
What are you talking about, bro? Like,
I don't want to have bad credit now. I don't want to be paying all these high interest rates on credit cards and shit. I need all that shit paid off first.
I learned. That's how I learned to pay bills on time. Cause when I used to pay them late and stuff, I learned, dang, I'm paying more money paying this stuff late if I just would have paid it on time.
Right. That's
so
right.
you really you throwing away money.
Mm-hmm. And you got to learn how to use credit as a tool instead of, instead of letting it use you as a tool. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm managing now.
Everything I buy, I most 90% of the shit I buy, I use a credit card, but I already got the money to pay for it. I'm only using the credit card so I can get their money, so I can get the points and get the bonuses and shit. You know what I'm saying? And when my credit card bill come in, I pay the whole bill off. I don't. One thing I don't believe in doing is paying no damn interest. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's that's why I be on that now, because my Jamaican partner, he from New York. He own a Jamaican restaurant. He always tell me that he like, man, you gotta use them credit cards for just pay your bills and all that. Use your credit card for that stuff, man.
Yep.
And just pay it off.
Pay it right off, man. Whatever you're going to get, you know what I'm saying, use the card because you're getting them points, it's stacking up. Them points be adding up. Then you can go ball off just what the money you got off the points. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. That's what I'm saying. It's a slick game, bro. It's a slick game.
Mm-hmm.
But when you know, when you don't know it, you effed up. But
just
because
out
when
here.
I was coming into being an adult, like 18, 19, 20, I just was like, I don't want no credit card. I don't want none of it. I don't want to touch it. Because I just thought if you get a credit card, you just going to be in debt. So I ain't really get a credit card until I was probably 30 years old.
I was the same way, Fi. I promise you, bro. Everything I did was cash. I didn't. That's why I say if I'd have knew then what I know now, man, come on, bro. But I mean, so much money squandered just doing things. And, you know, I'm spending money on shit that I didn't need. You know, I had to learn that lesson. You know what I'm saying? Everything that costs, everything that got a price don't mean it got value. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm sitting up there. I'm like you said, not using no kind of credit to my advantage. I got the bread. As a matter, if I was using cards all the time, I'm spending that bread and stacking up all.
Would have went up.
Yeah, credit score off the chain. Credit score, not only is credit score off the chain, the points, man, all the 4%, 5% cash back, that all the money I'm spending on this bullshit, I'm not even using the card to get my points back. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, when you learn that type of shit, you be way better off.
That's why I say them economic churches. Why y'all ain't teaching that in church?
That's what you need that economic church for, Fi. That's why you need that economic church, bro. Then you get
a mouthful.
Yeah, you get that life insurance game going up in there, man. The life insurance changed the whole community. Life insurance changed the whole community. You done heard me speak on that before, Fi.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that just changed the whole community, bro. If you got 40, I go low end. 40% of your community is insured. Black folks got life insurance. That right there alone would change the whole outlook of your community. You know, it's a different respect level. These insurance companies on the chain for you, on the hook for your death benefit.
Everything, Dr. Mo. You don't remember when Garfield said that like a few years ago?
Yeah,
he was like, bro, we need to go and get life insurance. He said, if a bunch of black people, we ain't got a life insurance policy, I promise you, these insurance companies and these people gonna start looking in our community, putting some care into these people, because there's too many policies to be paying off if these people keep killing each other.
Come on now, they gonna be on the police ass about unaliving black unarmed black men. They definitely finna press them. They finna be you finna have better hospitals in your community. You finna have better fresh food centers in your community, and less fast food restaurants in your community. All of that is
I ain't think about none of that.
You see what I'm saying?
You know, yeah, and oh man, y'all just said so much in 2 minutes.
like GA say, y'all done ran so many stop signs.
Push pause and yield. I was gonna say I had a pastor in our circle who actually took MLM, right? Took the concept of the MLM and got all the congregation members involved and stacked the teams where the church is gonna already get the residual income because they was the start, and then stack the team so nobody had to pay tithes because everybody was already giving the church by their membership thing, right? Where the church is benefiting and everybody in the congregation was benefiting. I said, now why everybody can't do that?
There you
Like,
go.
why we gotta take the people hard-earned income when they could give you $20, $30 for this little subscription to be in this MLM, and you stack them by tens on teams, and everybody make money? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
And we wonder why everybody got a leg up but us, because we too busy. Oh, I don't want such and such. You know, maybe she making $1,000 and I'm only making $250. Well, get your team up. The new member goes to you.
Right.
New member over here goes to you. You know, like, what are we?
Yep, get your team up. That's for real.
And also with that credit card deal that you guys just talk about, once you And once I got that part down, and I start getting into investing, we
Mm-hmm.
connected our investment card to the credit card and pay the bill. So like all these subscriptions, Netflix and
Mm-hmm.
he all these Disney and all this other stuff. Those investment companies have uh, those rewards, right? So we getting the rewards from the investment account and paying the credit cards and getting the rewards over there all at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And the more rewards you get, the more discounts you get,
Yep.
right? And so that's why Chris's sneaker company is so lucrative because he racked up all those rewards purchasing through the Finray on his Stash and Acon card and through his and paying the bill through the credit card where he's not only getting the discounts from the companies, he's also getting the dividends or the stock back going back into those investment companies, both
Mm-hmm.
publicly traded companies. Like, oh,
That's a hell of a move right there.
oh,
Yeah.
listen. Sometimes he would get sneakers for like $20 and $45, bro. We'd be like, how do you? And man, when he showed us how to connect those cards, those different Finray companies, how to connect them. It's like you're gonna pay the bill anyway.
Right.
Your
Right.
company, if your company is on this account, use the card. You already spending your bank not giving you none of these
None
perks,
of it.
none,
Right. None
and
of
just
it.
connect it.
Stop using that debit card. Use that damn credit
Yes.
card. It just
Yes. Or
pay
you
them back.
do
Use the bank. All you need the bank for is to pay the credit card.
say it again. Because when you swipe your credit card is going through your Finray account, because
Mm-hmm.
that's where you gonna put the money at, which is connected to the company that you swiping the credit card to. So
Yep.
it's a win-win situation.
Yep. And
Oh,
like
and
you
let me
said,
answer this question in the
you gonna
chat
pay the
real
bill.
fast.
You gonna pay the bill anyway. You gonna get the gas anyway.
Right.
You gonna buy the
I'll
dinner
get the
anyway.
same.
You gonna all this shit you gonna do anyway. I'm not telling you to go out there and do nothing different from what you gonna do on your day-to-day life in the first place.
Say it again. And let me respond to the comment in the chat about the grants and the oversight.
Mm-hmm.
I just had to explain this to somebody. Grants are agreed upon procedures. So if you put a goal in place with an objective and an outcome, that you're just agreeing to what you said. So if getting a grant is difficult for you to manage, then you probably have difficulty in managing your own finances and being disciplined. You're probably an impulse spender. You probably swipe your card because you got the money. You
Mm-hmm.
don't really have no structure to your own. So it's not difficult. And I promise y'all, stop listening to these crazy people on TikTok and all this stuff and selling and scaring you guys. The reason grants are so easy to manage. If you can't manage the money, then you need to rub elbows with who has integrity
Yeah.
and a real good CPA, somebody who got more to you lose than you. Get
Yeah.
you a nice CPA who could lose their license and their livelihood and get locked up and
Mm-hmm.
say, listen, I need you to be my fiscal manager
Yep.
because I have a good case scenario to go after these grant funds. And if you manage my money, make sure everything goes properly, then boom, they gonna get paid because they gonna contract the services. And
Right.
then you can move. Oh my God, like this is why we can't help our own community because I'm gonna tell you, the other folks, a lot of the funding they got right now out, y'all gotta listen to the cry. See, the funding has been shifted to the rural areas, the people who wasn't getting access to it, but they was using your statistics to get the money.
Mm-hmm.
But would they come and say, okay, we not qualified for it, but guess what? They don't know what they're doing. So we gonna come and be consultants and we gonna teach them what they need to know. That's why when you guys said, oh, I bet they got paid to do it. Yeah, they got paid to do it because
Mm-hmm.
our folks ain't gonna come and teach us how to do it. So we
Mm-hmm.
gotta go get the white boy across the track or the white girl across the track to come and consult us to do something we already know
Mm-hmm.
because we scared of the oversight. What? Come, you could oversight me all day because what we need for Q school, how many tables we need, how many engineer setups, what are we buying again?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get this money.
That's what was so funny to
When you
me.
doing
That's why
right,
I
ain't no worry
started laughing.
about the oversight.
Exactly. Don't worry about the oversight is a good thing. That we just got through talking about the biggest problem in business and programs is the mismanagement of money. You know what I'm saying? So so it's good that you got the oversight that should help keep checks and balances.
Everything and shit.
You know
Yep.
what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But you got naysayers for everything. But that's what we was already speaking on. And then that same person, London, said that anything is possible, but they find a way to deny the policies. And if you was talking about the life insurance policies, it's no way to deny it if you die. How they gonna deny that you
They can't
died?
do nothing.
Say it again. Hey, listen, when my sister-in-law
They
passed,
got
right? My sister-in-law had gotten a Gerber Life policy probably 10 days before she passed away. So when she the policy, so she had passed and we were sitting there and we was like, man, what we gonna do about this policy? So, the funeral homes, they got all these different packages, affordable type things, right? So I
Right.
was like, okay, no big deal. I'll cover the cost and we'll figure out how I get my money back on somehow, right? And the envelope came in the mail. We just sitting there brainstorming how we gonna make it work. And Gerber Life, so we opened it and we was like, okay, she had an insurance policy. And then we're reading, and in our minds, right, because of what we've been taught, that you have to be in a policy at least 2 years for it to be effective. With this particular policy, it said your policy is effective immediately. She paid $1 for a $30,000 policy. And
Wow.
so we just kept going over there. We're like, I wonder if there's some validity to this. Well, we took it to my brother does landscaping, so he has his white client who sells insurance, and he took it to him. He said, "Oh, this policy is legit." He said,
Yeah.
"Turn it in." And so when we turned it in with the probate paper and we had the death certificate, marriage certificate, but we didn't have the coroner's report yet. So we turned it all in and they sent it back. They said, okay, we need something from the medical facility or the coroner's office to say the cause of death because she died of natural causes.
Right.
And to that coroner report, we sent it in, 30K.
They
And
sent
I
that money.
promise y'all, she had that policy for 10 days. A Gerber Life.
Right. That's how most of them insurance policies work, man. I mean, you have certain ones that, but for the most part, they pay out. They definitely not waiting no 2 years. You definitely
As
don't have
long
to.
as it don't fall within them little barriers or whatever ailment, if she died of
Yeah.
natural causes, what they gonna,
Yeah.
No,
The
yeah,
only
no.
problem they have with that I've been seeing around, like overdose, like if you overdose on narcotics or something like that,
Right.
yeah, they don't want to pay them out. But
Yeah, that's
anything else outside of that, shit, they paying them motherfucking policies out.
Yeah.
That's a whole conversation though. That life insurance policy,
Yeah, man,
that's
that's a
something we
real
don't
deal.
have in our community.
That's a real deal, man. That's what we got to have. That's another tool to create the generational wealth. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? And if nothing else, not leave your family with the burden. You know what I'm
If
saying?
nothing else, don't leave
Yep.
them with the burden.
Then
Yep. And
I'm
that's
telling
another
the
thing we
people,
got to get out of when somebody give you real life understanding and processes, and we over here we try to talk ourselves out of what's not. Like, just try it, pilot it, something.
Yeah, call and get your life insurance policy because guess what? If you put it in a trust and you got like say 4 or 5 family members, okay, if one of us pass outside of the funeral, the burial and the funeral expenses, the rest of the money goes back into the trust.
We
Now,
already know the cap. Oh, I'm sorry, I cut you off in your conversation.
go ahead.
I was gonna say we already know the life insurance. I mean, the insurance policies of the people in California is played with because we see how they did the hurricane victims. That is nothing new, but there's always a way to skin the cat. You not listen. If I was in California, all those people.
you cut out that.
Yeah. We lost your sound, Doc. But yeah, that's fire insurance or tornado insurance. What I'm talking about is life insurance. It's a whole different animal than any of those other vehicle insurance, fire homeowners. I mean, I'm talking about specifically life insurance. That's the game changer.
Yeah, they don't even like you say, unless it's like some drug involved or something like that, they don't normally fight you on life insurance
No, they
policy.
ain't gonna fight you on a life insurance policy.
You can cash it out while you alive if you outlive it, and they don't fight you like.
Yep, you can cash it out while you're alive. And if you get a whole life policy, you can borrow against it, and it collects 7% interest a year. It collects 7% interest a year from whatever you putting into it, and then if you want to borrow from it, you can borrow from it, and still the initial they don't take nothing off of what you borrow from. It's still collecting 7% interest a year, tax free. Tax-free money. You know what I'm saying? It's
That's
collected.
generational wealth, like you said.
That's generational wealth, bro. It's collected 7%. And if I got 100,000 into my policy and it's collecting 7% interest a year, and if I go up there and borrow 50,000 off my policy, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000 off my policy, the 100,000 is still getting 7% interest a year. They're not counting what I borrow, and if I don't pay it back, they just take it off the death benefit.
And then for them saying they might not give you the policy in the first place, most jobs I ever worked off your life insurance policy. First of all,
they don't give you life.
So you can take that one off top.
They advertise and they you know they coach you. They coach you every day trying to get you to buy the damn life insurance.
Yeah, like
They
I
send
got
it to you
several
in the mail.
friends selling life
They
insurance.
got commercials for it. They got it's
like
they always trying to get you some damn life insurance.
Because like you're gonna pay into it for so long, like
Right.
most people ain't dying within a small time of them paying for their life insurance. So it don't hurt them to pay that out. Like
no, man, not at all.
It's not like you said. It's not like the fire insurance and the hurricane insurance and all that.
Right. It's a different thing. But yeah, that's what I said I was gonna do. If I take some classes and get my life insurance license
to be able to sell it.
To be able to sell it.
Another stream.
Yep, another stream, and get my people together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, true that. True.
Bring that to fruition and get to 30% of the neighborhood, 40% of the
that might be something that I don't know if she can get no grant for that, but that might be a nonprofit for real. Like being able to get the community life insurance, because man, they need it. Like you said, like when Garfield said it back then, I'm like, yeah, man, that would make a difference. But the way you just kind of put the emphasis on it with the reasons they'll look into, like with the healthcare effect, all that, man. Yeah, man.
You're gonna have better hospitals in your neighborhood, like I say, because they got the insurance companies got a vested interest in keeping your ass alive.
And it's not just one or two of y'all no more. You know what I'm saying? It's not just a few of y'all now. Like, hold on, like this whole little section over here got life insurance.
Everybody over here got insurance. Hold on, man. We gotta make sure the people straight over there.
And we done had to pay out 3 already.
And it ain't one or two of y'all that got a vet. It ain't you and your wife and your mother that got a vested interest in keeping you alive. You got a whole motherfucking corporation that's vested in keeping you alive. You know what I'm saying?
It was a movie like that. I can't remember if it was Adam Sandler or somebody or their life insurance policy. I forgot. It was like a comedy though. But yeah, man, they're gonna care now.
They're gonna care. Nobody cares, but let the motherfucker have a stake in your ass. They gonna care then.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
The old folks, Dr. Mo, I see you say the burial. I remember my great grandmother, she used to pay burial insurance to the church. So she paid the church for the burial so she could be buried behind the church, at the church cemetery. So when she got ready to pass, when she passed, her burial was already paid for. She had been paying the church for shit. Ain't no telling how many years, probably all my life. Shit.
Shouldn't no funeral keep nobody in debt. That's crazy.
That's for sure.
Like it's making people alter how they want to get buried. People want to be cremated because because of financial reason. Now I don't care about how you bury me. I tell my mom, I tell anybody, do whatever the fuck freak you want.
Just cremate me. I don't care. You don't spend no.
I'm gonna be dead, bro. I'm not even gonna know what you do. That's
Don't
on
spend no
y'all.
lot of
I
money.
advise you not to spend the money.
Everybody say that.
Like, don't take the life insurance that I give you. This is what I told my children. Don't take the life insurance you get from me and spend it on my burial. Spend it on you. Because I don't know when it is gonna happen. So make sure you benefit yourself.
Yep. And make sure you keep tell your children, make sure you keep your life insurance paid.
Yeah. You go get first off, make sure you got a life insurance plan.
Yeah.
And if you old enough and got children, make sure they got a life insurance plan.
And pass it on. Yeah, that's
send me off in a rocket. I don't care what you do with me. Do that now.
That's why I said, if everybody in the trust got life insurance, like if you got a big family and we all got life insurance policies and we put it in the trust, now just imagine what we could do with that type of money.
So explain that though, like you saying, like let's say me, you, and me is a family.
Yeah, me, you, and me is in the family. We got life insurance, a death benefit of $100,000
for each of us.
For each of us, each
one. We all on one policy.
No. We all got our own separate policies. We all got our own life insurance policy. Okay. But we all belong to a trust, and we got the life insurance policies, each separate policies into the trust. Now, this is what white folks do all the time. This is actually how Donald Trump got his first $1 million. His father gave it to him out of the life insurance trust that they family had. So yeah, he just, here you go your $1 million to get you started. You know what I'm saying? So okay. It works better, of course, the more people that's in it, but we're gonna use the example of us three. So if I pass, boom, that's $100,000 right there, and all three of us is in the trust. So you and Mizzo got that $100,000 already. You know what I'm saying? It locked up in the trust. Y'all use $7,000 to bury me. You know what I'm saying, or whatever. Now you got the $93,000 in this trust. You want to go start a business? If I want to go start a business, or Mizzo want to go start a business or something, boom, there goes $93,000 to start the business with. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's hard. I did not know that. So they basically pay out the policy into the trust.
Yeah, you pay the policy out into the trust. Now you got a board of trustees. So Mizzo, you can't go do nothing crazy with the money without Mizzo signing off.
It's just like a house.
Yeah, he can't go do nothing crazy with the money without your permission. You know what I'm saying? So now we know there's going to be some positive that's going on, that's going to be done with the money. And it's already in the trust. If you want to start a business, if we talking about one of the kids want to go to college, or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, the bigger it is, the more people involved in the more money we got into this trust. It don't get no better at generational wealth than that.
Yeah, that's fire. Why you got me? I'm finna be calling my mom later on, like, hey, you ever thought about putting our life insurance policies all in the trust? It's me, you, and my brother, man. Because it's just me, my brother, unless you, my kids.
Right. There you go, like that. Yeah, and that's who would benefit more than anything, because we know the kids gonna be straight. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be, that's what, you know what I'm saying. So when they come up, they turn 18, 19. One of them got an idea for a business they want to start. Okay, well, I know
some college tuition, shoot.
Yeah, or college tuition if that's what they want to do. Okay, I know my family got this money in the trust. I can go borrow against this money out the trust. You know what I'm saying? Or get this money out the trust and start my business up, open up my store, open up my whatever. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's the ideal way to do it.
I appreciate that, gang. I say, OG, what up, young dude?
What up, young guy?
What he do?
Yeah, that's the ideal way to do it, man.
Life insurance, yeah, man, for real. That's vital.
It's vital, man.
I didn't know more than 68%, more than 50%, well over 50% of us is actually insured. So Black
Yeah.
American, I say us.
Yeah.
Black
Yeah.
American.
Because them great grandparents and shit, they was on that shit, man. My great grandmama, when me and my sister was born, she had a life insurance policy on us when I was like 5 and my sister was like 1 year old. That was the first life insurance policy we had. It was a small policy, but it was still a life insurance policy. She only paid $8 a month for it. You know what I'm saying? Of course, policies nowadays is way more expensive, but just imagine, you know.
Same. If you get them young.
Yeah,
If
you get them young, you get them cheap.
Yeah. The older you get, the more you have to
More
pay.
expensive. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
You get them young, the cheaper they are, man.
Just
And then,
hold on to it.
And like you said, you can lay up there when a lot of them, like my mother did, because my same great grandmother had insurance on her. And when my mother, she came down there and cashed her policy in.
Yep. There it goes.
You outlived it. If you outlive that policy.
Yeah, she came and cashed hers in.
It was
So
a term one. So imagine to teach a young child, you get a term, an additional one just for economic purposes, and they get it. You get it when they born, and then at 18 they have their cash cow to do what they need to do. If you got them in the right way, not if they undisciplined. That's a whole nother ball game.
Right. But that's what I was saying. You got a cash cow for them to do. That's another reason I say the trust is good. The life insurance trust is good for a bigger family where we all, you know what I'm saying, we all gotta, you know what I'm saying, everybody in the family is part of this trust. So, you know what I'm saying, that's gonna be a lot of bread up in that mug. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's how I go though, man. That's how the small has and all the mother motherfuckers. They've been doing it like that forever, man. They've been playing this game for over 100 years. We just new to the game.
Yep. Hey, did y'all know the Hartford? Go ahead. I'm gonna say, did y'all know the Hartford Insurance Company? They've been around for over 100 years. It's called the Hartford, like
Hartford.
Yeah,
HARTFORD.
Yeah, and they used to have insurance policies out on our ancestors and stuff. So
yep. On the slaves.
That's why a lot of them need to. That's where the conversation need to go with reparations with some of them insurance companies. They cashed out policies, all type of stuff for dead slaves and everything, man. Like this ain't just about you know what I mean. And not as well as the stuff they did after slavery to black people with life insurance policies.
And they compare that to the hip hop community now, how these record labels be putting the life insurance on the rappers and shit. You know what I'm saying? Especially the drill rappers and shit. You know
See, for me, I'm impartial. Because if I invest in you as an artist, I'm gonna put a life insurance policy out on you too. It ain't my fault you went out there and got yourself killed.
Yeah, I'm impartial to it too. Shit, that's it. Yeah, but they insuring their investment. You know,
if the parents got one
I
out,
did pay for security and everything. What'd you say, Young G?
My question is, if the parents or the guardian has, hypothetically, let's say he's 16, and let's say that the parent, he or she is 16, you know, because I want to be equal. I don't want to just include men, but so basically, he or she is 16, and the parents already have one out. Can an agency or somebody take one? Will that conflict? Will that conflict? Can you have two?
Not at all. Definitely, you can have 8 of them motherfuckers.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know you could have an insurance policy.
Anybody, long as they pay the premium, long as they pay the policy. Look, your mother got a life insurance. Your parent or someone got a life insurance policy on you, young guy. You get married, boom. Now your wife got a life insurance policy on you. You understand what I'm saying? You got a record. You got a record contract. The record label got a contract, a life insurance policy on. You know what I'm saying? You can
Anyone with a
have
vested interest in your life.
you might have
They have
you have
multiple
5.
policies out on one person.
You can
that's
have
just
4.
okay. I
You can
didn't know
have
that.
multiple policies. You one person can have 3 policies on
On
themselves.
themselves. Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
Because you might need a certain amount of coverage, and this policy might not do it for you. You know what I'm saying? So you need
I
to get
got 2
2
life insurance policies on me.
Yeah, I got my company for my actual company I work for, and then I got the one I pay for.
Right.
Outside.
I got 2 life insurance policies on myself. So yeah. You can have you can have multiple policies. That's for damn sure.
Okay. I know I tried to get
You
one.
can have policies for different things because you can have like the policy I was speaking on, like the whole life where you can borrow against, and then you can have a separate policy that you don't even that or you can have a term. You know what I'm saying? That'll be even cheaper because the term life policy is cheaper. So you can have a term life policy and a whole life policy. You know what I'm saying?
You said you got denied. They tell you why?
Who be? Yeah, they tried to well at the time, at that juncture in time, I was still on federal papers. So when they was asking about past, like, like if I was a felon, I'm like, damn, I didn't. And they basically like, yeah, you at this time we basically, like, damn, me basically, they made it seem like me being a felon was precluding me from actually even, getting a policy. Because I had a,
I don't know
what
the
company?
legality.
Well, different companies have different restrictions. That's for sure. Okay. Yeah, different companies have different restrictions.
Can you restrict a felon though based on that? I gotta look that up.
Different companies. I mean, like I said, all companies won't do that. That's for damn sure. But you have certain companies that'll pull that. You know what I'm saying? You got certain companies won't insure you because you're overweight.
Yeah, but that makes sense though.
Yeah,
you feel me? That's a health risk in itself.
Yeah,
being a felon ain't necessarily a health risk. Camille says, "How you doing, Camille?" She says it's high risk, so I guess I'm finna look it up though.
Yeah, you have.
I'm like, how do they make that high risk? Just because I did something one time, I could be a felon. You know what I'm saying?
Real, I could did something, when I was 16 and I'm 30 now. You feel me? I ain't never did nothing else. Type, like what the hell.
But that depends on the company. That's different. Different companies have different policies, and certain things will make it either your premium go up. It's going to be more to insure you.
Yeah, if you smoke.
No, we do say y'all all right. Say in most cases, a person with a felony conviction can still obtain life insurance, but they may face higher premiums or limitations based on the severity of the felony. Insurers often assess risk factors such as the type of felony, how long ago it occurred, and the individual's overall health and lifestyle. Some insurance companies may deny coverage to individuals with certain felonies, especially if they are still incarcerated or have a history of violent crimes. So it's also possible that the felony could influence the terms of the policy, like exclusions for certain causes of death. It's recommended to shop around, blah blah blah. So y'all right.
Yeah, that's why I say different companies. That's why I say you see the last thing it says recommended to shop around.
Shop around, like look around.
Somebody gonna insure you. You trust, believe that. They don't give a damn about their felony or nothing else. They trying to sell an insurance policy.
And then, like you said, so was yours like I don't mean to be in your business or nothing, but was it some drug related or was like a violent type?
It was a federal offense, so it was a federal.
It might be what it was.
Intent to distribute.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like for me, my charge was a drug charge, and they put it off my record when I was 25. I think that shit got expunged on my record
automatically.
So
it fell off. It fell off automatically.
Not automatically. I had to go mess around with the dang on courthouse and the GBI, whatever they call all them. Had to go back and forth to them a few times because people don't want to sign paperwork. You know how that go. But once I got all the stuff signed, then it stopped showing up.
That's what's
I missed out on jobs because of that jump.
Yeah, after 5 years of no incidents after that felony, you should go straight to the solicitor's office, get it off your record.
Yeah, that's what I had to do.
And make it pay though.
Well,
some crimes
unless you have indigent.
I definitely need to seal my record though, for real though.
Yeah. If you have indigent, a lot of counties, if you have indigent status, they'll do it for free. They'll help you with it and everything, walk you through it. Yeah. If you can prove indigent status, so if you get like a EBT card or Medicare or something, you've been approved for that, you can go right up there and get your record expunged for free.
For free.
Yeah.
That's anywhere.
Look, that's a class by itself.
Well, that's definitely in Cook County, and most counties I think it's the same. Yeah, but I know here that's one of the things we do with in our program is get records expunged and shit like that.
Yeah, I'm about to restore my rights too. I'm in the process of restoring my rights and all that. I'm about to, I'm.
What that mean?
Like far as like restoring my gun rights, as far as like,
yeah.
So you only had one charge before then.
Sometimes you have to get a pardon for that.
Nah. I got.
Okay. You ain't gotta say no more.
Sometimes you got to get a pardon for that, depending on what the charge is, shit like that. You go get a pardon.
The federal offense. I got to get a pardon from the attorney general.
Yeah.
So, I ain't gonna lie to you. I just winged it. I was at a gun show down here, and I know I had been on probation for years, and I just ain't had no legal pistol. So I was like, I'm finna try and buy one. I bought one. They ran my name and gave it to me. So ever since then, I knew I was all right.
Yep. That's Georgia for you, shit. You know you can get you one down there. But yeah, you got to go. I just seen the guy do that. Go before the pardon board. So the pardon they granted it to him. The pardon board they granted it to him. It was 6 voters, and he had 4 that voted for him with the firearm right, and 2 of them voted for him to be pardoned without the firearm right. So he was able to. So it's basically it passed with the firearm right, and they told him they were sending it to the attorney general, and or the governor's office. I can't remember. And then it'd be a certain amount of time before. They do it at their own time. Basically, what they would tell them, like we pardon you, we granted it, but don't leave here thinking that you've been pardoned until you get the paperwork from the government.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm on top of that. I got all my little character
and I
letters.
just recently learned that shit right there, young guy. I didn't even know that's how the pardon shit worked. I'm like, damn. So it'd be motherfuckers getting pardons all the time. We always used to, like, when a president leave in office or a governor leave in office, they grant a pardon, but that's just part of the system, man. That's just regular shit.
I just had a young lady who just got hers, but she got it through the president. She wrote it. She just kept writing. Every time a president goes, she just keep writing them, because it's just been like 20 years ago. She just so happened to get that letter. I think this happened last month.
See?
It's like, girl, I ain't know you was on the papers or whatever. You never know. She was like, yeah, something happened when I was young and dumb. And
she just didn't want it. She just didn't want it on her no more.
Well, she couldn't get a job. She would always get dropped. She'd get a job, and then they would relieve her when the record come back. She'd get a job, they would relieve her, and she kept writing to him and telling them, like, listen, now I'm trying to better my economic situation, but every time I'm doing the right thing.
She did some cold-blooded shit for all that time to go by, and they still kept dropping her.
Yeah, well, you know how.
So you can get pardoned for something you mean did.
Yep.
You can get pardoned for something like to get off your record.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I didn't know that.
That's what we was just talking about. That's why I say, that's just part of the regular system, the pardon system. Yeah. It ain't just.
Yeah, that's why I was just gathering. I'm a little slow, GQ.
Yeah.
I'm like, hold on. You saying you can go get a pardon after you did your time? Like, I thought a pardon was just for somebody that was locked up.
Nah, hell no.
No, after you did your time, if you're no longer in papers, at least 5 years. You have to be clean for at least 5 years.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about with young guy getting his pardon. You know what I'm saying? It
So
just
is that what expunging is?
nope.
It's
Okay,
two
so that's
different
something different.
categories.
It's different, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
expunging and
all
sealing,
right.
getting your record sealed or getting your record expunged is
Yeah, because
different
mine's
from
got expunged. So
pardoning.
I'm like, okay, maybe I was about to say, oh, I got pardoning. I'm gonna tell
Yeah,
people I got
you got
pardoned.
to expunge. You got to expungement, but a pardon is different. But I mean,
Okay.
getting a pardon is some hella fast shit. Because they grant people pardons after they died. I think I just seen somebody saying Marcus Garvey just got a pardon.
Yeah,
Oh wow,
posthumous.
Yeah,
It's called
posthumous pardons and shit.
pardons,
Yeah,
that's
just
crazy.
so just so they just for principle's sake. Yeah,
Nah, that's just dumb.
no, that ain't dumb.
What did he get a pardon
It
for? He
might be,
did.
but his kids might, or his
Yeah,
descendants might be entitled to something and can't get it due to that,
yeah,
whatever that
Okay,
was.
making them whole. You know what I'm saying? When they say
make it
you
make
gotta
sense. Thank you.
gotta make me whole.
Because at first
Make
I'm
me
like, that's
whole.
stupid. He's dead. I don't care. But if it's holding some living people back from something, then it makes sense.
Right, right,
Yeah,
right.
he's
Didn't
probably
not Nat Turner, but what's his name? Didn't Biden pardon posthumously pardon what's the young brother that was killed, man? Emmett Till.
Emmett.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Emmett Till. Yeah, did he?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, because he was officially charged.
Because that lady confessed
But that was
Yeah.
that was I mean,
years.
it's like like that took way too long, and
yeah,
like I said,
that was crazy.
they didn't lock her up.
How the fuck he was? What the fuck was he charged with? That's just crazy.
Yeah,
And
how
she
you gonna
still
pardon
ain't been
somebody
locked
that
up, right?
well,
Yeah, he got
as
locked
far
up.
as I think so, pardoning the is it the controversy of lies that stuck. I mean that that was basically cemented and surrounded that whole that basically the lies that was branded upon him. I think is that what the pardon is for? Is the pardon the lies or because
He's
they ain't
charged and
I
pardoning
like
getting
what
him.
Camille said. Setting the written record straight is important. So yeah, I guess what I'm saying was dumb, but we need to know that he didn't do what he was accused of. That they actually did what they did to him. Let the record show he didn't do that.
Okay,
Because right
exactly.
now the record still shows he was charged with it, and that's what he did.
Okay, yeah, because he was charged. You're right, he was. Yeah, yeah. Them crackers, yeah,
no
dragged
crackers.
him out.
Okay, I made the posthumanist pardons make sense to me.
Yeah, man. All that.
What's up, Pure Black?
Those are educational. Those are educational tools within themselves. Understanding the legal system, and oh, by the way, if you do have to suffer a consequence, here's the avenue to get out
Mm-hmm.
or to clear
And
your
make the
record,
change.
so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
Because
oh,
we
by
should
the
want.
way,
Go-
go ahead.
No, you gonna say something more important?
Oh, I was gonna say, and oh, by the way, here are the business opportunities that you can get into, or the career fields that won't hinder you completely from, sustaining your lifestyle.
Because that should be like a focus. We shouldn't want people coming out of these felonies, coming out of these charges, coming out of the prison system, and going back or repeating the same offenses. Give them a lane to be able to fix it and get on the right path, like everybody else trying to do. Because you ain't got to be in prison to be on the
Right.
wrong path. You ain't got to
Yeah.
be a
You
felon to
sure
be on the
don't,
wrong
hell.
path.
And you ain't got
So
to
we
be a
should,
bad person either.
yeah. So we should want people to have a chance
But,
to get back right.
hey, you just talked about what? What you call your little church?
The economic churches, I'm telling you, man, bring the felons down. We're gonna show them how to get right.
Some money in their
I'm telling
pocket.
you.
And not no little minimum wage job, damn it.
Nah, man, we're gonna get you some parts, show you how to start a trucking company, stuff like all that. Cause you coming fresh out, you shouldn't have no horrible credit.
You just better get started. I know what my cousin he did 20, 22, I think, or 20, whatever, however many years it was. He ain't had no kind of credit. So I just made him he got him y'all know the famous little Capital One? I made him an authorized user on my card. Shoot, his credit score jumped to 735 or whatever. And then we just went from there. And I just like, yo, you gotta be disciplined with it and shit. Now he got him a nice job and got him a house and got him a wife now and all that great stuff. So at first he was fighting it. I don't want to do no credit. It's the devil. Everything was a damn devil.
Man, that
He
devil will
said,
get you every time.
yeah, insurance is a scam, Mo. I'm like, yeah, go ahead and die. I'm gonna scam you right there over that river. Cause I'm burning your ass. It was like, what? Hey, we not
We be
paying for it.
scamming
Somebody,
ourselves saying that.
it's a scam. I'm like, man, let me educate you. Let me help you out. Let me give you the little rundown. So now he's on a right path, but that type of education is say, okay, yeah, you may have done something, but let me show you another way. Another one of my friends who's doing a re-entry here, so we went the staffing route. Now he called. I said, "Hey, I told you. He be on TED talking all kind of stuff because he just scaled all the way up and got him little government contracts into the juvenile justice, mentoring those kids." And I was like, "Man, now if you really want to get some money, yep, you got the little grant you got the little grant."
You lost it again, Mo. You keep losing Mo. She out there in the country.
Yeah, I keep every time I turn around and look, Miss Doc done fell off. I'm like, oh, I got you, Doc.
And she be cooking too.
Oh, she being a man, she be cooking good when she fall off.
I gotta dig this damn car out right now.
Y'all got that much snow over there?
Not a lot, but once they start coming through with like
Oh
them
yeah,
plow machines and all
push
that
it
shit,
up on you.
yeah, push all that shit up on your car.
They push it on your car. I'll be mad as a motherfucker.
It depends on what side of the street you on.
They
If
don't
you get
push it
caught on
on
the
your
wrong
car, but
side,
they block you in. They make it worse because it build it up where you at. Now you got a big ass mountain in front of your car.
yeah, and then when it get cold and it start to freeze up, then you really got a problem.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, you
negative
can't
2
even move that
degrees
shit.
right now. Right now, it's negative 2 degrees here.
Hell no, boy. You just made me colder than I already was.
It's negative 2,
Bro,
fine.
let me see how cold it is here, bro. It's
Real,
20 degrees here and I'm freezing, nigga.
it's negative
Somebody feels
2,
like 8.
and it feels like negative 7.
Shoot. God, bro. I'm too
Negative
cold for this
2,
shit. And I gotta work tonight too.
real feel negative 7, bro.
This
I
shit
ain't
say
go
it
out.
feels like 8.
I ain't go outside at all yesterday. I'm gonna have to go out a little bit today, but won't be for long.
I was out last night 'cause I had to work and I gotta go out tonight. It's gonna be too cold. I might have to tell them boy health and sick day. Yeah, health and sick day. I think I'm gonna stay home. My job don't even be caring.
Negative 2, real feel negative 7. This shit is out of control.
Y'all get cold like that, did it?
Huh?
Y'all get
Is it
cold like
what?
that?
It's about. I mean, it ain't cold like Chicago or nothing, but it's cold for. It's been about 30
Oh yeah,
degrees
y'all
or
get cold.
something. So yeah, that's cold for up here.
That's cold for me.
Yeah, the whole country under You know, we had that polar vortex come down through this.
Yeah.
That's why they had to take the damn inauguration inside because it's so cold in DC.
16 in Little Rock. Oh goodness, yeah. That's how cold it is here, bro. This 20 degrees killing me. I ain't going out there. I gotta take my dog out in a minute too. She better hurry up.
Yeah, because I was doing my sister's oil change today, and it's I didn't even have no gloves on. It was, my hands started to
Oh damn, yeah, 16 in Little Rock. That's cold than a motherfucker for Little Rock.
I ain't not changing no oil without no gloves in this weather, boy. I got little hands.
My bad, young guy. What you was saying?
Like take no word. Yeah, man.
What you say? Pure Black say did he down there in Canada?
Down there in Canada, yeah.
Yep, the word of the morning is life insurance and your living family trust. But you put me on game with that for real. I never, you know what I'm saying? I knew about trust and putting stuff in the trust, but never knew you could put a life insurance policy in.
And land banks, fine. Don't forget about your land.
Oh yeah, them land banks. That's a conversation I gotta have later on today. I was looking at them, but them ones in Brunswick cheap.
That ain't far from you either.
I mean, it's like a few hours, but we go down there anyway. Come up, people got family down there, so
yeah.
My girl got people in Albany.
It's a little vacation spot too. What'd you say?
I said my girl got people in Albany, Georgia.
Albany, yeah. Albany lit. Albany country is a motherfucker too.
Yeah, Albany straight, Augusta straight.
That was film from
Albany, yeah.
I think they from Albany. They either from Athens or Albany, one of them.
When I was in Fort Gordon, I used to love Augusta, Georgia, man.
Oh yeah, Augusta now. I got family, hell of a family down there.
How you pronounce your last name? No, but it's civil rights though, so it's gonna be connected.
You been to Georgia, GQ?
Yeah. So many damn. I got so many family in Atlanta.
Oh, okay.
We just had our family reunion in Atlanta last year. I was just down there last year for the family reunion. We have it in Atlanta like every 3 years. It rotate between Atlanta, Memphis, and Chicago. And I was stationed in Augusta, Georgia, at Fort Gordon when I was in the Army.
Oh, that's why, yeah, down there at Fort Gordon.
Yeah, I was down there in Augusta. Yeah, I used to love Augusta, man. Then my daughter, she grew up in Columbus, Georgia. Her mother moved down there when my daughter was like, she didn't grow up there. She grew up in Mississippi, but when she was like 14, her mother left Mississippi and went to Columbus. So
down there, Alabama.
Yeah, it's way down. It's way south. Yeah, it took me down there 15 hours from Chicago to get to Columbus, man. I had to go down there when she graduated high school down there and shit. But she lived with me.
Drive?
Yeah, it was 15 hours from Chicago to Columbus.
You drove?
Yeah, I drove.
Okay. Yeah,
I drove all the way down there and shit. Because I didn't know it was that goddamn far. If I'd have knew it was 15 hours, if I'd have knew it was that far, I wouldn't have drove, though. I'm thinking Atlanta because I had drove to Atlanta a few times. You know what I'm saying? I had drove to Atlanta for the Freaknik and shit. I think when the Freaknik was I used to get to Atlanta in like 9 hours because we used to do like 110 all the way down to that motherfucker. But yeah, I'm thinking Georgia. I'm like, oh, that ain't nothing but a hop, skip, and jump. Man, that motherfucker, it seemed like it took me forever to get to Columbus. I'm like, God damn.
People don't realize how big Georgia is. Folk be like, you don't go to Savannah all the time. I'm like, that's like 4 hours, bro. For like,
right.
I don't like nowhere down. It's easier to drive to Chattanooga for me than it is to drive to Savannah.
Hell yeah, it is.
Chattanooga, that sound far as hell from Atlanta.
Nah, Chattanooga, Tennessee, like an hour and a half.
Chattanooga ain't nowhere from Atlanta. Yeah.
Oh, you said Tennessee? A whole nother state?
Yeah, Chattanooga, Tennessee. That's like an hour and a half outside Atlanta.
Damn.
If you stay in like Marietta, like it's even shorter. It's like 45 minutes almost.
Yeah.
Like
So when I leave
little
Chicago, when I come from Chicago to go to Atlanta, I had to go straight through Chattanooga.
Yeah, that's a quick ride. When you get to Chattanooga, you know you almost there. Just like Greenville, South Carolina, that's like an hour outside. If you on 85 side on the north side of Atlanta, you about 45 minutes from South Carolina. Yeah. We really like not too far from a lot of places. The furthest drive out will probably be Florida because you got to go like a few hours to get to Florida. But even that ain't that bad.
Yeah, I'm
Georgia
definitely
connected to
retiring
everything.
South, get some land and.
Now, where I grew up in Mississippi, it don't take like 4 hours to get. Yeah, it take like four and a half hours to get to Atlanta from Louisville, Mississippi. It goes straight through Alabama. It goes straight through Alabama, Tuscaloosa. Shit, take 20 all the way through there.
I'm thinking about Louisiana when I said 6 hours. Because from here to New Orleans, I think it's 6 hours.
Yeah. It only take like 4 hours to get there from Louisville, Mississippi, man. And we hot skipping the jump.
Oh, it is MLK Day, man.
Yes.
And that really used to be like my favorite leader back in the day, though. Like my favorite civil rights leader when I was in elementary. I used to have a picture of his I Have a Dream speech on my wall.
Yeah,
Nigga, I was MLK in public school. I still remember I was MLK in like 4th grade. They made me
You
get
kinda
on
look like
stage
him.
and do this whole thing. Yep. Fontaine stupid. No, they made me get on stage because I remember I had to that's the first time I had to memorize lines and shit like that. Like that was my first time, so I was nervous as hell. They was like, yo, you gotta say it like this and you gotta say it like that. You gotta bang on the podium and all this shit. I'm a little kid, like, what the hell? Well, I'll never forget that shit. That's funny you said that. I was MOK in school, bro. I kind of liked him, but then I didn't like him because of all of that effort. I was nervous as hell. So I'm like, who the hell was this motherfucker? I'm a kid, so I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I still don't really know what's going on. I just know that he's mad important. So in my mind, I'm just like, man, y'all niggas putting a lot of effort in this shit. Word.
Yeah,
That's what I learned about what protesting and shit was. And I still remember they made me memorize lines about not riding a bus and doing whatever you got to do to get to wherever you got to go instead of riding a bus. So I remember they made me memorize lines like you got to ride mules and get on bikes or something crazy. It was just mad shit. I was just like, yo, this is crazy.
Let me bring you up on that, young bro. I lived it.
Go ahead, OG.
I lived it, bro.
School. School.
Shit. Yeah, 57. Born in 57. So I lived it. I see it. I went to segregated school. So I know I know what all that shit is about. And the fact that somebody mentioned Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama, I don't like none of them goddamn states.
I ain't like none of them states.
Yeah,
I don't like none of them damn states.
I don't blame you. Them apartheid states, shit.
Yeah, I was stationed in Fort Gordon.
But I know Mississippi and Alabama is.
Yeah. My people had to my people didn't migrate. My people had to flee Mississippi and Mobile, Alabama. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not talking about come on no goddamn vacation to another state. I mean, flee.
Yeah. We were just talking about that.
What a lot of black people don't know. A lot of black people that came from the South, came to Chicago, came to California, came to a lot of Western states. Man, they came there because they were terrorized. I mean, literally terrorized.
Thank you. There you go.
House being burned down. Great uncles and shit being lynched and shit. People don't really. sometimes I get on these platforms, man. I sometimes, man, I just, man, I'm like, they got a book or movie's eyes view of what this shit is about. I said that's the reason why they don't make that real deep connection. But I'm not even originally from. I'm in California now, but I'm originally not from California. I'm from Texas, and I don't like no goddamn Texas. But I know our people are everywhere, man. But
facts.
My people had to leave the southern states, man, because they were terrorized, man. They trees on their land being set on fire, animals being found dead, and all kind of stuff. And when they left, the white folks took deed to the they took ownership by creating fraudulent titles and deeds to the property. And a lot of people didn't go back because they knew if they go back, they have to go back in strong numbers to handle some serious business. Yeah, bro. So I know what getting up, giving your seat to somebody. You pay the same damn fare, but you got to get up and give your seat to somebody else. You got to see your mom and daddy or your grandmama who you with that day. Got to get up, and we got to go to the back of the goddamn bus. I didn't understand it at that age, but I tell you this, I've seen it. And when I was in Fort Gordon, Georgia, and I was in Columbus, South Carolina, I was in basic training at Fort Jackson, South Carolina. And I said, I wasn't used to that coming from California. Nobody calling me no goddamn boy. It was just in my nature. You gonna get some pushback. I don't give a damn if you're a sergeant, a captain, a general, you be the goddamn chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff. Call me a boy? No. That ain't happening. That ain't gonna happen. And white boys, even my same damn age, had a flippant way of calling you a boy and calling another grown black man boys. I would get privileges taken away, no pass, can't leave base, ain't going on leave just because I don't whoop the motherfucker's ass in the barracks. I don't know. So I say, if anybody that's in them states, okay, I salute you. You're cool. You know, that's where all you know. My people got the hell up out of there, man. And now that I'm almost in my 70s, I think it was for the better. Shit. You can't tell me nothing about the South. Shit, I deplore it. I deplore it. Even today. St. Louis, all that shit. See, that's what see, the thing is, the South that you grew up in is not the South of the South that I was in. You in the new South.
I agree.
You in the upgraded, modified, improved, how you know a neighbor.
He in Atlanta.
Morning, neighbor.
He's in Atlanta, so he in Black Hollywood shit.
Oh, he in Atlanta? So that's a different. That's a different.
Yeah, that's a whole different kind of South shit.
Atlanta, when I was in Georgia, Atlanta didn't even look the way it do now. Even parts of North Carolina, I've been all up through there. Atlanta, Durham, North Carolina, Columbus, South Carolina. It wasn't like the way it is now. All the sparkling lights and you go down Atlanta and go down to the main district where all the restaurants and lights is going and rest cafes. You can sit outside and all that shit. No, they didn't have that when I was in Atlanta. When I was in Atlanta, some black folks would get off the sidewalk when white folks come down walking down the sidewalk. That's Atlanta.
We definitely in New Atlanta then, because we definitely don't do that.
But I'm gonna find
Well,
that quote
ain't
from
moving out the way for
MLK
no white folk around here.
where MLK talked about how I want to say he was either Chicago or Illinois, but he talked about the anti-blackness.
Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago.
Oh,
He said he
they
said he
ran them.
never
They
seen
ran them.
nothing like
Bro,
Chicago.
they ran them out of Chicago.
Yeah.
Bro. They ran Martin Luther King
Man, you
out
know,
of
MLK
Chicago.
them used to be on the strip down here on Auburn Avenue. Like
Yeah,
they
they
had
ran.
Come
all
on.
them
He
civil
was
rights leaders was
63rd.
down here.
He was over there.
You
On
know who my favorite?
what they call Lithuanian Plaza. So it was a bunch of Lithuanians over there and shit. And they was throwing bricks and shit at Martin Luther King. They ran them out the shop.
On 63rd? Like on like Woodline?
Yeah, no,
White folks said we from
West,
63rd.
over Western.
Oh, okay, west, out west.
Yeah, no, not out west, on the south side, but on Western Street,
Western Street,
Campbell,
okay.
over that area. Yeah.
You know, when I
Some
came
white
up,
folk
bro.
did that?
Damn.
Huh?
Brother,
I was saying some white folk did that. My bad.
Yeah, white folks, definitely white folks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Chicago.
Bro, are you familiar with Stokely Carmichael?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Stokely. I met him in person many a times. Sit down, talk to him just like I'm talking to y'all in person, face to face. He later changed his name to Kwame Ture.
Kwame Ture. Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing about Malcolm, I respect it. I grew up to have a lot of respect for MLK and Ralph Abernathy and Jesse Jackson and all those who was part of that.
Hey, Ralph David, man.
Yeah, and James Farmer. But my hero was Al-Haj Malik Al-Shabaab, Malcolm.
Malcolm X.
Malcolm, yeah. Malcolm.
Yeah.
Because if you got a chance to see that, Malcolm was bold and direct, and Malcolm was a black man of rarity. That's why we ain't seen another Malcolm come out of our culture, come out of our people.
Nation of Islam.
Dr. Khalid Muhammad.
Yeah,
ain't seen another Martin.
I was in the nation.
Yeah.
I was in the nation. I was in the FOI.
Mm-hmm. You know what?
Just like I was in there.
You know.
Just like I was in that white man's army.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bro. I was in the nation. Right here at Compton, Mosque 54, under Minister Samad Muhammad. Regional Captain Shahid Abdul Muhammad.
Mm-hmm.
Met Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, Cal State, Long Beach. Sat there, talked to him, and did security for him just like I did for them white folks when I was in the military. But I had more pride and I had more focus and understanding. Why is it that they hate and disrespect and treat our people the way? I mean, what is it? What did we do? What did we do?
They hate us because they oppress us because we poor. That's what Malcolm said.
Malcolm X. Malcolm and the whole civil rights movement.
They hate us because we're black. They oppress us, but they oppress us because we're poor.
They oppress us because we black, and they hate us because they know who we are, and we don't know. That's the real. That's the real thing. We don't know. They know who he is, man. And let me tell you this. Let me tell you, brothers, this, bro. You got to understand, white folks have a God complex. They have a God complex. If you look at the history of people in the time of antiquity, they know that black people were the first people to walk upright on this planet Earth.
Mm-hmm.
They know this. But their question is, if we were the first people, then who did the creator that created the first people, who did he look like? That's the problem. See, we don't understand that white people have a color complex and a God complex preoccupation with us. Now, all historians...
About to say, damn, Me being an atheist, this is tough to listen to. But go on ahead, school.
But
School us, school.
I'm gonna have to tell you,
Go on ahead, school us.
because you got to understand that if you look at you don't have to be have no PhD to understand that anthropologists, historians, archaeologists have found bones and remains of ancient Africans that go back 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years. And when they went to look for the origin of man and Oliver
I'm
God
saying you stupid.
in Africa. When they dig in the ground to look at anthropological human remains, they don't go to Europe. They don't go to Switzerland. They don't go to goddamn Siberia or Russia or Europe. They go to Africa. That's where they go because they know the first
Damn,
humans on
school,
the
man.
planet were African.
Damn, school. I don't even, guys. Matter of fact, guys, school. I ain't gonna do that, guys. School.
So the
But I
thing it
wanted to
is,
ask
brother.
you, when you say white
Go ahead.
people know these things, what white people are you talking about?
Well, let me rephrase that. So-called white people, because there's no such evidence anthropologically or genetically
Well,
of
now,
a so-called white people.
what I'm saying is like,
We
in
done
most
went
of these
to
towns,
Nation of Islam out here.
like, I don't think my white neighbors know those things. I don't think that's why they feel they're superior. Now, when you're going into the anthropology and all of that, yeah, they've studied these things. But the average
your white
American
neighbor,
is dumb as hell.
yeah. See,
I don't mean they don't talk
but see,
about racism.
I'm
Because
gonna
they
tell
dumb
you
as hell
what
don't mean they don't know about racism. And
what your white neighbor know. If the police is called and there's a dispute between you and your white neighbor, they're gonna go talk to your white neighbor first and get all the information about what happened. And most likely, you're gonna be the one putting handcuffs. That's what your white neighbor knows.
Nah, we gotta stop
That
thinking.
that white neighbor that might say, "Top of the morning, Joe. How you doing today? Your grass looks so lovely from you cutting it yesterday." That same neighbor, they can probably wave at you or maybe even shake your hand. Even though he don't talk about it or she don't talk about it, she knows what the privilege of white means in this America.
Because I was applying it to you saying that they know we're the children of God, we the first, and this, that, and the third.
When I mean that, I don't mean your average Billy Bob or Sally Mae.
You get my point. All right.
Yeah, not your average Billy Bob and Sally Mae and Susie Huckenbecker. I'm not talking about him, or them. A lot of them people are not even educated.
So that's
the people that was.
That was the point of my question. I'm saying we got to be careful, like, and clear how we classify them. I think some white people are working on a level because they know we are the supreme beings on the planet, but others are just
supreme beings. Oh man, what the hell? When I woke up to, this is wild. Come on, y'all. Come on, man. Damn, man. Oh,
when it comes to sciences, sports, the most basic things, I think the white man's issue with us has always been our superiority in certain spaces, right?
Okay,
so when I'm saying the supreme being, I'm not spookifying it and making it God or nothing.
It don't even matter what you doing. Y'all pseudofying it, whether you think you spookifying it or not. Y'all pseudofying it, and I'm gonna tell y'all like this: if you got all of those attributes and they was able to be in a position they in now, man, the shits is worthless.
But that's like saying, that a lion isn't still the apex predator just because we put it in.
No, you're thinking of yourself as a lion, as an apex predator. But I'm simply telling you, you're not a lion. You're not an apex predator. You're a human, and they're all humans, and humans are humans, and that's just that. All of this, they realize you're the superior, supreme being, and all that. This is just more of that. And like I was a god body before, so I'm not no stranger to none of this talk. But at some point, you're going to have to realize that the pseudo-flying is shit.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this
Like
question.
if they are the weaker and they are the less intelligent and all that, give me all of those attributes. If they're gonna be in control and they got the president, they've been presidents since they ever been president, been in control and been beating people back since they've been in control. Then yeah, give me some of them attributes. Keep those
So
those
let's do
superior
it on a
attributes that
physical
y'all got.
level, right? Let's do it on a physical level.
No, it's too late. I got you on the physical level. That's why you
I'm gonna give
lead the NBA. OG, hold up, school. That's why you can't. That's why you the man in the NFL. That's why you the man in the NBA. I'm saying keep that. And let me be the owner. You keep on busting your ass and dunking and all that. If that's getting you as far as you want to get to it, or making you think that you're the physically superior, supreme being, and you keep on being that. I'm saying I'd rather be the owner and just keep standing in that high rafters and watching your ass keep dunking and spraining your fucking and tearing your meniscus and shit like that, and
Yeah,
fucking
no
tearing your
argument there.
fucking Achilles. You can't argue there because it's obvious. But you prideful in terms of look what you're about to say. You literally is
It
about to
doesn't
get into
take away the fact that
physicality.
physically though we're still superior.
What you're literally about to get into is the physicality, physical dominance when you're moving into a space where that if you look at technology, ever since the man has begun to advance in terms of technology, your fight has gotten less and less more physical, and it's going to continue to get less and less more physical and get more
I agree with that.
technological. And you can't disagree with it. Like it's obvious. Like you from if you go the way to old school, chill out for a second. Because he's stating the obvious. You can't disagree with that because ever since man has picked up a rock and learned what throwing a rock can do, he created distance between that physicality. So all of that pride that you taken in
What I'm
terms of being
saying
able to
though,
physically beat somebody up, they can literally press a button and destroy the world. So you
and
all
I'm
that
saying
picking up
that
your
their
hands
knowledge
and
of that,
physical.
right? Their knowledge that we are superior to them in
I'm done.
certain
Y'all can
physical
continue with the pseudo
aspects. What?
conversation.
Hold
I'm
on.
saying that no, Will, chill for a minute. I'm about to let you ramble off. You in school. I'm just talking to the chat. Chat. They can literally the threat that's called mutual assured destruction. This ain't your fault. This is white people came up with these things. And if they want to keep on talking about how physically dominant, how fast they are on the track and all that, and think that that's the fight right there, and that's what's going to win them a title, that's where you're seeing the disparity in terms of where we see these misrepresentations at, whether you're talking about the medical field, engineering field, or space exploration, or any nuclear technology, any advancements that y'all see, wealth gaps, all of that is because of this mentality. I'm gonna let them continue, chat, but all of this is tied up into a thinking
I'm
that's
just
been
saying
around.
though, you
Go ahead,
moved the
school.
goalpost away from the point I
Y'all
was
can
making.
both go ahead. No, y'all both making the same point actually, but go ahead.
Nah, that's not my point. My point is this, right? When I came in and asked about the difference in the mindset of the white people that think they're superior, you have to understand the psychology that goes into it. I think there's certain people on a certain level that do understand that we are superior, even in terms of just our chemical makeup and surviving on this earth, right? They are trying to chase our attributes and add it to their collective, right? So when I'm saying that, I'm saying other whites in America, the hillbillies who feel they're superior, it comes from a system that's been created. So we're not actually disagreeing. You get what I'm saying? But to say that we are superior in certain areas, it would do us a disservice not to be proud of that and recognize that. That's an attribute. That might be a way that we beat them.
Well, let me say this. Let me piggyback up on that, brother. It was basically the statements I was making is based on generalized statements. They were not really generalized statements, but they were statements based on careful study, inquiry, and investigation. Second of all, I said what I said because of my experiences and my age. A lot of things that people talk about on some of these platforms, it's not stuff they live. They're talking about it from information, documentational, study, But you would get better case study if you lived something or experienced it versus read it in a book.
There's an argument. There's an argument that can be made that even in this country, right, we've shown a certain level of political superiority. I don't think that white people could have dug themselves out of the hole we dug themselves out of. The Indians chose, I'm going to give them the respect of saying they chose to be extinct before they fought this beast. And before George Bush Jr. left office, I never thought I would see a black president. So we have done things, even on a political level, that we can say we are superior. Nobody could have overcome certain things we went through. So psychology is a big part of it. And I feel like our people are kind of beaten down mentally to the point where we don't think we can beat this beast. And if you're going into this war, if you're going into this fight thinking you can't win politically, thinking you can't get reparations, thinking you can't do this, can't do that, then what are you even fighting for? That makes sense?
Well, I tell you this. Yeah, that makes sense. I tell you this. You can't ask a Jew of any sect. You can't ask a Hasidic Jew, a Sephardic Jew, or a Zionist Jew. Nowhere on this planet should they have gotten reparations when they were in Dachau, Auschwitz, under the Third Reich's rule, and all that shit and all the hell they went through. You can't find a Jew over here that will tell you, no, we didn't deserve it, and we don't deserve aid from the taxpayers of the United States of America going to Israel. You can't find that. And second of all, pseudoscience to me is another form of pseudoscience to me. When I get hit with that pseudoscience type thing, it's a pseudoscience of the fact that, well, if we can't beat them, let's join them. Well, I'd rather be the owner than the bastard one dribbling the ball down. We understand that. That's clearly no. That's a no argument subject right there. I remember when Magic Johnson and I think it was Magic Johnson and
Jordan.
No, Jordan and also Wilt Chamberlain. Even I go back as far as Wilt Chamberlain. When they wanted to buy their own, wanted to be a team owner. The body of owners, the owners that were white at that time, and their lawyers and their board blocked them from doing that, even though they had the money to acquire a team.
Yeah.
The problem wasn't just acquiring a team; it was knowing that they would be able to assemble one of the best teams in the league at that time.
And so
now that's not pseudoscience.
Let's apply political science to that, right? Like when you're dealing with people that weren't even considered human, right? To push forward and literally lead the nation that held you back, that's a certain level of political fierceness, strength. You hit it on the head.
That is capital.
You dig what I'm saying? So
right.
When I say a lot of times I'm dealing with the mentality, if you're going into a war thinking you're not gonna win, you're not gonna win. So we do have to cleave to the superiorities that we do have and weaponize them. You get what I'm saying? Not saying that we're superior to this beast in everything, but there are places where we've proven, even when it comes to sciences, like I pointed out, political science, like what we came back from, most worlds, nations, peoples, countries can't accomplish what we've accomplished in America. And we minimize it a lot of the times, where if you just simplified it to the fact that we weren't considered human beings, and we reached a point where we were leading, we were in control, so to speak, right? We ain't gonna go into the president controls things convo, but we were the face of the power of this nation at a certain point. That's political strength. That's a lot of people wouldn't have been able to overcome that. So we got to hold on to the things that we can be proud of, to have the mindset.
All right, I'll let y'all speak, Booger. All right, Will, you're starting to repeat yourself. I'll let y'all speak just now for a little minute while I went and just dug my car out. Hey, yo, chat.
You mad? I'll button you
Yo,
up.
Joe, man. Yo, Joe. It's a pseudo-nami. It's a wave of pseudo. Like, this shit just took a life of its own. Like, you don't even hear talk like this. No. Yo, man. Yo, chill, school. I just let you talk. Yo, I was about to say. School.
No, I
I let you
want
go.
to talk to
School.
you, bro.
No, school.
No, but I
School.
want to
I don't
talk to
want you
you
to school.
though.
I don't want to mute you. School. I don't want to mute you. School. You
Let
gotta
him
let me
cook,
speak.
old school.
You gotta let me speak. School. This not a personal attack to you. School. It's not even a personal attack to Will. These things, like I said, I was God body. What years I was 5%? I turned 5% like 93. Like 93. So none of this stuff is new to me. Yo, nah, 510. I'm like, yo, Five, where you at? But I get it, 510. Like, I know it ain't about like, so chat, when you hear me, or you probably hear Five, I don't want to speak for 510, but when you hear me, when you hear me not speaking or challenging a lot of stuff, for old school, you gotta be like, where's your self-control at school? Like you got all these attributes. Where's your school? Where's your attributes that show you got some maturity to be exercise self-control. Let's I understand you superior. Let's show some superiority and self-control. But Chad, when y'all hear me not speaking to this stuff like that, because a lot of this stuff is not about taking people out the mindset that they have already. You know what I'm saying? Because it's about recognizing, bad arguments and recognizing the psychological issues that we still bore today. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things that you hear is like you need a therapist or a psychologist to work out. It's not necessarily about trying to convince people in a one stream, in a 12-hour stream, like, this type of thinking is not going to work or it hasn't worked. It's just it's how many different ways or how many different times we're gonna have the same type of discussion, chat. So yeah, man, I just want y'all to know when y'all hear me sitting back. I don't know if 510 got the same he got the same thing going on. I'm gonna let 510 speak real quick, School. That's another person who's on the panel, but I'm just speaking to the chat. I ain't even challenging y'all, School. I'd rather
So
speak to
you're
y'all people
saying
like
to
y'all, not
believe
often.
that we have
Will,
any
I just said I'm gonna let
superiority?
510 for Will. I just said I'm gonna let 510 speak. I'm not doing this with you. Yeah, it's too late. You know what I'm saying? And I'm anti-hope, chat. What's up, sis? I see you in the chat. I'm
That
anti-hope, and y'all
says a
know that.
lot.
I'm about to hold on. I got you, Will. Cause see, when y'all don't exercise, y'all talk about all the superiority, but y'all can't fall back. I literally fell back and let them just spew a bunch of stuff I totally disagree with. And then when I did decide to speak, right, I had to mute old school and I had to drop Will because they don't exercise that same level of maturity. And with all that superiority, how is being mature enough to just reserve the right to speak or reserve the time to speak? When is that benefit is going to exercise itself, or when they going to recognize that benefit? So really, I didn't want to drop Will. I didn't drop Will until I was literally about to say I'm gonna allow 510 the floor to speak because he hasn't spoken. I heard him speak up, and none of them recognize that. Like they can't help themselves, and that's a part of the psychological issues that I'm talking about. When you literally can't help yourself, like that's an issue. How far are you gonna get when you can't help yourself? When it's time to shh, and then you make a noise and you blow yourself up to the enemy, and the enemy is now knowing where you at. Go ahead, 510.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I didn't hear everything they said, so because some of it I just tuned out. But of course, when he said something about millions-year-old humans and stuff, anytime somebody started talking about evolution and stuff, and I got to jump in the conversation. But I tried to let them speak. And then about the superior thing, I don't think nobody should be viewing themselves as superior. I guess I understand what Will was trying to say as far as wanting to feel proud of yourself and stuff like that. But I don't. For me personally, I don't need to feel superior to anybody to hold myself up or to hold my head high. So that's not something I teach my children, to feel like they're superior to somebody else. And that's not something I think we should be teaching. But y'all can go ahead.
I'm gonna let Will back up now. Yeah, man. Go ahead.
And real quick, yes, we expect them to stay silent while someone is talking. People have said all type of stuff to me, and I just let them say what they say, and then when they done, I respond. It shouldn't be that hard to let somebody talk.
Yeah, GA, I'm on my way to get my coffee right now, GA. I just took myself out the snow. School, I just took you off mute, School. You can go ahead and speak. Or Will, whoever.
Well, basically, I
You
said
threw shots, and then you start muting everybody and bringing everything down. Like, come on.
No, I understand. I understand what the brother's saying. He has a gavel. It's somewhat power in that because you can mute people and put them backstage. I understand that. But, a lot of times I talk. And like if you and I are having a conversation, brother, if we were having the same conversation in person, and somebody that is familiar with some of the topics that we're having, you and I could be standing in front of a bus stop or a liquor store. We could be sitting somewhere out in the park or just walking down the street. Somebody come interject themselves into that conversation. Hey, yeah, bro, I know about that. What I think y'all talk about is pseudoscience. First of all, I'll ask them how old they are and where do they live. 9 times out of 10, when I hear that pseudoscience pushback, is based on the status and status of where we are as a people here today. And it tend to be brothers on the East Coast that make that kind of reference.
Yo, but look, old school.
Hold on, Elder. Depending on the region you in, any random layman or layperson can't just cut in and just. You can get hurt, bro.
No, I know. I understand. Just like you just cut in.
Listen to what I'm saying, though, Diddy.
Hey, yo,
Diddy,
look,
stay with
Diddy,
me,
you
though.
hear,
What I'm saying
Will
is,
is doing it right now. Will is literally doing it right now, Diddy. Right now, while you trying to tell him how rude and how you can get busted in your head for cutting in. He's literally cutting in. Like he literally just navigated around with you.
I don't like
this
that.
is weird as hell. Hey, yo, chat, I just want y'all to peep how I let them just go, chat. Listen and watch the patience. And I totally disagree with everything they said.
But real quick, that vexes me. Like, that's part of etiquette and being decorum is like it's not cutting nobody off. And where I'm from, you get hurt. You can get damn near killed for especially being in jail. You cutting two people off to have a conversation, you cut in. No, that gets you hurt, bro. Like for real. Like respect is the entree. And it's the main entree, like respect. So, but go ahead. But I don't do the cut in, and I have to catch myself. I have to on my bad. I have to catch. I have to be mindful of not cutting nobody off and not cutting in, and because that's it's just that's the that's fundamental. But go ahead.
Now everybody quiet.
Like I was saying before, I was before I was interrupted so abruptly by the people that talking about people and interrupted. But I'll say this: it's not a point of matter of, like I said, people's emotions get involved in that, and I do that, and I did that. But the people that set the corn for the room, a lot of these platforms, they do the very thing that they claim that other people are doing, that are in the room, and particularly at that gavel. When I mean at that gavel, whoever the moderator is has the buttons to put people in the back room or take them off stage or mute their mic. See, and that in a micro way of managing. That's some power. That's some sway within itself.
Yeah.
Because people be wanting to make their points. I'm not expecting people to agree with everything I say. They can say, I totally think everything you said is bullshit. So I can walk away with that.
People, OG, one of the things I want to be clear, though, right? Because if you ever hear anything when someone's responding back to Will, they always say the same main thing. You already said that, Will, right? See, what happens in these conversations a lot of times is people stand on having a bunch of knowledge they confused about. So they get to jumping all over the board instead of staying on topic. 9 times out of 10, when I'm trying to interject, because someone else is about to talk for a minute and a half, go from ancient Egypt back to MAGA over here, and the conversation gets lost. This is why I pride myself when people tell me, you already said that. Well, right. And nobody refuted it yet. You got to stay on topic sometimes. So this is why there is actually a need to kind of slow the conversation down. Now, that's the job of the moderator, to be like, all right, this is the topic. We were sticking on this point. Let's build on this before we move on and just start talking about anything. So...
Well, when I logged on, I said, oh, they talk about the Snoop. That's what I thought the discussion was about, actually, to be honest with you. But when somebody mentioned something about Georgia and South Carolina, you notice when I first came in, that's what I was speaking on.
That's your
because
expertise.
that I hate the South. I never go to Georgia again. I never go to South. Hell, I don't even see why niggas are still in the South.
But look, OG,
because
how crazy is it? How crazy is it, OG, that in one voice will say we need to stop following these entertainers and sports people, right? And we'll point to when Brother Malcolm said that, but then have a whole conversation about what these entertainers are doing. There's a disconnect there, right? That I don't think we are even cognizant of. It's crazy.
Well,
like we're supposed to expect them to do those things.
Well, I agree with you because I don't watch no damn sports. Only sports that I watch is the only sports that I'm into or anything relating to entertainment sports is boxing. Because I boxed before. I've been boxed when I was in the military. I don't watch baseball, basketball. I couldn't tell you who's going to the playoff. I couldn't even tell you who the players today. I don't watch baseball. I don't watch any sports.
So
that's a fact.
To your sports point, right? When we're looking at Snoop, who the title is about, right? In particular, the one thing I could probably give him some real credit for in terms of investing in Black youth was his sports programs, right?
Right.
He was doing the what's the baby league football and all of that, and coaching. He Pop Warner and all that. He invested a lot of his personal energy into Pop Warner. That's something I can look at my brother and say, "I salute. You did something, right?" But outside of that, like, what are we even? And even in that, right? Everything you said about sports is valid. So while the attempts may be good, strong, and earnest, you get what I'm saying? You just sending us right down the same rabbit hole we've been in, all trying to be the next Travis Hunter, the next Maurice Claret, the next Heisman kid. You get what I'm saying? So we already know where even the minimal thing we can give you credit for is still in a lane that doesn't benefit us. So why would I look to you for anything else?
Well, let me say this, bro. I'm here in this. I'm in the state where a lot of these cats on the West Coast are. They were babies when I was coming up, bro. But some of them weren't even born, let alone they wasn't even out the nutsack. What? You understand? So I'll say this about that. Yes, I agree with you. Yes, Snoop has done those things for children. He did it for Pop Warner. He supplied the uniforms, got the kids medical examinations to get them cleared to be able to play sports. I know this for a fact. Because I've met Snoop many times. Warren G, many times. Ice Cube, many times. NWA, many times. When I was coming up, these kids was in junior high school, and some just barely getting into high school, brother. They were young enough to be my kids. So I'm saying this to say that. I said this to say that. I said that to say this. Is that Snoop stepped into a political, even though he may not even realize that his actions put him on the scene in a political dynamic. That's the reason why he's getting caught up. He may even know, but see, you gotta understand.
I think he's at least smart enough to know. I just really think he doesn't care.
A lot of these cats, bro. A lot of these cats have rubbed shoulders with politicians and these people. You know, a lot of them rubbed shoulders with Donald Trump when Donald Trump was just a businessman. A lot of these cats in New York, Kanye, P. Diddy, a lot of these cats, actually Jay-Z, they done sat in rooms and got funding in their early days to get their agendas jumped off. So they're not
Jay-Z has Warren Button's phone number. It's a lot of white folks that wish they could have that. I get your point.
Now, when Kanye went to the White House when Trump in his first term, but that embarrassed the hell out of that for me as a black man. That embarrassed the hell out of me.
You know what I think would be the better conversation, old school, when it applies to Snoop? What are the learning lessons? Like, how did he fool us? When the last time Trump ran and he was making whole records, F Donald Trump, and I think it was him and
Yes, indeed. Yes,
YG
indeed.
or whoever. You know what I mean? When he was doing all of that, was he ever sincere? Was he fooling us? Was he capitalizing off of what he knew we wanted to hear just to switch sides later on? That's the better conversation, because then we get to spot these people that's going to take advantage of us right before they get to do it. We done seen this happen time and time again.
Yeah, and he's going to, you know, when I see these kind of moves, to me, that tells me somebody called in a favor. Somebody called in a payback, or somebody called in a favor. And if you ever did business with these people, you still gotta pay back those favors.
You know what I really think, OG? I think the people that Snoop has surrounded himself with at this point, right, are so astute, right? Businessly, on a business level, political level, whatever, right? That, and okay, now he can retract all that F Donald Trump, and now he can rock with Trump. Why? Because so many of us are talking about we're rocking with him, right? So now it's not even blasphemy, right? Because before, if you said you was voting for Donald Trump when he was making that song, you would have been America's next top coon, right? But I think the people around him see things going on, and for his brand, for the people who benefit off of his name and what he does, he said, all right, you know what? We're switching lanes. It's more profitable over there for us right now. It's more opportunity over there for us right now. You feel me, Diddy?
Well, I tell you this. Snoop Dogg.
Real quick though.
Go ahead.
Because you brought up Kanye in regards to Kanye. Kanye's from Chicago. You know, and you know, I do what's the word I want to say? We do share some of the same as far as like he lost his mom, I lost my mom. So when it comes to, you know, his psychology, you know, I get it. But basically what I want to say is that he also brought awareness to Larry Hoover, well, more awareness by shining a light on Larry Hoover, talking about Larry Hoover, and also talking about Dr. Clyde Anderson's book. You know, so he wasn't just at the White House. Go ahead.
Because I want to add to that point, like to go on MTV, right, and go off script, go off that cue card, and say the simple words of George Bush doesn't like black people, right? Mm-hmm. It was something small, but at the same time, it was profound. He wasn't the Kanye he is now. He wasn't solidified, right? So he has shown a certain level of wanting to push our narrative. I think the bigger question in these conversations is what happens in this growth of these particular black men that take them from there to there. You get what I'm saying? Not what we doing. Do we have a problem with it or not? I think we can button that up with a simple yes or no. Most of us got a problem with Snoop. To me, just being disingenuous, you just made a song, F Donald Trump. Now you about to shuck and jive for him, right? Clown move, right?
But this is the same dude that backpedaled to Gayle King. He was big rowdy and protecting Kobe's legacy, and he backpedaled. So he showed you, Snoop showed you who he was. He been telling you he was pliable. He was pliable.
This is the bigger conversation. You know what I mean? How do we get from there to here? Because I think everything you pointed about Kanye, right? He's the perfect example for a study that this black community needs to do, right? We put people in a position where they can push our narratives, they get extremely wealthy, and then there's this change, right? And that's the bigger conversation in this, not do we agree with them doing it or not. That's a yes or no question. Dig what I'm saying? The real question
you got to go back. Go ahead.
The real question is, how do you get from saying George Bush doesn't like black people to wearing a MAGA hat? That's what we need to do the math on, to figure out the science on. And I'll land there.
And I'm not saying I agree with everything, all his antics and him being enamored with the orange man. I'm not saying I agree with all that, but don't think that he was there talking about very relevant things that pertain to black folks. You feel me?
George Bush doesn't like
Dr.
black
Clyde Anderson's book. We can omit Larry Hoover from the equation and just but black power.
Talk that powernomics,
white labor,
Lord.
white wealth, and powernomics was definitely discussed.
Talk that powernomics, Lord.
But yeah, bro.
Dr. Claude Anderson is one of my super OGs.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Dr. Claude Anderson. I went to one of his lectures. Have his book. And but let me get back to Kanye. Kanye went there and presented an idea of an app that he's working with some people on his team to develop, to be used to be able to help the president. He could have pitched that same idea to his community and created another social media platform. But no, he go there with a MAGA hat on. See, this is the thing. These mixed messages. See, that shit don't appease me or incite me one way or the other. But those younger generations, that's your generation and those younger than you, they get, when they look at the optics of that, they get confused on that. See, because Kanye got a MAGA hat in, then he said George Bush don't like black people. Then he go from that with holding hands with Candace Owens with White Lives Matter and shit like that. Man, that's that right there. Now that right there is what needs medical, psychological, outpatient or inpatient treatment for psychosis.
I'm not even going to say treatment, OG. I think the evolution, right, of Kanye West as a black man needs to be studied by the black community. No one else. We need to figure out how do we lose brothers that started out so strong. You get what I'm saying? And standing on something, worked in the areas that we feel we need to progress in. Finance. He was trying to do ownership. He was pushing a lot of the narratives that we say we need to focus on. So now if we study that, maybe we could consider a lot of it is disappointment in the blacks he was surrounded with that didn't support him on the level to take him to the next level, and how much pushback he might have gotten from his own, how that breaks people. I say that, and I'm gonna land real quick. I say that in having read Clarence Thomas's book, my grandfather's son, right? Yo, Clarence Thomas used to wake up every day and put his black beret on and dress like Black Panther. Every day.
Like a panther. Yeah. Yes.
Every day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, this is documented by his friends in college.
Yes, it did.
So this is why I'm saying the bigger conversation for us, this think tank of black men who, no matter what level you want to put us on, I revere this panel every day, right? We are the black men that we need to be talking to. The bigger conversation here is, how do we lose these men? What goes on in their minds mentally? You get what I'm saying? To take them from standing up for Katrina, right? And how blacks were I don't even know the word I want to use, but disproportionately violated with the way things were handled in Katrina, to now getting to a place where you're telling black people that slavery was a choice, right? This is the better conversation than should Snoop perform or not. That's a yes or no question.
Well, no, I agree with you. You don't have no pushback with me, bro, because this seems like you have a good analysis on the situation at hand. I think what it is we don't have eyes around these people to find out who they shake hands with and do deals with. You see, and that would give us a better understanding. How can
now
they
look,
go
OG, though, this is where the younger side can actually be a benefit to you in terms of breaking down the information, because we do got them people around them, man. We got
we do.
We got more people than they want around them. We got the shade room right there. We got these things being reported to us. We know what's going on.
Okay. So we need more of that, because And we need to be able to vet reports as they come in from whoever they come in. That's a part of the collective of any type.
We need to be better at controlling and understanding the information to create a narrative that we want. The information is there; it's just all over the place, willy nilly. You get what I'm saying? We need to be able to cultivate these things as evidence to push our narrative. You know what I mean?
And, you know, Snoop right now all on the East Coast now.
And I got a quick question. Why is it hard for us to not us, some of us, to fathom our superiority? I mean, look at some of the quotes. J.R. Edgar Hoover even said himself, the greatest threat to America is Negro unity. Damo brought up yesterday how, fast forward now, how the FBI is talking about the greatest threat to national security is white supremacy. Okay,
well,
what's the solution? What are they doing? Oh, wait, what are they doing? What plan are they devising to dismantle white supremacy? They're not. But back to our superiority, there's many things we can point to speak to our superiority. Why is everybody so taken back, so recoiled by, oh, we're not superior? No, man, we are.
Get it. And you get my simple premise, deity, that if we don't think we're better in certain places, we cannot win. Even we'll talk about everything we can't do in America, right? On a political science level. I talk about our superiority. We went from not being human to being the face of this power structure. It sounds simple, right? And people can make the argument that it didn't.
Hey, brother, something happened. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I'm back now. I'm back now. And Will's still talking about how we superior. I had to drop him down, y'all. I've been going for a minute. Hey, yo, Young Diddy. Yo, my YN. Didn't I give him for a free reign for a minute?
No, we just hopped on that, though. We just hopped on the whole.
Nah, when I left. So, Young Diddy, you trying to tell me when I left, you trying to tell me it wasn't no superiority about black people being superior and all that before I left?
Yes, it was. It was.
All right, so
it was that amongst many other things too, though, brother.
No, I ain't saying y'all wasn't, but I said what I said was, I came back and I said, hold on, it's all about the superiority that I'm gonna take. That's about it. That's about it.
And if you look at the chat, like GA I just made a nice correlation.
Listen,
to you know.
Listen, I think you're moving away from what I was just talking about. I think you kind of, you know what I'm saying, and you noticed that. That's why you started laughing. You kind of moving away from what I said. I'm talking about the reason why I had to drop Will, because Will is not going to
back down.
He ain't going to be able to get off of that whatever he's on right now. I like Will when he's talking about business and stuff like that. I noticed that he knows some stuff about business and economics and all that. But yeah, that's about all that superiority I'm gonna take, because it, you know, a lot of that argument, it kind of leans towards something being wrong with black people mentally. Because if you're saying you're superior in one aspect, but not being able to explain your situation in this other aspect, then it kind of lends to a certain amount of ignorance from black people. And how beneficial is that superiority if that ignorance is going to still leave you in a position that you're in? Obviously, you rather trade off that superiority and get your ignorance together. Again, man, how long are we going to keep hearing about the same type of stuff? Like, how long are we going to keep hearing the same thing? I mean, they definitely got like NOI channels and other kind of channels that really speak to it. No problem, truth. No problem. I see at least Ben, I don't know what happened to Ben. At least Ben muted up. Will was never going to mute up. Like, Will is on his Wu-Tang. I'm the prominent, dominant Islamic, Asiatic, Black, Hebrew. he he on that. You know what I'm saying? And I get it. But yeah, a lot of those arguments speaks to a different kind of ignorance by the superior, quote unquote, superior people. You know, so I think Will was saying something, not Will, but Ben was saying something about like studying the black man and realizing he's the
No, I didn't say I'm back. I speak for myself. No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, well, what you was saying, Ben?
But how long you been up? You been up a
Man,
long time.
yeah, I had to take a back seat to what y'all was talking about, man, because I don't like to interrupt it. And if I feel
Okay, it sounds
myself
like
in a situation where I'm going to interrupt, you know, I'd rather take a back seat and just let y'all speak because I don't want to be rude in any type of way.
okay, I want to ask you a question, bro. Are you on the East Coast?
Yeah, I'm on the East Coast. Oh yeah, that's where you was at. You was on this whole East Coast thing. Go ahead. Yeah, what you were saying about East Coast?
I was just basically saying I can tell when I'm talking to brothers from the East Coast because they got a kind of, it's not an accent. It's just the way they phrase words. Like, like yo son, it's like kind of, no, when
Yeah,
you get to
son. I
go
remember Young Diddy was saying that before. Like, yeah, son.
and something, and I've been on other platforms, and I can tell when a brother is from the East Coast, and they, their thing is, well, I would say now, I can't say from back in the day, but their thing is, I guess they're moving to this. Where's your receipts? Can you document? Show the evidence. Share your screen, because if you can't bring the evidence, man, we might as well not talk about it because it's not going down. Your son, you just get, all this stuff. But I'm cool. I'm cool with that. I mean, I don't care what we talk about, whether economics, education, entertainment, politics, sexual, religion, labor law. I can talk on any of those subjects. And let me first of all say this: I'm retired. If I start talking about how do you get a 401k and how you if you should invest in your company's retirement plan after you vest it, most companies require you to be vested for 5 years, and that from there, if you're not that close to retirement age, invest aggressively. So because you're not going to need that money right on hand. And if you need the money for living based on the cost of living, then you can do something else to make some money on the side to supplement that money that you're investing in, whether it be 3%, 6%, or 10%, or 8%.
What that got to do with hold on, real quick, Scoop, real quick. Yo, Jahab, you could have kept your $2. Will ain't get. He didn't. Yo, he's so slow. Ain't nobody put no money up to sit Will backstage. Will ain't going nowhere, Jahad. So if you're a fan of hearing what Will got to talk about, he ain't going nowhere. He's still backstage. He can't help himself. He don't even find that rude or anything like that. So yeah, we appreciate your donation, but your $2 ain't gonna bail him out. Will got to learn to exercise at a certain level of maturity. And I think Young Diddy was speaking to that in terms of just not interrupting. And I constantly hear Will interrupting, and he can't help himself. So anybody who's a fan of Will, you're a fan of somebody who just wants to keep on talking and hearing themselves constantly speak. And yeah, that's just not what's going to happen right now. So maybe, when somebody else is around and I ain't around, then yeah, y'all can hear Will talk. But other than that, yeah. So shout out to you and your $2, but that ain't gonna help you or help him. Like, you can barely get your cell phone panel. Like, I keep booting you and you keep coming back around. So why the hell would I pay attention to your $2? But yeah, go ahead, Ben. But Ben, matter of fact, let me ask you, what did that got to do with the East Coast thing? You went from the East Coast to
No. I said that to say that I've even had discussions on panels about economics. I tend to get pushback or get some kind of where you going with that from brothers on the East Coast. That's all I'm saying.
But real
now
quick,
we're not even talking about the rules discussion. We're not really. We were before you came back. We were talking about Snoop Dogg. We're talking about the whole thing with what would persuade him to perform at Trump's inauguration. After he made songs talk about it, put in his lyrics F Donald Trump. What will make you go? What will make you go from that to getting a call and agreeing to perform? So that's what we actually were.
And what kind of reasoning did y'all come up with?
Well, my reason, I said that what I know is that, and what I understand, before a lot of these rappers became prominent in rapping in their field, not just West Coast and East Coast, they rubbed shoulders with a lot of these people like Donald Trump. Particularly Donald Trump. People say, well, he's a great businessman. He's great this, that, and that. Okay, that's one thing. But do you know his record about purposely sidelining and redlining property rentals to black customers?
Well, I'm
now, if you in New York,
I definitely know what you're talking about. But
people know that.
Ben, you still ain't. What does that got to do with Snoop? You saying I was asking you what kind of reasoning did y'all come up with? Was why?
What I came up with is that when you come along through your career, whether it be sports, whether it be any of those areas, you got to pay back deal. You got to pay back. You got to pay when a favor's called in at that level, at that upper echelon. You got to make good on the favor. That's all I'm saying. That's what I believe. That's what I truly believe because I've seen it in many areas. You got to call that favor. What would make Kanye go from George Bush don't like black people on national stage at a premiere or at a award show? Okay, and what will make him also further down the line put on a MAGA hat, MAGA shirt, and be welcome to the White House, and slobbering and hugging on Donald Trump, and then talk about he has an app that he wants to develop specifically for the president in order to keep track of his itinerary, and so that he doesn't have to have people advising him and telling him, Mr. President, you have a meeting, we have to go because you have to be in this state or that state or handle this business or go overseas. So that's the question. We're trying to get down to what's the nucleus that brothers would go, that people, or particularly athletes, whether it be entertainers, go from that extreme to the next extreme. And I said these Negroes old favors. They got they rub shoulders with these people, all these parties, all these galas, all these awards, all this. They run across these people, and it's money and it's business and cultural identity or issues that dealing with what the mainstream black people deal with. They're far removed from that. And I know this. I'm in California. Snoop got to come back to California after this performance in Washington around all those white people and all that white snow.
I see a potential debate, man, on superiority. I know it perturbs you, Miz, but there's too much I can point to, like science, like just as far as just everything from agriculture to infrastructure to like literally everything, bro, that we've dominated in. So not just even physical. We can omit physicality and just keep it on some straight trades and construct, as far as like, yeah, bro, I disagree with that, bro. I disagree.
So then what I'm saying,
with all society, of that, we were told we're inferior all our lives. We've been told, we've been constantly bombarded with inferiority, and we've having to respond with that with black supremacy, which is responding by intellectuality, dominating sciences, dominating, like I said, many said fields. But yeah,
and I'm asking you, right?
with what you're saying, with all the superiority, how are you in a position that you're in?
You said how? So you're saying you're saying one hand we're saying we're superior, but the other hand we're in this dilapidated situation, so to speak.
There you go.
Right. But why though? That is due to an external force, though. You see what I'm saying? And we're still, in spite of that, we're still successful. We're still, like these black businesses and all these black towns, we left alone, we flourish. They come back, all these niggas is building, we have to destroy this. That is due to, that shows that
that shows you got a certain amount of endurance. But I'm trying to wonder, where's your superiority?
You're saying, but it's like you're trying to say because we're somehow not on the throne that we're not superior.
No, it's like I'm trying to say because you got individuals who have been successful, that means all of y'all are that same individual. Like, let's say Michael Jordan dominates basketball. It's like you trying to say all black people are Michael Jordan.
But essentially, if you look at the percentage, there is many formations or remnants of Michael Jordan that are black.
No, there hasn't been. No, wait a minute. Hold up. Slow down for a little minute. Like, I know you go fast. I'm saying you just said there's remnants of Michael Jordan.
Yes.
Michael Jordan has inspired a bunch of kids to play basketball, yes, but there hasn't been another Michael Jordan.
There hasn't been, but I'm saying
no, I'm asking you now. So with you admitting that, I'm asking you now, how are you're speaking as if everybody's Michael Jordan when everybody's not Michael Jordan? You have more people who are trying to get in the same position that Jordan was in, but you don't have his situation repeated, or you don't have anybody who's surpassed what he's done.
Two things can be right. We're both right. You're right. As it pertains.
No, I know I'm right. I'm just trying to figure out at the beginning of your argument, you said black people as speaking as a whole are superior. And I'm saying you're speaking as if, and then you use individual black people to speak as black people as a whole, as if those individuals mean that you are that individual. Like the black people who are successful in mathematics. That don't make you successful in mathematics. If it was a black person who was successful at technology, that don't make you successful at technology. That's that individual in their earnest and their hard work. I think you kind of taking it to mean that that automatically gives you, because you're black as well, that automatically gives you this certain dominance in any field when it's not being expressed, right? Because look at you in the position you're in right now. You don't wake up tomorrow and just become dominant in anything that you want to do. You got to work hard for it. Am I correct?
Let me jump in here.
So go ahead, School.
Is that
type of debate too easy? Because a lot of those debates fall into that same category, young deity. But go ahead.
You know the synthesis and antithesis of this whole conversation or conversations like this is that some people believe because if we're superior, how is it that we're not able to duplicate this in other areas or in the major 9 areas? If we are superior, then if we're not superior, wouldn't that also mean, on the other hand, that we're individualists or inferior? Both arguments can be made.
No, because
wait. You're interrupting me, brother. You're doing what you tell me now.
Excuse me, School. Go ahead.
Is that when you look at I'm quite sure you're in New York, so you are familiar with Dr. Neely Fuller, correct?
Neely Fuller Jr., yep. I am.
I'm asking the moderator.
You said, am I familiar with what?
Dr. Neely Fuller.
Compensatory Code of Justice. Yeah,
no.
Okay, Dr. Neely Fuller is the author of the United Compensatory Code System, a textbook for thought, speech, and action for victims of racism and white supremacy. Dr. Neely Fuller states that if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, everything you do understand, you will either not understand or be limited in its understanding as it relates to education, entertainment, politics, sex, war, religion, labor, and law. So we looked at economics. 1%, 1 and 2 or 3% of the U.S. population in America controls 90% of the resources and the wealth that is accumulated in America. So when you look down the points, the major 9 points, racism, white supremacy is a construct that has been codified and constructed by a people that classify themselves as white. So the focus is to classify. Doesn't mean that they're white, nor that it means that people that they needy fuller. So it doesn't mean that the people they classified as non-white are inferior. It means that the system that they put in place, which is racism, white supremacy, that works interconnectedly within those major 9 areas, they have the collective power to affect all people's lives, indirectly or directly, based on the fact that they use the system of racism, white supremacy as their codification or the rule, not the Constitution, not states' rights, not federal rights, not justice, not the preamble to the Constitution, but the very system of racism, white supremacy. So how can you have equal power or have inalienable rights to control your own destiny and control your pursuit of happiness when a system like racism, white supremacy affects all major 9 areas of people's activity, indirectly and directly, simultaneously maintaining and controlling 90% of the world's wealth, meaning the wealth within the U.S.
Okay, there was a lot there. Pause. That's why I kind of wanted to stop you from the beginning, because now I can't even address what I kind of took issues with in the beginning. But I mean, I could address what I took issues with towards the end of what you're saying. In terms of equality and this codification and white supremacy that you're speaking of, that got nothing to do with the original claim of superiority. Because at the end of the day, you claim superiority, but then also claim a white supremacy. Both of those are an immediate contradiction. In one sense, you're saying white supremacy, which suggests a superiority, but at the same speed suggesting that black people are superior. Two things can't be both of those things can't be stated together and both actually be a reality. Now, what you call white supremacy, I don't necessarily subscribe to. Right? There's this, because white supremacy would suggest that everybody who's white is supreme over everyone else, which is not true. What happens is you have a small group of white people who are tethered to by a large group of white people. So in terms of there actually being a white supremacy, I don't subscribe to white supremacy in the same sense or the same manner that you may subscribe to it. I see the same thing that I was saying to Young Deity. I see a bunch of individuals who have achievements who other people tether themselves to, a larger group tether themselves to. So the same way I was speaking to Young Deity and said, you speak as if because Michael Jordan was dominant, every other black person is Michael Jordan and has his equal amount of same capabilities and superiority on the basketball court, which is not true. Everybody's not built like Michael Jordan. Everybody's not the same. Michael Jordan has distinct things that allowed him to be Michael Jordan, just like you have distinct things that made things about yourself you are. And in that same sense, not every white person is a part of or is smart enough to come up with a system that allows white people to be in a position that they're in. White people don't reign supreme as a group of people. There are white people who are in just as bad position or just as bad of a position as black people are in, with all the achievements that the white people who they call their forefathers achieved for them. There was a group that that I just spoke to, their forefathers, who have achieved things that a large group of white people tethered themselves to. But in terms of white supremacy, that same group of people don't consider themselves one people, because that same group of people are constantly at odds with each other. There is, when you talk about white supremacy, it's almost like you're talking about a certain kind of utopia that's just not there. It's been a constant conflict between white people and each other, just like there's always been a constant conflict between black people who are in that group that you call black. So there's a lot of confusion in the way that a lot of y'all think about the world and people in general that hasn't been resolved. And I get it, because I can go back to what you said earlier before I just let y'all go off, when you said, yeah, a lot of these times in these conversations, your emotions get involved. And I think that emotion is what's distorting what helps distort your view of the world and people in general. So even the same way I tell Young Diddy all the time, Young Diddy, gotta admit, I always tell him to breathe. I always tell him to breathe, because Young Diddy gets caught up in his emotions, his emotional attachments to his arguments, to the point where he can hardly find his wording sometimes. And I hear it, and I hear the frustration. And I, just like him, you may not can't find your words or articulate yourself in a manner that says like, nah, you got to stop and breathe. But that doesn't mean you're any less emotionally affected or traumatized by the things that you've heard and the things that you've experienced. That doesn't allow you to view the world from a space that may not be congruent with your argumentation. It may not allow you to view the world that goes against your confirmation bias. There's a lot of confirmation bias tied to these arguments that's not being resolved, and I get that. So when I was started from the beginning, I said I'm not here to change nobody's mind. Half the time I say that I'm anti-hope for a reason, because a lot of the way that people think is because you want to think like that, and it's not necessarily in actuality. Some people like to get, or they get addicted to, or they begin to like the feeling. It's sort of like the people who get addicted to pain, or people who are addicted to cutting themselves. They begin to like the feeling of hurt, and they wallow in that sense. Corey, yo, you're a fool. He said anti-explanation. Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick, man. I was gonna say real quick. In regards to Jordan, what I meant is like there's many Jordan likes. There's many.
I get it. I get it. I get it. Yo, Young Diddy, you ain't even got to explain. I get it. I get it. But again, I think that you are, again, like I said, you're tied to this idea that's really tied to more so an emotional argument than an actuality. Because again, in my reality, what I said from earlier still stands. If you can be dominant as Jordan as you want, but the position that black people are actually what we here for, right, is to change around that disparity. There's no disparity in terms of black people's dominance on a basketball court, but there's definite disparity in terms of black people's representation and ownership. So I said you can have, that's why I'm like, you can have that. But again, when you constantly fall back to that physicality, it shows, to me, in my opinion, an attachment to reaching for something that allows you to resolve this emotional trauma within your own mentality, in terms of how you view. Look at Young Diddy laughing like, yo, this nigga Miz going there. You want YN, I ain't never trying to, that you want YN, son. I ain't never trying to come at you like that, son. But I'm just saying, like, you feel me? And like I said, that's why I said, in my opinion, you feel me? I'm not a professional. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not none of that. Corey laughing. I'm just saying.
Can I go, bro?
Hold up real quick, man. Let me address what the young God was saying. I'm saying you can have your Michael Jordan-like qualities, right? But what we want and what we constantly talk about here in terms of what you see what Q Butter does with STEM, right? He's attacking not where we're dominant, but where we see the lack of representation, because where you see the lack of representation actually represent where the real power's at.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Wait, lastly, OG, Elder, real quick. I disagree when you say we don't emanate or we don't stem from a Charles Page, who literally is the master of aviation, who came before the Wright brothers. I disagree with you, Mez, when you saying we can't draw from that, or you didn't come from that. That's their own individual. No, we can draw. How do I not draw
You're
from?
You're talking about inspiration. No, but you're talking about inspiration. You're talking about inspiration, brother.
But how do I not stem from that, though?
No, but
in
you're
America,
talking because you're not, because who stems from him is his direct lineage. You're not directly related to him. You got different experiences. You got different things that made you Young Deity, and different things that's why you can't get up tomorrow and go be him or do anything like him, because something within your individuality won't allow that to happen.
Well,
I get what you're saying. Like I said, there's an emotional tie, and there's a lot of arguments that's been made already that you're emotionally tied to, because what you just argued hasn't been argued before. Like, it's been argued for years. Like, it's nothing new under the sun. But the actuality of you actually going to go out and go and design your own plane and stuff like that, you're not going to go do that tomorrow, regardless of how much you know, how much he's achieved, how much you think that he's inspired you. You're not going to go and change the misrepresentation and the demographic of the aviation field.
How can you declare that, Miz? How can you declare that me or
no? I'm saying you're not. Because, no, I'm saying you're not, because you admitted it. You not, and I'm saying you personally admitted, like, to the things that you aspire to do.
True.
You don't aspire to do any of those things that you say that man has done. But I'm not saying you can't draw inspiration. When you say draw from that, you just talking about inspired by and be inspired by. And to say that white person doesn't have people that they can be inspired by within the same fields, just because you got, that don't mean that they can't do the same thing in terms of draw from inspiration and be successful in that field. Go ahead, Ben.
Basically, when you spoke about ownership, and with the number of I said, like, in the NBA, in any particular sport, particularly group sport, like basketball, football, maybe baseball. If we look to see the problem is that I think one of the issues is that with brothers that stand on your position is that because we don't see ownership and we don't see representation in ownership in these different areas, major 9 areas I pointed out, then the argument that we dominate in the actual activity of the sport or the sport of the sport doesn't mean that we're superior. You're saying ownership and seeing a model of ownership to you will represent something more than just the old arguments of superiority. The white supremacy is this, and the white man is this, so forth and so forth. We want to see tangible models of Black collectiveness as it relates to those major 9 areas. So if you don't see it, then as far as most people are concerned, is that you're just talking. But at the same time, and we look at the history of where right now, and never had Black people, even the time of slavery, was a monolith. No, all slaves agreed that slave rebellion or escaping slavery was an option. There were a lot of Africans there's a lot of slaves that stayed on the plantation and feared fleeing the plantation for repercussions, or either being whipped or death or tarred and feathered or what have you. So I think that have crept in some of the minds of the individualists versus, I think the arguments between the individualists and the collective thinkers and collective arguments. Because individualism can have you to just think about, it's just mine, just me. What are you doing? How you brought it together? How much of this are you have ownership in? Do you have majority stake in this and that? And then look at things like that. Because I know that when I was coming up, there were Black businesses. There were Black television repair shops. There were barbers. There were restaurant owners. There were hotel owners and things like that. And that was happening under segregation. Those things was happening under segregation. And I believe that integration was at the level that the civil rights organizations pushed it. I see now that almost going into my 70s that was a bad idea, because the individualism gave us the idea that white people could, those people that benefit from the institution of racism, white supremacy, somehow could be fair if you can deal with them individually on the same playing field. Most of the times when I here in California, if I run into white people that tend to be genuinely at a level where you can talk to them to where they will tell you all about their shortcomings, all about how they became homeless, is normally when they're homeless. And those people tend to live predominantly in neighborhoods where there's black people. And they don't fear black people. And if you look at what's happening in Kingston, Philadelphia, a lot of people are not showing you, but they're not showing you what's going on there. You have to go search for that information. But the drug, there's no war on drugs in Kingston, like there was a war on drugs when crack and Sherm and PCP hit the black community. That was a concerted effort by the authorities in states where drugs ran rampant. And we know that we didn't bring them drugs and bring those guns into our city. I know that for a fact because I was on the street. So I think the individualists are going to think the way the individualists think and line up with that, and the collectives are going to think the way the collectives think and try to work collectively.
So, can I ask Miz a question?
Will, all I'm gonna say, Will, is if you cut anybody off, I'm gonna drop you down, Will. So go ahead. I'm gonna let you speak.
You might well go and drop him now.
I'm not dealing with the
Don't do that,
bro.
Dad.
Like you can say, "Yo, Miz is a dictator," or whatever the case, whatever you want to say. There's rules everywhere that you go, and one of the rules that I'm currently imposing is no cutting nobody off. I just let the OG speak. So, and Deity's been quiet and letting people speak, so we ain't gonna change that up now. Go ahead, Will.
And this is what I'm saying, like, because you suffer from a black inferiority complex, right? You're policing me different than you police other people, right? Because we can all interject and cut in at times, but it doesn't become unruly when I do it. So my question to you is, right? I stand on the fact that we do have on a political science level, right? We've established here in America a certain form of political superiority, right? We went from being absolutely not even human under the code, under the US Constitution, right, to being the face of this power structure. No other children of the diaspora have gone on to lead any of the major colonial powers except for America. That's a fact, right? So everybody can't do this. There's something very strong in us. There's something in our ancestors in the groundwork they've laid down that have established, right, that we do have a certain level of superiority when it comes to making something from nothing. Do you disagree with that?
Bro, I was literally typing in the chat. It can't be a question. Like, what kind of question was it? Yo,
I asked you.
Go on. First of all,
I'll simplify the question.
No. Hold on. I just want to deal with the first thing that you said. That's about it. The rest of that stuff, if you think you actually asked the question, or that was a proper way or a good way to ask a question, that's on you. Let me just say this in terms of what you was talking about, inferiority complex. Well, basically that's your opinion, and then you kind of went on to say we can interject and without it becoming unruly, and when you interject, it's never unruly. That is also your opinion. I just want to make those things clearly stated for anybody who listens. All of the rest of the stuff that he said, yo, chat, if y'all found a question in what he said that was in some type of way where you understood what he was asking and felt like I should be able to answer that, then that's on y'all. But nah, I definitely don't feel like he asked the question in a way that I could answer it. But
so I'll re-ask the question, and an opinion becomes fact when you have